Making HEIMAT in Offenbach, on the Brutalization of the New Housing Question, by Frederik Glas. Quote, I demand the following from the city in which I am supposed to live: asphalt, street cleaning, house keys, central heating, hot water. I am comfortable myself. Karl Kraus. For around 15 years, the neighborhood around Frankfurt's main train station, with its mixture of petty crime, prostitution, and migrant gang culture, has been regarded by hip art students and postmodern academics as the epitome of an authentic lifestyle. For some time now, however, it has openly served as a social laboratory for the civic experiments of the multiculturally renewed Berlin Republic. An advertisement by Sean Heer, the magazine of management and technology consultancy CoFinPro, which promises to navigate its clients safely through the challenges of digitalization, new market requirements, and regulation, gives an impression of this urban political transformation. In the usual mixture of self-aggrandizement and pandering to potential customers, it says, Dear Frankfurt lovers and haters, we have something you'll love in equal measure. An issue of our much-loved CoFinPro magazine that we have dedicated entirely to Frankfurt's enchanting, dirty, all senses intoxicating Bahnhofsviertel. This is our home. This is where we love it. And we promise that you will too after reading this issue. In our brand new magazine, entitled Sean Heer, you'll find lots of angular, edgy, and absurd things from our hood. A photo love story that youth magazines are sure to be jealous of, with real CoFinPro consultants. And, of course, the favorite spots of the hashtag CoFinProClique, along with a map of the district for you to discover yourself. If you want to get your hands on the good stuff right away, you're not only a great person, all you have to do is follow this download link or take a few steps into Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel, where we have, of course, paved every free centimeter with a small stack of magazines. End of quote. In addition to the self-infantilization of the authors, reflected in the use of language, who behave like an underage neighborhood combo on a scavenger hunt, and the coquetry with the angular, dirty, and edgy, through which they throw themselves into the chest as particularly wild guys, the audacity with which public relations workers present themselves here in the style of post-ironic party flyers as true, in the hip-hop cultural sense, and turn towards the dangerous street lifestyle is striking. For obsessively cheerful copywriters, the inflationary use of anglicisms is indispensable, if only because they can be used to simulate cosmopolitan openness without having to leave one's own territory. In the same spirit, the Staatliche Hochschule für Bildende Kunst in Frankfurt-Stadel had already displayed a similar affection for gang culture when it advertised this year's Rundgang, the name given to the students' annual exhibition, with a poster showing the naked back of a South American prostitute posing in front of the city skyline with dollar bills and an AK-47. Adventure and creativity seem easily reconcilable with the coercive contexts of prostitution and gang crime, as long as the protagonists are as black and marginalized as possible. What is new about this kind of aestheticization of colorful repression, which could be iconographically derived from the comics and films of the Sin City series, is the self-staging of a bourgeois conformism as the avant-garde of criticism of authority and anti-racist behavior. The fact that socially compatible, flexible CoFinPro employees feel like good people who see no problem in coexisting with the impoverished of the station district, whereby they cheerfully pat the culturally enriching misery on the back because they consider themselves nothing better, is not only evidence of the ongoing process of social atomization, but also of the need of the isolated to ascribe undeniably authentic subjectivity to the particles of their disintegrated selves. Late modernity is based on the systematic liquefaction of nevertheless persisting forms of domination, which can be concretized less and less in the experience of individuals. The production of singularities as decay products of subjectivity only forms the illuminated front stage, so to speak, within the framework of such an attention economy, while the design of the rules of the game, the production of the general, is increasingly removed from the consciousness of the individual. Thus, the contradiction between the individual and society, which is hardly experienced, let alone acted out, is replaced by an identity politics that only recognizes the coexistence of collective identities and thus undermines the self-identity of every individual. It is hardly a coincidence that the genesis of this understanding of identity falls in the 1970s in terms of theoretical history, i.e. precisely at the time when capitalism entered a profound crisis with the surge in productive power of microelectronics and academic thinking shifted from the critique of exploitation to the critique of exclusion. This shift in emphasis, which replaces the demand for the abolition of power relations with the demand for the complete integration of the marginalized into the unfree whole, proves to be the reason for the success of misery tourism, if you look at the equally unmasking and stereotypical attributes with which the COFINPRO clique advertises. Quote, consultants, co-thinkers, thinkers, future thinkers. As a management, specialist and technology consultancy for Germany's leading banks and asset managers, we are helping to shape the future of the financial industry. When it comes to digitalization, new market requirements and regulation, we equip our clients for new times. Since 2007, we have been developing sensible solutions based on personality and trust. More than 150 securities professionals, credit experts and technologists work at COFINPRO. And what do they need every day to stay one step ahead? Yes, of course, knowledge and methodological expertise, and lots of it. That's why we offer a workplace with integrity for genuine exchange and long-term development. Anyone who joins us as a new employee can be sure that, from day one, we will rely on the skills, experience, and ideas that he or she has gained along the way. This has also made us a great place to work for the umpteenth time in a row. And that's enough about us and right into our neighborhood. End of quote. The self-presentation of the advertising agency, whose co-thinkers and afterthinkers believe their own talk of ability, experience, and ideas so little that they want to get out of the office as quickly as possible and into the neighborhood in order to feel real life, reflects tendencies that were worked out by the French social scientists Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello in their work The New Spirit of Capitalism, 1999. The creative cultural bourgeois milieu, which seeks to empathize with the barbarized misery of gangs, dealers, and pimps, from which it economically separates itself, at the same time preventively embodies postmodern capitalism in its purest form and can also be found in the corresponding neighborhoods of Berlin or Hamburg. Only in Frankfurt, where relics of the traditional poor proletariat and its accompanying phenomena such as brothels and brothels have long been able to survive around the main railway station, it takes on particularly glaring contours. The ideals proclaimed by the 68 movement in the name of counterculture, such as autonomy, emancipation, personal responsibility, freedom, and creativity, already anticipated the profound changes that late capitalism has been undergoing since the 1980s and are therefore hardly any longer suitable as sources of social resistance. This explains the conformist revolt of well-off high school kids for higher consumer costs instead of a higher quality of life, while the anti-modern revolt of the AfD, FP, and other voters against globalization and transnationalization and in favor of right-wing sovereignism can be deciphered as a defensive battle against the demands for self-fulfillment and freedom in late capitalism. Being creative and acting on one's own responsibility is no longer subversive today, but is one of the core competencies demanded by employers in the form of soft skills. The bright left liberal then also applies these skills to the homeless, drug addicts, prostitutes, and petty criminals, whose reality of life is not deplored or, in the case of gang crime, even sought to be combated, but on the contrary is considered en vogue because, like life in the shared office space, it requires initiative, inventiveness, and ruthlessness towards oneself and others. The fact that the violence of misery must be eliminated at least to the extent necessary to protect people from immediate aggression is a basic prerequisite of a civilized society. A certain degree of suppression of instinct for the purpose of mastering inner and outer nature seemed to Marx as well as Freud to be a prerequisite for this. The progressive tendency towards repressive tolerance that Herbert Marcuse analyzed, on the other hand, weakens the capacity for such necessary mastery of nature and strengthens the tendency to renounce sublimation and to affirm violence without mediation. The political place of tolerance has shifted. While it is denied to the opposition because it is the wrong opposition, it advances to coercive behavior with regard to established politics. Tolerance is completely transformed into the laissez-faire of administration and political confirmation of the status quo. The relationship to tolerance is of a purely instrumental nature, precisely because any concept of its own limits has been lost. However, this points to a problem with the concept of tolerance itself, which always denotes something that is only granted as long as it can be withdrawn again. This can be seen in the cult of diversity that COFINPRO and other creatives cultivate around the milieu of the station district. From the comfortable distance of those who are not yet as badly off as those whose local color one enjoys, many things can be better judged. The station district can thus function as a projection surface for mystifications of all kinds, which are composed of prejudices and fears, tongue-in-cheek affirmation as well as imprecations, in the double sense both as a wish for damnation and as a wishful projection. In his opinion, the well-informed citizen, as Alfred Schutz 1972 called him, who believes he knows all the more, the less capable of experience he is, is already aware of the most important things when it comes to the latest debauchery surrounding sex, drugs, and much less frequently rock and roll, which takes place in the dark hideaways of the red light district. Although it is actually too small to be considered a district, Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel is once again far too large to be the subject of numerous representations of knowledge, which in reality exhaust themselves in cliché-ridden depictions of misery. However, it is precisely this distorting exaggeration of the social, economic, and psychological conditions on the ground that is needed to maintain the image that often resonates in the external perception, the station district as the legendary headquarters of the local crime, sex, and drug scene. Against this background, it is not surprising that the fears of better-off academics and creatives of the asocials go hand in hand with a downright fascination for the dirty, disreputable neighborhood. This fascination is also rooted in the contradictory nature of the station as a cultural historical topos. Order and chaos, gathering and dispersion, transit and lingering, arriving and departing, fleetingness and duration, crowds and anonymity, accommodating service and dismissive security personnel together form the social reality of train stations. The railroad station is both an open and highly regulated space in which the public and private spheres intermingle in a special way. Especially in cities with a long liberal tradition such as Frankfurt, which is a place of a socially responsible, upper middle class kept the principles of the bourgeois revolution alive, even after its failure and tolerated deviations from social norms to a greater extent. Gentrification processes promoted by urban policy now threaten the spaces left to the poor and otherwise déclassed. For example, in Amsterdam's red light district, the drug scene in Zurich, or Skid Row in Los Angeles. In Frankfurt, a city with a constantly tense real estate market and a municipal policy that confuses liberalism with indifference, such processes are particularly evident. Meanwhile, the visible drug trade, gang crime, and slum prostitution are centered primarily in Elbestrasse and Taunustrasse in the station district. The era of street battles, when organized rackets and the police apparatus clashed violently in Kaiserstrasse and its branches, now belong to a nostalgically glorified past. This has allowed the selective perception to persist in the memory of the urban public that the Bahnhofsviertel is a conglomeration of all those modes of action and behavior that defy the socio-economic rules of a functioning social life, a kind of lawless zone within the bourgeois space. Certainly, one encounters phenomena in the station district on a daily basis that can, and indeed must, be perceived as deviant according to prevailing social standards. Also because the police rarely enforce an aggressive, authoritarian law and order policy on dealers, junkies, prostitutes, and homeless people, the excluded aspects of everyday bourgeois life, which are also its flip side, are more present there than in other districts of Frankfurt, which residents sometimes register with amazement, but mostly with boredom or indifference. In the Bahnhofsviertel, dropouts meet profiteers of misery, career criminals meet the marginalized, forced and slum prostitutes meet their clients, and somewhere in between are residential buildings, commercial enterprises, and the many hip clubs and pubs. In short, social life that clearly deviates from this. The different groups of people live in close quarters, but largely isolated from one another. In Niddestrasse, people lie on the sidewalk. Some are drug addicts, others are homeless, many are both. Taunustrasse and Moselstrasse are lined with sex stores, casinos, and brothels. In Kaiserstrasse, travelers rush back and forth between restaurants, hotels, jewelry stores, and the main train station. In principle, nobody wants to be approached. Like nowhere else in the city, between the train station and Gelussenlige, on an area of just half a square kilometer, harshly contradictory spaces of experience collide every day. Drugs, crime, and red light are no longer the only things that characterize the district, which is now considered it. In recent years, more and more trendy bars and expensive restaurants have opened, bringing a young, affluent clientele to the once disreputable district. Students stroll, live, and party here, as do bankers and young creatives. Real estate buyers are also investing in the up-and-coming district, where a number of office complexes stand empty. Although the area looks more attractive, more expensive, and tidier than before, the old station district still exists, leaving the precarious lives of prostitutes, drug addicts, and homeless people visible. With their apparent social disintegration and physical and psychological impoverishment, the members of the drug and brothel scene contradict social customs, above all because their places are so close to the living and working areas of the startup employees, artists, students, and managers who pass through the station district. The now common policy of relocating brothels and hour houses to the urban periphery so that prostitutes and their customers do not disturb the cityscape has not yet become established across the board here, meaning that prostitution, along with its accompanying symptoms of addiction, poverty, and violence, is an immediate presence. Against this background, the question arises as to where the glaring discrepancy between the misery and the enthusiasm for the social outsiders by creative milieu inmates with a sheltered socialization comes from, which would actually lead one to expect that such wretchedness would be reacted to with disgust or pity. The new popularity of misery among those who are not yet destitute is exemplified by the annual Bahnhofsviertelnacht, which markets the district as an adventure biotope for cosmopolitan gawkers. In 2019, Lord Mayor Peter Feldman opened the Bahnhofsviertelnacht with the obligatory SPD phrases. Quote, "The station district ensures that Frankfurt is the most diverse city in Germany and more international and cosmopolitan than any other city in the country. For me, the station district is the place that makes Frankfurt a metropolis. You only have to walk down Münchener Straße once and you have already seen the world, in human, culinary, and linguistic terms. The district stands like no other for the spirit of this city, which is characterized by proximity, change, and cosmopolitanism." End of quote. If this is true, it only illustrates how pathetic the world is that a German social democrat would like to open up to. You really only have to walk down Münchener Straße once to find yourself surrounded by traditionally dressed Salafist hordes of men, aggressive young Islamic men, and countless children's hijabs. The protagonists of the Islamization of urban slums, such as the Daitib Mosque Association located in the same street, are glorified in the spirit of such colorful repression as promoters of a diverse society, in which they are perceived as an encore, as it were, to all the others who have been left behind. The fact that the lives of long-established prostitutes, junkies, and homeless people are drastically worsened by the presence of Islam itself is not taken into account. On the B level of Frankfurt's main station, where addicts and dealers often hang out among bankers, employees, and mothers with children, a store for affluent hipsters opened last year, calling itself BHFSVRTL, in the trendy authoritarian acronym, and displaying a fully veiled woman as an oversized poster on one of the store's own glass walls, clearly visible to every passerby. This was presumably inspired by the contemporary Muslim fashion exhibition, which was on display at Frankfurt's Museum of Applied Arts until 2 months ago. While women in Islamic dominions such as Iran or Afghanistan risk their lives to defend themselves against the obligation to wear veils and the liquidation of their individuality, their insignia can become an accessory in Frankfurt. The Bahnhofsviertel stands for proximity, change, cosmopolitanism, and diversity, at least if you follow Peter Feldman's words, which differ only marginally from the empty phrases of the Pro magazine. It is precisely the defensible aspect of life in the big city, the possibility of a private retreat among many, that is negatively sublated in the carnival of converging cultural circles during the station district night. 48 locations, from mosques and craft workshops to printing chambers and brothels, give around 50,000 visitors and residents a glimpse behind the scenes of the celebrated diversity of misery. The highlight is the brothel tour initiated by the whore association Dofia Carmen EV, which costs just €10 for the creative hobby voyeur, who is otherwise unlikely to be a regular customer of local prostitutes. While you can marvel at high-class prostitutes in the chicest brothel in the station district and buy your way out of remorse with a lust-filled reenactment of adolescent shame, there are parties, DJs, live acts, and drinks on the streets. Despite all the invocations of authentic life, urbanity is not strengthened, but rather outsourced. The essence of the urban public sphere is precisely to display civilized behavior towards people with whom one shares neither a dining room nor a social background. This sublimation becomes invalid where one wishes to invade the intimate space of others. The maturation process, which is expressed in behaving considerately towards strangers, is undermined. The social decay of others, which one observes without participating in it, is not simply consumed, but chosen as the core element of an urban attitude to life. Behind the local patriotic care of the neighborhood is not much more than the narrow-minded reassurance of not yet being one of the broken ones. But you don't have to live in the district or visit the Bahnhofsviertel night to get to know the flair of the Frankfurt milieu. As a young, trend-consciously dressed lady explains in the Pro flyer, quote, "There are people who leave their nicer, trendier parts of Frankfurt and go to the station district as often as they can, voluntarily. Nice, chic, those are bourgeois categories. Elke is from Bornheim, But when she has an afternoon without children, she cycles to Münchener for a short vacation. The other day, on the ICE, she briefly felt like an ambassador. When the person sitting next to her told her that she had booked a more expensive connection so that she wouldn't have to make a stopover in Frankfurt on the way to Munich. Miss, this brutalized station district, so no offense and I've never been there either, but what you hear? No thank you, Elka passionately took the floor. After a keynote speech about subcultures, the art scene and falafel, the lady blushed and promised to do better. End of quote. Elka, who lives in what is probably the tittiest part of Frankfurt and can obviously afford it, still likes to cycle to the Bahnhofsviertel for her daily dose of matcha latte and a vegan falafel so as not to appear quite so bourgeois. Her idea of urbanity, reduced to the formula of life-world vitalism, serves her as a countermodel to the anti-urban provincialism that she herself actually affirms. Loosely transcending bourgeois categories, Elka, like all attentive and dutiful citizens who check their privileges instead of just enjoying them, does not miss the opportunity to bother people passing through with her worldview in order to reassure herself of her love for foreigners, the marginalized and people without secure care. She knows what misery means. After all, she was there live to diversify her socio-cultural portfolio. When Elka cycles to the other side of the city for the cultural counter-experience, she can use her smartphone to tell her friends about how privileged and therefore bourgeois people live in Bornheim. You no longer even have to live in Bangladesh, India, or another third-world pilgrimage site to be harassed by conformist rebels in Birkenstock sandals. Elka does not seem to reflect on the totalitarian content of the commandment to adapt one's own lifestyle to a maximally progressive consciousness, even though self-reflection and group therapeutic expansion to all areas of life are ritually demanded by the representatives of better human tyranny. Inwardness as a place of retreat is reinterpreted by this social clientele as an arena for self-empowerment, which is closely linked to the economization of all areas of life and the ideological enslavement of psychiatry, as a result of which people seek to optimize not only themselves but also their fellow human beings. Eva Illes describes this process with appropriate drasticness in her book The Salvation of the Modern Soul, 2009, through its invitation to immerse ourselves in ourselves. The therapeutic conviction has led us to turn our backs on the important areas of civic engagement and politics. Nor can it offer any comprehensible connection between the private self and the public sphere. End quote. Illes defines the therapeutic worldview not only as the concrete situation with the psychotherapist, but also as the sum of the advice and emotion-oriented contemporary culture, from Weight Watchers to accompanied marriage talks on TV talk shows to motivational coaching. This immersion in the narcissistically deformed self leads to Generation Y constantly revolving around its own optimization, but not demanding the good life for all and growing into a conformist youth culture that harbors neither personal nor political potential for resistance. Concern for the self, a lifestyle based on aesthetic principles and cultural capital, and self-realization at work are an expression of a socio-economic class divide that needs to be looked at more closely. The economy of attention, today we would speak of mindfulness, can be understood as an economy of self-esteem, which is based on the desire for attention and the natural concern for self-worth. The maximization of self-worth is productively compared with the maximization of economic benefit, which can be studied on the website seovenpro.de. It was therefore not a scandal, but merely an expression of the new status quo, that the Frankfurter Hauptschule, an anti-fascist group that seeks to combine left-wing radicalism with aesthetic reference, recently incorporated the heroin chic of the Bahnhofsviertel junkies into its performative art concept. The artist collective sends out a kind of PR newsletter for their actions at irregular intervals, starting with the now famous heroin shot in front of Frankfurt's Römer in 2015, which summoned all the local editorial offices plus onlookers. The group aims to demonstrate against the gentrification of the station district with a series of performances. The spectacular opening action consisted of someone injecting heroin in the Kaiser Passage in front of some onlookers, which is not a sensational novelty in Frankfurt. Some people found it almost boring that there may not have been any real opiate in the needle in the sign against gentrification. While the integrative Drogenhilfe EV in Nitterstrasse offers clean printing rooms and workshops to protect junkies, homeless people and prostitutes from the eyes of others, the Frankfurter Hauptschule staged its junkie reenactment as a shameless public showcase, as if in parody of such efforts to preserve remnants of privacy. While low-threshold misery management and basic research form the main focus of the association's work, the creative misery reenactors celebrate the misery affirmatively and without reflecting on what separates them from the experiences of the broken. By naming themselves after a form of school that has been declared obsolete and written off by society, The members of the artists' collective elevate the complete transformation of the experience of social exclusion into a narcissistically enjoyed sense of life and self as their program. Precisely because they do not care about the experiences of the dropouts, they always want to have them in sight so that they can feel themselves better by enjoying the difference between them and their own lives. No social criticism whatsoever, but rather the need for imaginary identification with those who are less educated due to their social status and therefore somehow more unspent, was also the basis of the desecration that the Frankfurter Hauptschule called for in the fight against Goethe's poem Das Heidenröslein. The poem was bursting with erotic hierarchies to the detriment of its female characters, which is why his garden house was pelted with toilet paper last August as an expression of outrage at Goethe's sexism. In September, the dialectic, so to speak, was to be no less than the defense of artistic freedom against censorship, in whose name one had previously taken action against Goethe. The means to an end. Naked pictures from their own childhood, which the collective wanted to use against bans on images, offended viewers, false accusations of pedophilia, and removed masterpieces. The fact that they call their farce at the Goethehaus in Weimar desecration, and thus trivialize a criminal offense in order to stylize themselves as advocates of early childhood sexuality in the next step fits in with their mindless celebration of contradictions and their already internalized motto #Triggerwarnung. Guile. The pleasure of the supposed provocation merely consists of projecting the unloved parts of one's own self. Well-heeled bourgeois kids try to play hard, drug-addicted, and as sleazy as possible, therefore call themselves Hauptschule students and live out cliched desires for defilement, for the vulgar and offensive under the alibi of vitalistic unspentness, onto the suffering of the disintegrated. The kitsch of the Frankfurt Hauptschule thus unintentionally reveals the authoritarian bourgeoisie that underlies the creative scene's redevelopment of the Central Station milieu. On August 3, 2016, the Rhine-Main section of the FAZ newspaper reported on the wasteland in Offenbach. City connoisseur Eberhard Schwartz expressed his barely concealed glee at the fact that the heart of the pedestrian zone in Offenbach city center, the City Passage, would soon be demolished. Neither the super-laden city store nor the amusement arcade were able to get the people of Offenbach excited about the hedonism of the little man. An amusement arcade, the entrance to which was at the back, managed to survive in the building until recently. In the meantime, however, nobody is having fun in the fun park anymore. End quote. The depression in the former industrial town is not only illustrated by the demolition report. The names of the local stores are also telling. Super-laden city or Fun Park. These are the names of stores only in areas where tradespeople either regard their potential customers as hopeless suckers or where desolation is so omnipresent that no one notices anymore that a fun park, housed in a conspicuously ugly building complex in the middle of an aesthetically neglected city center, is primarily a mockery of those who are trusted to look for fun there. The fact that Offenbach is even more dismal than other cities in Germany is due to the fact that the city is one of the poorest in the country. The unemployment rate is by far the highest in Hesse. 1 in 3 children lives in a family that is dependent on social benefits. And in the city's most isolated districts, the high level of poverty correlates with the lethargy of the residents. Consequently, the soundtrack of the city's youth comes from the most popular Offenbacher of all, namely the musician Haftbefehl, who raps in an unintentionally comical way about the rough life in the problem neighborhoods from the perspective of a not very bright adolescent. When Offenbach hits the headlines, it's only when the city once again fails the fact check. When it comes to which citizens have the highest debts, where the most overweight children live or where the most traffic accidents occur, Offenbach is at the top of the list in a nationwide comparison with astonishing consistency. In addition, Offenbach is quite noisy because of Frankfurt Airport, but it is not very pretty, which even prompts Wikipedia to conclude that the treatment of the post-war buildings must be described as rather unreflected. The fact that Offenbach is being celebrated as a model of an immigrant city at the world's largest and most important architecture exhibition, the Venice Architecture Biennale, which runs until the end of November 2016, despite the reality of the situation, can therefore be considered a major surprise. The German Architecture Museum from Frankfurt, which designed the German pavilion in Venice and issued the slogan Offenbach is almost all right, is responsible for the ultimately successful advertising campaign for the arrival city, Offenbach. While art enthusiasts from all over the world had Offenbach's advantages explained to them in Venice, the FAZ ran the headline, "Oh, how beautiful Offenbach is," shortly after the exhibition opening, obviously without having consulted those local reporters who know Offenbach not only from Venice. Offenbach's rise from a place that everyone who can afford it avoids to an internationally recognized metropolis with a model character in terms of immigration has a rather banal reason, which Peter Kacholashmal, the director of the German Museum of Architecture, who is almost bursting with pride, has been repeating for weeks, beaming with joy. Offenbach is the city in Germany with the most foreigners, and with the largest proportion of people with a migration background. The high proportion of migrants was also the reason why Offenbach, of all places, was chosen to represent Germany at the 15th International Architecture Biennale, which is taking place under the motto, Reporting from the Front. This year's director, Chilean architect Alejandro Aravena, who is hyped among architecture enthusiasts as the architect of the poor, set the themes of flight, crisis, and social building. With his Half Houses project, which can be completed by the users themselves, he has recently become a star on the international architecture scene and was recently awarded the industry's highest accolade, the Pritzker Prize. The 88 participants from 37 countries were advised to forego the presentation of building projects by established architects altogether. Visitors should understand that today it is no longer about aesthetically elevated building projects, but about earth-oriented, local and sustainable construction with local materials. Visitors will see a melange of colorful shanty towns that are advertised as a contribution to global crisis management. On display are wooden pyramids, cave constructions, garbage installations, and bamboo huts. In addition to contemporary emergency architecture, nomadic dwellings were also presented that are considered particularly contemporary, such as the Mongolian yurts, which remind us that entire peoples live in temporary structures. The nomadic as a contemporary form of dwelling is not merely registered, but downright celebrated. The Biennale is seen as a plea for a social turn in the architectural scene. It calls for nothing less than the revival of social housing, which has been neglected since the 1980s. In contrast to the modern large-scale complexes of the construction industry functionalism of the last century, the focus today is on structural modesty, participation, and personal initiative on the part of the addressees of the new social building. What is unappetizing is neither the thematization of global misery nor the question of how to help people in need. What is unappetizing is the lack of interest in criticizing misery, which is used here as a welcome opportunity to give free rein to creativity in tinkering and building in the dirt. The world, so the message goes, is as it is, and so even the greatest misfortune under the worst living conditions is seen as an exciting opportunity to make a dwelling out of rubble and garbage. The promise of a world in which the shabbiest emergency accommodation can be dispensed with has been completely erased. Do-it-yourself construction for people in crisis even undercuts the traditional social democratic housing concept of earlier times, which at least provides for housing for the lower classes that does not fall below certain standards. The models for refugee buildings that the German Architecture Museum is presenting in an online database to accompany the Biennale exhibition show what not only refugees should get used to furnishing the bare essentials. All the modular buildings, container villages, lightweight halls, and parking garages are not intended to be temporary solutions. Instead, the aim is to lower standards and generalize shabby living for adaptable nomads. Quote, "Because parking garages are very deep, new types of shared apartments can be developed that are strongly reminiscent of loft apartments and could certainly be of interest to other user groups. For example, young dynamic urban nomads or students who want to live in a shared apartment." End quote. Due to the location disadvantage in terms of impoverishment, it was not quite so easy for the German participants to fulfill Aravena's mission report from the front, the architectural solutions and social conflicts of our world, without going unnoticed between caves and bamboo huts. Fortunately, the company has been World Welcome Champion since 2015. Reason enough to exhibit this trophy in Venedig too. Without further ado, the National Pavilion was staged as a small Germany, at least as the German helper imagines it in a crisis frenzy. As hospitable as they have been for almost a year, visitors to the pavilion were not only provided with free WLAN, seating islands and electricity, but also an Aran fountain as a highlight and expression of new German opulence. However, a decidedly anti-fascist action at the German pavilion itself caused even more excitement. To show that Germany is fighting Hitler more vigorously than ever before, for holes the size of garage doors were torn into the listed German pavilion, which was rebuilt in 1938 under the direction of Nazi architect Ernst Hager. The ruins are not only supposed to stand for state anti-fascism, but also for the fact that Germany is as open today as only Poland used to be. Quote, "This pavilion no longer needs a door. It is open to all, unguarded, unprotected, one could say, unrestricted, until the end of the great architecture biennial." End quote. Apart from the fact that the symbolism of openness no longer quite matches the German reality, the proud German master builders, who want a great deal of recognition for their openness, adopt a self-congratulatory tone that would be rejected with indignation if it were intoned by more traditionally minded Germans. Instead of simply laughing in the face of this agonizingly didactic symbolism or exposing the madness as such, the reactions in the press were largely positive. The fact that the world had to be liberated from the Germans over 70 years ago, while the Germans of today let off steam with their anti-fascist heroism on defenseless buildings and even demand applause for the whole thing, is no cause for shame in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, but rather cause for joyful excitement. Quote, "Boats sail by, birds chirp. Never before has the position of the German pavilion on the Giardini grounds been so noticeable, situated at the tip of the site, right on the water and surrounded by lush greenery. Never before has the building from 1938 been so liberated from its National Socialist weight. It's as if it could breathe." End of quote. In Venice, the German Biennale team not only offered symbolic holes in the wall as a sign of the subsequent fight against National Socialism, but also concrete proposals to re-equip entire districts so that new arrivals in particular can find their way around. Making HEIMAT, Germany, a rival country, is the motto under which cities are to be divided into homogeneous ethnic zones. The fact that more and more ethnically homogeneous parallel societies in major European cities are already being transformed into breeding grounds for Islamist murderers is of little interest and, in a gesture of informed detachment, the slogan demands, "Don't be afraid of ethnically homogeneous neighborhoods. They enable networks." The central theses have been copied from Doug Saunders, who turned his sociological excursions into the world's slums into the book A Rival City, which is very popular among contemporary urbanists who are so relaxed that neither violence nor misery frightens them. Just over 300 pages of the exhibition catalog show how Saunders and his fans at the Deutsches Architekturmuseum imagine an arrival city. In addition to lots of meaningless ethno-photographs from the backyards of urban problem districts, which are somehow supposed to have a romantic effect, it contains above all banalities with which socially committed people with an urge to send a message torment their surroundings. Good schools are better than bad ones, cheap rents are of particular benefit to the economically disadvantaged, and people with a migration background also appreciate functioning transport links. However, the misery enthusiasts from the German Architecture Museum really get down to business when it comes to network analysis. It is important not to demand any civilizational impositions from the new arrivals or even to confront them with a way of life that they may not be familiar with. On the contrary, integration works best where new immigrants keep to themselves, use their networks, i.e. the narrow-minded tribal particularity, and accept the narrowness of the cultural collective as well as the misery in the neighborhoods intended for them in order to become active in the low-wage sector under the aegis of the tribal elders. The fresh and cheerful sizzle in snack stalls with menus from the respective country of origin or the sale of goods from all over the world in specialty stores ultimately plays up a touch of big city charm to the better-off Germans who are bored with their project life. The arrival city is on the first floor. The quality of the public space determines whether small-scale commercial premises are available on the first floor, is one of the central theses, which is underpinned by photos of Arab junk stores and snack stalls in Neukölln. Even Peter Kachola-Schmal has understood that at some point the employment opportunities in the multicultural first-floor zone will run out, and he uses all his finesse to suggest a mixture of voluntary work and occupational therapy. Quote, "Why can't we use the labor of these willing and often young men? Perhaps we could build larger communal housing complexes where some of the finishing work is done by the future residents." End quote. There is no doubt in the catalog or in the benevolent press that the innovations that are to be tested on refugees will ultimately also benefit the locals. Quote, "The developer provides the scaffolding. The residents fit out the apartment themselves. Is this what social housing could look like in the future?" End quote. The obvious idea that neither refugees nor locals, who have hardly any money to live on and therefore have other worries than their advisors, share the desire to tinker and the DIY obsession with the German middle class, which simulates the permanent pre-war emergency, does not even come to mind due to the urge to innovate. While immigrants are expected to show a great deal of creative expansion and a return to their cultural roots, less is demanded in terms of basic integration requirements. In the foreword to the catalog, Doug Saunders, who is so knowledgeable that he speaks of himself in the plural, reveals that learning the language of the country of origin is not one of the skills that the ideal migrant needs to build microeconomies. As we have found, it generally makes little sense to have immigrants learn the local language. End quote. All the more important are places where the national language can be neglected. Quote, "The mosque is the place where you do your business, where perspectives may open up." End of quote. The fact that a mosque in Offenbach is sometimes a place where perspectives open up that are new, but not necessarily pleasant, was experienced by the employees of Report Mainz in 2013, who were beaten up while trying to gather information about the bustling Offenbach Islamist scene. However, people who pose with their freedom from fear and call for calmness towards informal structures are in no way impressed by such incidents. On the contrary, the charm of rough life is what the arrival city is supposed to be all about, exposing the individual to the brutalization of the ghetto and the violence of the gangs. If the focus had not been primarily on Saunders, but on how the people of Offenbach themselves view immigration, it would at least have been possible to find out that it is not just a party atmosphere that prevails. Less than 3 years ago, the city of Offenbach, together with 15 other German cities, issued a statement indicating that, for a model city in matters of immigration, it seems quite overwhelmed in practice. Quote, "Only a few people are familiar with the regulations and contractual matters surrounding a tenancy or employment relationship, no utility contracts, house rules, or customs in neighborly coexistence. In many places, a situation has therefore arisen that completely overwhelms the neighborhoods and exceeds the scope of action of the individual municipalities." End of quote. Understandably, most migrants, who are often not as willing to suffer as their self-appointed advocates would like them to be, then move away from places where customs prevail that are unacceptable not only for German neighbors, as soon as they can afford it. The fact that Kachola Schmal and company so shamelessly deny reality justifies the assumption that when praising the wildlife in Offenbach and elsewhere, there are driving forces at work that have nothing to do with a reasonably rational reality check, but are rather based on free-floating projection. Quote, "A society that cannot bear itself tends to envy those it has excluded or kept outside. Those who remain inside, who feel as if they are locked in, project their unfulfilled desires onto them." End quote. And so it is again up to Saunders to deliver an explanation that sounds as if he wants to confirm the truth of Port's judgment after the fact. Increasingly, it is in these neighborhoods that the real life of the city takes place. Here, the city is no longer a museum dedicated to its former self, but is being transformed into a laboratory dedicated to the city's future. The blatant emphasis on the real life of the city, this idea of urbanity reduced to the formula of life-world vitalism, flirts with being the countermodel to anti-urban provincialism. The focus on a massive increase in population density, which traditionally stands in contrast to the urban development concepts that prevailed in Germany for a long time and aimed to reduce density in quiet, green settlements, has nothing whatsoever to do with a critique of hostility to the big city in the case of Saunders-style misery urbanism. Apart from the fact that the arbitrary cramming together of people creates anything but a cosmopolitan ambience, the very things that could be defended about city life, anonymity, cultivated distance instead of proximity to the stables and private retreats, are being cashed in on in the carnival of converging cultural tribes. The new architectural recourse to integration into existing networks is linked to the old evil of prescribed community structures. Socially committed urban planners and architectural theorists concerned about the functioning of coexistence have always relied on community when the aim was to give competition and isolation the appearance of collective harmony. Even living in the large-scale concrete blocks of social housing architecture in the 1960s was supposed to be socially uplifted by communal spaces and neighborhood activities. The displeasure of tattered social relationships, actual isolation, and the increasing inability to engage with others in a meaningful way when necessary was replaced by mindless appeals to move closer together. The fact is that to the same extent that the designers wanted to rush ahead into the 20th and 21st centuries with their functional buildings, the planning of the neighborhood idea sought a regression to the social forms of pre-industrial society of the 18th and earlier centuries, because in the neighborhood model entirely out of the anti-urban impulse of the 19th century, The old village guild-town neighborhood forms were to be renewed according to the pattern of the well community, etc. In practice, attempts to encourage residents living in large housing estates to live together as neighbors failed miserably. Today, the social housing estates of the 1960s are regarded as aberrations of 20th century housing and urban development. The meticulously planned communal facilities did not last due to a lack of demand. What's more, living close together in monotonous and sterile concrete blocks did not inspire a desire to socialize, but rather a bad mood and the need to begrudge everyone else the fun that you don't have yourself. The young adult novel Where Kinder vom Bahnhof zu Christian F., which describes growing up in the Gropiusstadt housing estate in Berlin, gives an impression of the atmosphere in the estate. Quote, "There is a sign on every corner in Gropiusstadt. The so-called parks between the high-rise buildings are signposted parks. Of course, most of the signs forbid children to do something. In the stairwell and in the area around our tower block, children were only allowed to tiptoe around. Playing, romping, roller skating, or cycling forbidden." End of quote. Unaffected by the complete failure of socio-technical urban concepts, the catalogue of Making HEIMAT Germany a Rival Country also talks incessantly about the potential of urban communitization. Unlike the advocates of the neighborhood idea who had no homogeneous communities in mind, today the focus is on small Volksgemeinschaften. Despite all the talk of population density and authentic life, urbanity is not being promoted here but eradicated. The very essence of the urban public sphere is to show civilized behavior towards people with whom one shares neither a dining room nor a solitary origin. You only learn from the experience that other people, who have no kinship or friendship ties to you and no professional responsibility for you, show that little bit of public responsibility. Jane Jacobs. This performance of sublimation, which is no longer demanded precisely where one languishes among one's own kind, is a decisive feature of the urban civilizational advantage. Showing a little public responsibility and consideration towards strangers is an expression of a maturation process that is systematically undermined in homogeneous coercive communities, where traditional notions of honor and authoritarian manners remain limited to one's own group, while outsiders and strangers are treated with shyness or even hostility. A socialization deficit that can be observed in young Islamic men, for example, who parade at home but bully weaker people outside as soon as the opportunity arises. The more obvious the asociality becomes, be it in the behavior that can already be observed in homogeneous immigrant neighborhoods or in the petty jealousy with which locals are outraged by everyone who comes from here, the more drastically people in this country are currently sealing themselves off from reality with pompous community jargon. The foreword by Building Minister Hendricks printed in the catalog book, for example, sounds as if integration is a question of the most homely group therapy room. Quote, "We need living space, we need to make offers for successful integration, we need places to meet." End of quote. The minister's words are not only taken to heart by the architects of refugee accommodation, who consider it a foregone conclusion that the cult of community and meeting kitsch are the means with which new arrivals are to be provided for in high doses. Students who, as in Frankfurt, have gained a meaningful field of activity with the refugees and now serve the refugees drinks and cakes in their free time, call their business a meeting cafe, while refugee homes have recently become meeting places in which psychologically battered Germans prepare to cure the much-lamented coldness and lack of relationships in late capitalism. The aestheticization of the banal, the inflation of contacts and conversations into connections of a higher kind, was already noted by Adorno, who counted the word encounter among the signal-like, snapping words of German jargon and identified the pretension of human touch in everyday life as a very specific preference of his compatriots, who like to use noble nouns to charge the empirical with an aura and create a sense of fateful action for those collectively narcissistically involved. As a model existential in the decision order call encounter, real conversation, concern, commitment are sufficient for now. Quite a few subterminological terms of a related tone could be added to the list. Meanwhile, the reduction of living standards has long since become a matter of faith. Anyone who has no interest in reducing the built environment to third-world standards and is not prepared to sacrifice their aesthetic sensibilities to the virulent rhetoric of emergency has long been considered an irresponsible and antisocial contemporary, even in architectural circles. This year's Biennale is being celebrated because it does not, as is usually the case, bring together the latest building projects by well-known architects in a global show of achievements and self-celebration, FAZ. Or even puff itself up into a fashion show of superlative building projects, Tagesspiegel, but instead finally does away with the pure aesthetics of architectural creation, free04-publizstick.de. The anti-authoritarian stance against pure aesthetics is undoubtedly not a unique characteristic of journalists specializing in architecture. In view of the anything but aesthetically pleasing buildings in German cities, the resentment is particularly groundless. The fact that people in this country value improvised living in condemned buildings as the ideal of new German urbanism more highly than superlativist building projects, that people are currently living out the joy of decay quite openly, is due to the deeply anti-aesthetic attitude of conformist rebels, who exist in all professional groups and who are ultimately driven by nothing other than resentment against what they cannot touch. It is nothing new for architects to be concerned with social issues, to promote their discipline as an effective means of solving social problems and, in doing so, to get into a mood of rebellion. From the very beginning, the representatives of anti-ornamental functionalism in the first third of the 20th century, who believed in progress and sided with the dawning of a new age, raged against everything bourgeois. The puritanically tinged frenzy of decluttering against everything cozy, secure, and seemingly superfluous had something of the ridiculous resentment of those who had fallen by the wayside. Adolf Loos, who developed the most trenchant criticism of ornamentation, insulted all those who daubed their walls with erotic symbolism as degenerates and criminals. The slogan "Art strangles life," Hannes Meyer, hit the nail on the head. The common architectural sense that rages against aestheticism today can therefore easily tie in with far more significant predecessors. The anniversary website Bauhaus100.de is so enthusiastic about the 15th Architecture Biennale that it titled its eulogy to Aravina and company people's needs instead of luxury needs. A saying that also goes back to Hannes Meyer and aptly summarizes what moves the invokers of architectural pragmatism in their criticism of the superfluous and luxurious. Even the aesthetically highly bred allergy to kitsch, ornament, the superfluous, the approaching luxury also has the aspect of barbarism, which according to Freud's theory of destructive discomfort in culture. It is therefore no coincidence that the German Architecture Museum also makes reference to early functionalism and places itself in the tradition of Neues Bauen in Frankfurt. After all, the Frankfurt city planning officer Ernst May had also worked on housing for the subsistence level in the 1920s and built a number of apartments in various housing estates between 1925 and 1930. Nevertheless, it is tantamount to an insult to the protagonists of Neues Bauen to associate them with the miserable modular construction and container artists from the Deutsches Architekturmuseum. Back then, neither misery nor homogeneous neighborhoods were celebrated, and above all the craftsmanship was used to build the most comfortable apartments possible for people with little money. The representatives of functional building, who declared war on ornamental historicism in the 1920s, wanted to transfer the technical and rational design language of the industrial age to architecture. Their aversion was directed at a pre-modern architecture enriched with emblems of power and sentimental kitsch, which presented itself as a continuation of old guild aristocracy. Here, architectural criticism is simultaneously social criticism of the prevailing culture of life, presented in terms of instrumental expediency. According to this understanding, modern building had the task of elevating living to the height of technical possibility and making the material utility value of modern building visible to the senses. Instead of a representative culture of domination, the buildings were to clarify their purposes from within themselves, from the visibility of their construction, and reject everything in excess. The object of criticism was both the claim to power, albeit only seemingly fixed in the ornament, and the sense of security at the heart of bourgeois living culture, which was to be abolished and replaced by forms of building and living in which the material practice of the industrial age was also reflected in the everyday world. Quote, "Precisely shaped forms, devoid of any randomness, clear contrasts, arrangement of the limbs, sequencing of identical parts and unity of form and color, Gropius." The aversion to technology and progress was fought as a reactionary attitude from the old days. This ignored the fact that the unease about progress, and therefore also about the violence of capitalized society towards its members, was not entirely unfounded. The fact that the great architects at the beginning of the 20th century, housing in the old sense, for which security was paramount, Walter Benjamin, had struck the hour was seen as proof of a progressive attitude that did not reflect the fact that there were far worse things than security. The size and order of modern industrial plants serve as a benchmark for functional construction. Le Corbusier's building style, his preference for order, regularity, and dynamism stems from his fascination with mighty concrete buildings, such as the Fiat factory in Turin, built in 1923, which not only impresses with its 5-story high and 500-meter-long reinforced concrete facade, but also embodies his preference for speed and perfection with a 1,160-meter-long racetrack built on the roof. According to Le Corbusier, this spectacle of industry, which was supported by a luminous white atmosphere, embodied the spirit of the times in the best sense of the word, as he went on to create residential architecture reminiscent of the factory. The ideal of order in the factory-like division of labor was also to benefit the home. After a visit to the Van Nelly tobacco factory in Rotterdam in 1932, during which he was struck by the clean and tidy workers with their well-cut hair, who as a whole looked to him like a busy bee tribe, he noted, "I say that visiting this factory was one of the most beautiful days of my life. The new apartment should look like this. Clean, tidy, and rational, inhabited by dynamic contemporaries who don't look back but forward and who don't spend their free time crocheting in front of the fireplace or gazing at the kitschy sentimental inventory from their grandfather's time, but rather playing sports together with their neighbors on the flat roof of their apartment building." The aim was also to improve living comfort in general. The cell on a human scale guaranteed light floors, protection against intruders, people, cold, heat, etc., as well as a selection of household items adapted to our century. In Germany, there was great indignation against Le Corbusier's light and open architecture, which stood for a lack of connection to the earth, for a modern, deified cloud cuckoo land, for superficial people living in a nomadic tent made of iron and concrete, and homelessly detaching themselves from all ties, wedpole. An architecture that encourages people to overcome their attachment to the earth cannot be so wrong, and indeed the uproar from traditional Germans, who are committed to the cozy tranquility of the cemetery and authority out of habit, showed that they had hit the right people. However, the justified attack on the fetish of tradition was replaced by the fetish of production and applied immediately to building. The ideology of progress is based on mystifying the technical means and productive forces themselves. The worship of the glory of the overwhelming apparatus of production and technology suppresses the fact that those who are supposed to profit from it, even when neatly dressed and freed from old ornaments, are only powerless dependents. Le Corbusier's living machines were to become colder and thus make sentimental attachments impossible. Under no circumstances were the users to settle down or take over the space, but remain interchangeable as part of the machine. Quote, "A mass-produced housing estate of good layout would create an impression of calm, order, and cleanliness and inevitably instill discipline in its inhabitants." End quote. The individual functions as an abstract living being, who is to be stimulated to joyful co-creation with the help of modernized living. The architect functions as a social planner who, like the factory owner, works out what is conducive to productivity in the living area, or to put it in the words of Gropius, in addition to sufficient nutrition, the essential preconditions for healthy human flourishing are light, air, and opportunities for exercise. As ideological as the desire for an unconditional increase in productivity is, the absolutization of the functional, which was then as now played off against the aesthetic, is just as wrong. What is considered functional is historically and socially determined. The irrationality of the whole is shaped by all purposes. Social pressure decides what appears to be functional. Conversely, beauty, which is not bound to any external purpose, also has a purpose, namely to be beautiful. Thus, the autonomous will to design that is sometimes inherent in ornament also testifies to the fact that the hell of work was not yet universal in the 19th century. Nothing has remained of the emphasis on functional building, the touch of the new and modern. The housing machine became the concrete cell, synonymous with a restricted, mechanized form of living. In the meantime, the huge concrete blocks, which were designed as monotonous prefabricated buildings in order to minimize costs since the 60s against the wishes of the pioneers of functionalism, are regarded as relics of a failed construction industry functionalism. The enthusiasm for prefabricated buildings and brutalism that has emerged from time to time in recent times does nothing to change the failed project of structural functionalism. It is merely due to the contemporary craze for all things trashy. Like the pioneers of functional building, Those architects of misery who want to make housing more dynamic today play themselves off as young, dynamic rethinkers of the housing question, but they are less concerned with the technical housing accompaniment to production and progress. The subject ideal they have in mind is not the interchangeable worker and employee, but the post-bourgeois nomad, whose permanent mobility and flexibility is sold as the only possible future. The innumerable who suddenly become addicted to their own abstract quantity and mobility, to moving from place to place in swarms like a drug, are recruits of the migration of peoples, in whose wild spaces bourgeois history is about to perish, as Adorno noted in Minima Moralia. Testimony to their longing for the apocalypse is the affirmation of naked misery, their lust for caves, huts, and container shacks. They have nothing in common with the original aesthetics of objectivity of Luce or Le Corbusier, who were not apologists for the poor. Even Le Corbusier was disgusted by the exclusive fixation on simplicity, especially by the German functionalists who built on behalf of the state. The minimal apartment, so enormously multiplied in recent years in Germany, in Czechoslovakia, in Poland, in Russia, is no longer a place to live. It is a cage. It is disastrous, it is inhuman, it constricts life which needs space within minimal limits. End quote. A society that is no longer even prepared to defend the minimum conditions of civilization, which include the right not to have to live in shacks, is preparing to substitute mere self-preservation for a possible life. To the extent that the longing for something better and more beautiful is extinguished, to the extent that no one really knows what to do with the world anymore, bare survival, the struggle of all against all, becomes the sole source of meaning. In the exhibition catalogue of Making HEIMAT, Germany, Arrival Country, in the Offenbach Portraits section, which is even more maudlin than the rest of the exhibition, a few sample migrants have their say. These included the Popescu family of 4, originally from Moldova, who have lived in Offenbach since 2014 and live in a 3-room apartment in the Lauterbach district of Offenbach. Father Dimitru, as the family man is affectionately known, wants to learn German at some point, contrary to the recommendation in the Arrival catalogue. Until then, he is working for the children's future. Quote, he gets up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 days a week, and drives in a large circle around the city to supermarkets. He comes home at 5 o'clock in the evening. Svetlana has then cooked for everyone lasagna or roast, and at 7 o'clock Dimitru has to go to bed. In the living room on the couch, the 2 children each have their own room. End quote. Anyone who wants to present a life that is nothing but self-sacrifice and from which you can't even recover in your own bedroom as a tough but authentic small family idol in a confined space is serving the audience vile afterwork prose including roasts and lasagna from the working hell of late capitalism. He does this not only out of pleasure in the misery of the underclass, but with the intention of spreading the good news that the limits of mobility and stress in a society drifting towards asociality are as open as the German pavilion in Venice. For those who still don't know why the better off are so mad about refugees and immigration, read Saunders. Immigration centers are perhaps the last centers of a pure capitalism, assuming they are fully functional. A capitalism, of course, that has emancipated itself from its historical utility value and now merely processes as a blind compulsion of nature. Such omissions, indeed this whole misery craze that has been raised on the refugee, even passes as left-wing or social because the contemporary anti-fascism of the better off is not interested in working hours from 2 in the morning to 5 in the evening, but only in the exotic origins and hardening migration routes of its objects of care. Over 30 years ago, Alfred Tetzlaff, the hero of the German comedy series Ein Herz und ein Ziel, lamented changes that he didn't like. A pizzeria had opened near his small house and a Turkish family had moved into the house next door. Tetzlaff spontaneously felt marginalized and alienated. He spoke disparagingly about the inedible and unhealthy food of the wops and about the carpet dealers who had moved in, and thus about his hometown, in which he no longer felt at home because his TV family had also acquired a taste for pizza and the ambience of the Italian restaurant, and he felt that social cohesion was threatened right down to the immediate private sphere. No one had raised his rent, obstructed his view of the neighbor's house, or forbidden him to continue eating meatballs and socializing exclusively with his own kind, and yet he knew that he would soon become a stranger in his own country. In completely different language, the social revolutionary young sociologist André Home expressed Alfred Tetzlaff's problem for the Berlin district of Prenzlauer Berg in the 1990s as follows. Although the redevelopment policy was aimed at preserving the social composition of the population in the redevelopment areas, Prenzlauer Berg is a gentrification area. In contrast to the classic descriptions of the process, however, the process has some special features. In particular, the upper rent limits with their temporary rent caps have led to the gentrification processes being stretched out over time. The almost location-independent investment conditions also led to a spatial dispersion of structural upgrading that is atypical for gentrification. In particular, the clear boundaries of gentrification areas, as often described in U.S. cities, cannot be found in Prenzlauer Berg. Instead, the geography of the structural renewal processes could be described as expanding enclaves, by which home means restaurants and clubs, which in the last decade have often spread out into neighboring areas. And yet he is able to recognize revanchist redevelopment according to one chapter heading. Quote, "In residential areas with politically unpopular populations, the redevelopment measures were aimed directly at dissolving the existing social structures in the neighborhoods. Destruction of old neighborhood structures is the effect of any urban renewal, but in the case under investigation, it was by no means the intended goal, but an undesirable but foreseeable and unpreventable side effect." End quote. Alfred Tetzlaff, who had long seen himself in resistance to a younger generation with a different way of life, would have seen it the same way, although he didn't like people from the zone at all, because he also felt politically marginalized. Quote, "The extensive replacement of a critical Eastern clientele with an upwardly mobile East/West milieu can be interpreted as a political component of the population change." End quote. After all, Prenzlauer Berg was not only a stronghold of opposition movements in the early 1990s, but also the home of East German self-confidence. It was only with the increasing influx of West German residents, for whom the PDS offered few opportunities for identification, that the PDS's share declined in favor of the Greens. End of quote. Alfred Tetzlaff's home, on the other hand, was a specifically West German self-confidence, which he tenaciously defended against changes that he knew he had nothing to oppose. "Alfred never wins," says Menge, "and so he can't speculate on having any happy followers." Der Spiegel quoted the screenwriter Wolfgang Menge in 1974, who had succeeded in making Einher's und die Einsiedel, the only German comedy series that was mostly funny, mainly because of the incomparable Heinz Schubert in the role of Alfred Tetzlaff. In the interview, Menge had to dispel the not entirely unfounded suspicion that the majority of the series' 14 million fans might secretly agree with Ekel Alfred, and not with his enlightened SPD-voting son-in-law, who ironically but always pedagogically had to expose him to ridicule, i.e. the laughter of the audience, whenever he uttered what some of the viewers had said themselves until recently. For all his secret agreement with Alfred's tirades about the sellout of the Eastern Territories to the Mongol hordes by the illegitimate traitor to the fatherland with the stage name Willy Brandt, the character of Alf Tetzlaff was too much like a worn-out, grumpy, and outdated type for supporters of the so-called Brown Zone to want to identify with him. But the producers could also be sure that in the years from 1973 to 1976, when Einher's und die Einsiedel was broadcast, a silent majority in the country would not feel so mocked that protests and media political interventions to restore the home of German self-confidence were to be feared. The daughter and son-in-law living under the same roof do not face Tetzlaff as patronized sleeping guests, but as adult and superior opponents, which of course also makes them boring and refers to later serial misfortune. Only the submissive and permanently humiliated wife, who has long since forgotten how to defend herself, gives a hint of the tyrannical hell that the Alfreds of the 50s and 60s inflicted on their families. Having finally outgrown this evil and violent microcosm and taking retroactive revenge on the now disempowered idiots is the identification scheme on which the series successfully built. For Menge, the intergenerational coexistence of the Tetzlaffs was not content or even a family concept, but merely a means of opening up the battle arena between the generations. The spiritual and moral turnaround that occurred after Alfred and Else Tetzlaff were sent into retirement, when not so much Helmut Kohl's basically inconsequential announcement but representatives of a modern sense of family began to contribute to the restoration of old neighborhood structures, has been exhibited with great success in the only seemingly West German Lindenstrasse for 23 years now. What made Einher's und die Einsiedel funny? Seeing the social negotiations of the 1970s played out virtually through the keyhole in the kitchen and living room of a lower middle-class family, was cashed in on in Lindenstrasse, which was designed entirely for humanly touching fates and comprehensive reconciliation. This series owes its success not to satire at all, but rather to the human warmth that radiates from the all-German supermother Beimer, with whom learning intergenerational and intercultural coexistence in a confined space seems so desirable. The younger generation is only staying with the Tetzlaffs for a while. Daughter and son-in-law want to get out of the confines of the tiny house and away from the authoritarian impositions of their father and the submissive stupidity of their mother. They wanted to move out into a spacious apartment, preferably a home of their own, where they could live together in a completely different way, based on partnership and further modernization of all areas of life, as they liked to say at the time. 10 years later, the dream of a house and garden has evaporated, as has the need for distance from parents, neighbors, and other people you didn't choose. The little happiness in the dreary world of stairwells and the cramped 70-square-meter buildings in Lindenstrasse, which should not only horrify those who live or lived like this themselves, knows how to successfully hold its own against American soaps set in the large kitchens and huge living rooms of bungalows with magnificent gardens. German reality TV for a middle class that, from a certain age, lives far better than the tenants of the Lindenstrasse is only marginally to be understood as a foretaste of poorer living in times of crisis. Rather, it is about the satisfaction of needs always intended to be educational, which Alfred Tetzlaff's daughter and son-in-law would have rejected at the time, but which today not only East German people in the resistance, such as the urban sociologist André Home, are fiercely concerned about. The pizzeria and the Turks against whom Ekel Alfred agitated can be found today in the form of restaurants, bars, galleries, and up-and-coming Swabians, who are accused of having destroyed a milieu that was characterized above all by the fact that East German mother Weimars were still looking after things everywhere. For even the apparent generosity with which Greeks, Turks, Italians, the unemployed, wheelchair users, and gays are declared to be a natural part of German petty bourgeois existence in Lindenstrasse points to the longing for a community of control that levels out everything, including exoticism, despite all the ostensible exoticism. What the Tetzlaff children were still dreaming of and what Lindenstrasse is no longer striving for can be expressed in a few figures. The acute housing shortage of the early post-war years was resolved in the course of the 1950s. By 1960, around 5 million new homes had been built. Of these, 2/3 had been built in 1950 and 60% by 1960 in social housing, with the rate falling to 25% by 1970. With the rise in income levels in the first 3 post-war decades, the federal governments, starting under Adenauer, focused on the newly emerging middle classes and their needs and opportunities. Not only the roof over your head was part of the state's housing policy, for example, compulsory housing management still existed in parallel until 1960, but also the promotion of home ownership, which did not want to serve small settlers on their own clod with a rabbit hutch, as Alfred Tetzlaff was one, but had the development of a new suburban lifestyle as its guiding principle, which was centered around an apartment or property in the countryside, practical, with modern household, technology, and comfortably equipped with a television set, as well as a car for convenient travel between work and home. In the first post-war decades, when everyone could still sing along to the enticing signal from the Wassenrat Building Society's advertising, a small house or at least a condominium in the countryside was the popular and tax-subsidized minimum goal for seemingly everyone. Now, with the upgrading of city centers through redevelopment, a competing orientation has emerged, which can only be criticized for the fact that its advocates are not concerned with the much-vaunted urbanity, but with its opposite, the parcelling up of large cities into residential villages with rigid rules of coexistence. This not exactly emancipatory goal is now exaggerated in social revolutionary terms and conjures up exclusion precisely where everything was done to keep an obdurate East German Tetzlaff community in its traditional milieu. After all, every apartment that doctors, artists, and other Swabians moved into had previously been voluntarily vacated by old Prenzlauer Bergers, who settled in other East Berlin neighborhoods where they hoped no West Germans, not to mention Turks, would ever set foot, and the East German consciousness would suffer no further damage. Alfred Tetzlaff, Mutter Beimer, and André Home all have a gripe with capitalism, no matter how socially acceptable it is cushioned, as in the private housing industry, which is restricted by social tenancy law. It brings disorder into the familiar surroundings, calls into question the tried and tested, forces you to come to terms with things, or to migrate to a home that only exists in the minds of those who stick it out, but which proclaims resistance and community all the louder. As if the breaches that capitalism made just 200 years ago in the urban populations and their neighborhoods had been an attack on a harmoniously established world. An order is longed for in which nothing may change. The industrious but constantly unsuccessful little people are praised, and it is forgotten that it was industrialization that set them free, which, organized entirely on a capitalist basis, changed the inner cities, which until then had still been shaped by the Middle Ages, and the suburbs, which were also usually only assigned to certain social groups, within a short space of time to such an extent that foreign upstarts pushed their way into the center, while local downstarts had to rent floors, or just rooms to people who, until recently, would have been turned away from the city gates at dusk at the latest. Instead of acknowledging that it was capitalism that first ensured so-called social mixing by dissolving the old milieus, which is why it should and should only be criticized when one feels the longing for a mixed and constantly changing society that does not regulate the individual and that, whether in the countryside or in the center, provides generous living space for everyone. The criticism of gentrification is based on a productive force that one would not have expected from critics of capitalism. It is the shortage and the accompanying forced management of housing by the public sector. Anti-capitalist critics of gentrification are certain that progress in the history of German urban development could only be recognized after 4 years of unsuccessful attempts to make the world happy with German character. According to one expert, housing construction itself in Germany was exclusively in the hands of private entrepreneurs until 1918, and they built apartments of different sizes and quality for different income groups in different parts of the city, which led to a sharp segregation according to income and social status, especially at the two poles of the hierarchical social scale. End quote. He is saying that after 1918 there were at least the first examples of social housing construction. But that was just the beginning. What would happen, he thought, knowing the outcome, if not only one war was lost, with all the catastrophic consequences for the post-war economy, but two, and with the second also part of the inner cities? What if social housing for workers, small employees, and civil servants was not only expressed here and there in small housing estates, but the scattered ensembles extended over the entire area of the city, and equality in need was perpetuated by the forced management of all living space by the state beyond the real years of need? Hartmut Hausermann, who is quoted here as an urban sociologist from the Humboldt University of Berlin and who is in great demand at city conferences and symposia, and who is also Andre Holm's doctoral supervisor, explains the birth of social housing in his introduction to urban sociology as follows. Quote, "The bombs of the Second World War had severely destroyed the old structures. Reconstruction, renovation, and modernization eliminated the physical and structural foundations of segregation in many places. The extreme housing shortage after 1945 left no room for socially selective mobility, and the political interventions in the private housing market, housing management, rent regulation, had largely overridden the price mechanism for the old housing stock. In the first decades after the Second World War, social housing played a central role in new construction. Its explicit aim was to provide housing for the broad sections of the population, in other words, to prevent the spatial segregation of low-income households. Housing policy and the public sector created an extensive, non-market housing segment with the funding instruments of social housing construction, in which apartments were allocated according to social criteria." End of quote. Unfortunately, this does not exist across the board in the Federal Republic of Germany. Quote, "For the time being, what remains here is the nostalgic memory of many owners who did not treat their properties exclusively as the most profitable capital investment possible. In residential areas with many my property owners, especially if they lived in their apartment building themselves, there was still that type of homeowner who identified with their property and maintained it on an ongoing basis." End quote. But you can't rely on that, which is why a model of housing management and housing allocation that is less threatened by arbitrariness seems desirable. In the GDR, continues Hausermann, one of the most important urban policy goals was to overcome this socio-spatial class division. Here, housing was managed by the municipalities or the companies. There was no free choice of residential location, which he does not take offense at, of course, because the segregation processes could thus be controlled administratively. One of the outstanding goals of state housing policy was the rapprochement of classes and strata. Housing provision became part of a state infrastructure that was supposed to provide for everyone according to their needs and not according to their purchasing power. End of quote. The regulatory character of the allocation of housing by the state, which Hausermann unsuspectingly acknowledges, reinforces the suspicion that the prerequisite for this post-war project may have been a war project. The reverence that the gentrification critic pays to the common good has one flaw, like so many solidarity-based community projects in the two successor states of the German Reich. It is an original product of National Socialism, which, for well-known reasons, did not get around to solving the housing problem entirely on a Volksgemeinschaft basis, but had already planned the post-war order with foresight during the war. In the Führer's decree of September 15, 1940, Hitler announced his vision of social housing for a classless Volksgemeinschaft, which would have to function according to need and not according to the wallet. Quote, "It is therefore necessary, in view of the population decline caused by the war, that the new German housing construction program in the future meets the requirements for a healthy life for families with many children. By November 1, 1940, the provisions necessary to achieve this goal for the new German housing construction after the war must be worked out and submitted to me so that planning can begin immediately in accordance with these guidelines. These new regulations for housing construction must meet the following minimum requirements. 80% of the new apartments must contain a spacious kitchen living room and 3 bedrooms, as well as a shower room and a balcony. 10% of the apartments should contain 1 more room and 10% 1 room less. I expect further proposals based on these requirements. 2. On the creation of an affordable housing rent for the German worker. 3. On the financing of these apartments. 4. On the determination of the most important construction dimensions for an initial period of 5 years, so that the construction industry is in a position to rationalize its construction methods." End quote. It was not the state subsidization of housing construction to eliminate the housing shortage in the lower classes, as demanded in the final phase of the Weimar Republic and still partially implemented during the global economic crisis, but rather a communal utopia that would allocate adequate living space to every Volksgenossen. In this vision, the market as an instrument of allocation was not merely restricted, which may well make sense, but liquidated with all the consequences, albeit considerably mitigated, that the real workers' and peasant state imposed on its citizens, and even more so with all the virulent consequences for a social theory of housing in which everyone would be responsible for neighborhood locations in their own place. In the West, housing construction policy broke with a fascist utopia that required every blockholder to have their own tenement, and construction activity was once again linked to the capital market. As demand increased, interest rates on the capital market rose, and so did the cost of social housing. However, this reinforced the government's desire to withdraw even further from social housing and from housing policy as a whole, as Adenauer emphasized in his government statement in 1961. Quote, "To the extent that the housing shortage is eliminated, the entire housing stock is to be transferred to the social market economy." End of quote. It is well known that since the late 1970s, the opportunities for everyone to build their own home or buy owner-occupied apartments have declined noticeably. The partial withdrawal of the state from housing construction policy remains a blessing precisely because, as Hausermann puts it, the forced management in the GDR restricted socially selective mobility, i.e. restricted freedom of movement, just as the municipal building policy in Vienna, which had long since ceased to be exemplary red, only generated felt corruption and intrigue among hostile housemates. As little as the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft was able to dissolve the individual Volksgenossen into a harmonious whole, and instead set them free as a welded murder collective and set them against each other, the social housing that survived into the post-war period remained a hotbed of discord and petty warfare. It is precisely where things are sociable and no one is anonymous, where people are on a first-name basis with their neighbors and hold joint house parties, during which parents present their children's improved school results to each other as success stories, that people jealously stalk each other and scheme against each other. Duisburg-Marxloh is a good example of the situation in districts that still have much of the flair of a 1980s Szymanski crime scene, because the old buildings are unrivaled in their cheapness and ugliness due to rent caps and a lack of demand. A walk across the market square at the Pullman stop is enough to realize that poverty can be endured without dignity. German women from the age of 20 upwards give an outward indication of what happens when you keep to yourself jogging pants and half boots, turquoise knitted sweaters combined with flared pleated skirts that could have hung in your mother's closet and only barely conceal the bulging problem areas that bear witness to a lifetime of malnutrition. All a confection of a depressing milieu in which everyone tells themselves and those around them where they belong. While poverty and declassification bring out their apparently ugly side, the difference between recipients of state support from Marxloh and those from Kreuzberg, where students and the middle class also characterize the tenant population and cityscape, is that people there are not among themselves and it is not enough for the dominant culture. But that's about it. Hartmut Hausermann demonstrates how this can be translated into sociologist speak, which turns even correct observations into ideology, by writing about Marxloh rather than Kreuzberg under the heading Neighborhoods of Exclusion, where there is something other than the territorial struggle along ethnic lines. Quote, When social problems increase in socially and ethnically heterogeneous neighborhoods, as has been the case over the past 10 years, a level of conflict arises that can no longer be resolved through spontaneous processes of understanding or debate. When many residents get the feeling that they are helplessly at the mercy of an increasingly unpleasant environment, we can rightly speak of overburdened neighborhoods. Social insecurity, increasing conflict, and fear of social decline lead to selective mobility. The households that move are predominantly employed and socially better integrated than those that stay behind. Collective decline and selective mobility create a milieu of poverty and exclusion, which results in additional disadvantages for the disadvantaged residents. This is because the opportunities to behave indifferently towards others are restricted, conflicts are provoked, and an aggressive climate is created. Foreigners are thus quickly perceived as aggressors, especially if their own identity has already been shaken by social marginalization. The apartments vacated by the flight of better households are occupied by problem households. The already strained neighborhood gives rise to further departures, setting in motion a spiral of social selection. End of quote. We don't know who is actually excluding whom here, but somehow the signal word social selection had to be included. But the fact that a great deal of identity is shaken in such marginalized neighborhoods, which is why the overburdened could not help but give the stranger, who can be Turkish, German, or a Swabian suspected of gentrification depending on the majority, a beating every now and then, is something that every provincial mayor in the east of the city will gladly sign up to. While Adenauer and others contradicted the lie that social integration, conflict potential, and life chances depended on cross-class rental housing by promoting home ownership, and insisted that full employment and growing prosperity were decisive for this, without knowing how new wage jobs could be created in the crisis, Hausermann lets unemployment disappear behind nebulous social problems. While Friedrich Engels was still able to name the connection between the working-class neighborhood and the situation of the working class in English capitalism as a whole and relentlessly lament it without falling for the idea of lamenting neighborhoods of exclusion and shining with urban sociological laboratory shells, Hausermann wants to make people believe that the main concern of the unemployed is his living environment. The alcoholic is not impressed by the fact that his neighborhood is teetotal, nor does the child learn self-discipline from the neighbor if the parents do not set an example. The idea that social deprivation in the family is remedied by neighborly community, or where it does not exist, is created, assumes a potency that can only be justified by borrowing from National Socialist certainties. On the contrary, it is the individual's own workplace or the welfare state's crisis intervention, i.e., youth welfare office, all-day school, or homeless counselors, that personally help those who have fallen out. But for the left-wing sociologist, people are transformed into lab rats whose identity conceit, xenophobia, aggression, and phlegmatism are dismissed as evils of the superstructure, since only social causes apply, which can only be combated with changing state interventions, the success of which all neighbors ultimately have to vouch for. Friends of the Old Neighborhood, which goes back to the National Socialist Housing Program as well as to its testing in the reality of planned socialism, come together under the catchphrase gentrification. They dialectically demand two seemingly contradictory behaviors at once. Rule 1. As long as the neighborhood is not completely devastated, people from outside the neighborhood, i.e. those who are neither German and ALG2 nor Turkish and ALG2 nor social revolutionaries, should be banned from moving in. Those calling for this already know what to do if the restructuring of the university, which the very people you don't want could help to prepare by their presence, doesn't work out and the neighborhood becomes increasingly cheerless, poorer, and more criminal. Then Rule 2 comes into force, according to which those who, because it is still economically and psychologically possible for them to escape the misery, and that could be yesterday's comrades, are to be forced to persevere as far as possible, and those who nevertheless leave are to be vilified as shirkers because of socially selective mobility. Things are not quite so strict after all. For the time being, the opponent of gentrification is proud to have Islam fascists, youth gangs, alcoholics, junkies, and punks as neighbors, at least as long as the situation has not completely changed and the aggressive gesture has not turned into open aggression against himself. As tolerant as he is just as unaffected by the messed-up lives he encounters on a daily basis. The opponents of gentrification secretly know only too well that the one-world dream of Lindenstrasse, as ugly and authoritarian as it already is, has not come true in Kreuzberg, where the old neighborhood structures that they claim to defend actually consist of parallel worlds in which Heinz doesn't know Marat and vice versa, and neither of them know what to do with each other. So the actual circle of friends of social revolutionaries turns out to be just as homogeneous as it was in the small town from which they set off for Berlin. This does not prevent them from participating in a local patriotism that Georg Sundermeyer from Jungle World apparently only describes, but of which he has long since become a part as an avowed North Neuköllner. Quote, "You not only need this population, the old established ones, to be able to displace them, you also need them to adorn yourself with them." Accordingly, newcomers like to sensationalize the always drunken half-homeless people in front of the supermarkets, whose numbers, however, are visibly decreasing. They are declared to be part of their own lives, because they belong to the neighborhood, to us, but you are never one of them. Who is never is determined by who speaks it speaks, who is allowed to speak. But the drunk, the picturesque proletarian has no voice. End of quote. Sundermeyer doesn't reveal what the fun is in displacing the semi-homeless, who are needed for the ambience, any more than he can admit that his semi-homeless live entirely in their Neukölln one-room apartments, which the basic welfare office pays for as well as the beer. But where people supposedly have no voice, only the social politicians who make sure they can stay where they've always been, it makes your heart ache, and the newly arrived neighbor from Baden-Württemberg is to blame, for whom the parents, not the social welfare office, pay the rent. For several decades, it was highly unusual for German economists to quote Friedrich Engels in a study, not as a dead dog, but as an analyst to be taken seriously. However, the Bonn-based group of authors led by Moritz Schullerich, the young star of economics, FAS, February 12, 2017, who refer to Engels' essay on the housing question in their latest study, The New Housing Question, are by no means alone in this. The study, published in June 2019, can be found online at www.macrohistory.net. In the introduction, the authors quote the following passage from Engels' series of articles published in 1872 in the journal Der Volksstaat, in which he polemicized against an author who wanted to transfer Proudhon's myth of just exchange and the evil interest rate to the real estate market. What is understood today by housing shortage is the peculiar aggravation which the poor housing conditions of the workers have suffered as a result of the sudden rush of population to the big cities. Colossal increase in rents. An even greater crowding of inhabitants into individual houses, for some the impossibility of finding shelter at all. End quote. The term housing issue, which has long seemed antiquated, has become commonplace again, at the latest since displacement and sellout Left Party have undeniably reached Berlin, a city in which the local income level now bears no objective relationship to the local rent level, especially for new lettings, a city of notoriously precarious working and living conditions whose only significant and internationally sought-after product is residential real estate, if one disregards the area-wide supply for international disinhibition tourism. This real estate boom represents a development for the city that is as novel as it is spectacular in a negative sense, as Berlin was still considered a renter's paradise until after the turn of the millennium, with the western part of the city benefiting from the legacy of practiced social democracy and the eastern part from that of real socialism. In the years following the collapse of the GDR, the state of Berlin owned no fewer than 482,000 rental apartments, almost half of which were sold off to private holdings in the first years of the Red Senate from 2002 under the leadership of Finance Senator Thilo Sarrazin, SPD, and Economics Senator Harold Wolff, Left Party. Then still PDS. The fact that it still took a few years before rents began to approach those in Frankfurt or Munich was partly due to the fact that at least the starting level of rents in Berlin was low compared to the rest of Germany. A late effect of the fact that rent control for old buildings, including private ones, dating back to the post-war decades had applied in the western part of the city until 1988. In the eastern part, even more restrictive rent control was in place until October 3, 1990. Berlin is therefore shaping the debate on the new housing question, not only because of its status as the immediate vicinity of the government district and thus the main location of the ideological state apparatuses, if you will, but also and above all because it forces together in sharp contrast the two divergent types of urban development and investment allocation that post-industrialism produces, not only in one city but even in one city-state. In this respect, Berlin differs from Munich and Frankfurt and, of course, from London or Paris anyway, whose average income levels are significantly higher on the one hand and whose precariat, i.e. the working class and lower middle class milieus that have slipped into the service sector and are state support, were pushed to the outskirts and surrounding areas much earlier in a process that has been ongoing for several decades. In Berlin, on the other hand, opposites meet in spatial and administrative densification. The typical boomtown of the so-called creative industries meets the typical flyover city with its €1 stores and betting shops. The NGO economy, which needs the local proximity to the administrators of the funding pots like the impoverished nobility once needed to stay at court, meets the Naples economy of money laundering, brand fraud, and snack bars, which needs extra-legal clan structures and closed, preferably Islamic, counter-societies because it thrives best in them. Real estate boom meets wage slump, international demand meets local decline, with the result that everyday life in Berlin presents itself as an unpleasant hybrid product of the divergence of cities and regions that is effective throughout the Western world, as the worst of both worlds, so to speak. The fact that the convergence of living conditions between the regions of Germany and Europe, which characterized the first post-war decades, has long been history, and that developments since the 1980s have been moving in the opposite direction, is now hardly denied even in the business section of rather conservative newspapers, just as little as the fact that the economic growth of recent decades has almost exclusively increased existing wealth, while labor income has not benefited in the least. The long-held doctrine of the trickle-down effect, which states that what is given to the rich eventually trickles down to the poor, is now openly proving to be the lie that it has become in the globally producing and consuming capitalism of the new international division of labor. The Bond study on the new housing question also does not close its eyes to what could be called the class character of the real estate boom and already asks in its subtitle about the winners and losers of the German real estate boom. As the authors of the study rightly point out, the rapid increase in the value of real estate in cities and regions where people are moving to is escalating the already relatively pronounced inequality in the distribution of wealth in the Federal Republic of Germany, which has always been a land of tenants. Nevertheless, both the explanations of the new character of the housing issue and the proposals for remedying it clearly and significantly fall short, as do the proposals of all those who simply call for more publicly subsidized construction activity, but do not want to face up to the profound need for intervention and regulation that is inextricably linked to the housing issue today. The authors simply state, "The rising rents show that there is a clear shortage of housing beyond speculative exaggerations on the real estate market. This is not due to the low interest rate environment, but to the fact that construction activity has been too low for many years, and they logically complain that the public sector has failed for a decade to take advantage of the favorable financing conditions on the capital markets for higher investment in housing construction and infrastructure. The fact that net public investment remains negative at a time of extremely low or even negative real interest rates is not evidence of sound budgeting, but a potentially costly economic policy oversight." Quote, end. This is not entirely wrong, but it is also far from the truth in both arguments, in the opportunity that lies in low interest rates and in the diagnosis of a physical shortage of housing. There is no doubt that low interest rates make it easier to take out a loan and therefore reduce the amount of equity required by builders. However, this assumption obscures the fact that building is by no means made cheaper by easier borrowing, rather the opposite. If investors flee into the construction business and at the same time tenants flee from rising housing costs into property, building and land prices will rise rapidly. But even this is only a reinforcing effect of the new real estate boom. Rather, it stems from the crisis of the new international division of labor, which since the late 1970s has drawn its profitability from new and significantly cheaper transport and logistics options. This has made it possible to relocate large parts of industrial production and thus achieve previously unthinkable radical wage savings. The effect of the radical reduction in wage levels in the course of globalization far outweighed the tax burden for social spending in the countries of the corporate headquarters. Even the restriction of purchasing power through falling wages or the switch to wage replacement benefits in Western Europe and North America initially exerted little pressure on average profit rates in the period from the 1980s to after the turn of the millennium, because globalization also brought with it a rapid reduction in the price of essential goods, the sum of which, as is well known, makes up the cost price of the living workforce, which now has to be fed and exploited at least as much. While interest rates shot up at the beginning of this development, particularly in the pioneering countries of the USA and Great Britain, because the new economy without unruly trade unions and dream wages in the second and third worlds promised high profits, in which money capital participated with high lending fees, i.e. interest, the situation is quite different at the end of the era of industrial relocation. This is because low interest rates, especially low-key interest rates permanently frozen by central banks, are an unmistakable indication of poor profit prospects for the capital invested. According to Marx's argument in the third volume of Capital, the interest rate represents a process of independence of money capital from the industrial capital employed. Money capital becomes a sui generis commodity, whose price is interest. The fixing of this price thus determines the level of utilization of money capital. In any case, the average rate of profit is to be regarded as the final determining maximum limit of interest. Marx put it in a nutshell in the third volume of Capital. The low interest rates of the past decade are first and foremost an expression and consequence of the fact that the juicy increases in capital yields that could previously be achieved by relocating the former core industries to the very near European and very far Asian East will no longer be available in the future. For some years now, it has once again become apparent now on a global scale that the wage earner is also the consumer of goods. The cost factor is also the buyer. What is taken from one will be missing from the other. The direct cause of the current European low-interest policy, which took shape in 2008 in the wake of the Greek crisis, was the immense national debt ratios of several member states, whose budgets would probably have collapsed without the possibility of interest-free loans. In effect, the national budgets of the Eurozone are being subsidized by cutting the savings of private depositors. This forces them either to make riskier investments or to participate in the real estate boom. The days of guaranteed participation in stable corporate profits are over. Cf. the tenor of newspaper commentaries on the end of Mario Draghi's term of office as head of the ECB, for example in the FAZ, July 3, 2019. The profit squeeze, as it was called in the 1970s and from which the industrial clear-cutting in the West was supposed to lead capital, is now being felt again on an enlarged scale in various forms. Be it that the extended workbenches of yesteryear are turning into serious competitors, as in the case of China. Be it that the rising wage demands of second and third world proletarians, now cut off from subsistence, are beginning to gnaw away at profits. Be it that the free-floating, digitally available global supply of goods is now not only eroding trade margins and circulation markups as it once did for grocers and small industrialists, but now also for corporations with big brand names. Low interest rates and the metropolitan real estate boom are therefore linked. Both are symptoms of a global tendency for investment capital to migrate into the field of property income. Both are consequences of the fact that returns in the real estate business have in principle outstripped those that can be achieved with investments and shares. This in turn means that, as already mentioned, many people want to take advantage of the effects of this boom as investors or try to avoid it by buying residential property with low-interest loans, both of which contribute to the further shortage and rising price of rental apartments in the regions where people are moving to. As this boom is naturally also causing land prices to rise, as well as the demands of construction companies and the cost of building materials, there is little inclination on the part of public budgets, despite low interest rates, to make such high capital investments and at the same time forego returns in the form of politically necessary social rents that merely cover costs. The common appeals for more public building activity, while everything else should remain as it is, are therefore empty talk. The extent of economic policy regulation that would be necessary for this would exceed even the rent and building regulations of the Federal Republic of Germany in the first post-war decades. You would have to accomplish nothing less than to simply make the real estate market, especially the real estate trade, mad for investment capital. Price fixing and sensitive special taxes on property yields in certain regions and cities would presumably be the means of choice here, a choice that could have enormous consequences, which are only hinted at here. Ultimately, if only such regulatory measures were taken seriously, this would mean that investment capital would be deprived of the decisive profit replacement benefit of recent years, the return that has so far resulted from tapping into wages, salaries, and wage replacement benefits via the real estate market. And the second part of the conclusion of the study on the new housing question, that there is a clear lack of housing, could also be objected to, as it would be more a matter of criticizing and correcting a lack of regulation that has lasted for decades or its consequences. Statistically, there was only too little living space in Germany in the first 2 decades after the Second World War. Today, the calculated per capita living space available 46.5 square meters in 2017 is higher than in any other year in Germany's post-war history. By way of comparison, 20 years ago in 1999, when it was still possible to rent an apartment in a large city without a Schufa credit report and certificate of good conduct, this figure was significantly lower at 39 square meters per capita. Such measurable housing stock therefore says little about the extent and frequency of rent excesses and fantastic property prices. Rather, the problem is that the apartments, and to an ever-increasing extent since the 1980s, are located in the wrong places, in the wrong cities and regions, where they are not needed or, better still, no longer needed. The new housing issue is also proving to be a long-term effect of the deindustrialization process. This is because capital has also proven to be unimaginably volatile in the material manufacturing sector. It can move even when it comes to seemingly immovable things such as gigantic steelworks or the complex mega areas of the automotive industry. It can move from Sheffield or Duisburg to Gwangyang or Pohang in South Korea. It can move from Detroit, Turin, or Birmingham to New Delhi, Tijuana, or Chengdu. It repeats its history of industrial agglomeration and urbanization in other places, turning small artisan towns and farming villages into new cities, which then finally compete with and outcompete the original industrial production locations of the past centuries. What is left behind is that which cannot be moved, the real estate, entire towns whose buildings and inhabitants are no longer profitable. Unlike in the cities, where the focal points of the so-called knowledge and service society are forming, the cities that were once tailored to production, especially in the former industrial regions with their rather small urban character, with the exception of large parts of the high-tech pampas in Baden-Württemberg, are not succeeding, or only to a completely inadequate extent, in converting old factory buildings into chic open-plan offices for software development or advertising. In the former industrial cities, there is therefore a completely different housing shortage, namely not a shortage of housing but a shortage of housing. The former industrial city of Pirmasens provides a particularly drastic example of such a process of literally leaving behind infrastructure and its living inventory. When the city was still one of the main locations of the German clothing industry, it was also the German city with the highest density of millionaires in the early 1970s. Today, you can buy a 12-room villa with its own park for less than 300,000 euros. But why should you? Parents, but also the young people themselves, are well aware that the constitutional requirement to bring the respective regional living conditions in the Federal Republic closer together is no longer worth the paper it is printed on with the end of nationwide industrial production, and send their offspring in cohorts into the battle for living space near renowned universities, prospering tech companies, or even, as in the case of Berlin, to the suburbs of the political center in order to pursue a career in the subsidized realm of civil society and the cultural sector. This blatant disproportion between available living space and hoped for future opportunities, which is wrongly referred to as rural exodus, because in fact the movement is primarily from flyover cities to boom towns, can no longer be tackled with concrete for new buildings alone. There are also likely to be limits to the desirable capping of rents and even radical restrictions on real estate transactions. According to a study by the German Economic Institute, IW, Berlin's population is expected to rise to a good 4 million by 2035. For example, population growth will continue to be supplemented by Berlin families with one main earner in particular swarming out into the surrounding area. In the small district town of Eberswalde, for example, which once lived from food production and mechanical engineering and nowadays, simply from the fact that it has an intact train station with a connection to Berlin 60 kilometers away, property prices have quadrupled in just under 10 years. Tagesspiegel, December 11, 2019. Regulations that intervene against the disproportionality of living space and earning and living opportunities, as exemplified by Pirmasens on the one hand and Eberswalde on the other, would have to go far beyond all known structural development programs and financial equalization funds. What began by providing deindustrialized provincial towns with universities of applied sciences would have to expand into a veritable revitalization program, as called for by the British economist Sir Paul Collier, for example, which would give the affected regions a real economic function again. What one could perhaps imagine at the seaside or in the low mountain ranges with the help of the establishment of recreation and retirement regions a la Florida, could probably not be achieved for less than a targeted reindustrialization in the case of the Ruhr area. Friedrich Engels' housing question no longer applies to the situation in the metropolitan areas of the post-industrial era, neither in the so-called left-behind cities nor in those that, to stick with the metaphor, are still attached for the time being. Engels is no longer relevant not because he was wrong in 1872 with his analysis of the emerging and growing industrial city, but because today's basic condition of urban development in Western Europe and North America was simply inconceivable at the time. The separation of cities from the industries for whose benefit these very cities were created in the 18th and 19th centuries. In these cities, separated from their industrial origins and thus socially and economically functionless, Engels' observation that the housing shortage of the workers and some of the petty bourgeoisie of our large modern cities is one of the countless minor, secondary evils arising from the present capitalist mode of production, MEW 18-214 no longer applies. Just as there can be no justified hope that a socialist takeover of the production apparatus is imminent, in the near future of which Engels in 1872, the year after the suppression of the Paris Commune, could place the overcoming of the private appropriation of labor power as the conditio sine qua non of the solution to the housing question. This production has been withdrawn from both those still paid and those receiving wage replacement benefits in the former industrial cities of the West, which is why the nexus between wage labor and urban tenancy has broken down. However, it was this connection that once virtually compelled industrial companies and public budgets to build housing and regulate rents, especially in Germany, because both had a positive impact on export-oriented production, whether through social control in factory housing estates or municipal construction, or through the assimilation of workers to the more effective lifestyle of the middle classes with regulated physical reproduction, and equally regulated daily routine and restrained alcohol consumption. With the relocation of production, however, there was no longer any business case for investing in the living conditions of the former working population, which was now becoming a burden. Rather, what Horkheimer outlines in Authoritarian State with a quote from the Communist Manifesto applies to post-industrialism as a condition of existence for the dislocated population. That the ruling class must feed the worker instead of being fed by him. This is why the struggle, especially that for the provision of tolerable conditions of reproduction, affordable housing, intact infrastructure, non-violent public space, has become a different one. Less one that can be waged with economic pressures such as strikes, but rather a political one about how much consideration the long-since globalized capital is still willing to show to the former proletarian breadwinners at its national bases, and by what means they can still force it to do so. The old recipes of left-wing radicalism are also embarrassed by the new housing question, because the ex-worker, who has long since turned into a low-skilled, struggling small-town dweller collier, can no longer achieve anything with either self-organization or strikes, but only with pressure to legitimize the state, which should not retreat as in an anarchist-inspired utopia, but must be urgently prevented from retreating. In contrast to historical social democracy, capital and its state no longer have any common development prospects to offer the living workforce. In short, the exchange of renouncing revolution for the dictates of the welfare state, but instead it is only a matter of wringing concessions or better, forcing them, by threatening the political legitimacy of the sovereign in much the same way as the original French Yellow Vests forced Macron to make concessions on the minimum wage. If we consider the dimensions of the necessary regulations indicated here, particularly in the housing issue, this would amount to reclaiming the interventionist state, which would have to enforce taxes and prevent capital flight, which would no longer have to invest in civil society, but in the material recivilization of society, in infrastructure, legal security, public education, housing. All in all, a radical departure from the principle of subsidiarity that has been practiced for decades, from which, who is surprised, only those who already have subsidies, inheritances, and networks have benefited. This is probably the core of what could be described as antagonistic reformism, a fortunately chosen term from a rather unfortunate context, a reformism that would be more disruptive and more dangerous to the system than any revolutionary theater of at least the past 50 years. It comes from the arsenal of terms that Michael Hart and Antonio Negri lay out in their book Assembly, 2017. In this book, the concept of such reformism must coexist with two other concepts that are diametrically opposed to it. The exodus that is supposed to create new social relations outside of existing institutions and conventions, as if there weren't enough digital as well as analog self-reflection already, and the hegemony that is supposed to replace the old welfare state with new, non-sovereign organizations in which social entrepreneurship thrives, as if the transfer of sovereignty to NGOs and social cliques wasn't exactly the problem. But that would probably be the kind of reformism, or so it is feared, for which the vast majority of Germans, unlike their Danish and French neighbors in different ways, are likely to be too jealous of the poorest of their fellow citizens. This is why, in the battle for the distribution of state resources in Germany, only the new middle class, which would prefer to completely shut down the old white rabble, has had its say so far for the climate, of course. In its climate crisis plan, the Hamburg chapter of the German Association for the Environment and Nature Conservation recently called for the city to abandon its plan to build 10,000 apartments per year, which it had at least announced, so that Hamburg could become climate neutral by 2035. Welt, November 21, 2019. Unfortunately, we have so far waited in vain for angry tenants or apartment seekers to pay an unfriendly visit to the Bund office. The The search for contradictions that could be used to initiate more or less revolutionary movements drives the left. It searches so tirelessly because the results are constantly frustrating. As is well known, the anti-fascism of the 1990s has come to an end with the uprising of the decent, just as hardly anyone now expects to come into serious opposition to the political class and published opinion in Germany with the issue of anti-racism. Not to mention ecology, which has become a state and popular religion for some time now. With the right to the city, a demand that goes back to the French philosopher Henri Lefebvre, a slogan now seems to have been found that promises to give the movement new impetus. An organizational approach for new, broad alliances, since under the umbrella of a right to the city, various otherwise marginalized issues and initiatives can be linked to form new majority alliances, and which, due to its ambiguity, also offers points of contact for those issues and actors that do not promise any revolutionary surplus value in themselves. Lefebvre may have understood this as a universal right not to be excluded from the qualities and services of urbanized society, but the new appeal of his ideas seems to result largely from the socio-economic segregation he diagnosed, for example of the Banlieusards, who were driven into ghettos outside the center of the metropolises. Under this impression, when the banlieues were not yet what they are today, Lefebvre called for the collective reappropriation of urban space in the late 1960s. The core cities had increasingly been transformed from places of use value into places of exchange value. Reversing this development would require a profound social revolution, the urban revolution, whose carriers would have to be the broad class of the excluded and repressed. While Lefebvre was still pursuing ideas similar to those of the Italian operaists when he projected this program in the 1960s and 1970s, namely that the proletariat should no longer be organized in the factories but in the neighborhoods, today's adaptation reads differently. The repressed are all those who are informally or formally excluded from the public space due to a gendered, heterosexual, or moral order and are threatened by violence or displacement and who are identified by the hegemonic spatial order as disruptive elements in the space. End quote. However, Lefebvre's late work already indicates why he could, indeed had to, become a keyword for today's post-autonomous left. In addition to his admiration for the feudal era, in which the oppressors still had a sense and taste for architecture and urban planning, and cared very little for the agony of those who created these works, he was particularly fond of the Mediterranean city. Quote, "Urban life in Mediterranean cities is more intense than in the north and coexistence is less regulated by contractual and legal arrangements. Here, social relations tend to take on either tacit or explicit forms of clan formation, clientelism, mafia, etc." End quote. Unstable state and polyrhythmics favor a kind of compromise regime between the various forces, that is, in the last resort, immediate slugging and stabbing. This arrangement is then seen as a resistant practice against homogenization and normalization strategies from above. Apart from the postmodern style, it still sounds very appealing when the achievements of urban society come into view with universal intentions in order to demand them for everyone if that were the goal. The city undeniably offers the advantage over simple rural life of enabling a mediated separation of public and private, ideally allowing people to live out their personal preferences undisturbed by relatives and neighbors or to escape the direct social control of village neighborhoods and family ties. In short, the city is a prerequisite for anonymity and individual freedom. In the course of the political emancipation of the bourgeoisie from feudalism, which cannot be separated from urbanization, the social position of the individual is no longer the immediate result of his or her social origin but, according to bourgeois ideology, should be the result of personal effort in the form of education and achievement. From the perspective of the history of civilization, the city also stands for the extensive detachment from naturally set rhythms of time through street and apartment lighting and from the weather through road and path construction. Urban capitalism creates the modern individual by liberating people from their half-barbaric, half-civilized communities, from communities that allowed people to wither away in immaturity, superstition, and despotic and personal dependence, from conditions that forced people under the yoke of external circumstances instead of elevating them to the master of circumstances. That is its historical utility value. Only in the new world, in the bourgeois world, in which the mode of economy, i.e. the way in which people's lives are reproduced in real terms, is determined by the initiative, the work, the self-responsibility, the autonomy of the individual in a relationship of exchange with one another, does the category of the individual become radical. That is, it then becomes the form through which, over long centuries, right up to the threshold of our own age, the general, i.e., the reproduction of the life of the whole, is mediated. As much as the individual may be ideology under the given circumstances, namely because it is not really important, it is also the only potential through which this society can change, and in which all the negativity of the system is stored, but at the same time also that which points beyond the system as it is today. According to critical theory, the fact that it no longer depends on the individual is both a curse and a blessing. Only insofar as human coexistence has become mediated, objectified, and institutionalized has it actually become socialized. It was not immediacy and transparency that guaranteed the development of society, but rather the growth of social wealth is partly due to the fact that the institutions and forms of socialization, i.e., everything organized, confronted people as something independent, was no longer identical with them, asserted itself against them, and solidified. This was also associated with protective humane guarantees, since the abstract procedure that allows bureaucracies to settle every case automatically and without regard to the person, just as in formal law, is also an element of justice, a guarantee that, thanks to such a relationship to the general, arbitrariness, chance, and nepotism do not dominate a person's fate, but rather reason, which could benefit everyone and which alone prevents the worst. Is it this utility value of the urban that the aspiring alliance of allotment gardeners to autonomists wants to save with its demand for the right to the city? In any case, their diagnosis is as follows. Urban neoliberalism has tightened the thumbscrews even further and produced more exclusions than ever before. The right to the city is moving forward, away from merely saving what can perhaps still be saved. The slogan is connectable. Groups are suddenly acting together that hardly anyone would have seen together some time ago. End of quote. The Federal Coordination of Internationalism, BUKO, which claims to be one of the oldest grassroots networks in Germany, that stands for emancipatory politics, radical criticism of social conditions, and for an internationalist movement, and whose origins are located in the solidarity movements with the liberation struggles in the South, once again chose the right to the city as the focus of its 36th Congress, which took place in Leipzig from May 29 to June 1, 2014 under the motto All or Nowhere, in order to sound out whether the alliance of allotment gardeners and autonomists could last and how to go on the offensive. The organizers were sobered by the fact that it was difficult to connect and mobilize beyond a narrow scene or even to determine the public debate. However, this should change, and it is therefore important to look at hopeful movements in other countries in order to develop new forward-looking utopias and strategies together. The neoliberal city is no longer merely a site of industrial production, but now itself a factory of post-Fordist production. Above all of the service and financial sector is the basic thesis. It is precisely neoliberalism's preference for these sectors and high technologies that is responsible for the considerable deindustrialization and the migration of industrial production to the surrounding urban areas. However, thanks to new, smaller-scale computer-controlled manufacturing processes, some production could return to the cities in the coming years and turn those who were previously only consumers into producers. End quote. Technological advancement should therefore serve to employ everyone and keep them from consuming. This brings us closer than we think to the community-building Reich labor service of the job centers, because here too the maxim applies that full employment becomes the ideal, although work should no longer be the measure of all things, since the imminent development of the productive forces makes human work superfluous up to a certain limit. End quote. The human right not to toil physically, but rather to develop spiritually or to lie on the water and look peacefully at the sky, is no more of an obstacle than left-wing urban utopias, at least according to the state of technological development. For in them, the very thing that once made city air free is taken back. The uncontrolled idleness, the indifferent equality of those who meet as consumers and who took pains to ensure that the yoke of concrete production was not visible on their bodies. To the extent that any of this has survived in today's cities, the activists see nothing other than the temples of Mammon in the commercially oriented urban spaces. According to BUKO, the city factories are subject to global interurban competition, which enables capital to subject urban space to its crisis-ridden exploitation, which is associated with the buzzwords privatization, major infrastructure projects, investment funds as central players, and commercialization of public space. and as a result of which social contradictions are becoming more acute, i.e., a previously tolerable boundary is being crossed. According to the activists, nothing less than local resistance against global players is on the agenda to counter this urban crisis. The focus on privatization, investment funds, and commercialization is in immediate spiritual proximity to Oswald Spengler, who described the modern city as a demonic stone desert that, not blood, but purpose, not feeling, but the spirit of economic enterprise has created. Now it is no great secret that the days of post-war Fordist capitalism are over, when mass consumption, mass production, and the welfare state stood united for a seemingly eternally prosperous model. This model is obviously mourned when it is lamented that the de facto decline of an era of capitalism was caused by the supposedly sinister machinations of global players, which are unerringly localized in non-national finance capital, which would have drained the water from industrial production. Instead of understanding this development as the result of the internal crisis logic of capital, which in turn does not care about the moral integrity of the subjects acting as character masks, German anti-capitalists cannot get beyond the personalizing definition of the enemy. The motto of the Congress, all or nowhere, is both a description of the activist situation and a threat. First of all, this means that of course no topic will be ignored and each will be examined for its usability. It is therefore not surprising that the so-called apron events aim to bridge the gap between critical whiteness, internationalism, and the right to the city, and give a foretaste of what is promised in the official call. Transnational mobilization against international border regimes, for example, has made it into the thematic focus on migration and racism because, and this is no joke, climate change reflects racist and post-colonial structures of an unjust global relationship of domination. Anti-racism comes into its own when the discussion in Leipzig about the construction of a mosque burns on the organizers' nails to such an extent that they feel compelled to ask how they can support the struggles of the marginalized, so that they can add their self-imposed isolation by means of a mosque to the exclusion for which the state is responsible in the form of work bans, etc. This is because, as we all know, the mosque is one of the most important forms of social exclusion. This is because, as we all know, it is equipped with such an infrastructure that there is no longer any need to make an effort to participate in any kind of society, and in which practical approaches to overcoming gender hierarchies are certainly not up for discussion. The flirtation with Islam is only logical, and logical contradictions must be ignored in order to search for points of connection between urban social movements under the slogan "Right to the City" and to create the post-capitalist city, which is to be characterized by the socialization of living space and infrastructure, which explicitly includes the break with the capitalist property order. David Harvey, professor of anthropology at the City University of New York and one of the movement's masterminds, stated, "The likelihood of the use of violence to maintain security and suppress all movements in Asia, Latin America, etc. that resist capitalism is very high. The war on terror pursues precisely these goals." End quote. The opposite position, which should by no means be concealed here and can be illustrated using the example of Jena, is represented by the more reformist Freiraum movement, which aims to optimize alternative locations. Quote, "We have to systematically give way to the profit interests of various companies or individuals, or we are stamped out under the label of urban renewal and redesign in the sense of more sustainable concepts. Open spaces do not really want to fit into the civic image. The city must consciously develop an interest in these forms of social interaction. That is why we must not stand idly by and watch as these places, which are vital for a city, are taken away from us." End quote. If the coming generations no longer have the opportunity to try out their creativity, then this will fall on the feet of the Finns who are still so successful today, because without these opportunities their young employees will be too restricted in the development of their personality to be of use to the companies as creative employees. End quote. Of all things, the complete internalization of the utility imperative is being sold here as criticism, even if a switch to the future is being made here, because future creativity is of course something different from today's trade tax revenues. Completely missing here is the joy of the useless, the aimless strolling, contemplating, which probably makes even today's thoroughly optimized shopping miles more pleasant than any of the so-called free spaces in which the soft skills needed today are trained. The reference to the DIY strategy tried and tested in the East should not be omitted here. Quote, "We're by no means talking about new, expensive, high-gloss ballrooms. A dirty old warehouse at the train station or a rundown house with a small cellar on the sala would be perfectly adequate. We can fill such properties with content in no time at all once we're allowed to use them. We've proven that several times in the past. And we don't need too much money because we network and support each other. What we can't or don't want to buy, we simply make ourselves. End quote. The propagated break with the capitalist property system and the claim to the socialization of urban space must be understood as a threat. For nothing less than the overcoming of urban capitalism is declared to be a city utopia worth living in, and it is reasonable to assume that there is a longing for a rural arrangement and the simple commodity economy, which Adorno already attested to in his insistence on the cultural unformedness of the agrarian, whose traditions are meanwhile down and can no longer be awakened. Barbarism perpetuates itself, and that the fact that production in these eras was not radically subject to exchange was deceived by inflicting more immediate cruelty on those delivered to them than capitalism did over long periods. Meanwhile, saboteurs and moles in the kitchen structure of the Bucco Congress have provided the first concrete indications of how to imagine overcoming urban capitalism. The soup kitchen's maxim is, "We cook for political reasons and don't want to take on a service function," which means conveying our attitude to the outside world. In concrete terms, this means for us, we don't have an internal boss, we look out for each other, we work as transparently as possible, we want to learn from and with each other, we deal with and reflect on our group structures and communication behavior. And if this reflection, i.e. compliance with the self-imposed set of rules, fails, then we want to be addressed by others if we ourselves behave in a Mackey and or Checker-like manner, and this makes others feel uncomfortable. End quote. In fact, people look out for each other, and the rejection of privacy and the call for constant scrutiny as to whether self-correction is really succeeding could not be formulated more clearly than a Mampfkampf crew, who can only imagine cooking and eating as the last stand. All or nowhere is also to be understood as a threat against any deviation from the collective, which has to be constituted in every corner of the world. One could now come up with the idea that both the announcement and the call to the Congress are the result of the organizer's special place of speech or even a Moreau of battle chefs looking out for each other, but in fact the theoretical contributions to the right to the city already contain this attack on the individual. At a networking meeting in Hamburg Centro Sociale in September 2009, Nicole Vreniger complained that more and more people were withdrawing into their private spaces, when what was needed in terms of appropriation of the city was to go out, break up isolation and get in touch in order to allocate the clods for the population on the basis of how much space should each individual get, in a grassroots democratic, even planned economy. This is intended to prevent excesses such as those in Hamburg Skansenviertel, which lead to all the restaurants and cafes increasingly expanding into the public space and taking their right to the city without being asked. End quote. Only one thing can help against this. Quote, residents of development projects are simply disputing the expert status of the administration and urban planners. The new guideline is, all planning starts with the residents. Instead of participation, autogestion applies, which can be roughly translated as self-administration or self-determination. Municipal authorities must work completely transparently and are accountable to citizens at all times. Non-public agreements and processes are a thing of the past. End quote. So residents are not allowed time to linger in disreputable street cafes if the authorities, which are presented as having a mafia-like structure, are to be held accountable at all times. In this utopia, a social character is evoked that has already become the general type in the permanently mobilized unrest. The post-bourgeois subject, constantly on the go and eager for persecution, and its existing hatred of any kind of mediation, which is directed in particular against the bureaucracy, which has inherited in public opinion the legacy of what used to be attributed to the so-called unproductive parasitic professions, to intermediaries and middlemen. The bureaucracy is the scapegoat of the administered world. This much can be said. The left remains true to itself, and any necessary protest against rent increases and displacement must, to make matters worse, be organized against its instrumentalization if the immediate individual interest in affordable rents and a reasonably livable residential area is not to be sacrificed to left-wing nightmares. While the historical class struggle, despite all the problems associated with it, at least had the idea of improving one's own living conditions, all recent left-wing campaigns aim to act in a paternalistic manner. While the anti-fascism of the 1990s was often less about the threat posed by neo-Nazis than about anticipating the central argument of the uprising of the decent, who saw the community of the Berlin Republic under threat. Anti-racism is similar in substance and finds its consequent expression in the slogan "Right to the City," which is supposed to enforce the supposedly repressed. Individual happiness, the only standard that revolutionary intentions should have, cannot be the goal of collective appropriation, especially not if it is directed against urban capitalism, rationality, and the division of labor, i.e., the conditions for the possibility of a better world. In the definition of financial capital as the enemy, the depravity of the left and its pact with the zeitgeist become abundantly clear, not only because the option of destruction is inherent in the anti-Semitic connotation. There is therefore no going back on the praise of interest that Gerhard Scheidt once made. Interest-bearing capital is the most extreme form of the promise of happiness. He aptly characterized the admirers of productive work and thus hit the sore spot of the current right-to-city activists years ago. The enemies of interest bondage have always been the greatest political criminals. They revolt in order to reintroduce actual bondage and directly subjugate the individual after the possibility of freedom has already emerged. The critique of interest is the political economy of barbarism. Exploitation without mediation, coercive power without legal restriction is its purpose. Stay on top. The slogan of the Stuttgart station opponents also reveals their motivation, because that is the greatest concern of the green middle class. Staying on top, not being dragged down into the dark depths where the precarious are buried alive for generations. Once on Hearts 4, always on Hearts 4. Those who live on state transfers themselves know this very well, only much more adequately. As teachers, quite a few in the vast archipelago of projects, institutions, offices, and associations for integration, prevention, inclusion, culture, and understanding. So it's no wonder that the symbolism of the planned Stuttgart train station gets to their bones. And it's no wonder that the protesters are sure to receive sympathy from all over Germany. After all, the concerns of the spearhead of the protest, i.e. the concerns of Green sympathizers between 25 and 65, are shared by many in the country. For them, speeding up processes, even on the Paris-Moscow rail link, of which the new Stuttgart station will be a part, is synonymous with change with a threat to their sinecures and therefore social decline. And it is precisely this decline that seems to be expressed in the urban planning of the underground construction of the station. Trade union talk of the country's social architecture, which must be preserved, has always involuntarily expressed the fact that social statics, i.e. the order from above and below, seeks to express and secure itself in actual statics, i.e. built architecture. Stefan Grunewald captures this in the Frankfurter Rundschau of October 21, 2010. But ennobles the fears of decline of the eco-reactionary just milieu as the latest front in the history of German class struggle. The Nothing Must Change faction fighting for the preservation of one of the ugliest inner-city views in Germany is following in the footsteps of the proletariat, to whom Bernd Engelmann dedicated an apparently unforgettable booklet of agitprop to Grunewald in 1973 with "You Up There, We Down There." In his column, he writes, "The shift to the subterranean therefore has a social explosive force that has hardly been reflected upon to date, because it means moving away from the light and into the darkness. Stuttgart 21 is the burning mirror for many social fears of social decline and the threat of a two-tier society. You up there, we down there. The collective never is now to lose the last places at the top and be pushed underground. The bigwigs and politicians will then own the bright public spaces. The nationwide anger about the project manifests the literal feeling of collective humiliation." End quote. Exactly should we, who can afford train tickets, now also go subway with the subway rabble who are black or have a social ticket anyway? Because it's not just the bad guys, the proles from the subway, who come from there, but evil itself. FAZ architecture specialist Dieter Bartetsko is able to empathize with the souls of those who harbor almost mythical fears of the underground and for whom the eco-blockbusters of recent years were designed. Quote, "Only one thing can still be relied on. Misfortune comes from below. Whether the continental plates collide on the screen, masses of thousand-year-old trees have to fall on the planet Pandora because of metal extraction, or the miners of the Dark Lord on Middle-earth transport evil upwards from the bowels of the earth. The shaking of the world makes its way upwards from the churning depths. Construction must stop because, otherwise, what Goethe and James Cameron found magical images for will become overpowering. The fear that we ourselves are digging the pit into which we will then fall." End quote. Just like the feature pages, the new HEIMAT naturally also dominates regional crime fiction. A gentleman by the name of Heinrich Steinfest was probably the quickest to type. On February 24th, He presents the crime novel Would Die Lohenweinen, Where the Lion Wolves. In it, everything you might expect. This is a novel about a plan to murder a city. The author announces and has kings marching against the people, desperate citizens becoming assassins and villains stealing a geological report that claims to have discovered a sinister underground danger under the palace garden. A danger that would be better left alone. Incidentally, shortly after Steinfest's work, the next Stuttgart crime thriller will be published, presumably as the crest of a whole wave. Stephanie Weidergroth will then present Schlossgartensterben, the perspective content of which already seems easy to predict from the title. The material is so powerful due to the actually paradoxical combination of a longing for catastrophe and fear of decline that a simple station conversion revitalizes entire cohorts of Pershing II and Waldsterben zombies. Actual threats such as the Iranian nuclear bomb are just as important to them as their ecological moralism automatically fraternizes with trees again. Regardless of the fact that Baden-Württemberg's forestry workers will hardly be able to cope with the growth of wood in the state's forests this year. The same eco-mechanism is also intact in places where you wouldn't necessarily expect it. In addition to the zombies, the first generation of sales managers and communication trainers, who are now approaching their 40s, do not want to stand on the sidelines when it comes to protecting the park. Their protest is an expression of a new bourgeois self-confidence that is recognizable in Stuttgart as if through a burning glass, writes the FAZ, October 31, 2010. What it consists of is ecologically disguised fear of dissent. The underground station is also seen by the somewhat younger generation as a double metaphor for this dissent on the one hand and the Promethean original sin of man on the other. This new, committed bourgeoisie, which is much talked about in the media, could be described as the sum of people who are prepared to accept without objection that a thoroughly sensible construction project is being painted as a crime against humanity in the hobbit world of Stuttgart's homeowners' hills. In addition to the loans and mortgages taken out, construction machinery is now also gnawing away at their foundations, at least in the fear scenario that is obviously attractive to so many. But it is not only fear that moves the new citizen, but also longing. Protesting creates meaning, even community, much more than feng shui courses ever could. People no longer act on their own behalf, but on behalf of a higher order. With a boring, random train station building from the early 20th century, they are also defending an identity that they were never really able to secure through esotericism or health food. In Stuttgart, wellness becomes a communal experience with a moral uplifting factor. Hence the sporty outfits that middle-aged joggers and fairly old Nordic walkers flaunt during the protest. Staying healthy and living healthy is the first civic duty. When exercising in Stuttgart's Schlosspark, this duty is fulfilled in the best possible way. And there you have it, the protest guide from a sporting point of view. The Hamburg journalist Kirsten Broad wrote the book for the fall season Between the Train Station and the Repository. It has the extremely honest title Protest. Protest. How I Can Change the World and Have Fun at the Same Time. The whole thing is designed as a classic self-help guide. A dozen people were asked about their personal protest recipe and distilled into a kind of checklist for newcomers to protest. The result is a document of how the classic Protestant compulsion of conscience mutates into an appeal for fitness through protest. This protest is presented in a correspondingly professional manner. In the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung of October 31, 2010, Merle Hilbke paints a portrait of two leading representatives of the new middle classes and therefore also protest managers. Quote, Gerhard Wallmeyer, who had learned to organize at the YMCA, became a professional Greenpeace campaigner. This meant constantly familiarizing himself with new topics, traveling around the world to support campaigns worldwide and training staff from Greenpeace offices abroad. Christoph Botz is the man for the structures, a mobilization professional whose tools of the trade are the internet. In 2004, the biologist and former attack employee founded the organization Camp Act, a protest service provider, together with former colleagues. They organized the human chain between the Krummel and Brunsbüttel reactors together with Johann Staes, for example, and in the case of Stuttgart 21 they relied on the Citizens Initiative Leben in Stuttgart, founded 15 years ago by left-wing protest veteran Gongolf Stocker, and helped diligently with the electronic mobilization of the people of Stuttgart. Their aim is to unite the veterans of the 1980s protest movement with the highly mobile attack and company young activists and the middle classes. End quote. This goal is quite realistic because the new protest melange is also a very old one. It articulates what Wolfgang Port, a native of Stuttgart, perhaps therefore brought to light with a particularly alert eye by comparing 19th-century folkish ideology with its Green Revenant as early as the 1980s as a specific invariant of the German state of mind. Quote, "The addiction to fear, to which the Greens owe their success, is the addiction to convincing oneself of a phantasmagorical wealth, the loss of which one would still have to fear. Even those who really have nothing left to lose should be allowed to imagine that others want to take away what is supposedly dear to them. What enabled the folkish to share the sweet suffering of the rich, who were always worried about their precious possessions, was ethnicity. For the Greens, it is this and health. They always fear the loss of things that have always existed without people ever being happy with them." End quote. So too today, with a gray, badly proportioned, absolutely overworked and otherwise charmless monstrosity of a station. The mere fact that someone wants to take it away triggers the folkish reflex of putative self-defense in matters of identity. However, the image of reflex-like behavior fits the latest ideological return of the same old thing, albeit in ever-new aggregate states in every respect. Just as the human leg inevitably and automatically twitches violently even when the right spot on the knee is barely felt, the folkish self-defense reflex also immediately sets in if the stimulus even remotely resembles the classic triggers. And the new underground station certainly does this remotely. Its layout is, as the insightful feature writers of major German daily newspapers like to blurt out, a symbol of the rabble, the kind of people that the folkish mastermind and conservationist Wilhelm Heinrich Riehl, for example, had already associated with restless mobility and a lifestyle far removed from nature 150 years ago. In general, the fear of the egalitarian tendency, Riehl, of the unleashed city and its creatures is at the forefront of the catalogue of folkish fears. These find their new, modern projection surface in the train station. What Riehl called the rabble is now perceived as a threat of social decline. What the folkish mastermind called egalitarianism now goes under the label of globalization. Only this apparently deeply rooted prehistory of German political pathology can explain the furious driving forces that are ignited by the demolition of an unattractive stone colossus and the felling of a few trees. Only this prehistory can explain the reflexes that twitch at the supposed threat to the German forest, regardless of whether it is just the one in Stuttgart's Schlossgarten, and the idiosyncrasies that are triggered by the prospect of mobility and changes to social statics. The fact that the latest incarnation of the folkish self-defense movement is appearing on the political stage in Stuttgart, of all places, surprises some people who had previously imagined the Daimler country to be progressive, at least in a technical sense. One of the few relentless critics of Stuttgart 21, Michael Miersch, therefore asks himself the following: what is going on in a country whose vision of the future resembles a museum village? And this even in a region that was once considered a center of German inventive, engineering, and entrepreneurial culture. End of quote. The riddle is probably that this entrepreneurial spirit has not suddenly become reactionary, but has always been so in its social genesis. This apparent paradox can be explained by the fact that at the heart of modernization a la Southwest is the family and the interlinked business, a model that has spread and continues to spread to craftsmen and workers. Baden-Württemberg's industrial structure is shaped by this family entrepreneur who, as patriarch, watches over his own and their small family patriarchies, including their multi-generational homes. In the state, it is not only the owners who pass on their medium-sized businesses to their own children, but also the craftsmen and skilled workers who pass on their professions and even, as far as possible, the actual jobs to their offspring. The latter applies not only to the workforces of the countless medium-sized suppliers of medical, automotive, and rationalization technology, but also at Bosch or Daimler itself. A state of affairs that characterizes all facets of social life, especially in the vast wasteland that stretches between Freiburg in the west, Stuttgart in the north, Augsburg in the east, and Lake Constance in the south, a monotonous social steppe of no less than 40,000 square kilometers. There, even club life runs along family and clan structures, where a traditional craftsman's life still sets the standard for social behavior of compulsive creation, tinkering, crafting, and cleaning. Miersch's astonishing limitation of the so-called Swabian inventive spirit is thus rooted in the remarkably tenacious social, historical, and thus mental conditions of its own emergence. It remains the product of a backward-looking modernization under the sign of the clan with a guild-like order of work and leisure. The export success served to stabilize this model internally. People in the Landel were and are inventive in order to avoid social change of any kind as far as possible. This is the foundation of the identitarian indignation, which has not chosen a disdainful train station as a channel of protest for nothing. But this is precisely why it is difficult to spread this indignation beyond the Baden-Swabian province. Because Stuttgart is already too big and too far away, this province remains voluntarily isolated and closed in on itself. It preserves its countless little towns in order to avoid urbanity and has enough to do itself with its very own, unfortunately not unsuccessful battles against modernity and mobility. Up and down the country, people are fighting against better transport connections, i.e. against the expansion, construction of various roads in a west-east direction, which is noticeably lacking in Baden-Württemberg, against a better power supply, citizens against solar plants and overhead power lines, and against better communication with the outside world, mobile phone masts. Even unique in the Federal Republic of Germany are citizens' petitions that successfully oppose a modern water supply, with low-lyme Lake Constance water, because that is somehow foreign as soon as you can no longer see the banks. For an insight into the inner workings of this province, it is worth quoting, but only for this and only for half a sentence, from the latest diary tumult of the anti-Semite from Lake Constance, Martin Walser. After all, in the land of Heidegger he is regarded as a highly esteemed and absolutely authentic voice, which only people who know both the high language and the comparative ALS, i.e. foreigners, find fault with. Walser does not shirk from equating his southwestern homeland with the womb that protects against freedom and permissiveness. He is saddened every time he has to tear himself away from his sap home into the dry, evil, free world. That's the way people think in a society formed by families, which harbors reservations about anything that threatens to make the border to others and its way of life more permeable. Accordingly, Walser also understands the protest in Stuttgart, but within the typical framework of those 40,000 square kilometers of wasteland that made him Walser in the first place. Of course you have to respect the citizens' anger, the author dictates to the Tagesspiegel, November 11, 2010, only to qualify that he himself is not protesting logically, because the Uberlingen home is already too far away from the state capital for that. A statewide anti-Stuttgart 21 movement of its own character, which could go beyond electoral gains with the Greens, is unlikely to last. More serious is the erosion of the political process, i.e. the arbitration. The fact that a project that has gone through this process, such as the redesign of Stuttgart's railroad station, could now be forced before a media plebiscitary tribunal is a big step out of the post-war order, towards the self-empowerment of a movement that has no legitimacy other than its actionism and towards the enthronement of a tribune of the people that stands above the parties. Heiner Geisler is an ideal choice, as he is the prototypical face of German social communitarianism a la Bad Boll. A word leader who understands his opinion people. This kind of procedure clearly leads away from the at least seemingly objective process that the elected legislature sets in motion within the framework of a generally applicable procedural law and whose observance is monitored by an independent judiciary. The dams that were once wisely erected in the Federal Republic of Germany between popular sentiment on the one hand and the administrative apparatus on the other are now more porous than at any time since the founding of the state. This is because, according to the wishes of many citizens, this state should once again become what German ideology has wanted it to be for almost 200 years. It should be placed at the service of concrete goals of real people and not follow abstract legal requirements. This would then allow resentment to flow unhindered into the bureaucratic process, and not even infrastructure policy would be protected from immediate alignment with popular sentiment. Anti-Western and anti-civilizational impulses would spread into everyday technical life. The absurd waste separation mania, i.e. the voluntary resumption of the war economy in peacetime, was just a harbinger. As ridiculous as the conciliation circus may seem at first, it is at least a playground and at the same time the manifestation of counter-sovereignty. This ideology can be seen in the fact that for Germans, the commitment to the people is the starting and end point of all legitimization. In other words, he considers the sovereign's commitment to general, natural law this theoretically misconstruction, but pragmatically the only way to bind capital to the social progress constituted by itself to be at least secondary to the folkish foundation of law. Manfred Dahlmann coined an apt expression, as it indicates exactly what the authoritarian protester is concerned with: the complete development of irrationality as the rationale of a state that is human in the worst sense of the word, which obeys the completely unenlightened driving forces of crisis fear and the renitence that arises from this fear. The Allies were able to end the first German democracy experiment of this kind in 1945. The fact that even the National Socialist state, even if it was entirely theirs, did not protect them from the crisis, drove the Germans mad then and still does today, even if the madness will thankfully remain channeled as civil protest for the time being. The fact that protest critics draw an analogy between this type of protest and the warfare of Islamic counter-sovereignty is therefore due to the nature of the matter. Quote, in a figurative sense, this is asymmetrical warfare, because one party has to observe all the rules meticulously, while the other has to observe none at all. It invokes an extralegal state of emergency, as it were, and derives a right of resistance from this. The rule of law is being expropriated from the law, as is now happening again in the dispute over Stuttgart 21 foot. End of quote. Dirk Maxiner and Michael Mearsh are unfortunately quite alone among their journalistic colleagues with this insight, because the two may have illusions about the law, but at least not about its enemies. On the occasion of the riots surrounding Hamburg's Rote Flora at the turn of 2013-14, the weekly newspaper Jungle World asked several Hamburg experts, who were presented as neighborhood celebrities, to answer the question, why so much goes on in St. Pauli that no longer goes on in Kreuzberg. One of those asked was Bernadette La Hengst, a theater director and musician according to Jungle World and, by her own admission, a Hamburg resident who currently lives in Berlin. She replied to the newspaper, Hamburg has socialized me. Pop and politics, Schlager and beat, disco and discourse go together there like nowhere else. If you add the soccer club FC St. Pauli to this list, you have a marketable and sometimes even successful professional image that is considered a particularly resistant and critical form of creativity or a particularly creative form of resistance and criticism far beyond the makers of Jungle World and its readers. Such self-praise must be taken into account in order to understand how the escalation between the left-wing St. Pauli milieu on the one hand and the Hamburg Senate and police on the other could come about, which seemed obscure and unreal to outsiders. The protests were largely fueled and supported by circles known as the Hamburg School, i.e. professional creatives whose prominent spokespeople earn a decent living, but when they bang the drum for a right to the city and against gentrification, they pretend to share the social hardships of the street fighters in the Skansenviertel. The label Made in Hamburg School stands for a downright idolization of pop culture among its countless fans, from FAZ feuilletonists to art students and Antifa autonomists. It is no coincidence that Germany's top pop discourse master hails from Hamburg, where he is still revered as the undisputed intellectual mentor of the Hamburg School. Since Diederik Diederiksen turned away from the K-groups and towards punk and Harbor Street protests in the early 1980s, the pop discourse, which is considered undogmatic, has gradually become an export hit that not only confirms a left-wing Berlin weekly newspaper in its belief that a lot goes on in Hamburg. According to Wikipedia, the term pop culture, from the Latin populus, people, or popular culture refers to cultural products and everyday practices that have become widespread as mass culture, especially since the 20th century in the course of social modernization. The establishment of mass consumption since the late 19th century plays a role in this. It can only be added that an affirmative relationship to pop automatically means always focusing positively on the masses and their consumer needs, which cannot possibly lead to the claimed resistant and subversive attitude. The Hamburg School is probably considered critical by many because its protagonists successfully point to their biographies, from which, in the words of neighborhood celebrity Rocco Scamoni, follows, art and culture always come from below, never from above. A reproachful reference to those at the top is enough to dispel the suspicion among ordinary people that the Scamonis and Diederiksens could be partly responsible for ugly local developments. Not even the question of where the artists and cultural workers coming from below may have actually gone with their art plays a role in this discussion. Those from above, of all people, have taken a closer look and easily exposed the representatives of the Hamburg School as the agents of gentrification in St. Pauli and the surrounding area. Quote, key agents play a special role in the emergence of creative milieus. It is characteristic of them that they are significantly involved in the development, often at a much earlier stage than is usual in conventional project development. End quote. These bitter truths for the image cultivation of the comrades from below can be found in a study on creative milieus and open spaces in Hamburg from 2010, which was commissioned by the Ministry for Urban Development and the Environment. The Hamburg School's own pop cultural avant-garde claim has enabled it to plant the cultural wasteland left behind by a rundown bourgeois establishment in an entirely anti-bourgeois manner. Not least thanks to the work of these people. The cultural offerings here consist only of unbearable musicals, theater happenings, and multimedia hype, supplemented by smaller, but supposedly all the more multifaceted pop and event spectacles. This has long since rendered a distinction between top and bottom superfluous, even if there is an obstinate attempt to make a qualitative distinction between large-scale events produced by the culture industry and mediated by the mass media and performances that are less prominent but no less committed to the culture industry. This is expressed by the often cultivated enemy image, the new Elbphilharmonie Concert Hall. In keeping with the spirit of the times and the needs of the masses, classical bourgeois music is to be sold off as high-end entertainment for locals and tourists. We should therefore not protest against a monument for the rich, as opponents of gentrification do, but against the pop character that characterizes this music palace just like any other event venue of the Hamburg School. Instead of drawing the consequent and radical conclusion to finally put an end to the identitarian from below cult, people have become all the more attached to it since it can no longer be denied that they themselves are the driving force behind a development at the end of which the Elbphilharmonie stands. But that would mean admitting your own failure, which is logically impossible, because such an admission would require that you once had something better in mind than a creative career. So they stand firmly together and mourn a time when rent was affordable and the rehearsal room was still in the neighborhood. They are hardly aware that Rocco Scamoni and the supposedly colorful birds hanging out in front of the flora are forever chained together, because together they are handing over their neighborhood to the very neighborhood foreign way of life they are constantly warning against. But this is the reason for an alliance in which some run the risk of being sentenced for breach of the peace, while the others provide them with the slogans. The Hamburg Authority for Urban Development and the Environment describes the success of an innovative movement and its price, which can mean the loss of one's home. For some, it is reflected in nostalgically glorified neighborhood bliss, while others have to move away. Quote, "The actual initiators, usually young newcomers and creatives, who turn neglected neighborhoods into attractive places of public life, become victims of their own success. The identities and scenes that emerge during the appropriation process attract further investment and the influx of established businesses and residents." End quote. Elsewhere, this analysis even comes up with the term creative class, which has now become a buzzword and must have an unpleasant aftertaste for the popular semi and full promoters of the Hamburg School. The propagandists of the creative class are not concerned with ideas of class struggle, but with recognizing the value of intellectual or immaterial work as a location factor for urban economic areas, in line with the theories of American economics professor Richard Florida. The fact that authorities can warm to this theory must have been decisive for the fact that prominent representatives of the Hamburg School such as Ted Geyer, Melissa Logan, Rocco Scamoni, Peter Lohmeyer, Tino Hennekamp and Christoph Twickel wrote an anti-gentrification paper in 2009 entitled Not in Our Name, Mark Hamburg, which was signed by 5,000 people, mainly from the creative industries, within a very short space of time. Probably because the authors were of the opinion that a paper that others should take seriously should be called a manifesto, they began quite surprisingly with the words, "A specter is haunting Europe," and continued, "Since the U.S. economist Richard Florida calculated that only cities in which the creative class feels comfortable prosper. Cities without gays and rock bands are losing the economic development race," writes Florida. Many European metropolitan areas are now competing to become the settlement area for this creative class. End quote. This is followed by a tearful remembrance of the joint pioneering deeds and the sacrifices made, followed by an indictment of the state, which does not grant them any reward for their efforts. Quote, "We, the music, art, theater, and film people, the small horny store owners come from squatted houses, from musty rehearsal room bunkers. We have made clubs in damp basements and in empty department stores. Our studios were in abandoned administrative buildings, and we preferred the unrenovated to the renovated old building because the rent was cheaper. However, the growing city, one of the city's official guiding principles, is making it increasingly difficult for us to find reasonably affordable studios, studio and rehearsal spaces, or to run clubs and venues that are not solely committed to the dictates of turnover." End quote. This complaint contains facts, but not a dying word about the fact that the authors have become victims of their own success. The enemy, who is now taking over the neighborhood at a higher level as a newcomer, has even less sympathy for the creative artists than the bourgeoisie had for the proletariat, who, before moving in themselves, had the new buildings dry lived in by workers who often paid for this by contracting the then deadly tuberculosis. Quote, "Culture should become the ornament of a kind of turbogentrification, because you can't wait for the usual years of dry housing processes. You can see what the city will look like afterwards in St. Pauli and the Skansenviertel. Within a very short time, former working-class districts, then trendy neighborhoods, will become exclusive residential areas with adjoining party and shopping districts, where franchising restaurants and chains like H&M will milk the amusement horde. End of quote. For the authors of the manifesto, it goes without saying who is meant by the nebulous you. Everything that is not from below bears the overall blame for a development that the authors take the precaution of describing as if a great storm had broken out of the blue over the ideal neighborhood world. The reason for the reticence at this point of all places could be that the transformation of former working-class districts into trendy neighborhoods was certainly not the fault of those at the top. Since the later professional creatives for the socially disadvantaged and casual workers, the skilled workers had already migrated to the new development districts in the 1950s and 1960s, became the subject of what the term gentrification did not yet exist for in St. Pauli, they have confined themselves entirely to their conquered neighborhoods, which has always seemed strange to observant observers. Quote, in Hamburg, the cultural creative scene has long been tied to the neighborhoods of the western inner city, such as St. Pauli, Skansenviertel, and Attensen. The ties are extremely strong, also in comparison with other cities. End quote. Neither the Senate nor any other U has forced the scene into this self-limitation, which is deplored in the study Creative Milieus und Affin Raum in Hamburg. The self-limitation to a few streets is a homemade problem. The so-called gentrification of one's own neighborhood is now driving one to its borders, and this lends an embarrassing note to the uniquely violent protests against gentrification. In French situationism, which is very popular in Hamburg's cultural and creative scene, the idea of wandering around plays a prominent role. The social psychologist Paul-Henri Chambart de Law, in order to illustrate the narrowness of the real Paris, spent a year marking the very limited paths of a student in a Parisian district on a city map, thus also providing information about the self-inflicted narrowness of Hamburg today. Quote, they, the students' paths, form a triangle of small dimensions and without detours, the three corners of which are the University for Political Science, the girl's apartment, and that of her piano teacher. End quote. Out of their indignation that it is possible to live like this, the situationists developed the theory of wandering. In contrast to traveling or walking, they understood this to mean letting oneself drift, being open to chance and exploring areas outside one's own everyday triangle with the aim of surrendering to the stimuli of the terrain and the encounters that correspond to it. It is easy to guess what remains of such devotion when everyday life in the trendy neighborhood has only three corners. Until a few years ago, when the creative neighborhood world was still in order and the triangle could still be relatively isosceles, it consisted of an apartment, a regular bar or club, and optionally a studio, office, or rehearsal room. Since everyday life has been forced to take place outside the neighborhood world, as is the case for millions and millions of working people, the distances from corner to corner have probably become considerably greater for some. The longing for the most self-sufficient world possible in the smallest possible space has intensified this development, with the inevitable consequences. The high demand for living space in these districts, combined with the very limited space available for new housing construction, is creating a real estate market characterized by high development pressure and rising prices, according to the aforementioned study. No amount of well-intentioned social conservation regulations, which were issued for the Skansenviertel by the Altena district with the aim of maintaining the structure of the residential population, will help against the unfavorable supply-slash-demand ratio for cheap rents. Even the word concern, which means little more than a wish or a request, reveals that they probably don't even believe in an effective effect on the real estate market themselves. This social preservation order should therefore be understood as a symbolic contribution to maintaining social peace. The Altena district's measure has sometimes been derisively referred to as a species protection ordinance, and that hits the mark. Quote, the critical point of upgrading urban districts is not so much the upgrading itself. The danger lies rather in an increasing homogenization. End quote. This is stated in the study Creative Milieus und Affin Raum in Hamburg, Creative Milieus and Open Spaces in Hamburg, which also points out that gentrification not only means displacement, but can also result in the homogenization of the resident population. A process of homogenization has been irreversibly underway in the Skansenviertel for years, the end of which will only be reached when the HEIMAT.de copywriter can no longer write lines like the following under the headline Exciting Life in Real Estate in Sternschans/Skansenviertel, because they no longer have any equivalent in reality. Quote, Creative, exciting, and unconventional people come together here and make Sternschans a very special meeting place in the Hanseatic city. In any case, life here is colorful and diverse. End of quote. The author of the text and other real estate scouts can only hope that the last colorful neighborhood birds will continue to play the role ascribed to them as staffage and extras for the pretense of an exciting neighborhood life for a very long time. The prerequisite for this, however, is that the creative and unconventional people do not become aware of their objective role as useful idiots of gentrification. However, the likelihood of this happening is lower in Hamburg than anywhere else, as any self-reflection is regularly preceded by mass protests against gentrification and for a right to the city. The movement for the preservation of the old neighborhood is turning against the unstoppable growth of the new population in the trendy districts, made up of middle-class people with a lively cultural interest who are desperately similar to each other, which, to the extent that it creates cohesion against intruders, is in turn homogenizing the real neighborhood residents who are still more culturally engaged. This protest is organized in particular by people who have been operating as the Right to the City network since 2010, which has now grown to a remarkable 56 affiliated initiatives, ranging from allotment gardeners to autonomists, as the website proudly states. Christoph Twickel, the network's best-known spokesperson and not only co-author of the manifesto, but also publisher of a book on Hamburg's pop culture history, openly admits that the protest against gentrification is a means for these actors to play their own ideological games. For Twickel, the protests do not primarily stand for the articulation of the residents' own interests. That would be too trivial. It has to be a confusing multitude that tries out new strategies and opens up new political leeway beyond the backdrop of residents' participation and radical left-wing puritanism. But what is this mysterious demand for a right to the city all about? On the website, the article "Right to the City More Than a Catchy Slogan" explains. The right to the city is certainly not an enforceable individual right in the sense of the civil legal system that could emerge from the mills of the parliamentary system. Rather, it is a bundle of collective rights that are fought for through the appropriation of urban space, through its new production against capitalist logic. End quote. An individual right that they are explicitly not concerned with would be, for example, the right to one's own apartment in a trendy neighborhood, which can be enforced at the Altona District Court. But that is not what they want. The collective rights that are to be appropriated instead are extremely vague. Since there are already parks, public streets, and toilets, the only thing left is the former Flora Theater, which does not need to be rebuilt. It is already there and is not even under threat of eviction, but is being nurtured by those up there. The revolutionary, smoldering longing for a universal, collective, and resistant we in the tiny scene cake doesn't bring the individual anything except the feeling that, as a bundle of his collective affiliations, he no longer has to be an individual without an apartment in the neighborhood, but part of a multitude without an apartment in the neighborhood. The fact that some particularly creative people have created a very personal pseudo-revolutionary playground for themselves with the label "Right to the City," on which others then fight with the police, fully confirms the historical location of the Schanze in revolutionary world events. Quote, "In my opinion, it is also a new libertarian project that ties in with neglected experiences of the 20th century. The spontaneous emergence of councils in Russia in 1905 and 1917, as well as in Germany in 1918, the self-determined socialization in the Spanish Republic in 1936, and the anti-technocratic mobilization, especially in France and the then Czechoslovakia in 1968. End quote. The importance of networking professional creatives, who tied libertarian multitudes from allotment gardeners to autonomists into strategic bundles, was considerable for the events in the Skansenviertel and St. Pauli. They had a great interest in the heated situation at the turn of 2013 and 2014, when the defense of the Rote Flora was more numerous and violent than ever before, and even without reason, as Hamburg's Mayor Olaf Scholz clarified the facts in the Süddeutsche Zeitung of January 13, 2014. Allegedly, the protest was against an imminent eviction. But why? A few weeks before this demonstration, the responsible district assembly decided with the votes of all parties and the backing of the Senate that a development plan would secure the cultural center. Who are they demonstrating against? Against the state, which is helping to maintain an independent culture. End quote. Completely unimpressed by this, the clubmongers from Recht auf Stadt appeared as agitators under their network name with a public statement in which the Putinization of Hamburg politics was described. After the escalation at the demonstration on December 21st, It must have been a revolutionary accolade to be greeted by the responsible front reporter on the website of Genuine Revolutionaries, the Rote Flora, with lines like this: "We are thrilled that our comrades from Rechtsaufstadt have managed to hold the Schulterblatt for so long." End of quote. Schulterblatt is the name of the street on which the Rote Flora is located. There would be many reasons for activists from the Rote Flora to look at the overall situation on the Skansenviertel front instead of making a pact with the right to the city network. Then it would quickly become clear that a neighborhood front against gentrification has not existed for some time, and that they can no longer even claim the status of neighborhood partisans in the enemy's hinterland. When the Flora operators say in their self-image, "The ambivalence of oscillating between disruptive factor and location factor is not reserved for the Rote Flora alone," it must be countered that they are the last of their kind in the Skansenviertel, that there are no ambivalences but facts in the real estate sector, and that they are therefore not a disruptive factor, but the desired exotic splash of color for advertising copywriters from real estate companies in a homogenized neighborhood world. The Rote Flora and its staff look like a large enclosure with revolutionary devotional objects on the square of the Tapas Bars, which was officially converted into a piazza years ago in line with the latest trends. Quote, "The Tapas Bar is ideally located. The colorful hustle and bustle around the Rote Flora can be observed from the seats." End quote. This is how a Henrik T. on the gastro review portal Yelp.de sums up the constellation. The title of an anti-Germany song by the Hamburg school pop group Tokotronic is, "But live here, no thanks." One would like to ask the Flora operators whether this title does not painfully remind them of their vegetation in the Skansenviertel. It is to be feared that their answer would only consist of a defiant "Flora stays." At least that's what the following declaration of intent suggests, from which it emerges that they have long since resigned themselves to their role as free animators for creative, exciting and unconventional people who can afford the rent in the Shans or the tapas at the Portuguese restaurant opposite. Quote, "As an explicitly anti-commercial venue, Rote Flora is also open to those who can no longer afford the Skansenviertel." Rote-Flora.de. In midsummer 2008, Indie Media, the last medium still publishing so-called suppressed news against the commercial media power in the country, imposed the imperial ban on comrades in arms in the fight against the common enemy media spree in Berlin under the headline "Beach Bars: Creative Utopia or Commercial Privatization." What had gone wrong? Up until now, the partying crowd of the beach bars and clubs located on the spree, such as Kiki Blofeld, Bar 25, Yam, Maria, etc., were potential allies of the residents of the squatted house Kopi, the Schwarzer Kanal car park, and the Mediaspree Versenken initiative group. Together, they saw themselves as a kind of counterculture against the privatization of the banks of the spree, whose redevelopment by private investors under the label Mediaspree is being planned and operated by the Berlin Senate and the Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg district office, and which, incidentally, has long been in full swing. The plan is to renovate or build new buildings, roads and bridges along the banks of the spree in the districts of Mitte, Kreuzberg, Friedrichshain, and Treptow. The aim is to expand old and create new infrastructure in an area that is already home to companies such as MTV, Universal, and the Nike showroom. In addition to the new commercial areas, this also includes catering facilities, hotels, and the complete redesign of the riverside areas not intended for development. Until now, the riverside strips have mostly been completely neglected. Behind walls and fences, former industrial plants rotted away, often built directly on the banks of the spree. Fallow land was used as storage space for trades and the construction industry, and overgrown and littered no man's land was created, often belonging to the state of Berlin, which for a long time had no idea what to do with its land. Some of these desolate areas, with or without the buildings on them, were rented out to beach bar or club owners for interim use, while others were appropriated by revolutionaries, as they say in pirate German, in order to set up caravans there rent-free or on the basis of extremely cheap usage contracts. The imminent commercial use of the banks means the end for most of these projects. Against this, young left-wing radicals and less radical disco-goers, together with representatives of the old Kreuzberg, i.e. more settled Strobeli voters, have formed an alliance that initiated a referendum, which was successfully carried out against the interest group consisting of the state, district, and investors Mediaspree EV. Sink the Mediaspree essentially meant a recommendation to the district authority to leave the banks of the spree undeveloped at a width of 50 meters rather than 10 meters as planned, an initiative that was approved by 87% of Kreuzberg-Friedrichshain voters who turned out on July 13, 2008. This fantastic success reads much more soberly when one considers that only 19% of eligible voters went to the polls, meaning that even the recklessly low minimum turnout of 15% for the validity of referendums in the state of Berlin was only just reached. You never know what a silent majority will think. Most people obviously did not want to follow the recommendation of the Green Party mayor of Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg, Schulz, to speak out against the citizens' petition and in favor of the plans to redesign the riverbank. Perhaps it was frustration at the fact that the recommendations from referendums do not have to be implemented by politicians. It may also have played a role that the adoption of the voters' will by politicians would have meant the ultimate bankruptcy of the already heavily indebted district in view of the large number of building projects that had already been approved and some of which had long been under construction due to the expected contractual penalties. In any case, the low voter turnout cannot be used as evidence that the protest against the new Kreuzberg, bundled under the logo Sink the Media Spree, might not be as deeply rooted in the population as the initiators claim. At first glance, the new Kreuzbergers do not appear to be the much-maligned yuppies from other parts of the district, but primarily the visitors and employees of the ever-increasing number of clubs, lounges, and agency offices of the freelance media people, who are making themselves at home in the midst of a sea of organic food and bookstores, kebab stands, and political offices. It comes from outside, and even Springer's Morgenpost knows. With so much construction activity and international investor power, it's not surprising that fears of locusts are spreading in the neighborhood. End quote. The radical initiators of the protest had tried to mobilize everyone, from native Berliners to Turkish migrants to creative new Berliners with a resentment against everything new and foreign. According to the well-known slogan, housing struggle equals class struggle equals people struggle, people against investor with media spree, the established structures would be thrown overboard and the land thrown down the throats of financial investors. This in no way corresponds to the reality of life in this city, because Berlin is the city of subculture, colorfulness, and people's kitchens. The unifying sense of community forgot to mention that the banks of the Spree in Berlin are currently almost inaccessible to the public, to whom slogans such as Sprüfer für alle, Spree Banks for All, were used as legitimate representatives of the common good. Strangely enough, the only publicly accessible stretches of the Spree have been created where the enemy investor has so far built on the bank, for example between the arena site on the Kreuzberg district border and the so-called Treptower of the Allianz Insurance Company. The situation is completely different where self-proclaimed pirates camp out on their wagons. Those who don't belong here don't just feel a bit alien, which is their problem, they are also told quite openly that they have no business here and had better fuck off. Although the mass mobilization they had intended had failed to materialize, people who wear unmistakable anti-capitalist attitudes on their clothes, who consider themselves to be the last urban Indians, who roam the street canyons of the urban jungle, who are at home either on the Wagenplatz or in the Kopie and who post on indie media every day, are able to express the attitude to life of the entire neighborhood. Their image of the world as a jungle, in which things are even rougher than in the natural state of Thomas Hobbes, also fascinates those new Kreuzbergers who are looking for a career in the media sector and are content for the time being with small shared rooms in which they do something creative with media on their PCs, unless they have secured interim use contracts for gallery spaces or offices. None of them believe in a sovereign that serves to protect citizens from one another, but feel like solitary pioneers in the wilderness. Unlike their American role models, they call upon a sovereign to perpetuate the state of nature and claim to warn against a horror to which they have long paid homage. Even those reviled as yuppies are only able to recognize terror in gentrification, as they too know. Terror is the everyday machinations of the banks that give loans, the real estate companies that buy up and exploit urban areas, the real estate funds that graze cities for new usable areas, the entertainment companies that play us with opium for the people. End quote. As long as the better drug they are peddling is not in demand, they are ready for anything, at least in media terms, which in turn requires the mobilization of a maximum of creative potential. The younger and most active of the anti-media spree activists had tried to counter the social clear-cutting with creative, youthful actions such as boat trips, bicycle demonstrations, and political after-hours for the equally young or young-at-heart new Kreuzberg. They were not only perceived as invading hordes, but also as potential comrades in arms, even if one suspects that as soon as the media and communication companies have moved into the new buildings, the allies could be accommodated there as freelancers, interns, or employees. Despite a different lifestyle, the Revolutionary Alliance offer has met with a positive response from the new Kreuzbergers, who are themselves red-red-green voters. After all, they can also relate to the aversion to investors, especially American ones. After all, they see themselves as underdogs, lateral thinkers, or subversive revolutionaries in their respective fields. Both the radical left-wing political jargon and the left-wing enemy image have long been accepted by them, who do not see themselves as politically active. No Disney in Kreuzberg, and Kreuzberg is not Nike Town, could just as easily have been slogans from the pen of a German copywriter as those of Bayonade, Mercedes-Benz, or Sixt. Their ads, which are aimed at the red-green youth milieu, meet with the full approval of very savvy comrades with media interests. Cool ad from Sixt today in the Süddeutsche, full page. A blogger on schlafschnellergeno.sse.de was delighted with this advertising text. Stressful week for opponents of capitalism. First the G8 summit, then the 6th AGM because the dividend will be announced today. End quote. And on the blog SDRLout in Berlin.de, a resident of the expensive Spree residential area Strelo, an old political activist, is pleased about a 4-page Mercedes-Benz advertisement in the Taz with a photo of a large police tub, manufactured by Mercedes with the title, "Been at every demo for 33 years, and has not betrayed its ideals to this day." For this spectrum, the Anschutz Entertainment Group, AEG, the operator of the recently opened new O2 event arena near Spree, and even more so its boss, the reactionary homophobic investor, lobbyist for Christian family values and also Bush supporter Philip Anschutz, is the enemy. For some, this has been a reason to demonstrate for 33 years, for others only since they made the journey from bourgeois Wiesbaden to the rebellious heart of the Republic in a Sixt van rented by their father in the spring. But the political situation was confusing right from the start. It is by no means only the media spree opponents who are trying to win over the beach bar and club operators and their guests, but also the FDP, which wants to help the endangered cocktail mixers find new places. Meanwhile, the large property management companies, vilified as speculators, who advertise their housing stock with its proximity to the creative and fashion scene, design academies, the media spree, MTV, Universal, and Allianz, have long been sitting around a table with the interest group Media Spree EV. At the first Forum Creative Spree in 2007, they discussed the problems and potentials of temporary use with all creative young entrepreneurs from the banks of the spree, which was bound to upset the united front of non-commercial club operators and their radical left-wing allies. The alliance of creatives and revolutionaries finally broke down when the owner of the beach bar, Kiki Blofeld, treated the media spree opponents as just normal guests after an action against the investors on the banks of the spree, demanded an entrance fee and had bag checks carried out, and banned anyone who refused to comply and threatened to call the police. When it also became known that he had already called the police against illegal parties in the neighboring factory area, the truce was finally broken and the beach bars, formerly described as a creative utopia, were declared outlawed on indie media. Kiki Blofeld, and Bar 25 in particular, are now considered a magnet for numerous yuppies and artists and are therefore suspected of wanting to privatize the banks of the spree, i.e. open them up to other milieus. Now they are labeled as commercial, the club, Spindler Klat, even as highly commercial sexist yuppie shit. And there was already a need for enemy reconnaissance, and the call went out to get some information about the various bars, their degree of commerciality, but also their treatment of people. Being commercial is the most serious crime, but calling the police is sometimes unavoidable, even for savvy anti-capitalists. For example, the Schwarzer Kanal car park, which on a Sunday in September did not hesitate to break up an illegal and very loud techno open air with the help of the police, naturally does not charge admission for its own booming events, nor does it pay artists any money for their exhibitions. The outraged visitors to the cleared open air chanted against the non-commercial Wagenplatz, which is usually reserved for Anschutz and its ilk. Sproofer for everyone sink the Black Canal. It's not just in Berlin that the scene is working to clarify the fronts. It is not easy for radical left-wing students and resistant artists, which is usually the same thing, to clarify their own position on the gentrification issue. For the Leipzig-Konowitz-based project, Kulturdisplays, which was initiated by the self-managed youth cultural center Con Island, and the artist group Nico Point 31, artists and cultural workers are also victims of their own cultural appropriation of a place, but above all, accomplices. In Hamburg St. Poly, the Action Network Against Gentrification, has agreed to reflect on the own positioning and shares of students, artists, and alternatives in the process of district gentrification, but then to define the term gentrification in such a way that only the global players are held liable for the displacement of the long-established population. In Berlin, on the other hand, gentrification is happening in every corner of the city, and no one really knows who is the victim and who is the perpetrator. The Popular Front Against Gentrification threatens to disappear in the capital in a war of all against all. It is not only the cultural workers on the spree who are coming under scrutiny. The offices known as interim use agencies, which mediate between artists and landlords in order to create the cheapest possible gallery spaces or temporary studios, are also being targeted. An employee of one such agency justified herself in Jungle World with the untrue justification that although they were moving into the hitherto desperately poor North Neukölln area adjacent to Kreuzberg, the agreed interim uses would not drive up rents. As if the future main tenant will not pay more rent after the refurbishment because the neighborhood is experiencing a much-needed revaluation thanks to her activities and those of the interim users she has brokered. The secret center of all creative resistance in the city has also recently been declared enemy territory. Schlesisstrasse in Kreuzberg, which with its bars, clubs, and galleries has become the epitome of hipness in recent years, a culture that some apparently consider incompatible with the multiculturalism that prevails in Kreuzberg. In the East Zonal subdistrict of Prenzlauer Berg, people are hoping in vain for an alternative culture that cannot be sausaged by the market economy, as the Northeast anti-fascists wrote in their mobilization for a "fuck yuppies" demo at the beginning of July. But the enemy is clearly recognizable as someone who is definitely not from here. Rent increases and other unpleasantness are caused by hordes of yuppies invading from West Germany, among whom a conspicuous number of Catholics and above all the notorious Swabians have been identified. Paradoxically, they are also blamed for the idyllic village and small-town mentality that is now spreading in Prenzlauer Berg, i.e. precisely what the comrades in Kreuzberg are determined to protect against investors. The left-wing movement is right that there is a connection between artists and developers, creative potential and investment. It is just different from what people who write on websites with imaginative names such as Esregnet Caviar or Kulturdisplays imagine. Anyone who makes it rain caviar is already a part of it, and since the scene was able to agree on the visions of Gerhard Seifried more than 3 decades ago and chalked up living in a construction trailer among dog excrement and junk as a utopia just as much as the fascination that supposedly emanates from a big city, which one should flee because it offers less and less halfway normally paid wage labor, but from which one apparently cannot leave because this city of subculture, colorfulness, and people's kitchens would only be half as interesting without the human misery. Berlin as a borderline experience for middle-class children from all over Europe, with the false option of living utopia and the real option of going completely to the dogs within a very short time, is something that more and more people can no longer let go of. Such existential experiences, which you simply have to have and not the real misfortune of a 48-year-old Berlin worker of Turkish origin who has to go on a disability pension due to irreparable disc damage, which makes him and his family a social case, are also appealing to those who are thought to be on the other side of the barricade. An increasingly large section of a wealthy class of university lecturers, cultural workers, freelancers, senior employees and civil servants, but also entrepreneurs, who see themselves as left-wing, also want to participate in Berlin's creative potential with its inimitable party culture, as well as in the revolutionary anger and existential hardship of its protagonists. They divide their free time between adventure-oriented sports and nature experiences, mountaineering, snowboarding, canoeing, spiritual devotion, and critically demanding entertainment. The advertising, culture, and leisure industry is also aware of this and is increasingly focusing on this clientele. The companies based on the media spree will serve this audience, and no one is better suited to track down their needs as a researcher, PR agent, and product developer, and do something to satisfy them than the more savvy of today's protesters. They will succeed because they are already promoting an unsightly river and its even more unsightly banks with its real and virtual riparians as an unadulterated but very vulnerable biotope that must be defended from external influences because something of all of us would die with it. Those who today pose as protectors of supposedly authentic nature from American investors in the name of the common good meet with established lawyers or software developers in a need that Siegfried Krakauer described almost 80 years ago in relation to the then new phenomenon of water sports in or on the spree and the lakes of the Berlin area. The naked body grows into a symbol of man liberated from the prevailing social conditions, and water is ascribed the mythical power to wash away the dirt of the company. In 1930, Krakauer saw the connection between depoliticized leisure behavior and the revolutionary mass longing for a natural right that could be erected against the damage of civilization, which could be mobilized at any time because it was the basis of this longing. Back then, youth and leisure associations tied their members to the land and nature with their song evenings, hiking camps, and rowing competitions. Today, it is the media spree opponents with political raves on Wasteland, boat trips on the Spree, and subversive carnival rallies in front of the O2 Arena. A supposed natural right is set up against the current economic system without realizing that nature, which is also embodied in capitalist desires, is one of its most powerful allies, and that its unbroken glorification also contradicts the planned organization of the economy. Under the title Green Island instead of media spree, anti-media spree activists such as a certain Caro, who likes to take photographs, give a foretaste of their later usability in a guaranteed creative advertising agency. Quote, "What a beautiful green oasis, this wasteland at the end of Kuverstrasse in Kreuzberg facing the Spree, and so colorful at the same time." End of quote. The fact that this kitsch expresses a very peculiar knowledge of natural beauty is clear from the decorative photo that adorns her text. It is taken from a frog's eye view, so that half of the picture is taken up by the lush green meadow on which the photographer is sitting, while the background shows old Berlin apartment buildings from the turn of the century spray-painted with colorful graffiti. The image hides the fact that she was sitting on one of Berlin's many ugly wastelands, where residents had thrown their old furniture and construction companies were leaking canisters that were leaking pollutants into the groundwater. The extent to which the vulgar antithesis of technology and nature is mistaken is revealed by the fact that it is precisely nature, unspoiled by human care, over which no hand has passed, alpine moraines and scree slopes, that resemble the industrial waste heaps from which the socially approved aesthetic need for nature flees. When writing these lines, Adorno could not have imagined the cynicism of a Caro 40 years later, who, sitting on an industrial garbage heap, does not even dutifully condemn it in order to look around for real moraines, but ennobles it as a socially approved need for nature through clumsy image falsification. Her fellow campaigners, who produced the Mediaspreversenken mobilization video, will perhaps make it into a tourism company with their childish attitude, where some already know that those who spread political propaganda with green oases can also sell package tours to tourism industry garbage heaps on the Turkish Riviera or the Costa del Sol. In the movement video, animal cardboard figures dancing to reggae on the banks of the Spree demand a sproofer for all, but are pushed aside by the gray office buildings and eventually arrested by the police. By depicting animals as visitors to Maria, YAM, etc., the artist suggests the reconciliation of humans and animals on the bank near the club. The brooding duck here, the dancing Rastafarian there. How obvious it is to create an advertising video for extreme tourists who, at the sight of a barren landscape where no tree grows and only a few nomadic tribes, completely preoccupied with mere survival, eke out their lives in a struggle for existence that is no less harsh than the few animal species that survive there, exclaim, "Oh, how peaceful it is here." Anyone with such videos in their application portfolio could just as easily become an intern with the urban planners at the Miachel Consult planning office for district upgrading in Prenzlauer Berg. Their model interns describe themselves in exactly the same way as anti-media spree activists. A bit crazy, lovable, scatterbrained, chaotic, neat, unique, sensitive, sometimes a bit clumsy, gentle, spirited, energetic, creative, inventive, imaginative, sometimes childish or playful, sometimes perhaps a bit headstrong, maybe like a grab bag, end quote. And to ensure that radical left-wing political activists can also say that this company is one of the most progressive in the industry. The gender research project run by the company has set a link to the gender deconstructionists of the AG gender killer. For creative revolutionaries who save wetlands in the urban jungle from investors, the following applies. They are hypocrites who boast of a dishonest attitude only to possess it under such pretense. But the interns and employees of Miachel Consult have already turned this into inalienable characteristics of a collective subject, whose members together may make up a 10-cent wonder bag at the Neukölln May Days. But each of them is one of U.S. creatives, i.e. a professionally lovable colleague driven by existential fears and gnawing envy of his competitors, for whom the spree would only be worth a love if it burst its banks and swept as many investors as possible into a somewhat happier private future. As part of Jungle World's series of discussions on the possible topicality of the slogan Never Again Germany, Detlef Zumwinkel came up with a remarkable diagnosis of the times. Under the heading Immer wieder Trauglitz, he sums up, with Nie wieder Deutschland, the radical left put a damper on the German national unification euphoria 25 years ago. As far as racism is concerned, the worst fears of that time have been surpassed. End quote. A few weeks later, under the impression of the protests by Saxon Heimatschützer against asylum seekers, Jungle World publishes an article entitled Germany Again, and Markus Lisk's editorial agrees with this tenor when he states that a quarter of a century after Hoyerswerda, it is once again the Saxon mob that is executing the nation's racist resentments. Referring to a telephone conversation between the representatives of the newly formed Anti-Fascist Action Germany, Vice-Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel and Till Schweiger, in which both assured each other that the majority of Germans did not share the hatred against foreigners, Lisk raises an objection here. Quote, otherwise, how could the considerable increase in attacks on refugees, arson attacks and demonstrations against asylum shelters be explained? How else could Pegida and AfD be explained? Many commentators have already drawn comparisons with the pogroms of Hoyerswerda-Lichtenhagen in 1992 with regard to the months of simmering violence in Trauglitz in Saxony-Anhalt, which culminated in the burning down of the refugee accommodation. And this historical reference point is also often used for the current situation in Friedtal in Saxony. On the one hand, this is correct because just like back then, there are so many other flashpoints around the respective media hotspots today that one can confidently speak of a racist conflagration that has engulfed large sections of society. On the other hand, the comparison is misleading if it is used to regionalize the problem. End quote. There is some truth in this diagnosis, but at the same time everything is wrong. Who would deny that attacks on buildings that are being considered as accommodation for asylum seekers have also increased in the old Federal Republic? As these are not usually located in the most densely populated areas, it does not necessarily take much to attack them in a clandestine manner, in small groups or as lone perpetrators. On the other hand, no one is naive enough to claim that there is no widespread xenophobia in West Germany. However, the decisive qualitative difference, which can be a crucial one for those potentially threatened, is that the attacks in Hoyerswerda and Rostock-Lichtenhagen cited by Markus Lisk took place not only with the applause but also with the active support of large sections of society in the East. If we take Schneeberg in 2013, Trauglitz, and the current examples in Friedtal and Heidenau as reference points for the racist conflagration diagnosed by Lisk, then these places do not stand for the resentment of the nation. On the contrary, it is probably no coincidence that to this day it is only in Eastern Germany that there have been real popular marches, including street fighting against planned or existing accommodation, and that Pegida and the so-called national conservative wing of the AfD only represent large sections of society here. Even the author begins to have doubts about his argument. Admittedly, that was another example from East Germany. So he resorts to a sleight of hand to save the topos of the racist majority society that is popular in left-wing circles. Quote, but it takes the conservative Western press to glorify the Friedtal racists as asylum critics, Die Welt, Berliner Morgenpost, Focus, etc. Politicians and the media trumpet daily warning signals against the onslaught of refugees, as if there were an enemy army at the border, thus showing the Saxon mob that it is ultimately executing the will of society as a whole with its uprising. End quote. The author of Jungle World quite deliberately confuses the will of society as a whole in the Berlin Republic with a specifically East German social character and the resulting social conditions that make Heidenau possible in the first place, but are still far from a return to the 1990s. He also rehashes an Aussie legend which says that after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it was only due to the Nazis who had arrived from the West that the adequately trained former anti-fascist state youth, with the backing of their elders, were drawn into murdering non-Germans against their will. Such logic is resistant to the fact that the officially declared internationalism of the GDR had no equivalent in real politics. The result was a restrictive policy on foreigners, the guidelines of which hardly differed from the statements of Horst Seehofer, namely to relatively strongly curb the influx of foreigners seeking admission to the GDR, and to expel those who do not integrate into the social life of the German Democratic Republic. This vocabulary is not surprising when one considers how the GDR had promoted another special German path to socialism from 1947 onwards. Politburo member Anton Ackermann used the following words to recruit members: "Fascism could never bring you what you expected from fascism, namely a new world order, a new social order, so-called German socialism, because it was nothing other than the worst large-scale capitalist reaction. But what fascism could not realize, Marxism, scientific socialism, will now realize." End quote. The historian Harry Weibel's assessment of scientific socialism in the GDR is hardly surprising against this background. Quote, "According to my research in around 2,000 unpublished files from the archives of the former Ministry for State Security, it can be stated that over 8,000 neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic and racist attacks were documented by the end of the GDR. People from over 30 countries were victims of these acts of violence. There were deaths and injuries. In most cases, the acts were committed by male youths, young adults, and adult men. More than 400 towns and communities in the GDR were the scenes of the attacks." End quote. This suggests a widespread aversion to non-Germans. It was not only the fact that foreign workers exceeded the norms in socialist companies that displeased GDR citizens, because even their simple presence at the usual popular events often led to problems. Since the mid-70s, the daily reports of the People's Police have recorded a growing number of clashes between Germans and foreigners living in the GDR. Harry Weibel also documents that, according to the files he examined, almost 200 pogroms or pogrom-like attacks took place in over 100 towns and communities in the GDR, including around 35 attacks by racist mobs on the homes of foreign workers. He concludes that this is a special manifestation of xenophobia in comparison with the FRG. So there can be no question of well-behaved choir boys having to be brainwashed by West German Nazi cadres into homeland-conscious East Germans, i.e. Nazis, at the beginning of the 1990s. Rather, everything suggests that it was not seduction and manipulation that was constitutive of the East German Volkssport movement against foreigners, that this movement was not a new quality, but rather a manifestation of already existing characteristics or developments that the SED state covered up by persistently claiming, against its better judgment and despite hundreds of criminal proceedings for neo-Nazi activities, that reports in the Western media in this regard were due to the malice of the class enemy or were even their invention. The manipulation thesis, which was recently rehashed by Gregor Gysi, was contradicted by an activist as early as 1988. There's always a lot of talk that we're being instigated by the West and stuff like that. No, it's definitely not controlled by the West. There are people who are really neo-Nazi who really want the state, the only state, back the way it used to be. End quote. It is therefore anything but a coincidence that almost half of all racially motivated acts of violence last year were committed in East Germany, although the proportion of East Germans in the total population of Germany is significantly lower. End quote. The reasons for this, apart from the legacy of scientific socialism, are to be found in the fact that the territory of the former GDR, despite bananas, freedom of travel, and the Deutschmark, has remained a special zone of consciousness within Germany to this day, whose indigenous inhabitants take every opportunity to pat themselves on the back and assure themselves that they have preserved a haven of solidarity, modesty, and friendliness in the face of the parasitic West German capitalism that has suddenly descended upon them, which is based on formalism, mediation, and egoism. The de facto disintegration of East German industry after the fall of communism was therefore not due to the real unsuitability under conditions of competition, but the result of the machinations of sinister circles that had set out to shut down everything in the former Eastern Zone. Where individual misfortune is understood as an attack by an external power on one's own collective, where notorious dissatisfaction is the order of the day despite undeniable material betterment compared to the everyday life of deprivation in the GDR, in other words, where people constantly believe themselves to be cheated victims, the call for the people's state security guarantee is constantly on their lips. What's more, since reunification, the tightening of economic conditions and the perception of the crisis have solidified a local patriotic consciousness in the East that can be characterized as National Socialist. One may be amused or shake one's head at the fact that East Germans believe that they are genetically programmed for friendliness, solidarity, and a homely community, which could be disproved by the fact that they make each other's lives hell on a daily basis. But in reality, this arrangement is mirrored by the consequent exclusion and combating of those who, by definition, should not belong, foreigners, suspicious disturbers of industrial peace, and the supposedly Western-dominated and therefore somehow unfair political system. It is only in the social climate, especially in the remote regions of Eastern Germany, where undesirably committed people are either threatened or insulted as traitors to the people, where banners at demonstrations against refugee shelters state that people do not want West German conditions or, quite simply, as in Schneeberg, only when all generations flock together as a protesting folk custom, to express indignation about something that is incompatible with the sense of community, can it be said that the Nazis next door are executing the will of society as a whole with their uprising against refugees? So far, the sympathizers of various Pegida offshoots in the West have largely kept to themselves, just as there have been no demonstrations comparable to Heidenau or Schneeberg. Empirical evidence should be taken that seriously. The times of accepting youth and social work, the times when Nazis could actually expect politicians to react to their cues and this arrangement would be benevolently flanked by the media, have been over at least since the state anti-fascist uprising of the Decent, which has also reached the beacons of the East. In other words, the grace period for the Aussies, who were seen to have some deficits in terms of minimum civilizational standards due to their peaceful revolution, has expired. This can be illustrated by the reactions of politicians and the media in the wake of the events in Friedtal, the place Germany is ashamed of, and Heidenau. The conservative Western press, which, according to Marcus Lisk's subtext in Jungle World, would incite the Saxon Heimatschützer to their riots, has since showered its readership with never-ending analyses of the causes of the German summer of shame, which not only the Taz laments. The FAZ talks about the political leaders in Saxony in a way that only the anti-racist and anti-fascist doubters usually do. Saxony's Prime Minister Tillich and the CDU have turned a blind eye to xenophobia in their state despite Pegida, and, even among public officials, there is little awareness of right-wing extremist activities. When East German minister-presidents objected that things were no better in the West, they were accused of being great artists of repression, as right-wing extremism was more threatening in the East in terms of election results and willingness to use violence. Although the majority of East Germans have arrived in the Federal Republic, and their national consciousness is in harmony with the state consciousness, a minority that ekes out an existence in rural areas is dominated by a contradictory idea of national identity that is still part of the old spirit of the GDR. Ulf Poschardt then formulated a therapeutic plan in Die Welt, according to which firstly, in the calculated knowledge that non-Germans there would be met with sheer barbarism, especially in the rapidly depopulating parts of the East, in case of doubt, not fewer but more migrants should be settled, and secondly, the rioting minority must, in case of doubt, be taught with the harshness of the constitutional state how modern, tolerant patriots imagine a colorful republic. End quote. The Chancellor also stated that no biographical experience, no historical experience, nothing, but absolutely nothing justifies such an approach as in Heidenau, and announced that in future there would be no tolerance towards those who question the dignity of other people, which she underlined with the traffic education advice. Do not follow those who call for such demonstrations. Keep your distance. End of quote. To make it clear who you should keep your distance from, pretty much every newspaper had a travel report from the most unsympathetic German state, Saxony of course. In Die Welt, for example, the focus is on a Hitler greeter from Friedtal, who is clearly beside himself and is convinced that his drunken state drove him to make this gesture. The search for clues in the pub then also brought to light the East German loser image, according to which they themselves were badly off after reunification. The FAZ made an unparalleled play on words when it tracked down the ugly Germans in a village called Haslich, of all places, who were wide-legged on sandals, with short pants and magnificent bellies as a kind of sentry awaiting the arrival of 32 asylum seekers, who seemed to be a threat and a sensation in one. Well, are the Canics here? The article is not lacking in statements from the residents, which, in addition to their narrow-mindedness, make one thing clear above all, namely that they would rather not live here. Of course, the German comedy scene went further and operated endlessly with the oh-so-funny phonetic similarity of the terms Sachse and Sack, from Mitternachtsspitzen to Oliver Pocher and Oliver Welke. All in all, one could get the impression that the Saxony bashing was inspired by anti-German criticism, which quite rightly pointed out early on that there is no shortage of old-fashioned nationalist ideas, xenophobia and barbaric violence, especially in the East German provinces. And as a leftist, wouldn't you agree with Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, who described the Nazis of Heidenau as a pack? When the Vice-Chancellor calls for no citizen, neither in Heidenau nor in the rest of the Republic, to look the other way when right-wing ideas are expressed among friends, at work, or in sports clubs. Does Gabriel have the old slogan, "Don't give the fascists a leg up," in mind when he demands that these types who have spread here in the last few days must not be given a millimeter of space? For the movement Antifa and presumably also for their anti-German faction, both of whom have learned that no piece of paper fits between Nazis and Germany, Gabriel's further statements must have caused confusion when he rumbled a declaration of war into the TV cameras in a prominent position in Heidenau, which was less pedagogical than the Chancellor's reaction. Quote, "Anyone who comes here and shouts slogans, throws incendiary devices, throws stones, calls on the internet for people to be killed or physically harmed deserves only one response from each and every one of us. You don't belong here, we don't want you." End quote. The Vice-Chancellor's justification for this de facto extraterritorialization of disagreeable contemporaries followed immediately and should have presented all those on the left who, in good old tradition, translate Germany and being German with folkish nationalism with another almost unsolvable riddle. They are the most un-German types I can imagine. End quote. Real German types in Gabriel's sense are rather equipped with sweets instead of incendiary devices, as was the case when the first refugees arrived at Munich Central Station. Quote, "It's a festival atmosphere here. An event. For some people it's been going on for hours. Every single refugee is greeted with clapping. A family gives away cuddly toys from a large sack. Smiles flit across the faces of many exhausted children in their parents' arms. Other refugees form hearts with their hands in gratitude for this stunning gesture, for this welcoming culture. Dozens of refugees chant, 'Thank you, Germany.' Sing Germany, Germany, Germany." End quote. The former heroes of the peaceful revolution of 1989, for whom the rest of the Republic is now ashamed, are completely different, as the hatred of foreigners in the East regularly turns into violent mass marches. A scenario was therefore projected in Die Zeit, the Saxit. The Saxons should open up their own country because, firstly, they don't know how to behave, and, to make matters worse, they are subsidized by the rest of the Republic, ergo the West, without paying due tribute to this fact. Quote, "If it hadn't been for the billions from other federal states, Saxony would never have risen from the ruins. To this day, it only generates 44% of its budget itself. This is the difference to Bavaria. Many would also like to see it released into state freedom. But it is kept, if only for the sake of its economy." End quote. Sigmar Gabriel's speech about the most un-German types should help us to understand why the Saxons and the East were able to become the focus of media attention. They are not only lagging behind the development of mainstream society, but are also seen as a dispensable clog on the leg. And this is expressly not because the unpleasantness of the East German province literally takes the air out of the individual, but because the reputation of the new Germany in the world is in danger of being damaged. This new Germany is the exact opposite of the image that the veterans of the Never Again Germany campaign continue to paint against all empiricism: the Fourth Reich, historical revisionism, racism, and narrow-minded national chauvinism. Today, however, national meaning is created through waste separation, pacifism, direct democracy, and enthusiasm for foreign cultures and their messengers, the refugees, i.e. precisely through those essentials that originate from the left-wing or left-liberal milieu of the old Federal Republic, which has now become the state elite. Even in those few urban and economic centers of the East, it is a matter of course that every Nazi demonstration, no matter how small, is at least obstructed by a large contingent of counter-demonstrators, from the radical left-wing Antifa to local political celebrities. Unlike in the 1990s, however, it is no longer just concern for Germany's reputation in the world that characterizes the current condemnation of racist activities. The transition from the Bonn Republic to the Berlin Republic also means that the demand to create almost equal living conditions for all has turned from a former state ideal into an anachronism, which manifests itself in the increase in precarious employment conditions for individuals as well as in the division of the country into prosperous growth regions around the urban conurbations and more rural poverty zones marked by economic decline, which characterize the East in particular. Although there are successful companies and economically strong regions such as Jena, Leipzig, Dresden, and the areas surrounding Berlin, the latest forecasts from the IFO Institute assume that Eastern Germany will not catch up with the West in the next 25 years. According to the German Institute for Economic Research, economic output per inhabitant has been at 71% of the West German level for 10 years and productivity per working hour at 74%. Net income is at 83%. Only by 2030 will it become apparent that the former GDR will at least reach the level of structurally weak regions in the old federal states. Added to this is a shrinking and aging population with an already low population density in the east, especially in rural regions. Only cities such as Jena, Potsdam, Königs Wusterhausen, and Dresden are experiencing population growth that is not the result of incorporations. This trend is likely to continue in the future. The Federal Statistical Office assumes that the proportion of over 64-year-olds will rise to 32% in 2030, and that the proportion of the working-age population will decrease by 40% by 2060. The effect of deindustrialization, which is accompanied by aging, population shrinkage, unemployment, brutalization, and stultification, is by no means limited to Eastern Germany beyond the lighthouses, but also has an impact in the Bavarian border regions with the Czech Republic, in the northern German wasteland far from Bremen and Hamburg, or in Duisburg's Hochfeld district, the former heart of the German coal and steel industry. In Duisburg, the boundary between modern Germany and a Germany that has been left behind runs through the city itself, as several districts north of the social equator, the A40, are experiencing spirals of poverty. Living environments and new underclasses are emerging that are characterized by unemployment and a total lack of prospects. This development in the old federal states started at the latest at the beginning of the 1970s, when an economic, social, and cultural upheaval set in, which not coincidentally coincided with the end of the era of steady post-war prosperity since the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany, and at the same time the highly industrialized age. The end of the classic industrial society was heralded, the consequences of which are only being felt in full today. With the strengthening of the new social movements and their march through the institutions, previously marginal issues such as ecology, pacifism, and grassroots engagement have become just as acceptable to the majority as the classic normal employment relationship of full-time, permanent employment subject to social security contributions, ideally with a continuous employer, has lost its naturalness. The change in employment relationships towards discontinuous employment biographies and precarization corresponds to the new requirements of the world we live in: flexibility and a permanent willingness to be active, self-optimization, and self-exploitation. What seems irretrievably gone, however, is the era that was characterized by the classic proletariat and a comparatively passive working class and white-collar life that still knew the separation of workplace and home, of work and leisure. In the coordinate system of the new Federal Republic, whose political dimension is defined by xenophilia, ecological awareness, and state anti-fascism, and which still emerges economically stronger from every crisis, the ice is thinning for those regions and population groups that previously largely corresponded to the geographical East. However, this geographical localization loses all the more of its explanatory power the more frequently a kind of political-economic constellation can be found in the backward regions of the West, which ideologically embodies the long-gone Germany and which remains attached to the old idea of the people's state, if only because the dependent regions of the West can no longer generate economic development on their own. In this respect, Sigmar Gabriel's declaration of war is not only directed at the proverbial pack in the East German provinces, but also at the remaining inhabitants of those regions that will not or do not want to catch up with the zeitgeist in the long term. The social conflict that is currently being played out on the surface and which revolves around the alternative of suites or incendiary devices for refugees, which has so far found its counterpart at the former zonal border, has a much deeper dimension. The economically and ideologically dependent province, and with it the former proletariat living there, and its descendants in both the West and the East, are regarded as a quasi-exterritorial part of the hip Germany of the lighthouses, as they are the frightening image and the relic of a social model that the old Federal Republic stood for in its own way just as much as the former GDR. Despite all the repulsiveness of the East German provinces, we should not delude ourselves. There is also xenophobia in the west of the Republic, and here too there are probably quite a few contemporaries who could easily be shown to have an East German mindset. So far, however, and this is the big difference, this social character has remained in the private sphere, and it is impossible to seriously predict whether the suites will be exchanged for incendiary devices in the West once the catcalls have replaced the initial euphoria. However, it is highly dubious to use the template of the 1990s and to assume a racist consensus across society as a whole, as firstly the concept of racism is highly questionable and secondly large sections of society are at least more xenophobic in terms of published opinion. The future scenario for East Germany is probably as follows. In the few economic and cultural conurbations where westernization has at least not failed in the best sense and which have developed their pull effect on the inhabitants of the surrounding rural areas, it is already the case that everything that characterizes the modern federal republic can be found there and is socially defining, be it civic engagement, voluntary work, homeland protection against the right, etc. In contrast, the autochthonous zonies remain among themselves in the rest of the increasingly deserted areas between the Baltic Sea and the Ore Mountains, and it is not too bold a prediction to say that the barbaric conditions there will not improve. As a result, the talk of overall German conditions, which the Antifa of left-wing or anti-German provenance is either willing to abolish or attack, is becoming increasingly vague and is only suitable as an identitarian and therefore hollow demo slogan. These conditions in the intellectual east of Germany, which already includes deindustrialized provincial cities such as Pirmasens or Hof, are very different from their western counterparts, which in turn now include the southern half of Leipzig or the inner city of Jena. Since the alternative of West or East Germany, not only in the geographical sense, cannot be dissolved on either side, anti-German critics must continue to trample on the nerves of the Troglodyters of this republic without allowing themselves to be incorporated into the uprising of the decent. For the traditional Volksgemeinschaft so heartily rejected on the surface by the Gabriels of this country lives on in its hostile exclusivity in the productivist Volksgemeinschaft 2.0 that is being constituted in the big cities, mind you, to the exclusion of large sections of the Islamic population, the descendants of migrant workers, who are just as superfluous as the autochthonous, unskilled and semi-skilled workers of the former steel or leather industry. Thus, even taking into account the qualitative differences, non-Germans who arrive fairly are to be distrusted in the democratic uprisings of the Germans, be it as an arsonist mob against refugees, as a Volksgemeinschaft against Nazis and unruly Aussies, or as a charitable donation and cellar-clearing association for refugees. If one asks the question of how the east of the Federal Republic of Germany should be characterized, the diagnosis in most cases boils down to the conditions that actually corresponded to empirical evidence until well into the 1990s. The region between the Baltic Sea and the Ore Mountains resembled a nationally liberated zone in which neo-Nazis became the most attractive youth culture across the board and could be sure of the more or less energetic support and sympathy of the autochthonous zonies. Figures confirm this diagnosis, as half of the 184 people who have died in right-wing extremist attacks since 1990 were murdered in the East. In 2013, however, the situation is different. There can no longer be any talk of broad social acceptance and support for openly appearing Nazis. It almost seems as if the East has arrived in the Berlin Republic of the uprising of the decent. Everywhere there are broad alliances against every Nazi march, no matter how insignificant, and even in the East one gets the impression that the Antifa has lost its copyright in matters of anti-fascism and is running after the citizens' commitment against the right. The university city of Jena can be taken as an example of how civic engagement has established itself in economically prosperous cities and regions without borrowing from the West German left from 1968 onwards. But is so much civil society possible from a standing start, without other ideological points of reference? Have the attitudes and behaviors that constituted the nationally liberated zones in the East of the 1990s simply disappeared? Or are they being expressed in a transformed form in activities whose aim seems to be to declare the former GDR at least partially a Nazi-free zone by means of street blockades and the like, as civic engagement against allegedly corrupt and anti-citizen politics? The situation in the new federal states in the years 1990 FF initially allows the following conclusion. The state-prescribed anti-fascism of the defunct GDR, whose focus was on the heroization of a communist resistance that had little to oppose the Nazi mass movement in terms of content, was not suitable as a bulwark against the new National Socialist formation since the fall of communism. On the contrary, the positive reference to the East and the self-identification as an East German community of victims, the so-called Eastern identity which began as early as 1990, is very similar to Nazi hostility to the system. When the euphoria of reunification hit rock bottom, the East Germans had to realize that blood is not always thicker than water under market conditions. We are one people or not. The citizens of the former GDR had to learn bitterly that each individual is only a citizen entrusted with capital productive tasks on call, and must therefore expect to become a potential superfluous cost carrier in the state welfare system. The East German local patriotism that emerged in the face of this declassification, which sought to defend the community, tradition, and community against West German occupiers and other foreign powers that were flattening everything here, aimed to establish a just people's state that would guarantee predictable accumulation for the individual in the interaction of capital and labor. As no state can achieve such a thing in times of manifest crisis, the longing for the radicalized variant, the people's communal state, grew. After reunification, the continuation of ways of thinking and behaving that were based on experiences with the working world in the GDR led to an East German collective consciousness, which now, of course, extends far beyond the remaining companies. Work and social relations are of interest for these considerations because the companies in the GDR were not only the places of production and earning money for the employees, but also the center of life and socialization for the individual. For the state, they were also the core of society and a structuring element, which was ensured by the high employment rate in conjunction with a social policy organized through the companies. While the post-war economy in West Germany increasingly distanced itself from the traditional industrial relations of the German Reich, and the separation of work or company and private life was at least formally enforced, the opposite development took place in the GDR. The company remained the central organizational unit of lifestyle, as it was at once the place of socio-political provision. In deliberate reference to the historical workers' movement, the worker with his professional honor and his producer ethos was regarded as the objectively progressive subject of history. It is undisputed in the social sciences, which found a veritable treasure trove of research objects in the former GDR companies shortly after reunification, that the social relationships in the companies had a strong communal connection, which was readily confirmed by the employees in corresponding interviews. However, it is disputed whether these communities were based on solidarity or rather emerged as a result of an economy of scarcity as a community of need. Even if both interpretations have a certain plausibility, there is more to be said for the assumption of a community based on scarcity. In Werner Schmidt's study, one remaining employee enthuses that the wave of redundancies after reunification meant that work-shy, lazy, and assis no longer had to be dragged through. Eva Sengesnobloch also points out that the perceived coldness of social relations after reunification was already fundamental in the GDR, but was overshadowed by shortages. Hence her plea for the emergency community. Everyday life in the company was characterized by the passive strength of the employees and the plan fulfillment pact. While on the one hand, the shortage of workers gave superiors hardly any leeway for sanctions, on the other hand, the fulfillment of the plan was constantly endangered by the lack of material. The workers were able to compensate for the effects of the typically occurring functional deficiencies to a certain extent by softening the narrow division of tasks and rigid demarcation of competencies and using informal contacts built up over many years of service, thus alleviating the worst operational problems. But they could also refrain from doing so and thus stimulate the company's willingness to compromise. This arrangement of informal exchange relationships, which was based on mutual dependencies, chaos qualifications, unenforceable improvisations, and the anticipation of prospective bottlenecks, ultimately led to a kind of company community beyond the formal hierarchical levels, which arose from a rejection of political guidelines, as perceived by the participants in retrospect, and which resulted in a collective underlife, Werner Schmidt, in the form of the conversion of political guidelines into social events. With the establishment of informal social networks, all those criteria that are characteristic of the formalization of bureaucratic organizational structures had to remain weak. There could be as little talk of a regularity of processes within the companies as of a clear demarcation of the competencies of employees and superiors, disregarding the specific person. Legend has it that the following happened at the branch of a Munich housing construction company in Leipzig in the winter of 1993. The West and East German employees got into an argument about the appropriate room temperature. While the West German employees favored 20 degrees Celsius, the East Germans insisted on doing their day's work in the familiar comfort of a 25-degree room. The argument finally culminated in the accusation of the East Germans. "You don't even notice the cold that you exude." This was underpinned by the accusation against the West Germans that they were unable to enter into interpersonal relationships based on real feelings because of their personal detachment based on rational considerations, and that they did not know what real community meant anyway. The dichotomy invoked by the East Germans, according to which they themselves stand for human warmth, closeness, and security, whereas the arrogant Westsists are accused of social coldness, egoism, and impersonality, is almost word for word similar to the accusations made against American society in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century. At the time, the national economist Werner Sombart summarized the view held in all political camps that all communal processes, everything that had grown organically, had been extinguished in America and that pure society had prevailed in its icy coldness. The irony of history is probably that this presumed iciness has contributed to the fact that the resistance of U.S. society to openly fascist tendencies has persisted to this day, despite the much-invoked general tendency of capital towards the fascist crisis solution option. These figures of thought are by no means exclusively attributable to post-reunification experiences, but were already reflected in the work of writers such as Heiner Müller, Christa Wolf, and Volker Braun during the era of real existing socialism, as Richard Herzinger once noted in Die Zeit in 1993. As early as 1986, Müller spoke of the fact that the Federal Republic has no autochthonous culture, is much more alienated than the GDR, and that something original has been preserved in the East. In contrast to West Germany, which was characterized by Americanization and computerization, GDR texts had a quality of resistance to this throwaway culture. The economically overdeveloped and culturally underdeveloped civilization of the former Federal Republic, Müller wrote in 1991, was trying to wipe out an established culture in the former GDR. Just 1 year later, he saw the colonization project completed and the new federal states drowning in the sea of foreign infiltration. At every petrol station, the victory banners of the oil companies, in every village instead of the usual stationary Mac paper and company, at the time when the refugee shelters were burning, Müller's colleague Volker Braun jumped to the aid of this and the other zonies when he confirmed the xenophobes of Hoyerswerda in their delusion that they were the real victims. They had been dealt with as no foreman, no policeman had once dared. Something had broken in, a nameless force of nature that desecrated the area and made the businesses desolate. End quote. In the companies that were not deserted, the cult of community lived on almost 10 years after reunification, as the example of a Thuringian mechanical engineering company shows. When asked how he assessed the working atmosphere and whether he could imagine hiring a non-East German, the managing director said, "I have to say it's a strong community. And from my point of view, I also cultivate and nurture this community because I clearly tell everyone I hire not to break away, not to be a loner, but to work in this community." End of quote. It was difficult for him to imagine that a West German could fit into the cohesive collective. Quote, I know that from my wife. My wife is a teacher at grammar school, all Aussies. Then suddenly a Wessie teacher came in catastrophic. He blew up a collective that had grown together. He could do that. And I don't want that here. End of quote. In this logic, it goes without saying that nothing good can be expected from the Wessie teacher as the personification of the nameless force of nature. However, the fact that young East Germans take advantage of the opportunity for mobility that capitalism offers, and thus possibly also for financial advantages, is something that the trained East German finds extremely offensive. For example, a member of the Works Council of a traditional Jena-based company complained that the westernization of young employees had already taken on unexpected characteristics. They were leaving the company only to earn more money elsewhere. Neither did the blossoming landscapes promised by Helmut Kohl emerge throughout East Germany in the course of reunification, nor did the aforementioned scenario of the force of nature leaving behind de facto scorched earth materialize. Rather, the deindustrialization at the beginning of the 1990s was accompanied by a restructuring process in the East German economy. Although the new federal states still rank behind the states of the old Federal Republic in terms of economic power, they have already left them behind in terms of dynamism, i.e. growth rates, not to mention an infrastructure that makes many a West German region green with envy. The East's share of total German industrial production is 3 times as high as it was at the beginning of the 1990s, and companies have long been producing more than they did in the GDR era. However, the euphoria seems to have been dampened somewhat, and not without reason, by the figures in the 2012 annual report on the state of German unification, according to which the gross domestic product, GDP, per inhabitant in the eastern states fell again by 2% compared to the previous year. It is becoming increasingly clear that successful catch-up industrial development cannot be achieved everywhere because, apart from the imponderables of realizing added value, there is a lack of prerequisites in the form of large companies that attract suppliers and research centers, for example. The desolate regions in Brandenburg and Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, for example, where depopulation is progressing, are therefore noted with a shrug of the shoulders. In contrast, so-called beacons of light in an otherwise dark country are predicted to continue to prosper. Alongside Leipzig, Dresden, and Potsdam, the self-proclaimed City of Light Jena is seen as a beacon of hope and a contrast to the desolate regions. The Thuringian University City is one of the economic driving forces of the federal state, which has become the most dynamic new federal state alongside Saxony, and was named the most attractive business location in Germany in a study by the U.S. Specialist Magazine for Expansion Planning Site Selection. This is also reflected in the unemployment rate. At 7.8%, it is well below the East German average of 9.9%. In Jena, the Thuringian figure is even lower at 7%. In general, Jena seems to be a success story. In addition to the Zeiss, Schott, and Genoptic groups, highly specialized SMEs in e-commerce, medical technology, and biotechnology are regarded as trademarks of the location, which is considered a geographical focus of Thuringian research due to the University of Applied Sciences, and various research institutes, and consequently also an interface between science and business. This constellation has an impact on the city's economic data, finances, and attractiveness. The nominal GDP per inhabitant grew by 49.5% in the period from 1998 to 2007, which means that Jena significantly outperforms the average of the old federal states in some cases. In addition, the city is enjoying a steady increase in trade tax revenue. Quote, within 13 years, Jena's debt has fallen from 160 million to 40 million euros. The city on the Saale aims to be debt-free in 2018, 6 years earlier than planned. Jena is growing. Today, 105,000 people live here. Jena is having so many children that the city is having 3 new schools and 10 new daycare centers built. After reunification, 6,000 people studied here. Today, there are almost 26,000. Jena has achieved what many other East German municipalities failed to do. End quote. Lothar Spath, the former minister-president of Baden-Württemberg, who took over the helm of the sinking ship Genoptic GmbH, the legal successor to V.B. Carl Zeiss Jena, in 1991, is considered the father of this success. Die Zeit commented on this at the time as follows: the Cleverel who was chased out of the Stuttgart State Chancellery with shame and disgrace became the bearer of hope, whom everyone in Jena now only calls Dr. Spath, and precisely what was his undoing at home. Business-oriented politics, some call it. Cronyism, others now, seems to have become his recipe for success. The world knows Spath, and Spath brings the world to Jena. End quote. Spath's popularity in Jena seems to be based on the fact that he activated entire networks based on personal acquaintances, bypassing the usual procedures and establishing a culture of does based on authority, which is well received in the East. The newspaper continues. As soon as he arrived in Jena, he mobilized friends and acquaintances from his days in Stuttgart and obtained one investment commitment after another. Cautiously calculated, 2 companies were privatized per week, sometimes simply with a handshake. End of quote. Spath is regarded in Jena as a gunslinger on the side of the good guys and was made an honorary citizen in 1997, even if or precisely because it is clear to everyone that his tricks were obviously quite unconventional. Quote, even if nobody wants to know exactly what Spath did back then, even his opponents do not deny that he succeeded in awakening the city's potential by motivating, networking, clustering, one of his favorite terms, reorganizing. He founded medium-sized companies and brought in new business, created, and not only at Genoptic, but also for the benefit of the city. End quote. However, you don't get a savior of the city and the region without something in return. The mayor of the city at the time, Peter Rollinger, FDP, summed up that there were phases in which the impression prevailed that Spath was making all the important decisions. Nevertheless, or perhaps precisely because of this, the Cleverel was not rejected as an arrogant Besserwissi, because he continued everything that was good form in the days of state socialism determined by scarcity. The establishment of informal networks by bypassing formal bureaucratic processes and the chaos qualification of making something out of nothing. Spath's influence was certainly also well received in Baden-Württemberg, whose entrepreneurial spirit and the associated economic success is the product of a backward-looking modernization under the sign of the clan with a guild-like order of work and leisure. Baden-Württemberg is the land of narrow-minded village communities and family businesses, whose paternalistic orientation automatically ensures that work and private life are closely intertwined. The parallels with the East are obvious. The primacy of the family, the village and business community in the Landel harmonizes perfectly with the GDR's work collective as a way of life, because in both cases the individual is seen as a disruptive factor to be eliminated in a development that preserves tradition. Also, the breakup of the intergenerational consensus regarding customs, nuns and way of life associated with the year 1968 took place only sparingly in both the GDR and Baden-Württemberg. Thus, in Jena, what belongs together actually grew together. Swabian industrial patriarchy and post-social democratic productivity ethos are both based on the informally consolidated collective, which proves to be competitive in times of decentralization of accumulation and reproduction precisely because of its hermeticism. The fact that the civil societies of the Better East and the angry bourgeoisie of the Kilsberg are similar, right down to the grassroots democratic anti-fascist rhetoric, is due to the similarity of the economic and cultural reproduction of both milieus. The Jena model stands for economic success and the preservation of the collective through the capital productive integration of the East German way of life. What characterizes many East German communities are foreign words in Jena: aging, outmigration, vacant housing, lack of opportunities to go out, and economic decline. In order to stay on the road to success, the consequent expression of the East German collective could and had to be put in its place in Jena: the neo-Nazis. Only from this perspective does it become understandable why civic engagement against right-wing extremism in Jena has taken on almost manic proportions. True to the motto "Stay on top," neo-Nazis are fought against as harmful to the community in the same way as rapists, child molesters, asylum seekers, or even West German pastors elsewhere in the East. The city program against xenophobia, right-wing extremism, anti-Semitism, and intolerance adopted in 2001 was updated in 2008. Its appeal is unequivocal. The Round Table and its actors have not yet succeeded in initiating lasting attention and activity against xenophobia and right-wing extremism. Institutions and organizations with special responsibility, including the University and University of Applied Sciences, have not been the necessary starting point for creative initiatives against right-wing extremism. For this reason, the Action Network Against Right-Wing Extremism that was set up had to get civil society moving. 3 years earlier, when the NPD wanted to establish the Festival of Nations in Jena for the first time, there had already been passionate resistance in the city on the Saale. 2 years later, thousands of people stood in the way of the Nazis, and the firm determination to be more and better prepared next time led to the founding of the Action Network. Because state authorities are obviously not in a position to put a stop to the resurgence of fascism. That's why we have to take action ourselves. End quote. Networking is intended to enable and offer connectivity for people with different political backgrounds and time resources. Great transparency, financial and political independence. The focus is less on analyzing the social influence of the Nazis, which justifies breaking through the wave movement in public perception and giving continuity to the confrontation with right-wing extremism, and more on offering anyone of good will the opportunity to join the masses. The creativity and determination of the blockades feel like a wave of warmth that can carry us for a long time to come. This includes the experience of actually being able to intervene politically together with others and achieve something, as the founding appeal states. In Jena, the idea was born to combine a public call for a blockade with a list of supporters, to agree on a consensus for action, and to develop structures for the day of action that ensure a high degree of security, transparency, co-determination, effectiveness, and solidarity, a model that has since been known as the Jena model. The activists are proud to have attracted attention nationwide. Carried and supported by various multipliers, including the mayor of Jena, it appeared to be an effective alternative to Bund Stadt Braun folk festivals, but also convinced activists from Antifa groups. The phase of super-regional networking began. End of quote. The mayor of Jena, Albrecht Schroeder, SPD, played a decisive role in this scenario, calling on all mayors of central German cities in a letter to get more involved in the fight against right-wing extremism and to show up together with their citizens wherever the neo-Nazis were planning their events. End quote. Since in many cities there is no good understanding between the administration and civil society groups against right-wing extremism, in other words, the nationwide Volksgemeinschaft against right-wing extremism beyond the lighthouses may not materialize. A new path was taken in January 2010 with the first Jena Conference Municipalities Against Right-Wing Extremism, so that the fight against right-wing extremism can be even more successful than before. End quote. When the National Socialist Underground (NSU) was uncovered in November 2011, people in Thuringia and especially in Jena, where the terrorist group emerged from the circle of the then very active Thuringian Homeland Security in the 1990s, saw themselves as a target. An article in the ZDF magazine Aspect featuring the writer Stephen Ully, whose novel published at the time contains one or two parallels to the investigative mishaps not only in Thuringia, stimulated collective outrage and East German bite reflexes. The aforementioned Ully was filmed in Jena, and the question of the extent to which his doubts as to whether it was safe to travel around East Germany as a foreigner were justified was investigated on location. The reactions to the report were prompt. Quote, "Dear ZDF editors, we expect a public apology from the citizens of Jena, not only from those with a migration background." End of quote. With this demand, a petition was started on jenapolis.de, in the course of which the users typed themselves into an unbridled frenzy of indignation. Quote, "It hurts me when my birthplace and hometown is dragged into the mud by such a self-promoting journalist." End quote. A higher interest is even suspected behind the almost racist contribution. Quote, "I would rather ask what this is actually about. To damage Jena's image? Is Jena becoming too powerful? Is it too colorful? Too exemplary?" End of quote. In Jena, the outraged community no longer understood the world. After all, it is thanks to the collective mobilization against the right that 20 right-wingers came to the NPD election event at the last Bundestag election, but 2,000 counter-demonstrators. End quote. The contribution was therefore a single impertinence, and a slap in the faces of all residents of the new federal states, whom the West still calls undignified Aussies. Wessis, shame on you. End of quote. Stephen Ully then tried to calm people down with a very East German homage to the East Germans. Quote, "In January 1990, I drove across the border near Helmstedt with a friend in a large Audi 100 to finally get to know the GDR. Our car attracted attention, probably also our behavior. But what particularly struck us was the friendliness of the people. I was very inspired by this friendliness at the time, because it seemed to me as if we had lost something essential in the West above all our prosperity." End of quote. The fact that the ZDF report has virtually nothing to do with the Jena of today is of course just as true as the corresponding reaction from the Jena Town Hall on November 23, 2011 shows that East German homeland security has long since ceased to be a matter for the neo-Nazis. Quote, "Today, Jena is considered a stronghold of civic resistance against neo-Nazis, and a place from which encouragement emanates. Since 2007, we have succeeded in keeping Nazi marches out of our city. Together with hundreds of committed citizens of Jena, we have prevented or at least made it more difficult for Nazi marches to take place in Dresden, Chemnitz, Leipzig, Gera, Erfurt, Altenburg, Posnack, and Eisenach, among others. Jena's experience in the fight against right-wing extremism is in demand and appreciated in many parts of Germany." End quote. Nevertheless, the ZDF has involuntarily succeeded in uncovering the continuity of the mental structures. People defend themselves in the past against Fijis, today against Nazis, and against Besser Wessis anyway. Jena's Lord Mayor Albrecht Schroeder, SPD, is the personification of civic-inspired anti-fascism, and in his person Jena becomes recognizable as a model city of the Berlin Republic, as Schroeder stands for an engagement against the right that does not allow itself to be denied the human right to criticize Israel. In 2012, he felt denigrated as an anti-Semite by the Jerusalem Post because it addressed his support for the Occupation Tastes Bitter campaign by Pax Christi, a campaign that effectively calls for a boycott of Israeli goods. He could not be an anti-Semite, according to Schroeder's well-known reply, as the campaign is also supported by prominent Jews in Germany. Furthermore, it cannot be denied that products that were created unjustly humiliate the Palestinians, as the corresponding press release states. In this paper, The Junction of the Berlin Republic's Anti-Fascism, which uses the staged commemoration of the dead Jews to legitimize the mobbing of Jews living in Israel, is presented in all clarity. His own engagement against the right makes anti-Semitism socially acceptable, and no contemporary anti-Semite ever forgets to mention his engagement for Judaism and his friendship with anti-Zionist token Jews. Schroeder makes it sound like this, quote, "I have been actively involved in the fight against anti-Semitism for many years. In 1985, I founded the Jena Working Group on Judaism to come to terms with the history of the persecution of Jews in my city, and co-authored and co-edited the book Jews in Jena. On my initiative, the city and the working group have commemorated the fascist pogrom Kristallnacht and the Holocaust in a public event on November 9th every year since 1985. In 2000, I initiated and co-authored the city program against right-wing extremism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and intolerance. In 2001, I publicly acknowledged my city's complicity in the persecution and murder of Jews at Yad Vashem. My uncompromising commitment against the neo-Nazis, which was honored last year with the Prize for Civil Courage of the Forderkreis de Holocaustdenkmals in Berlin and the Jewish community there, is primarily motivated by my commitment to human dignity, Article 5 of the Basic Law, and my fight against the anti-Semitism of the neo-Nazis. I have many friends in Israel who encourage me to stand up against the injustice of the occupation and the settlement policy." End quote. He pointed out to one of his critics in Thuringia that the Palestinians as a people are not doing well at all. In the same document, it becomes clear that Schroeder is indeed concerned with folkish protection and less with the actual suffering of the inhabitants of Gaza and the rest of the autonomous territories, which he himself has caused through his own terror and that of his supposed allies. Quote, "I am witnessing how more and more wealthy, educated Palestinians are emigrating," end quote, possibly in order to strive for individual advancement beyond the shul, community, and Quran, just like young East Germans who only go to the West because of mammon. There is a method to anti-Zionism in the Lighthouse Country. In June 2010, the head of the city of Jannah announced at the Conference Partners for Peace, Talking to Hamas and Fatah, organized by the Evangelical Academy Bad Bowl and Pax Christi, that he was taking part in it in order to break through the mental blockade to Gaza with the ship Bad Bowl. Like the organizers, he must have regretted that the German government had refused entry to Bassem Naim, the invited minister of health from Gaza. To trivialize Schroeder's hostility towards Israel as a private spleen or as an incidental element added to the anti-fascist engagement, which should be neglected due to the Nazi threat, firstly fails to recognize that the Nazis now also in the urban East are far removed from the strength they undoubtedly had in the 1990s. Secondly, this ignores the fact that East German civil society against the right is almost necessarily anti-Israeli in terms of its origins. If one considers that the Zoni collective initially believed itself to be threatened by occupiers from the West, only to fight the flesh of the flesh, namely the neo-Nazis, as a damaging element in the next step, then Israel must almost inevitably fall into the rhetorical line of fire, as this state is seen by its enemies as the epitome of a shameful occupation of indigenous Arab place by Western power. The Eastern identity of the post-reunification period, which led to nationally liberated zones with more or less open alliances between neo-Nazis and ordinary East Germans and which persists today in those isolated regions where the East Germans have remained among themselves, is no longer the same as the one that appears today in Jena as a Volksgemeinschaft against the right, and yet it is the same. The offensive reference to a community of those who constantly feel persecuted and betrayed and the emphasis on the informal character and relationships, which are said to be warm, close, and human, but which address everyone without being asked and interfere in other people's private lives, are the key to understanding what is and will probably remain East German. The essentials of East German collective consciousness should not be dismissed as an anachronistic relic, as they are suitable for postmodern use, depending on the ideological situation, either in an old Nazi, as in 1990 FF, or left-wing German, current, way against the same enemy. Against the cool and distanced formalism of the West, against those who disrupt the collective and against those who bring shame on the homeland. Today these could be the Nazis, tomorrow the smokers and the long-term unemployed. The East mentality is increasingly becoming all German. Both the We Decide, SPD, and the claim to be closer to the people, CDU, in the recent Bundestag election campaign, as well as the establishment of DA's corporate cultures and the cult of networking, indicate that the future will be determined less and less by the relics of the old Federal Republic's ties to the West. What seemed backward in 1990 is all the rage today. In view of the career of the company collective without a detour via individuation to the civil society network, Khrushchev's old motto, catch up and overtake, probably needs to be rephrased in the same way as the songwriters Gerolf Panic and Christian Kunert, who were involuntarily expatriated from the GDR to the FRG, overtake without catching up. Anyone familiar with Sam Peckinpah's film Straw Dogs knows everything they need to know about life in the flat countryside. American David Sumner, played by Dustin Hoffman, and his wife Amy, Susan George, moved to a small town in Cornwall, England. Here they seek the peace and idol that will enable David, an astromathematician, to write his doctoral thesis. However, this idol turns out to be pure hell. In view of the boredom, the barren landscape, the bad weather, and the general desolation, the newlyweds not only begin to harass each other, The locals, who seem incapable of forming any kind of friendship with each other, also hope that their new neighbors will bring a change to their dreary everyday lives. The distant hostility that the two encounter everywhere quickly turns into open aggression. A group of natives drive David off the road in a car, for fun, kill the Sumner's cat and hang it in their bedroom closet. While David is on a hunting trip, Amy is raped by two natives. After a rural cultural evening, a horde of drunks finally attack the Sumner's house. The reason? They are harboring the local leper, a disturbed young man who is suspected of having kidnapped and raped a girl, and refused to hand him over to the mob. However, this reason is soon forgotten. One of those on the hunt for the alleged rapist initially attacks Amy after storming the Sumner's house. Another forcibly keeps him away because he thinks she is his own belt. Even for David, it seems to be more important that his territory is violated than that someone should be lynched. So he not only postulates pathetically, and only shortly after threatening to break Amy's arm if she does not obey him, that he will not tolerate any violence in this house. After killing all the attackers, he also declares in a mixture of pride and bewilderment, "Oh my God, I've done them all." Peckinpah's film, which is repeatedly referred to as a Western despite its setting and time period in the early 1970s, is in fact a swan song to the Western genre. The bad guys are still bad, but the good guys are no longer really good. At the same time, Peckinpah denounces the classic Western director's ideas of harmony. In John Ford's or John Huston's style-defining films, the small town, the lonely farm, or the ranch are generally portrayed as places of harmony. Danger always threatens from outside, from Indians, lepers, or strangers. With Straw Dogs, Peckinpah puts these ideas into perspective and presents the small communities, solitude and desolation of country life as a haven of brutality, aggression, and stupidity. In fact, it doesn't take much imagination to relocate the plot of The Siege of Trencher's Farm, the title of the novel on which the film is based, to any small town. Peckinpah describes conditions that can be imagined in only slightly attenuated form almost anywhere in the flat countryside, where not a single building towers above the church steeple. The proximity to nature has made the people hard and embittered. Their leisure time is based on the cultivation of a fixed canon of barbaric rituals, and the limited social contacts produce, even at a young age, the mischievous wonderfulness that is otherwise only known from old people's homes. In these areas, in Peckinpah's village in Cornwall as well as in the slowly deindustrialized small and medium-sized towns of the Magdeburger Board, the Elbe-Salowinkel or Brandenburg, it seems as if the mediated power relations of capitalism have never really arrived. The smaller the place, the greater the arc that abstract law and mediation via the market seem to have made around it. The archaic law of the strongest does not live on here under the surface or under another form, as Marx stated for bourgeois society in its golden age, and against its political economists. Rather, it emerges undisguised. Here, clothing is treated less as a question of aesthetics and style, but is intended solely to protect against wind and weather. Eating seems to be less about pleasure and more about fighting the fear of starvation. And even a wedding often has the sole purpose of providing the enlarged field with someone who will plow, fertilize, and harvest it in the future. Even the generational conflict, in which the idea of breaking out of the school-work-death continuum was once suspended, takes place, if at all, merely as a dispute over inheritance. Due to the early integration into the cultivation of the parental farm, or far more frequently, the strategies of the elderly to kill their time, the adolescents usually skip the phase of disgust with their parents and their lives. Old and young sit together in the same places: marketplace, petrol station, bus shelter, etc. Play cards, smoke, drink, humiliate themselves, and wait for the change that never comes. So there is a lot to be said for avoiding these areas and being happy that there are always people who leave them. However, instead of congratulating those who manage to turn their backs on the ocean of dementia and poverty that the Süddeutsche Zeitung speaks of, the feature pages in particular can hardly imagine anything worse than shrinking cities, deserted villages, and the dying of regions that have brought the world nothing but Grutzwurst and Brejen soup. The repeated assertion that these shrinking regions and their inhabitants have no lobby is denied by the very fact that it is repeatedly made. For years, not only the Hallisches Amtsblatt, the Musbiger Stadtanzeiger or Dessau TV, but also Der Spiegel, the Frankfurter Rundschau, Die Zeit, and books and exhibitions funded by the Federal Cultural Foundation have been lamenting urbanization processes and depopulation. For example, the exhibitions Shrinking Cities 1 and 2, which were initially shown in Halle, Berlin, and Leipzig and have been touring the USA, Great Britain, Japan, Russia, Bulgaria, and Italy for some time now. Entire professional groups are involved in stopping the exodus from the East and West German demolition areas and persuading the locals to stay. Until the 1990s, it was mainly economists and employees of trade offices and economic departments who were responsible for preventing further flight from shrinking cities and dying villages. Their slogan was "Create Jobs." The derelict industrial estates that were developed in every second East German town after 1990 are the sad monuments to their activities. In the meantime, full-time and voluntary urban planners, spatial pioneers, green planners, and landscape architects are at the forefront of the fight against dying cities and regions. This shift of responsibility to those who are professionally involved with hedges, footpaths, green spaces, timber framing, and land use shows that there is hardly anyone left who believes that industry will settle in the East or West German demolition sites. The city treasurer of Bremerhaven, a town that loses 2,000 inhabitants a year, is one of the few people who correctly assess the situation, and not just behind closed doors. The chance of a large company settling here, he told the Hamburger Abendblatt newspaper, is about as good as a 6 in the lottery. Hamburger Abendblatt, November 18, 2004. This generally available but rarely articulated knowledge is also reflected in numerous concepts by urban and spatial planners. For example, temporary inner-city agriculture, vegetables, fruit, etc., has already been discussed for some East German cities. At an exhibition on the subject of shrinking cities, the question was asked why herds of cows should not also be allowed to roam through the loosened-up cities of the future. At public events in the sector, these proposals always generate a mixture of amusement and romantic enthusiasm. In reality, however, they anticipate a state of affairs that has long been vital for many people in the Third World or in the former Eastern Bloc countries. In the world's slum regions, the planted green strip in front of the house, the temporary inner-city field, or the cow in the backyard are the prerequisites for not starving to death. Against this backdrop, when spatial planners repeatedly declare with impressive insistence that future structures must be affordable even with scarce financial resources, IBA. Stadtumbau 2010 Saxon-Anhalt. No great powers of deduction are required to recognize uni. There is an anticipatory crisis awareness at work here that is already taking care of tomorrow's misery management today. As if the repeatedly invoked collapse of the global economy had already taken place, the inhabitants of dying rural areas should once again rely on the produce from their own gardens rather than on EC cards and supermarkets, which no longer exist in some regions of the Altmark, Mecklenburg, Western Pomerania, Brandenburg, and Schleswig-Holstein anyway. The demand for citizen participation, which is raised in almost every current urban and spatial planning concept and is often celebrated in supposedly progressive architectural journals as a call for self-empowerment, is therefore hardly anything other than a demand for misery self-administration. People no longer even appear as containers of labor in these anticipatory crisis management concepts. They only appear as appendages of landscape, region, and nature. For example, students from the Institute of Landscape Architecture at the Technical University of Berlin suggested to the city of Dessau that no permanent paths should be built in the new inner-city green zones, but that it should be left to local residents to create footpaths. A few years ago, former Environmental Minister Jürgen Tritton was pleased that rare animals were returning to the wastelands and that the coexistence of humans and wolves, quote from Tritton, was already normality in certain regions of Saxony. CF Spiegel Online of March 20, 2006. And the not entirely unknown Trios Foundation, stieftung-trios.de, which supports so-called new living projects almost nationwide, repeatedly mentions youth and nature conservation work in the same breath, when it also describes itself as a foundation for soil, ecology, and housing. The context alone, soil and ecology, and the position of the term housing in this context, third place, make it clear once again. Vegetating in the slowly renaturalized zones is no longer considered a social or economic problem, but at best a forestry ecological problem. The latest battle cry of urban planners, spatial pioneers, and colleagues also fits in with this classification of people in the regional fauna. It is called regional identity. With the help of regional identity, homeland loyalty, and attachment to the homeland, the inhabitants of the demolished areas are to be encouraged to persevere in the wasteland despite the lack of industry, bookshops, post offices, schools, and medical care. In some areas of the Uckermark, patients have to travel 60 kilometers to the nearest doctor's surgery. See Spiegel Online of March 15, 2006. This agitation for the local clod is not only based on the attempt of a crisis-ridden industry to regenerate itself from the €2.7 billion pot of the federal state program for urban redevelopment in the East, from whose funds the majority of Eastern German planning offices are likely to be financed. The references to voluntary engagement in local heritage associations and initiatives to strengthen regional identity, without which hardly any planning office website would be complete without, rather signalize that love of the homeland is a matter close to the hearts of urban and spatial planners, spatial pioneers, and landscape architects. One example will suffice. The employees of the Borough für Siedlungserneuerung, which can be considered one of the local heroes of the planning industry in the triangle between Halle, Magdeburg, and Leipzig, refer to an average of 4 honorary memberships per planner on the office's homepage. One particularly committed employee even claims to have 7 voluntary memberships. However, this affair of the heart is not the sole domain of this professional group. The desire to strengthen regional identity, home ties or ties to the homeland unites the industry much more with cultural workers, media professionals, and the local all-party cartel. In Chemnitz, a 40-part series of events took place in the fall of 2007, at which everyone from actor Jan Joseph Liefers to Gerd Ruge to the inevitable double-act Norbert Blum and Peter Saaden was allowed to appear who wanted to make an affirmative statement on the term HEIMAT, the title of the series. Director Edgar Reitz is still showered with honors, Adolf Grimm Prize, honorary doctorates, Federal Cross of Merit, etc. for his HEIMAT trilogy, 1980 to 2004, a 52-hour monumental work about the Hunsrück in which the director lives out his longing for home. Spiegel, October 1, 1984, and Mecklenburg's Minister-President Harald Ringstorff, SPD, Education Minister Meti Sivan, CDU, and Environment Minister Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, also consider a sense of home and attachment to one's homeland to be important, Ringstorff, a guarantee for the future of our country, Sivan, and the essential driving force, Gabriel, behind the all-important protection of nature and the environment. At least 2 things merge in this collective desire to strengthen ties to the homeland and regional identity. 1. The knowledge that it is almost unbearable in the respective regions. Those who feel at home in a certain region do not need to denounce this place with the repressive word home, nor do they need to exaggerate their stay with terms such as regional identity, attachment to home, or loyalty to home. Those who constantly appeal to people's love of their homeland seem to suspect that there is hardly anything else that can keep people in the region. In this respect, the permanent assurance of one's own attachment to one's homeland is probably based on the urge to finally leave one's own clod. In other words, Heimatverbundenheit, Heimatliebe, and its modern counterpart, regional identity, are formulas that are initially intended to combat people's own reflexes to flee. In this sense, the protagonists of the first German homeland movement, the folk song, folk art, and homeland enthusiasts of the early 20th century, had nothing better to do in 1914 than enthusiastically board the trains that were to take them to Flanders, Russia, or Paris. The Heimat film boom of the 1950s and early 1960s was accompanied by Freddie Quinn's travel and wanderlust films, Freddie and the Song of the South Seas, Freddie Under Foreign Stars, etc. And even the current wave of Heimat cannot do without the longing for faraway places. According to the magazine Bucher, 65% of Germans believe that they should be more proud of their country. Nevertheless, they don't seem to be too attached to their beloved homeland. 76% of respondents answered the question of whether they would work in a country other than Germany with a clear yes. 2. The knowledge that, even with great effort, it is not so easy not only to leave the place of one's own stultification, but also to find happiness elsewhere. Many years ago, Wolfgang Port described a sense of attachment to one's homeland as a euphemism for the inability of an industry to keep up with international competition. This statement, which has lost none of its accuracy, applies both to the sectors of the economy that used to be located above average in the now dying cities and regions, agriculture, mining, and heavy industry. And it also applies to the sector whose representatives, alongside the protagonists of the notorious cultural industry, are currently among the most active propagandists of regional identity, and which, according to their associations, have been in crisis for years, architecture, urban and regional planning. You don't have to be an architect or landscape designer to know that future architecture students or landscape designers don't dream of Wurzen, Weißwasser, or the Goetsch Landscape Conservation Area near Bitterfeld, but of New York, Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill in Chicago or Monument Valley. And you don't have to know much about heavy engineering, mining, agriculture, and animal husbandry to know that unemployed combine harvester drivers, steelworkers, and open-cast miners didn't want to be unemployed combine harvester drivers, steelworkers, and open-cast miners in their childhood, but astronauts, cowboys, detectives, pilots, or the like. It is never easy to say goodbye to the illusions of a hopeful childhood and to realize that, due to one's own shortcomings or the much more frequent unfortunate coincidences, one does not get what one believes one deserves. The means by which the associated self-doubt, the failures, and the narrow-mindedness that is necessary, for example, to still go to the village bus stop every day in one's mid-30s and get drunk there in frustration instead of getting on the bus and leaving the place of one's own stultification once and for all, can be compensated for our attachment to one's homeland and regional identity. With the help of attachment to one's homeland, regional identity, and loyalty to one's homeland, the ambitious and the disabled can console themselves for the fact that instead of working for Peter Eisenman in New York, they are wasting away as unrecognized geniuses in a one-man company in Grays. With their help, stupidity and comfort can be transformed into deep loyalty and love for fields, forests, and meadows. And with their help, the hardship of rural confinement can be turned into the supposed virtue of simple living, clean air, and proximity to nature. Local patriotism, which stems from attachment to one's homeland and regional identity, is therefore not only stronger the less justification there is for it. It is also all the more necessary the fewer points of reference it has in reality. The more desolate the clod on which those who have stayed at home vegetate in the wind, weather, and cheap beer, the stronger the pride in them must be. However, the consolation provided by a sense of home and regional identity lies less in the contemplative and harmonious cultivation of actual and supposed traditions. Anyone who has spent a long time in the flat countryside knows that the promised harmony does not materialize. The locals hardly seem to hate anyone as much as their neighbors, friends, and fellow residents. They put up with each other and their traditions. The annual ring ride, the shooting festival, or the carnival parade, only with vast quantities of alcohol. The songs of praise for blood and soil, a somewhat outdated term for regional identity, are therefore not declarations of love for the country and its people. They are, as history has shown, rather a declaration of war on the foreign. Behind the enthusiasm for the collective, for communal work and collective action, there is always aggression against those who do not want to or should not participate. Whoever sets up an association not only determines who they accept, but also who they are allowed to exclude. As is well known, the HEIMAT film of the 1950s, which is still regarded as a symbol of peacefulness and idol, was always based on the fact that the person who disturbs this idol is sought, hunted, and ultimately hunted down. The poacher, the smuggler, or, as in Fischer vom Heiligen See, the nasty estate manager who embezzled the money to repair the dam. Behind the commitment to the homeland lies the promise of being compensated at the Heimatfest for one's own deprivations and failures, for enduring carnival parades, or the same old stories of those one meets night after night at the petrol station or at the local dignitaries' meeting. In this sense, and anyone who has ever been to a fair or a shooting festival late at night will know this, a festival is only considered a success when someone can be humiliated, tortured, and driven through the town. This was the case in Peckinpah's Straw Dogs. It was the case in Meugeln, Saxony, in 2007, where a mob of 50 Latvians gathered at the town festival, beat 7 Indians through the town, and finally smashed the windows of the local pizzeria to general applause. And it was also the case in Dessau in the summer of 2000, when a few young people from neighboring Wolfen were waiting for a train, wanted to party a bit, according to their own statements, and ended up murdering Alberto Adriano in the town park. When it comes to strangers, holidaymakers, or new neighbors who want to escape city life and seek the idyllic countryside that doesn't exist there, even clans that have been enemies for generations join forces. The community-building moment is the hatred of those who show by the color of their skin, their accent, or simply their license plate that they know something other than Peckinpah's little village in Cornwall, Meugeln, Dessau, or Wolfen. Only here, only in the persecution of those foreign to the community, does the community come into its own. Only here is regional identity actually and fully realized. In other words, the call to strengthen ties to the homeland, which is regularly made by urban, regional, and landscape planners, is nothing other than an affirmation of rural barbarism. It amounts to nothing other than murder and manslaughter. The opposite of aiding and abetting murder and manslaughter would be aiding and abetting flight. Some time ago, a small left-wing group from Chemnitz in Saxony described what this support could look like. Addressing home-minded squatters who wanted the appropriation of an empty department store to be taken seriously as a contribution to stopping the exodus from Chemnitz, saving the town from the crisis and improving its image, they explained, "There are many good reasons to squat a house in Chemnitz. Anyone who is forced to study at the local university for financial reasons, the university's reputation can't be that bad, could meet like-minded people there who could help them to better endure the misery of the Saxon province and survive the time until the end of their studies and the desirable move away halfway unscathed in body and mind. Students could be offered a place of refuge until they have finished school and can finally move to a sensible town, where they are not exposed to the impositions of parents, teachers, voluntary and full-time social workers, or the authoritarian pensioner couple next door." End quote. The hope of a little happiness beyond the shadow of the local church spire, which causes young women in particular to flee the demolition areas, the men usually wait it out and screw around, as the Sächsische Zeitung newspaper indignantly put it a few years ago in the coarse jargon of the flat country, prefer to tinker with their mopeds instead of their girlfriends, Sächsische Zeitung, can be fulfilled less and less often, not only due to the fact that the already fragile basis of the bourgeois promise of happiness is constantly eroding. The dissolution of the difference between town and country, of which the socialists and communists of earlier decades spoke, is now also likely to be realized in a negative sense. Just as a sense of home can never be had without a secret wanderlust, it seems that going to the big, foreign city cannot be done without a longing for the proverbial village. In Freddie Quinn's Wanderlust films, there was always the homesickness song, which sang of the difficulties of life far away from home, of security and the desire to return. Thus, the despair and loneliness that the modern world produces also generate a desire for the village, i.e., for the idealized childhood or the childhood of the species, the small needs of small communities and their seemingly manageable and controllable conflicts. This longing is probably not only based on an enthusiasm for the repressive cow warmth of primitive life on the home farm and the associated incapacitation. It also seems to be based on the idea that the rural collective, the largely unmediated rule that it exercises, and the village social control, in contrast to the repeatedly lamented anonymity of the big city, which at least makes privacy possible and in this respect also makes the search for the victim more difficult, offer comparatively easy opportunities to take revenge for the humiliations and deprivations that life under the current conditions has in store for everyone. Despite this enthusiasm for life beyond the urban space, it is only in exceptional cases that city dwellers are drawn back to the countryside. Those who can afford it, however, buy their own home in one of the suburban terraced housing estates. Here, life in the flat countryside is simulated with all its territorial disputes, communal control of the neighbor's lawn, collective observation of new neighbors, and the defense of ancestral rights. But even in the centers themselves, life increasingly resembles life in the flat countryside. In fact, the members of the various citizens' initiatives, neighborhood militias, and district groups, as was explained some time ago in the announcement text of a series of events in Dessau, hardly differ in their approach from the inhabitants of Gallic fortified villages. Quote, "The archaic rituals, which for a long time were mainly observed at fairs or shooting festivals in the flat countryside, found their way into large-scale discotheques years ago, and the personal dependency relationships, which in the countryside were always in competition with the mediated rule of the bourgeois age, are now also no longer a rarity in urban areas." End quote. The provinces, it was concluded, have become the avant-garde of general development precisely because of their backwardness. This statement is certainly correct. However, and this should perhaps be added as a qualification, what always applies to the relationship between mainstream and avant-garde also applies to the relationship between city and countryside. The avant-garde is always a little ahead of its imitators. In this respect, there are still good reasons to leave the wastelands and seek your fortune elsewhere. There are some landscapes and communities of which the following applies. Once you have seen a representative section, you can safely skip the rest. This is also the case with Magdeburg, the capital of Saxony-Anhalt, which can claim to be the East German city par excellence. Everything that is known from television reports about unsavory places like Delitzk, Skocha, Rabel, or Schkuditz appears there as if in a burning glass. The character of a community is often revealed in seemingly marginal incidents and behaviors that can provide more information about general conditions than election results and unemployment or crime statistics. If you want to understand what is rumbling menacingly in the zone, and why nothing will change for the better in the foreseeable future, you have to walk the Magdeburg Way of the Cross from Hasselbachplatz across the banks of the Elbe threatened by flooding to the Stadtfeld district, where a sticker with the inscription "Kill the Anti-German" has spread, whose authors told the Junge Welt, "Anti-Germans are a problem that has moved into Magdeburg." While the formation of a modern and cosmopolitan republic continues in the West German conurbations, where people think they are hip because they like Gerald Asamoah and wear black-red gold not out of an unresolved past, but out of pride in Germany's pioneering role in terms of eco-technology, peacefulness, and a globally unique collective cheerfulness. The zone with its secret capital Magdeburg seems to belong to another country, brooding sullenly to itself. In the former garrison town, about which even the hard-working volunteer Wikipedia encyclopedists could come up with so little that the economy section has so far remained unedited for good reason, the state is the central provider of money and jobs. Even in the debates about the seat of the state government at the beginning of the 1990s, Magdeburg was only able to prevail over the larger and more respectable Halle because those responsible at the time assumed that only an emergency sacrifice could save the city from ruin. It was feared at the time that if Magdeburg, after the almost complete collapse of local industry, was also left empty-handed in the race to become the state capital and the associated subsidies, the city would fall into complete ruin. Since then, Halle has made do with the title of cultural capital of Saxony-Anhalt and presents itself as a place steeped in history, partially restored and equipped with an up-and-coming university, as a suitable location for prestigious events to celebrate the supposedly booming East. Magdeburg, on the other hand, has not gained in attractiveness through its status as the state capital. Although it now has a few more administrative buildings, 2 prestigious streets around the state parliament building and a so-called pub district, it is precisely this amusement mile that does not herald fun, entertainment, or even culture, but only underlines the general bleakness and the all-dominant attitude to life, which is by no means sufficiently characterized by boredom. Magdeburg's nightlife district is in reality just a single square around which around 15 cafes, pubs, and kebab stands are grouped. By 10 p.m. at the latest, when the majority of the pubs close, you can see around Hasselbachplatz what makes the Mitteldeutscher Rundfunk, MDR, the region's most popular radio station, so successful. A jubilant atmosphere mingles with wine and GDR nostalgia. This, combined with copious amounts of alcohol, results in the Magdeburg feeling of being lied to and cheated by everyone, and with it a need to persecute anyone who disturbs the ideal world of Occam's hit parade, Riverboat, or, for the younger ones, the morning show on the MDR Sputnik radio station. The people who come to Hasselbachplatz to celebrate seem to know that they have no future, which is why self-help seems to be out of the question. They long for a past that is expressed in the electoral successes of the PDS, which has been the strongest party in the city for years and the second strongest in the country, as well as in the retro boom around Botsna Mustard, the GDR Traffic Light Man, or Club Cola, which is offered in the numerous Magdeburg stores that advertise themselves with the signet East German products. In their longing for the past, however, the inhabitants of this deindustrialized wasteland are faced with a problem. The good old days, when not much was good and which they themselves actively participated in abolishing at the relevant Monday demonstrations, cannot return. As they believe they have no future and the past is irretrievable, the locals are settling into a permanent end of the world regulated by state alimentation. The knowledge of their own superfluousness, which is part of the basic equipment of labor sellers everywhere, is probably particularly pronounced in the East German demolition areas because it is obviously good manners to stay at home until there is no more use for them in Freising or Reutlingen, where even unskilled workers are desperately sought. As a result, hardly a weekend goes by at Hasselbachplatz without fights, threats, and open displays of aggression, which, in the absence of suitable opponents such as foreigners or newcomers, are fought out among themselves. The latent and unusually frequent virulence of violence has long since spread to all sectors of life. The nostalgic Sputniks, which are lifted into the media sky by the MDR and private radio stations, and which constantly proclaim discrimination and self-assertion, foreign influence and cohesion, foreignness and homeland in songs and interviews, reports and musical performances, have long since also had an effect in places where loyalty to the Federal Republic of Germany is an obligation. As in numerous other East German communities, The degree of general brutalization in Magdeburg can be seen in the procedures of those who are supposed to be responsible for maintaining law and order. The mixture of general brutalization and sniveling aggressiveness provides the ideal climate for the only recognized People's Party, the PDS, and as everywhere where the PDS is particularly strong, the state's tolerance of neo-Nazis is also particularly pronounced in Magdeburg. In the 1990s, the state capital of Saxony-Anhalt became notorious for its accepting social work with neo-Nazis. During the so-called Ascension Day riots on Father's Day 1994, a heavily intoxicated neo-Nazi mob roamed the city for hours unchallenged by the police, chasing foreigners. In 1992, 23-year-old punk Torsten Lamprecht was beaten to death by neo-Nazis under the eyes of the police. The officers present only intervened after the Nazis retreated and harassed other victims of the attack. In 1997, Nazis murdered 16-year-old Frank Bottcher, who belonged to the left-wing subculture. When the city's left-wing scene was investigated a few years ago, one of the key witness statements was only obtained using methods familiar from mafia films. The police, who cooperated closely with the Federal Criminal Police Office, blackmailed a member of the scene about his homosexuality. "We'll tell your grandpa about this," they threatened. "It won't do his heart any good." Although the statements could not be used in court, they were enough to steer the investigation in a certain direction. The paralysis and simultaneous brutalization of public life also had and continues to have an effect on the general state of Magdeburg's left-wing scene. A few years ago, a do-it-yourself club guide accurately noted about the Nest, the city's longest-serving punk rock club, that it was only bearable if you had a bottle of corn in you, just like the lethargic rest of the audience. Until well after the year 2000, there were only two options for East German youths who did not want to join the regional neo-Nazi comradeship or the local solarium clique, whose members lined up their tuned cars at the petrol station every evening. Either you became a consequent opponent of German conditions, or the everyday experiences with Nazis, teachers, PDS pensioners, and the successors of the Abschnittsbevollmächtigten, ABV, those Volksbeleisesten who were responsible for certain streets in the GDR and had to control the housebook, out-of-town visitors, and the bringing in of the harvest, were suppressed. In Magdeburg, an autonomous scene established itself in contrast to the harmless subculture faction, which dozed off in alcohol and dull punk concerts, and which impressively managed to combine everything that the Western left carried with it from the bad past with the affirmation of the oppressive present of the East. While the majority of East German Antifa groups in the 1990s became anti-German out of experience, Magdeburg's radical left-wing scene, in a mixture of solidarity with the people and avant-garde role, endeavored to maintain its revolutionary position in the battle for the hearts and minds of its fellow citizens, who it knew were culturally and ideologically located between the PDS and the Nazis. At a time when the majority of the left had long since abandoned the cult of the proletariat, the Autonomous Association AZ Magdeburg, founded in 2000, sought to win over the DVU voters next door, organized people's kitchens, and carried out district work. When Saxon anti-fascists quite unpatriotically mocked the sandbag comradeships during the flood of the century in 2002 and recognized a new edition of the German Labor Front in the volunteer work on the Elbe, Magdeburg autonomous people put the words Autonomous Dike Protection Commando on their t-shirts and hauled sandbags just a few hundred meters from the section of dike for which the local neo-Nazi comradeship had taken over the flood sponsorship. And yet they were not successful with the masses. The comrades, deprived of the success they deserved, did not conclude from this that they should finally stop pandering to the people. Instead, they self-critically realized that only a beacon could rouse the people from their lethargy and win them over to the revolutionary cause. And so it was that at around the same time as the BKA's terrorism investigators were beginning to fear for their privileges almost 10 years after the last RAF attack, part of the Magdeburg Autonomous Homeland Security Squad was discussing taking up armed struggle. Significantly, this was not to be directed against the Magdeburg conditions, which would have been crazy but understandable, but was to be an Eastern zonal component of so-called worldwide struggles. Groups with names such as Revolutionary Action Carlo Giuliani or Commando Globaler Widerstand have been carrying out arson attacks on a Mercedes car dealership, telecom vehicles, and federal border guard vehicles since mid-2001. In March 2002, a Kommando Freilassung aller politischen Gefangenen, Commando for the Release of All Political Prisoners, finally attacked the building of the State Criminal Police Office with a Molotov cocktail. These actions were intended, as explained in a letter of confession, to anchor militant politics in the minds of the population. However, the population of the Eastern Zone, who had declared by acclamation in Rostock and Hoyerswerda in the early 1990s that they had no objection to militancy in principle, fortunately ignored the instructions for making incendiary devices that local autonomists distributed in an information booklet. Instead, the police stepped in. The Magdeburg scene was kept under surveillance for months. An autonomous center was searched in September 2002, followed by proceedings for forming a terrorist organization and the conviction of 2 Magdeburg scene activists. The Autonomous Association, AZ, which was declared the nucleus of a terrorist organization by the Federal Prosecutor's Office in 2003, no longer exists. However, the worldview of the new left-wing local heroes, the Gruppe Internationale Solidarität, GIS, and the newly founded Autonom Antifa Magdeburg, AMD, which is regularly disseminated to disinterested people in leaflets, is very much in the tradition of the Autonom Zusammenschluss. The GIS speaks of the power of the big capitalists in the style of anti-imperialist pronouncements of the 1980s. Militant xenophobia, which is still the leading ideology in East German garden pubs despite the uprising of the decent and official anti-war rhetoric, is reinterpreted as a means of the ruling class to channel social discontent downwards. And in line with the age-old slogan, "Capital is behind fascism," the group claims that the establishment of far-right organizations is supported by the bourgeois parties. The Magdeburg anti-imperialists are particularly interested in Israel. On the occasion of an International Day of Struggle of the Palestinian and Iraqi people, GIS organized a rally in September 2004, at which it called for solidarity with the Iraqi and Palestinian resistance. This was followed by calls for solidarity with those exploited and oppressed by Israel and Palestine, statements on the Middle East conflict in which Israel was described as an apartheid state, and finally, at the beginning of this year, wall slogans showing the Nazi slogan "Israel perish," and swastikas intertwined with Stars of David. Even if these statements are not particularly different from the positions of the Autonomous Union, there is a difference between the AZ, which dominated the left-wing scene in the state capital for a long time, and its unofficial successor organization, the Internationale Solidarität Group. While the AZ pursued autonomous politics with an internationalist orientation, the GIS is an anti-imperialist group with occasional autonomous reminiscences. The same applies to Autonom Antifa Magdeburg. While its activities initially focused on classic anti-Nazi activities, it has since moved closer to the anti-imperialism of the International Solidarity Group. The Magdeburg left thus seems to want to catch up in a condensed form on a development that the German left has undergone since the 1960s. The new left was in a deep crisis there after 1968. The hoped for global turnaround had failed to materialize, the student movement showed clear signs of disintegration, and the countless attempts to inspire the working class for revolutionary change had failed. The more unlikely the revolution in the metropolises became, the more desperately revolutionary aspirations were shifted to other parts of the globe. With this in mind, the homepage of the International Solidarity Group contains fewer and fewer reports on the situation in Germany. Instead, the group organizes information events about the current situation in Kurdistan and the situation in the Basque Country. Reports on the Spanish police arresting a member of the Turkish TKP, ML. Publishes news about Venezuela, Colombia, and Uruguay, informs about news from Palestine, etc. This link to the oppressed peoples and their armed arms also seems to be a reaction to the regular failure of their own neighborhood, people's kitchen, and open space concepts. Although they met almost every mess made by the local underdogs with understanding, the revolutionary subject of the state capital wanted nothing to do with the Magdeburg Autonomous. During the protests against Hartz IV, the police beat the local neo-Nazis, who had been pushed out of the demonstration shortly beforehand by members of the left-wing scene, back into the protest march, while some of the other demonstrators applauded. The Ulrike Meinhof House, the Ulrike for short, named after the RAF co-founder and anti-Zionist, the last occupied center in Magdeburg, was evicted by a large police force in September 2002, without the neighbors and other residents of the neighborhood, whose favor the residents had repeatedly courted, showing solidarity with them, and the solidarity movement for the 3 members of the Autonomous Union, who were accused of forming a terrorist organization by the Federal Prosecutor's Office in 2002, soon collapsed again after a successful start. Organized left-wing structures were almost completely smashed in the course of the investigations. Young people were intimidated and threatened by a police apparatus that had gone wild, which had been created to combat the RAF and presumably wanted to create self-legitimization through the Magdeburg terrorism trial, and individual members of the scene had to seek medical treatment due to the pressure of persecution and intimidation. In short, the revolutionary reconstruction process in Magdeburg, which the AZ had repeatedly announced, failed magnificently. This permanent failure in the face of its own demands and reality necessarily continued despite the reference to the fighting peoples. While the perspective of liberation was at least partially suspended in the activities of the Viet Cong, on which the revolutionary hopes of the European left were based in the late 1960s, the international reference points of the Magdeburg anti-imperialists can hardly be distinguished from fascist organizations. The Basque ETA, which the International Solidarity Group reports on approvingly in the news column of its homepage, is a folkish organization whose central categories are blood and soil. The Venezuela of Hugo Chavez, to which the group, like the majority of the left, is committed, can largely be analyzed using classic fascism theory categories. And the various Palestinian organizations, which the Magdeburg anti-imperialists are particularly enthusiastic about, can hardly be distinguished from fascist murder gangs. The GIS in particular has come so close to the fascist, or rather National Socialist, agenda of its international role models that the particular militancy with which it often confronts the local neo-Nazis is only to a small extent driven by the desire to stop the fascization of the East. Rather, they seem to at least suspect that the declarations of solidarity and slogans of their calls for demonstrations, for example on the anniversary of the Intifada or the Liebknecht-Luxemburg-Lenin commemoration, are no longer covered by their favorite word emancipatory. The closer Magdeburg's autonomists and anti-imperialists come to the content of fascist organizations in their demands and analyses, the more vehemently the real Nazis must be fought on the streets. In other words, the regular brawls with neo-Nazis are a way of fighting the idea that, if we took the similarities in content seriously, we should have been working together for a long time. A problem that also exists on the other side. The strategically consequent attempts of the Young National Democrats, for example, to draw parts of the left into a German alliance against imperialism, which is long overdue in view of the largely identical program, regularly fail due to the deep-seated hatred of the rank and file for leftists and other ticks. To the chagrin of the strategists, the boot Nazis simply cannot let go of swastikas and Auschwitz denials and justifications, and the autonomous anti-imperialists, although they are hardly any less true anti-Semites than their favorite enemies, could not come together with the comradeships even if they finally gave up Rudolf Hess memorial marches. It is a question of identity. The permanent failure in the face of reality, the regular rejections of those they have courted, these incessant narcissistic insults by the revolutionary subject, which cannot be ignored even by the members of the International Solidarity Group and the autonomous Antifa Magdeburg, all this demands an explanation from them. As they are unable to let go of their anti-imperialist belief that they are part of a huge international uprising movement against those at the top, which still holds together the often depraved figures rushing from insult to insult, the blame for their own lack of success must be projected onto others. The police, who reinforced the widespread persecution mania of the Magdeburg scene through their investigations in the Magdeburg terrorism trial and gave it a semblance of realism, or the local neo-Nazi comradeship, are only of limited use as a projection surface. They have long been an integral part of the anti-imperialist worldview, in which they represent the enemy as the incarnation of the state and capital, which is also indispensable in everyday militant life in the form of opposing playmates. And yet even this game has become stale. The police are no longer on the lookout for terrorists, and the Nazis continue to be fought over according to age-old custom, without anyone having the slightest idea of how to get to their ideological and cultural roots. About 3 years ago, when the scene was gradually recovering from the shock of the terrorism trial, an unexpected but much-desired rescue came into sight. At that time, some members of the scene began to timidly distance themselves from the anti-imperialist consensus and promptly found themselves in the crosshairs of their former comrades. Although the renegades were merely catching up on what had long been a recognized part of the tolerated spectrum of opinion in every West German left-wing subculture, and were also calling for solidarity with Israel and Magdeburg, they immediately fell prey to the declaration that they were anti-Germans, which had been popular among anti-imperialists in other cities since the Iraq War and was meant quite tangibly. But there, where people listen to Radio Sputnik and try unsuccessfully to preach the principles of an intifada from Ramallah to Magdeburg to the brown fellows from the plate around the corner, there is no peaceful coexistence with friends of Israel. The new Friends of the Jewish State came just in time to serve as an ideal projection surface on which the rest of the Magdeburg scene could work off its failure. On the other hand, they actually pose a deadly threat to the identity of East Zonal Autonomous, because Friends of Israel talk about what holds the Revolutionary Homeland Security Brigade together at its core, and, worse still, people listen to them. The positive reference to Israel necessarily resonates with the idea that there can be more than the equal misery for all hoped for by anti-imperialists of all stripes, the folkish unity on the homeland. The Jewish state, which by its very existence constantly refers to the crimes of the Germans, simultaneously sabotages the longed-for commitment to Germany and the Germans through this reminder. Almost nobody in Germany, especially on the left, can stand that. The difference between Magdeburg and Kiel, for example, lies in the fact that people in the far north tolerate provocateurs who show solidarity with Israel with a heavy heart, because they have learned that spontaneous outbursts of emotion are regularly misinterpreted, especially when it comes to this sensitive topic, and that they are the stupid ones afterwards, whereas in the zone, people traditionally don't make a murder pit out of their hearts and threaten strangers with murder. This is the background against which members of the International Solidarity Group, the autonomous Antifa Magdeburg and the Magdeburg Women's Group attacked 2 lecture events in July that had been organized by the Antifa Info Portal, AIP, Magdeburg, a small Antifa group that has existed in solidarity with Israel for around 2 years. At the first event, at which the Magdeburg scene was to be confronted with criticism of the anti-imperialist worldview, around 15 anti-imps, some wearing face masks and gloves, appeared and attempted to force their way into the event room. 2 people close to the organizers were beaten. At the second event, slogan, Solidarity with Israel, on June 27th, several windows of the event venue, the local One World House, were smashed with paving stones. At least 4 event participants who came into contact with irritant gas sprayed by the anti-imps in the rooms and on participants had to be treated by an emergency doctor. Back in January, after a rally organized by the AIP on the occasion of Holocaust Remembrance Day, members of the International Solidarity Group, the autonomous Antifa Magdeburg and the Magdeburg Women's Group had attacked an Israel Solidarity Antifa from Leipzig with punches. When the attack became public, the AAMD thugs initially claimed that they had been attacked, only to then declare in hooligan style that the anti-Germans were clearly outnumbered. Accordingly, they did not have to pretend to be victims. In the same statement, they not only announced further attacks, "We will not tolerate anti-Germans propagating Israel solidarity politics in Magdeburg." At the same time, they demonstrated how far their loss of reality has progressed in the meantime. Magdeburg, the eternal brown shit nest, Phase 2, they claimed in all seriousness, is and will remain an internationalist city. The anti-imperialist treatment of Magdeburg's Friends of Israel is initially reminiscent of the treatment of traitors, who are blamed for decomposition, demobilization, and decaying tendencies. Just as traitors are generally dealt with greater fervor than external enemies, Magdeburg's Friends of Israel are, as a representative of the Antifa information portal recently told Jungle World, fought with a vehemence that is not even displayed towards Nazis. In the official rhetoric of the International Solidarity Group and the autonomous Antifa Magdeburg, the Magdeburg Women's Group has not yet made an official statement. They are presented as an external threat. In its interview with the National Revolutionary Junge Welt, in which it issued a command statement on its attacks on the Israel Solidarity event series at the beginning of July, the International Solidarität Group stated, as quoted at the beginning, "Anti-Germans are an incoming problem in Magdeburg. It is irrelevant that members of the Antifa portal were still actively involved in the solidarity work for the Magdeburg defendants in the terrorism trial a few years ago, but unlike the majority of the scene, they were capable of self-reflection and revising their positions. The anti-Germans have to be presented as an external problem in order to keep the ranks tightly closed. The Magdeburg anti-imps thus present themselves as an East Zonal mini-version of an oppressed people, as the inhabitants of a Gallic defense village defending their native clod against external invaders. Like the defensive battles of the oppressed peoples and their liberation movements, the actions of the Magdeburg defense farmers are no longer reminiscent of classic political conflicts, but of a territorial defense struggle in gangland. When members of the International Solidarity Group explain to members of the Antifa info portal that they have to ask permission beforehand if they want to organize a lecture event, this is no longer the style of the Bolsheviks, to whom anti-imperialists still occasionally refer. Rather, it is the style of the mafia. At the end of 2004, Members of the GIS had already demonstrated that their role model is less Lenin, who, for all his criticism, should be defended against his new friends, than Vito Corleone, Mario Puzo's godfather. At that time, they not only paid a so-called house call to a former comrade, harassed him and threatened him with beatings if he continued to wear Israeli symbols. In a statement, they also described their assault in the worst mafia style as a matter between friends. While the Magdeburg anti-imperialists are rather uncharitable in the justification of their sanctions and always use the same formulas, the term anti-German, as the AIP put it in February 2007, now seems to be a self-sufficient justification for repressive actions. They themselves display great enthusiasm in their sanctions. Their attempts at intimidation range from slashing car tires to attacks using pyrotechnics on a shared flat to the aforementioned stickers with calls for murder, kill the anti-German. At the beginning of the year, they marked a shared flat at night with stars of David and swastikas to let members of the Antifa information portal know where they lived. Shortly afterwards, they also deposited stones on the windowsill of this shared flat at night. This was obviously intended to signal that the stones could soon fly through the window. This enthusiasm, with which the Magdeburg anti-imperialists take up almost the entire repertoire of mafia or fascist intimidation methods, suggests that the reference to the relevant formulas of anti-imperialism has finally become what it has always tended to be. Above all, it serves to ideologically exaggerate one's own need for persecution, the need to finish someone off or, in the jargon of numerous youth gangs, to turn them into a victim. It almost seems as if the anti-imps want to revisit their central grievances and humiliations by attacking those they see as anti-German. Some of their attempts at intimidation are reminiscent of those to which they themselves were subjected by the police during the Magdeburg terrorism trial. When members of the International Solidarity Group prefer to refer to their opponents as little suckers, it is not difficult to recognize the homophobia that was probably also behind the police's idea of blackmailing the aforementioned young man with his homosexuality during this trial. And when one of the leading protagonists of the GIS finally goes on patrol in Stadtfeld, the left-wing district of Magdeburg, and checks the rucksack of a younger anti-fascist for devotional objects in solidarity with Israel, he has finally openly taken on the role of the police. This enthusiasm for power, which is evident from the countless attempts at intimidation, the need for humiliation and police simulations, suggests that the staff of the One World House did the only right thing after the June attacks. They called in the police. As Adorno explained in 1962, authority cannot be dispensed with when dealing with people who, in principle, prefer to appeal to authority themselves. Where they seriously venture into anti-Semitic manifestations, the really available means of power must be used without sentimentality, not out of a need for punishment or to take revenge on these people, but to show them that the only thing that impresses them, namely real social authority, is still against them for the time being. In October 2007, after 7 years in Rudolstadt in eastern Thuringia, the Nussschäfer family of pastors gave up and moved back to North Rhine-Westphalia. In the West, Nussschäfer explains, his family didn't experience anything even remotely comparable to Rudolstadt. My wife and children feel liberated. It's like a new life. End quote. A month before his departure, the Synod school representative for Protestant religious education in southern Thuringia had already published an article in the Evangelische Wochenzeitung für Thuringen.
Glaube und Heimat, 2. September 2007.
The Indian chase in Meugeln, Saxony, which led from an Old Town festival through the city center to a snack bar where the pursuers, supported by a courageous police officer, entrenched themselves until reinforcements arrived, made Nussschäfer think of his Indian wife and their 5 dark-skinned children. Involuntarily, he came from the Meugeln Collective, which knew how to prevent uninvolved witnesses from making themselves available to the public prosecutor's office, to talk about Rudolstadt, and touched on a taboo that is not just an East German one. Quote, resolutely against the right. That has been the motto since the Meugeln beating. There is an uncanny and subliminal hostility towards the foreign, the uncanny and the different among both the right and the left in East Germany. My wife and our 5 children are not only picked on from the right, but also spat at, poisoned, stared at, and attacked from the left. And even in the church, not everyone is automatically against racism or xenophobia. So anyone who thinks that the East German heart beats to the left and that xenophobia can only be attributed to right-wing radicalism is deliberately spreading a misconception that does not stand up to reality. The problem lies deeper, and quite a few are of the opinion. Let it lie there in the depths. End of quote. The following is not intended to examine in the manner of Antifa research who exactly did what harm to the newspapers, whether he or she was right-wing radical, generally right-wing, or somehow left-wing. It is much more a question of sounding out the visions that active citizens peddle to save the threatened location, and how the pressure for structural adjustment affects the mobilization of values already present and yet to be lifted from the depths of a small East Zonal town, with which the newspaper pastor's family was confronted in such a way that they did not want to endure it. So we will have to talk about German culture. The employees of the Thuringian State Theater in Rudolstadt and the Thuringian Symphony Orchestra Saalfeld-Rudolstadt had the slogan, Kulturverrodung ist Volksverrodung. Cultural squalor is popular squalor, printed on a protest postcard after the state announced that the institution's budgets would be cut by around half. The end of the two institutions was only just averted thanks to additional municipal funding for the period from 2009. But this last-minute rescue is the exception in a chain of shrinking and desertification processes that have particularly affected the eastern federal states in the countryside and in the cities. Long before the Solidarity Pact expires in 2019, facts will have been created that even the State Theater will not survive. The population of Rudolstadt has fallen from 32,000 at the time of reunification due to the low birth rate, but above all due to emigration, to just under 25,000 today. In order to stop this trend and even reverse it in the long term, the people of Rudolstadt have remembered their glorious past in the fight against cultural desolation. When Friedrich Schiller stayed there for long periods in 1788 and 1789 and met Goethe for the first time, albeit only fleetingly, in the house where his wife was born. Today, the Schiller House has been freshly renovated and houses an exhibition about the poet, which has also been used by the municipality to claim the title of Schiller City Rudolstadt. The addition of the name Schiller City refers to the defunct proletarian state to which Rudolstadt owed its better days, a state that celebrated Schiller as a progressive citizen, and thus tied in with the patriotic Schiller celebrations of the German workers' movement, which wanted to demonstrate its anchoring in German culture. Friedrich Schiller's efforts thus also stand for a certain continuity in the resistance against a political system that is perceived as having been imposed by the West and that seemingly only brings restored inner cities and empty apartments. In a study carried out by the Berlin Institute for Population and Development on behalf of the Brandenburg State Parliament, Brandenburgers are not the only ones faced with the tough alternative of either becoming small but attractive or disappearing completely. Quote, "The demographic development of the next few decades will hardly allow any development dynamics of its own in some places. Certain areas will continue to shrink. Artificially halting the erosion process here would be a waste of resources. The government should therefore, on the one hand, resolutely support survival, i.e. use and promote regions' own existing potential, strengthen strengths. On the other hand, in areas where the situation is continuously deteriorating, the state should support the retreat and even the removal of supply or guarantee standards. In other words, it should virtually encourage emptying." End quote. The German government has followed these suggestions and, at the beginning of 2008, declared the Stettiner Half and Sudhars/Kyffhauser regions to be model regions of demographic change through its Commissioner for Eastern Germany, Typhon C., in which the adaptation of the social, cultural, and economic infrastructure to the shrinking process is being monitored and supported. The state of Saxony is also gathering experience in its model region of Upper Lusatia-Lower Silesia, which should serve as a basis for the assertion that the previous growth-based equalization policy and the responsibility of the public sector to fulfill it must be fundamentally questioned. End quote. The Berlin Institute study not only wants to watch the shrinkage, but to initiate a system change, which begins with the seemingly ordinary recommendation to increase the attractiveness for foreigners and not to treat tourism as neglected as in Brandenburg, where accommodation, hospitality, reception in the country are considered a deterrent in many places. The impression of desolation prevails in many places, even though Brandenburg, as the cradle of Prussia, has a central piece of national cultural identity. What is bitter hardship for the affected regions, namely having to shrink, is becoming an opportunity in view of the negative consequences of growth, threatens and entices the Berlin Institute. The blossoming landscapes are now being traded as fairly deserted biotopes in which the few people will still not be able to earn any money, but will be able to enjoy the potential of a new socioeconomic model instead of the classic growth philosophy that threatens the environment and climate. As it is known from many inhabitants of the German East that they are crying out for work, but cannot cope on the labor market even if there is something on offer for them in their region. They can even be promised the happiness they long for beyond the primary labor market. Quote, purely quantitative economic dynamics beyond a certain quality threshold have not been able to make people happier for a long time. For many people in disadvantaged regions today, the focus on growth is a burden. End of quote. In addition to ecologically based demands for a system change, regionally valid barter ring currencies are called for as a new instrument to strengthen local economic ties and limit value flows locally. The guiding principles for the municipalities should be energy self-sufficiency and zero emissions, enabling regional food cycles, regional direct marketing, and production with less technology. One might know that such a regulated economy of renunciation can only be organized via the secondary labor market, which means that the Eastern Zonal Employment Companies, which put 30% or more of the population into work on an ABM or MAE basis, will be more involved in asparagus cutting, vegetable markets, and manure power plants in the future and would expand their share of the employment sector, which can hardly be called a labor market even now. But all this could still be balm for the sore souls of the inhabitants of Eastern Germany, because regional organic farming is not just an economic concept for the countryside. It also results in a greater sense of community and more local identity. To ensure that Rudolstadt could also share in the blessings announced by the Berlin Institute, the Verein Association Together was founded in September 2005 with the aim of revitalizing a city that is struggling with emigration, aging, and a loss of quality. A self-critical assessment was made. We want to break up encrusted structures, point out alternatives, and create new visions in order to finally awaken hope for the future. This looks extremely bleak in Rudolstadt, not to say black, but hardly anyone wants to admit it. Therefore, our first step is to provide relentless information and thus create the basis for thinking about alternatives and developing strategies for the future in the first place. This definitely requires courage. We will hardly be able to avoid a discussion of values in this context, and we don't want to. End of quote. For Zusammen e.V., the evocation of the city and the black future that threatens its citizens is an opportunity to realize a utopia. Quote, so the approach is as follows: not to hang Schiller's city on the wall, but to be Schiller's city. Walking in his footsteps would mean breaking boundaries, i.e. making structural and systemic changes and achieving freedom, i.e. autonomy. The opportunity for a new beginning is conceivably favorable, not to say ideal, and is unlikely to return anytime soon. End quote. This is the promise made by Zusammen e.V. in a manifesto proclaiming a model region Rudolstadt, which is not even planned by the state of Thuringia. The message is that those who are regionally committed to their Rudolstadt are simultaneously helping to free the whole of Germany from a very special state of emergency, and at the same time allowing the country to follow the example of Eastern Germany. Quote, money inevitably awakens desires, which in turn creates separation. So what could be more obvious, since there is no money anyway, to make a virtue out of necessity? Perhaps our spiritual or virtuous need is greater than the financial one anyway. For all our love of our country, what higher ideals remain to warm the heart of our homeland so that it burns brightly? But what else will come together when we run out of money? Then at the latest, whether we like it or not, we will have to build on the other values that we have fought so stubbornly and diligently, indeed with German thoroughness. Be brave so that we can be proud of ourselves and come together both in Rudolstadt and in Thuringia, indeed in the whole of Germany. End of quote. In the magazine for civic engagement published by Zusammen e.V., Latte No. 3, hearts burn with German thoroughness, which is why there are corresponding cries of outrage against a disgrace that began in Nuremberg and continues today. Quote, the Nuremberg trial went down in history as a turning point. We Germans are still struggling with this shame today. It has shaken our dignity, honor, honesty, our pride, and thus our entire identity to the core. There was hardly any room for truthfulness and honesty in view of the guilt and shame as well as the existential circumstances after the war. Having elevated ourselves above the nations as the master race, we are now undermining and shaming them with the most radical modesty, self-contempt, and self-denial. The country's cultural elite likes to distinguish itself with this dubious mania. End quote. They know that self-denial of our identity and values is the ticket to fundamental fanaticism. one threatens, it virtually conjures up radical attitudes as a reflex-like counter-reaction, although that is exactly what one wants to prevent. And you dream of a nightmare that only failed to materialize because the 2006 World Cup, with the exception of Leipzig, where there was a considerable security problem for recognizable foreigners and Westerners, took place in the West, where not everyone is notoriously drunk and leaves their balls in the bag. Quote, "For one summer of soccer, we weren't anonymous alcoholics, friends or foreigners in our own country, but what all Germans think we are anyway. We didn't play the eunuch who carries his balls in front of him as a sign of harmlessness, but celebrated the full power and potential that lies in our country and therefore in ourselves." End quote. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if foreign guests had been sitting among people in the stadium and then in the town square who made such comments soon afterwards. Quote, "Not for years have we felt so uninhibited, liberated from false modesty, lack of identity, double standards. It was about far more than soccer. It was about our true face, which no one is more afraid of than ourselves. It was about sincerity, which benefited the whole world and radiated tons of joie de vivre. We should not withhold this sincerity from ourselves and the world in the future or limit it to soccer. Perhaps many of the world's oppressed are hoping for this." End quote. Because they did not want to refer directly to the somehow socialist GDR, the magazine for civic engagement turned to the all-German original, which was offered to Germany and the world as a role model. Quote, "With the abolition of everything German, deliberately Prussian, the world would be deprived of an essential part of human dignity. It was indeed the old Prussians who insisted on justice without exception. The king was the first servant in the state. Frederick William I not only demanded obedience from his subjects. Among his peers he enforced it with the same rigor. Duty to the state and the people was the highest commandment. Modesty and thrift were a matter of course, and wastefulness was punished severely, regardless of class and origin. In view of widespread nepotism, but also careerism, opportunism, dishonesty, ruthlessness, and even spinelessness, we should thoroughly reconsider the abolition of all things Prussian. It would be a shame to have to do without the fulfillment of duty, reliability, truthfulness, and honesty in the future because of cadaver obedience and the authoritarian state. Thank you, Prussia." End of quote. Zusammen e.V. is made up of around 40 Rudolstadt residents. The initiator, spokesman, and head of the association is the actor Thorsten Stoll, who was not born in Rudolstadt but in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. The city animator Stoll, Österinger Zeitung, OTZ, July 607, is an ex-actor of the Rudolstadt Theater where he had ensured a full house in the musical review Die Sekretärinnen. The OTZ newspaper of June 24, 05 wrote, "For 2 hours, all is right with the world, people like that." Stoll has also stood his ground as a cultural creator against popular stupidity as the actor Sebastian in the ARD daily soap Verboten Liebe, and in the same genre as Frank Richter on RTL's Gut Zeiten, Schlecht Zeiten. Together with the Rudolstadt Protestant Community Church Council, Zusammen e.V. ran an extensive values campaign, to which all Rudolstadt residents with courage and engagement were invited. The campaign claimed to have recognized a connection between the decline in values on the one hand and the decline on the other. A literary competition organized as part of this campaign was held under the motto, "What can, may, or should we not talk about?" which demanded courage and critical engagement. The literary competitions organized by Stoll since 2004 were initially well received. The critical contributions among the entries, which were presented together with the more positive attempts at writing in the windows of stores in the city center as a literary mile, were even welcomed as an expression of a collective recovery process. However, more and more Rudolstadt residents soon complained that the contributions to the literati mile were becoming increasingly explosive, socially critical. That authors were dealing with the topic of unemployment and lack of a future or with the conditions in Rudolstadt, whereas people would much rather read things in a Rudolstadt shop window such as the poem by Helga Jaksch from Saalfeld entitled, "My Saalfeld, Oh How Beautiful You Are," OTZ, July 20, 04. However, the literary mile was initially regarded as an original contribution, cost little, and had already gained national recognition in specialist circles. OTZ, July 6, 07. Fundamental criticism of the association, which put its moral stability to the test, was not initially caused by the presentation of self-written works, but less importantly by hostility from outside. Torsten Stoll writes, "We also want to stand up for our controversial decisions. Some of them have led to accusations of right-wing extremism. We stand openly and uprightly by our undoubtedly controversial member Veit Kelterborn." End quote. The owner of Mystic Art Tattoo and Nazi songwriter Keltenborn is presented on the association's homepage with his good qualities. Quote, "The speed with which he pours complex themes into rhymes is almost spooky." End quote. We know that he is the father of a young daughter, Una Ellen, Old Celtic, the one bright, the radiant one, and happily married. As an expert in early German history, he is also very familiar with ancient runic signs. One of his themes and rhymes is entitled My Rudolstad. "It's certainly a small town, my little town on the Sala, but it's firmly attached to me, to my heart now, so often I've been far away, so often I want to go back, because only in you, my Rudolstad, there I find my happiness, even if my little town is not perfect, and not pure on all sides, I will never leave it alone again, even in times of need, and when the heart that beats for you, loses its spirits, I will find my final rest in you, my Rudolstad." End of quote. According to the constructive message, Rudolstad needs citizens who do not leave it alone in times of need, who do not shy away from the problems, and who are committed to fighting all those things that are not pure. Torsten Stoll admitted that the member of Zusammen e.V., Veit Keltenborn, had not only included a eulogy to Rudolf Lies on a CD and had declared the Wehrmacht to be the best army in the world, but there is also the other Veit. Quote, "There are also a number of moderate texts, such as Bruder, in which the deep social divide between right and left also runs through the family." End quote. Keltenborn operates in a politically controversial but legal area, and cooperation with him is in the overriding interest. This interest is not to be found in the NPD and Kameradschaften, but in Rudolstad, at least where the heart beats for the local region, i.e. on the left. Quote, "I myself and a number of other members of our association naturally see themselves on the left. Courage for the future, that is the motto of our values campaign. Virtues such as courage, discipline, fulfillment of duty, but also honor, dignity, pride, sincerity, and love of one's homeland have mutated into right-wing buzzwords. We on the left in particular should ask ourselves critically why this is the case, even though there is no longer any doubt about the correctness and necessity of these concepts." End of quote. The figure of Keltenborn even becomes a role model, as Stoll points out. Quote, "Nor can he be accused of a lack of courage or opportunism, because there is hardly a more serious accusation in our society than that of right-wing radicalism or anti-Semitism. Excluding Veit primarily out of this sphere would bring us precisely these accusations, despondency and opportunism. But that is precisely what we should be wary of if we want to gain the respect of anti-Semites and right-wing radicals." End quote. But the Nazi songwriter was not the problem, on the contrary. Like Veit Keltenborn, the Protestant pastor Henry John from Unterwellenborn in the district of Saalfeld-Rudolstad was also concerned about the state of his future final resting place. In a letter to the editor of the OTZ newspaper, September 13, 2006, John expressed the sentiments of a majority of the region. Quote, "I spent the best years of my life in Rudolstad, and that's where I want to be buried. But I was shocked by what I saw when I walked through my beloved Rudolstad. My Rudolstad is in crisis, like so many small towns in East Germany. And you can complain about it, you can articulate your hopes and fears. Unfortunately, many windows in my Rudolstad are now empty and blind. But do you have to present this as conspicuously as Mr. Stoll does? Do we need a newcomer to make a complete mess of our flair?" End of quote. To ensure that the man of God's message got through, he ended his letter with the request, "Rudolstad, wake up at last." The former star was also attacked in the editorial section of the OTZ as a troublemaker and the originator of Stoll naughtiness. Quote, "Many people are asking themselves, is it necessary to highlight Rudolstad's problems like this? Is the city's image suffering? Are tourists, investors being scared off? Do we really need an awareness campaign?" Former supporters wistfully recall the good old days of the literati mile. "Today it is provocative and ugly," say not only the opponents. End quote. For marketing reasons alone, an idol needs cheerful and harmless citizens and not ugly alcoholic eunuchs who publicly let off steam at every opportunity. It can therefore not be ruled out that the whole of Rudolstad would take a stand against image-damaging brown shirts. There is no need to put it to the test because according to the consensus of Antifa and the police, Rudolstad, with its largely inactive NPD local association, is not a right-wing town. In the neighboring town of Pasnek, a broad alliance that even reached as far as the local savings bank successfully resisted the purchase of the Schützenhaus by multifunctionalist and NPD activist Jürgen Rieger. A local Antifa member commented on the success that the real issue was in danger of falling by the wayside, and that was never the property of the wealthy neo-Nazi lawyer, but the influence of the right-wing extremists and their slogans. It doesn't help much when the Pasnek Savings Bank director explains, "I think it's absolutely essential that the business community also takes a clear stance against right-wing extremism, because in the 1920s and 1930s, German entrepreneurs wouldn't have done so if a civic association led by a leftist in a neighboring town preached the moral example of the Nazis. In Rudolstad, it was outrage at the fact that Stoll was making a complete mess of our flair that led to the rift and not his association's collaboration with the local small businessman and nationally known Nazi Keltenborn. When Stoll stated in Latte No. 3 in April 2007 that frustration and aggression are spreading, and he had to ask himself what was actually keeping him in Rudolstad, it was in no way about attacks against him because of his fellow club member Keltenborn. The reason was the failure of the Zusammen e.V. campaign My Name for Rudolstad, which was cancelled by the city authorities due to technical difficulties and a lack of interest. Zusammen e.V. kept the city busy for 3.5 months with the idea of hanging a mega-poster on Heidecksberg Castle, the city's proud landmark and greatest identity factor. A gigantic banner with an inscription such as "Schiller lives in us" was to be affixed to the entire facade of the castle facing the Saale River and thus serve to strengthen the sense of community and citizenship. Every citizen was asked to pledge €1 and their name, which would then be printed on the advertising poster for the duration of the upcoming castle renovation. Quote, "After completion of the construction site, every citizen could buy back their name, minimum amount again €1. The giant tarpaulin would therefore be cut up into individual names and reopen in Rudolstad both directly and symbolically." End of quote. However, this idea could not be implemented because, as was to be expected, the mafia of doubters immediately formed and torpedoed the positive approaches to change that were visible everywhere. Mayor Reichel and the director of the Thuringian Palaces and Gardens Foundation, Paulus in particular, were presented by Stoll as the League of Obstructionists. The leftist Torsten Stoll also failed to achieve the desired change in values because the collaboration between professional rune researchers in the tradition of Veit Keltenborn and the state socialist administrators of the progressive folk cultural heritage in Rudolstad has existed for over 50 years without critical, community-disturbing undertones damaging the reputation of the town, which has only recently begun to shrink, and thus its appeal to tourists. Every year, Rudolstad hosts Germany's largest world music festival, the Tanz and Folkfest Rudolstad, TFF. Its predecessors date back to the Festival of German Folk Dance, held in 1955, which still invoked German folkloristic unity, but soon opened up to folk music performances by the Socialist Brother Nations and changed its name several times. Meeting of the Amateur Stage Dance Movement, Folklore Festival of the Joy of Life, International Exhibition of Amateur Stage Dancers, or Festival of the Socialist Family of Nations. The chroniclers of the dance festival report on a partly epidemic dance rage whose aftermath can still be seen at the TFF today. This festival, which in the past was supposedly committed to proletarian internationalism, in reality to the Socialist Family of Nations, and today pays homage to global multiculturalism, stood and stands for the fact that, in the spirit of international understanding, one should continue to search for one's own and that no one should give up their regional attachment, i.e. restriction, in favor of a cosmopolitan escape from the culturally guaranteed prison of the people. In its current form, the TFF also stands for the fact that Rudolstad has arrived in a Germany that has become larger, which also means that Germany, including the West, has long since presented itself culturally as a Rudolstad dance and folk festival and feels accordingly. Every year, on the first Saturday in July, the Ruth World Music Prize is awarded at the festival in 2 categories, the local and the global, with roots in regional music traditions of this world. In addition to the German Ruth and the global Ruth, the honorary Ruth is also awarded. The name Ruth was apparently chosen because of a double meaning resulting from the phonetic proximity, with a very German pronunciation, to the English root. The award figure is not designed as a German maiden, nor as a rod, but as a figure whose head and feet are designed in the same way as Ruth's. Only those who are clever can avoid the traditional costumes and folk music events at the festival, as one visitor reports. Quote, "If you have successfully missed the opening event with its traditional costume groups, you can listen to good music and spend a few nice days despite the multicultural kitsch. By the second morning at the latest, the Nazis have moved out of the city center and the citizens are at most whispering their racist bullshit over the counter." End of quote. However, the festival management makes a huge effort to ensure that no TFF visitor misses the brown boys and girls in their national costumes. Every year, the Focus Regional presents the quasi-folkloristic activities of a region within Germany. This year, it's Saxony's turn. An accompanying street music program takes place on a central stage on the market square, probably the most folkloric and visually appealing program, and the organizers ensure that everyone can sing and dance along to make it even more successful. With over 60,000 visitors, the festival is regarded by the people of Rudolstadt as the strongest proof of their cosmopolitanism and friendliness towards foreigners, while at the same time expressing their solidarity with the people, nation, and region, which is reflected in many ways in the awards. In 2006, Konstantin Wecker received the German Ruth for his Baghdad Kabul project, with artists who were all immediately affected by the war. We put these experiences into our songs, because I think that making music is better than bombing. Wecker, OTZ, July 10, 2006. The project demonstrated the peaceful coexistence of musicians, and jury member Hans Eckhart Wenzel justified the award. Quote, "His musical and literary roots go back a long way, but they are nourished most intensively by the local color, which he charges with unconditional worldliness. He understands art as a component of real life and not just as a detached drug of selfishness. In his Baghdad Kabul project, he also opens up new paths for his own understanding of music. He shows us that cultural dialogue can only succeed where the art of listening is developed." End of quote. The laudatory speech for the award of the Deutsche Ruth 2007 to Achim Reichel for his album Volkslieder asserted that Reichel was being honored as an artist who has been working for many years to give the concept of folk music a new meaning and a positive sound. Achim Reichel resisted the temptation to make a big career abroad and, like Germany's then great soccer star Uwe Seeler, preferred to stay down to earth in Hamburg. When a fan, a crane driver by profession, sent him poems via NDR, Reichel found the text "En den Ufern deiner blauen Augen," on the shores of your blue eyes, which he turned into a wonderfully grooving song. As a musician, you can hardly get any closer to the people. With Achim Reichel, one of the forefathers of independent German pop music, is receiving an important award today. End of quote. In 2008, the Global Ruth is awarded to the intercultural music group Ensemble Sarband. The laudation is again deeply rooted in the German spirit. Quote, "This music also builds bridges between European, Jewish, and Arabic music, between religions, between origins and the opposite, between body and mind. Sarband intones a culture of tolerance as it existed in medieval Al-Andalus. Christians, Jews, and Muslims live together in the same space and listen to each other. Sarband's high art makes traditions talk to each other as if souls were conversing." End of quote. The Rudolstadt Festival jury has indulged in an all-German goodwill for international understanding within the appropriate framework of the world music scene and pays homage to the mythical land of longing of all pacifist Europeans, southern Spain, supposedly known for its tolerance, science, and cultural diversity, but actually organized as a jihadist predatory economy under Islamic rule. Al-Andalus. This evocation of the good old days, which Ensemble Sarband stands for, also seems to be the backdrop in Rudolstadt for the country focus on Israel, which has set itself the goal of presenting the agile music scene of the young country on the Mediterranean. The accompanying poster shows a Jew playing the trombone together with a cheerful Arab drummer walking towards the viewer. In his Rudolstadt years, Pastor Nussschäfer was neither an open opponent of Torsten Stoll, nor did he oppose literary miles. He even supported the Schiller banner at the castle. He probably enjoyed the annual Tanz and Folkfest and, as a pastor, supported the German Ruth for Konstantin Wecker in protest against the Iraq War. He came to reflect out of concern and love for his family. The fact that his public statements made him a public enemy in a town where, unlike in comparable communities in eastern Saxony, the Nazis are not in charge must have surprised him too. Nussschäfer had already spoken about his experiences at an event in the local library in 2006 and reiterated them in a letter to the editor in the OTZ newspaper on July 31, 2007, before speaking in September 2007 about right-wingers and left-wingers who together represented the problem. In April 2008, when the Nussschäfer family had long been safe, their story was picked up by the national press and the whole of Rudolstadt found itself exposed to serious reputational damage, not only in East Thuringia but now in Germany as a whole. Rudolstadt reacted by saying that at best, only a few Nazis had come out of the depths, against whom they had always stood together. They were supported in this by a report in the Tagestman on April 9, 2008, which highlighted the hostility and terror of Rudolstadt residents against the Nussschäfers, but with the announcement neo-Nazis expel pastor's family, steered the question of perpetrators in the direction in which the angry Rudolstadt residents wanted to direct it with their counter-campaign. Nevertheless, there were complaints against ARD, and even a complaint for defamation and incitement to hatred was filed. The collective struck back unanimously against the unprovoked accusation that all Rudolstadt residents were right-wing extremists and xenophobes. In this situation, the last voices that had previously discovered sympathetic sides to Pastor Nussschäfer fell silent. The seemingly friendly and competent man, the contemporary witnesses suddenly realized, was only on the surface. Deep down, he had always been an intolerant and essentially even violent man who never wanted to fit in. In Glob und HEIMAT, November 5, 2008, Editor-in-Chief Harold Krill summarized the accusations. There is talk of Pastor Nussschäfer and his wife being difficult personalities themselves, that the family had lacked the necessary will to integrate, that their children had sometimes acted in a highly aggressive manner. The reason given for Nussschäfer's departure was a pretext to cover up his professional failure. The pastor had acted like a typical know-it-all, had fallen out with colleagues and lacked social skills. Mayor Georg Reichel had a banner with the inscription, "We are foreigner-friendly," attached to his town hall as an expression of the will of the citizens and declared the people of Rudolstadt to be victims of a campaign launched by Nussschäfer. They feel insecure, even marginalized. A morbid fear of being misjudged and punished under the guidance of cultural elites and the media was spreading. On behalf of a humiliated city fighting for its dignity, the TFF Rudolstadt team, i.e. those with the German Ruth, affirmed, "We reject collective liability for an entire city and region." Such a rejection of possibly even suspected collective responsibility for the asocial character of a community that does not want to civilize itself is also based on the fear that its representatives could be accused of their concentrated incompetence in both professional and human terms. With this in mind, the director of the Christian kindergarten in Rudolstadt, Gudrun Eicher, said, "We were initially very impressed by his professional competence. We appreciated him, but that was to change abruptly. He called our professional and communication skills into question. The whole team was very agitated, and soon anxiety set in." OTZ, October 4, 2008. Nussschäfer mingled with the people of Rudolstadt, drew with his children for the campaign a name for Rudolstadt, and, as the author of many council letters, he even tried to show understanding for the madness of his fellow citizens. In an article on Halloween, for example, he said, "I'm just surprised that we in the East, who are otherwise so bad at religion in America, are falling for such a scam." But he is also instructive in an arrogant Wessy way. It is a lie, for example, that Halloween is an ancient Celtic tradition. It is a false assumption that the wild hustle and bustle surrounding devils, death and monsters has anything to do with an authentic way of life of our ancestors. End quote. It did him no good. In the spring, every native felt empowered to simply reject Nussschäfer's statements as lies. Pastor Johannes Martin Weiss, for example, responded to his renegade colleague's accusation that Rudolstadt's superintendent Peter Tager had called him an arrogant Wessy by saying, "I really can't imagine that," and Miriam Nussschäfer's recollection that a young person spat at her while she was walking in the park with a friend prompted George Ager, first alderman and representative of the mayor, to make the innocent comment, "Spit at, I can't imagine that with the best will in the world," and then to the final categorical statement, "I even rule it out." Even real or alleged good neighborliness is used for denunciation. One Dieter Zaff wrote one of the popular open thoughtful letters under the heading Dear Rainer, that goes too far. Quote, "My children are fans of yours. You were able to impart knowledge to my pubescent children more easily than I ever could as a father." That's how they always start, the vulnerable ones, only to continue after a bland introduction. The picture you painted of your time in Rudolstadt hurts. Not a word from you about life beyond the humiliations you suffered. You now judge with a medial sword. Whatever has hurt you, whatever injustice has been done to you, in view of your always helpful and accommodating circle of friends, I am stunned by the present situation. Ultimately, you are blaming an entire city for your fate, and you are tearing down all the bridges behind you. Bridges that stood until these articles were published. End of quote. The fact that the newspapers have personally torn down all the bridges and emigrated forever should not be allowed to stand. Holding court is still a matter for dear Dieter Zaff, who, together with all thoughtful Rudolstadt residents, reserves the right to ban the town. Love and art must not cost anything in Germany. Anyone who openly admits to offering either for the sake of money is considered a charlatan at best. Normally he loses his social reputation. Kurt gets his theater director Emanuel Stries from The Rape of the Sabines, who presents entertainment that is as solid as it is frivolous due to money worries, is still regarded as the epitome of the greasy theater director in the local stage world. Just as love in this country officially has nothing to do with the appearance or the purse of the person loved, art should at best serve self-realization. According to the prevailing view, it does not come from the head, but from the stomach or spinal cord, as an expression of individual, natural creative power. Even more than the work of a doctor, the work of an artist is therefore regarded less as a profession than a vocation. As is so often the case, however, the reality and the self-perception of the countrymen, who still consider Gemütlichkeit to be one of their greatest virtues after 2 world wars, are very different. Germany's most popular artists are almost always the antithesis of the autonomous artist. Whether Heinz Rühmann, Heinrich George, or Günter Grass, they all owe their success to the way they approached power. You buy Günter Grass now, otherwise you'll get something Otto Walkes mocked decades ago about the sales-promoting effect of combining writing and politics. While the Germans' actual audience favorites are thus identical to the state-affiliated and financially strong cultural workers, the ideal image of the artist in this country is embodied by painters such as Vincent van Gogh or authors such as Friedrich Hölderlin. A little crazy, living in poor circumstances and unsuccessful during his lifetime. In this figure of the unrecognized genius, the middle class, which tends towards the art trade and makes up the majority of theater, exhibition, and concert goers, is likely to think it recognizes itself. There is hardly a university graduate who does not have at least one fragment of a novel in their head or even in their desk. There is hardly a housewife who does not dream of being discovered by the art critic who appreciates the pictures she smears together on vacation. And the expensive camera equipment that even high school students lug along on their school trips to take the same flower, sand grain, and sunset pictures is also a signal. Someone here believes they have a higher calling. In better-off areas of the Republic, the entrance halls of the local savings bank are therefore often covered for months with paintings, photographs, or sculptures that a local couple of notables have produced in their previous lives and now want to present to a wider public. The exaggeration of the poor, destitute artist who paints, writes plays, or composes out of pure passion tends to overlook the fact that neither Van Gogh nor Hölderlin chose the fate of destitution voluntarily. Like the amateur filmmaker who longs for his home videos to be recognized in Cannes, they dreamed not only of an artistic breakthrough, but also of a financial one. In other words, contrary to what is regularly suggested by idealistic and real art education teachers, money is not the antithesis of art. On the contrary, the much-vaunted autonomy of the work of art is inconceivable without its commodity character. Not only do some of the greatest works of art owe their existence to the desire of their makers to get rid of the debts that had accumulated in the course of their lives. Schiller began his Don Carlos with a view to selling it to the Mannheim Theater. Baudelaire compiled his collection of poems, The Flowers of Evil, primarily a second use of verses that had already been sold, in order to be able to buy the next portion of opium. From a historical perspective, too, the repeatedly criticized coupling of art and commerce is the prerequisite for art in the first place. The autonomous work of art, the only object that can be described as art in the narrower sense, arose from the double rider of aesthetics. The connection with money and the separation from that which has always magically attracted creative artists in Germany. Power. Until the Age of Enlightenment, artists and their work were subject to the direct purpose of rule. They were dependent on the benevolence and arbitrariness of the respective patron. Even if the altarpieces of Baroque village churches, the symphonies that Mozart Sr. composed for his employer, the Archbishop of Salzburg, or the incredible poems that Louis XIV had written in his own honor occasionally exceeded their purpose, their ultimate purpose was to immortalize the power of their patrons. We can only speak of autonomous works of art since the artist freed himself from personal dependence. Since he no longer produced for a direct, and above all, always the same client who was at the same time his employer and patron, but for the free market. In contrast to the demands placed on the respective household and court purveyors of the feudal era, the demands of the market were mediated in so many ways that the artist remains suspended from the particular imposition, admittedly only to a certain extent. Only the anonymity of the market freed the artist, albeit only partially, from the compulsion to produce the obligatory motets, the ever-same portraits of the current princely mistress or murals of the obligatory man on the cross. Only the existence of the free market paradoxically allowed art to become the governor of things no longer defaced by exchange. Adorno, the market not only ensured that the artist could secure his livelihood by living out his artistic ambitions, as it at least offered the possibility of becoming rich and famous. Even in the Age of Enlightenment, whole armies of talented young men renounced the boring, bourgeois but secure income of the craftsman and monastic artist, preferring instead to try their luck in the bourgeois art business. Due to its anonymity, the market also provided a framework that allowed the artist to follow only the coherence and requirements resulting from the design of the material. In other words, the artist worked both for the sale, which he did not know would ever take place, and for the logic of the artwork, which precluded any other purpose. However, this time, and this is likely to have exacerbated the German misperception of the connection between money and art, is over. In the glorious phase of the bourgeois age, the demands that a work of art places on its decoding and the needs of the citizens still coincided to some extent. Beethoven did not adapt to the ideology of the much-cited rising bourgeoisie of 1789 or 1800, but was himself of its spirit. Hence his unsurpassed success. However, to the extent that the citizen transformed himself from God's governor on earth into an employee, his aesthetic needs became decoupled from the imminent claim of the autonomous work of art. The universalist pathos with which the bourgeoisie had driven out the nobility was replaced by a mixture of lethargy and a longing for doom. As a result, the autonomous work of art lost in the long term the very thing that had set it in motion in the first place: its market and its customers. For a certain time, the state ensured that the art business remained a human species reserve, a kind of zoo where visitors could amuse themselves with a largely extinct species. The combination of state subsidies and public administration of the art business protected authors, directors, and curators from direct access by the state. On the other hand, it freed artists from the imposition of serving the changed market with the trash they demanded. Patronage, without which the art world had never managed without, also gained new significance. However, this could not stop the tendency towards the negative sublation of art that critical theory speaks of. The artists' knowledge that they could no longer survive on the market and could only do so with the help of the state had a long-term effect on art itself. Even if the state subsidy and grant system occasionally provided a safe haven for nonconformists, mavericks, and eccentrics, to the extent that art turned into a matter for the state tended to become a matter for art. In contrast to the state art of earlier centuries, however, the point of contact for its current reincarnation is less the audience. The audience is no longer to be convinced of the benevolence of its leader, who sometimes treats them to the shallow, sometimes the sublime, and, in a gracious moment, also allows criticism of himself. The point of contact for contemporary theater in particular is rather the state itself. What remains of the artwork's claim to truth, which was authoritarian in the best sense, is above all the megalomania of the artist, the artistic director and author who sees himself either as an advisor to the state or as a prospective philosopher king. The presidential candidacy of former Tatort detective Peter Saaden, who was the artistic director of the Neues Theater in Halle from 1981 to 2005, was perfectly in line with the logic of an art and theater business that permanently formulates state goals. It was in the logic of a company whose productions derive their political content less from the material design than from the obtrusive confessions of their makers. Thus, the German teacher's question, "What is the author trying to tell us?" is no longer dismissed by the relevant directors, authors, and artistic directors as the imposition that it is. On the contrary, Payman, Kastorf, Schlingensief, and company can't stop babbling about their ambitions. They insist that their work has a message, and this message is clear. If you look at the feuilleton's favorite contemporary productions, you will not recognize an allegory of seemingly present happiness, which draws its explosive power precisely from the fact that it is tainted with the fatal clause of the chimerical, that it is not. The experience of suffering is still being worked through. In Schlingensief's or Kastorf's fecal and screaming orgies, as well as in their popular compliments, for which Peter Soden's intellectual folk theater stands, reality is at best doubled. Conditions are to be reshaped according to the model of the state theater, an operetta variant of state socialism. The principle of comparison, which guarantees quality in art in particular, is to be eliminated. People are to be relieved of responsibility for their lives and turned into recipients of allocations. The state should transform itself into the welfare institution that it potentially already is. Like the theater doorman who likes to turn a blind eye to the private redistribution of theater inventory, it should give everyone their share of the spoils. In this context, Soden's decision to join the Left Party was due to far more than the individual quirk of the Superassi. After all, the repertoire of most contemporary German theaters is reminiscent of an exalted accompanying program for a federal party conference of the Geisei troupe. Even the few advocates of conservative auteur theater, the apparent antithesis of director's theater, long, as Daniel Kellman demonstrated again in his opening speech at this year's Salzburg Festival, for the good old days when things still had their natural order, the author was treated with humility and Dad still had work due to a lack of competition. With his declaration that he wanted to arrest Deutsche Bank boss Ackermann, or his lament about the media being to blame for the fact that the German people were not at the height of their ability to think, Welt of October 29, 2008, Soden was, in other words, merely echoing what is the consensus on European stages. Whether Jan Fabre's Orgy of Tolerance, which has just been celebrated with standing ovations at the Avignon Theatre Festival, Mirko Borsch's play Opferpop, for which the Thalia Theatre in Halle received the highly endowed prize for cultural education from the German Federal Minister of Culture this year, or the last rearguard actions of auteur theater. Hardly any of the highly acclaimed productions of the present day can do without criticism of the triad of media, consumption, and globalization. In director's theater, the message is initially incorporated into the individual scripts. Author's theater, on the other hand, is itself a single agitprop event against the market and modernity. All this is the background to a current provincial theater scandal which, precisely because of its farcical character, exemplifies the delusion into which the local art world is falling in the face of the crisis. First things first, at the beginning of the year, the Thalia Theatre, the Neues Theater, the Opera, and the Staatskapelle Halle, which had previously been managed independently, were brought together under the institutional umbrella of a multi-genre house. Artistic independence is to be guaranteed. However, the administration was transferred to Kultur GmbH Halle. Contrary to what was suggested by the regional cultural clique small arts businesses, employees of the local College of Art and Design, and the obligatory left-wing alternative pottery course clientele, this merger was not due to the particular lack of culture on the part of Halle's city council, which had decided on the merger. Rather, it is in line with the nationwide trend towards reducing administrative costs at state theaters. Since the merger, however, even the creepiest jealousies and maliciousness that had previously characterized the local cultural competition look like memorials to a golden age of harmony. The Thalia is envious of the Neues Theater, the Staatskapelle is feuding with the Opera, and together they have dug up the hatchet against the management of Kultur GmbH. Together they present themselves as the last bastion of the defense of artistic freedom. The situation finally escalated after a working discussion between 3 pedagogical employees of the Thalia Theatre and Ulrich Katzer, the artistic director of Kultur GmbH. The reason, Katzer had used the term cumulative radicalization in this conversation. In purely semantic terms, this formula aptly describes the situation of ambitious provincial theaters. As is well known, the ensembles of these theaters regularly suffer from the fact that instead of Broadway or, somewhat less cosmopolitan, the Berlin Volksbühne, they have only found a home somewhere in the flat countryside. The engagement at the Thalia is probably even associated with a double insult. Due to a lapse of fate, a lack of connections, or their own mediocrity, the employees have not only ended up in the industrial wasteland of the East. According to the official definition, the Thalia is also what the industry likes to denounce as the petting zoo version of the Schauspielhaus, a theater for children and young people. Like other provincial theaters, the Thalia has accordingly also developed the artisanal variant of an attention deficit syndrome. The provincial location, the disregard by renowned theater critics, and the disinterest of the audience are compensated for with hyperactivity, an increased level of engagement, ambition, and so-called experimentation. The management of the theater repeatedly ignores the target audience and presents itself as the offspring of the director's theater of the 1970s. The productions regularly take place in particularly unusual venues: a department store, streetcars, unheated multi-purpose halls, etc., and the number of premieres is inversely proportional to the theater's own capacity. While Thalia has 17 premieres scheduled for the coming season, the Neues Theater and the Opera, the much larger theaters, have only 10 and 12 new productions on offer respectively. The result: Thalia theater staff are overworked. Critics speak of an imminent burn-out of the theater in view of the disproportion between red tape and audience favor. In this context, Ulrich Katzer, as he later explained in a letter, wanted to initiate a discussion about whether too many activities might not be heading towards overworking the employees, and whether this could have an effect that could jeopardize the undisputed success of the Thalia Theater in its children's and youth area. End quote. The problem is that the formula he used, cumulative radicalization, goes back to the historian Hans Mommsen, who used it to describe the process of the self-destruction of the Nazi regime and the gradual disenfranchisement of the Jews up to their extermination. After Annegret Hahn, the artistic director of the Thalia Theater, was informed of the meeting by her staff, she wrote an outraged open letter in which a conversation about the working situation at the Thalia had turned into a call for a pogrom. The scandal was perfect. Katzer, Hahn claimed, had declared that he wanted to proceed according to the principle of cumulative radicalization towards the Thalia Theater. In doing so, he had outed himself as an anti-Semite and acted as a master of men. In an interview with a city magazine, she finally presented her theater as a victim of imminent annihilation. It is an unbearable feeling when you get the impression that someone has the upper hand and could wipe you out. Frs. July 2009. Now, it is not possible to consciously proceed according to the principle of a process that takes place behind the backs of those involved. Hans Mommsen, who was used as a key witness against Katzer in Hahn's open letter, is one of the so-called functionalists in historiography who criminally neglect the intention of the perpetrators, anti-Semitism, and the will to exterminate. It was also unknown until then that the Thalia Theater was a hidden branch of the Hallelu Jewish community. However, the exact wording of the working discussion no longer played a role in the public debate that began shortly after the open letter was sent. It was enough that the artistic director of Kultur GmbH had used the phrase cumulative radicalization. The regional press, from the daily newspaper to various city magazines and the local radio station, reported on the incident. The city administration dealt with it. The supervisory board of Kultur GmbH met, and there was intense debate about Katzer, Hahn, and anti-Semitism on regional internet forums. While the city council kept calm and backed Katzer, elsewhere there were calls for his resignation. Now, it is absurd to call someone who uses a historically scientific term for the process of disenfranchisement of European Jews, albeit in an inappropriate context, an anti-Semite. At best, it is of a similar quality to denounce a baker who uses the psychoanalytical term penis envy as a friend of castration. Nevertheless, a city councillor from the New Forum was outraged that the use of such a term should be swept under the carpet by the city administration. Mitteldeutsche Zeitung of June 21, 2009. In an open letter, an emeritus professor claimed that Katzer's statements were based on an ultra-right, even fascist, basically not only anti-democratic but ultimately also anti-Semitic basis. And in an internet forum, there were even calls for Katzer to be monitored by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Halle-forum.de, with so much engagement against right-wing extremism, anti-Semitism, and the destruction of the European theater landscape, no one noticed that it was not Katzer who had publicly equated the funding cuts at a provincial theater with the murder of European Jews, but Hahn. It was not Katzer who had described the Thalia as a representative of a lesser theater race. Rather, Hahn had put these words in his mouth in her open letter. What inspires Mr. Katzer to play the master race against the subhumans, the inferior theater race? Children's and Youth Theater? Thalia Theater? End of quote. With this question, Han was not only projecting her own reservations about children's and youth theater onto her superior. After all, no derogatory remark about the institution of children's and youth theater has yet been made public by Katzer, while Han's entire tenure as artistic director seems like a great compensation for the suffering of having to produce primarily for kindergartens and school classes. Nor does the accusation of antisemitism against Katzer stand alone for the disintegration of the concept of antisemitism, which has recently been observed among left-wing academic antisemitism experts in particular. After all, there is hardly anything in the cultural sector that can disintegrate in this respect. As early as the 1980s, theater and other cabarets had functioned as the artistic equivalent of the peace and environmental movement's final battle against a nuclear or ecological holocaust. In addition to a mixture of cumulative stupidity, impudence, and aggressive self-pity, the furor of the local cultural clique was probably due above all to their inability to justify their own subsidized existence in a rational way. Han, who is exemplary here for the German stage business, doesn't really seem to know why she gets any money at all from the state for her work. This combination of ignorance and lack of argumentation certainly has an objective aspect. After all, how are local cultural workers supposed to justify the financial support they have been receiving from the state for decades in the face of the crisis and the debates about restructuring the stage landscape? In the current scramble for state funding, how are they supposed to justify the closure of the municipal swimming pool, the soccer stadium, or a kindergarten instead of their own venue? Since the connection between art and money is considered a dirty trick in this country, it is out of the question to simply refer to the job, the inexpensive theater canteen, and the terraced house that needs to be paid off. In view of the affirmative nature of the event, talk of art as the good, the true, and the beautiful elicits laughter at best. And the doubling of reality, which is at best laboriously concealed by the buzzwords committed and socially critical, as well as by the seemingly contradictory slogan of historically accurate theater, which Daniel Kellman used in Salzburg, is provided by television in a more sophisticated way. Unlike theater, it at least claims to entertain the audience. Although this attempt at amusement fails, every episode of Verboten Liebe, Marienhof, or Großstadtreviers is at least more entertaining than the range on offer in the local theater landscape. Not to mention the productions of the much-hated American culture industry. Lost, Baywatch, Malcolm in the Middle, etc. In other words, local cultural workers have no choice but to become existential and speak of the last things. Annegret Hahn probably took up Ulrich Katzer's involuntary template so readily not only because the Holocaust is now regarded as a cipher for evil par excellence. It has become a kind of container for memories of all forms of suffering, effort, and bad karma. The recourse to Auschwitz also suggested itself because the Holocaust is understood in Germany less as the mass murder of 6 million people than as the destruction of a culture. As if the Nazis had not run extermination camps, but a large snack bar chain that led to the long-term bankruptcy of traditional bratwurst stands, the relevant morning speeches in this country are still based on the lament about the irretrievable destruction of a culture. And so Annegret Hahn, who fears for the survival of her theater, can perfidiously feel like a kindred spirit of Anne Frank, who was deprived not of her life but of a career as a writer. Against this background, the actions of a city councillor in Halle, who was a friend of the Thalia director, were ultimately consequent. She informed the Central Council of Jews about Katzer's choice of words in all seriousness. Where Auschwitz is seen as a gigantic censorship measure that is responsible for the fact that Germans have had to play klezmer ever since, the organization representing the interests of German Jews appears as a specialist lawyer in matters of cultural promotion. As the city councillor must have suspected that she had no arguments for her outrage other than her affinity with Hahn, her biography had to be used as an argument. She could not condone Katzer's statement because she herself came from a family of Holocaust survivors. In the face of such tragic consequences of cronyism, allegiance, and the principle of loyalty, even the mayor of Halle, who is otherwise not exactly known for her competence, finally appeared to be an authority of reason. She put her foot down. After an ultimatum and an interplay of retraction and confession, Annegret Hahn finally withdrew her accusations against her superior. Now the Lord Mayor was able to show her usual side again. Since the Central Council of Jews also seems to be responsible for disputes about the competence of subsidized East German cultural institutions, she wanted to inform them that Hahn had since withdrawn her accusation, and that they no longer needed to take action. Mitteldeutsche Zeitung of June 21, 2009. The Central Council was probably relieved to hear this news. Rumor has it that it still has to settle a casting dispute at the amateur ensemble of the Botzen Puppet Theater. In the late summer of 2005, some people ran a fun election campaign with the slogan "Nobody intends to build a wall except us." It wasn't very funny anymore because for years even the most sensitive, i.e. hardened Zoni, has been used to mistaking such slogans for humor, satire, or whatever, just like the West Sis, but perhaps there was no other way in gag-poor times. When they printed an aerial photograph of flooded New Orleans with the slogan, "This wouldn't have happened with a wall," and marched 10 strong in front of the American Embassy on September 6, 2005, it only seemed to be part of a fun election campaign that didn't want to be funny. During this appearance, they displayed a second poster showing the wall and candidate Merkel, and the slogan, "Wall here, Merkel away," could be read. The ensemble was completed by 2 young men in work overalls carrying a wheelbarrow full of cleaning sponges and detergents. Because the conversation with the head of security at the embassy, to whom the contents of the wheelbarrow were to be sold as disaster relief, was so short and unproductive that no attempt was even made to make a joke of it. All that remained was the conclusion. Hurricane Katrina has made the USA more insecure than previously assumed. Much to the chagrin of Cuba friend Staniewski, we are not being exported to Guantanamo, nor are there any death sentences. Nevertheless, the mood is good. The armpits are moist. End quote. So it was in no way about expressing any reservations against the 5 new countries and their inhabitants that would go beyond the level of an East Frisian joke, and certainly not about criticizing German unification. Rather, the demonstration in front of the American embassy was one of those infamous referendums whose outcome is a foregone conclusion. The question put to all Germans was, can this be Chancellor? The fact that the neuter, who had to go, is at home in the zone, but is neither loved by his fellow Zonis nor has attracted any unpleasant attention due to any zone-typical sensitivities, no longer matters where the aim is to stop a homicidal threat in the interests of all German friends of Cuba. The day after the unspectacular event in front of the American embassy, the same activists managed to disrupt a Merkel election campaign appearance on Berlin's Wittenbergplatz with a 12-meter square poster bearing the anti-fascist slogan, "Stop Merkel." These activities took place soon after the statements made by Georg Schönbohm, Brandenburg's Minister of the Interior and a friend of Angela Merkel's party, about neglect and violence in the zone. Statements that should have been a real election campaign hit for the satirical magazine Titanic and its associated party, which are supposedly committed to the reintroduction of the German two-state system. However, when the call for the wall is combined with the call for the disappearance of Angela Merkel and the Red-Green coalition, which has allegedly been so badly damaged by the media in the last few weeks of the election campaign, receives free election campaign support from the only relevant satirical magazine, when all doubts about a reunified Germany lead to an all-German Schroeder election appeal, then the only thing that the Chancellor credibly stands for against the Merkel, namely not only to stand up for more state in the event of a catastrophe, becomes the actual guiding motive for action. It certainly takes some getting used to that a politician from Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, who worked her way up as a quota zona for Chancellor Kohl and only a year ago wanted to start a debate on patriotism, could so easily be discredited by the left-wing government camp as a nationally insecure cantonist. The desire to deport her to Washington as an enemy agent, as demanded by the Taz, or to dream, like Titanic, of locking her up with people who see her as a traitor to the East German heritage, not only points to a rather agitated approach to the question of who actually belongs in Germany. At the same time, the anti-Merkel sentiment, which was not limited to the Green State newspaper and the definitive satirical magazine, underlines the fact that those 51% who voted left on September 18th also set the tone on patriotic issues and confidently and largely unchallenged imposed the stigma of being without a fatherland on those who at the same time publicly suspect them of being nationalists. The Zonis, who always larmoyantly claim that they don't want to be there, can rest assured. The Merkel who has to go is by no means referring to them, but only to someone who has gone off the rails. Even the call for the wall to be rebuilt is obviously not intended as a posthumous mockery of the GDR and the great biographies of its former citizens. The wall has apparently become a cipher for a diffuse longing for a fairer state, not only for Titanic editors, of which we do not know exactly what it should look like, but all the better what it should stand against. Against social coldness, which would supposedly bring wars, executions, concentration camps, and floods with it. The resolute defense against such dangers, especially those emanating from the Merkel, now empowers one to long for a building that was only useful because it curtailed Germany's state sovereignty, as an anti-fascist protective wall against unpatriotic invasions of all Germans. With such a sorting into good and less good Germans, It goes without saying that there was silence about the daily horror in those areas from which there is no longer a wall separating us and where statistically significantly more infants are killed by their parents than in the West. The undignified behavior of the Titanic editors in front of the American embassy and elsewhere confirms a thesis put forward in neutral Switzerland, that a causal link can exist between the actions of an individual and the state of society should be a commonplace. End quote. This fundamentally sensible and actually indisputable statement was made by the Neue Zürcher Zeitung on August 12, 2005 at the first climax of a German debate that began with the discovery of 9 murdered newborns buried in flower boxes and triggered an outcry of indignation after some statements by the Brandenburg Minister of the Interior. The question of the constitution of the dead souls of Brandenburg, as the NZZ titled its article, called for professional soul administrators who, unlike the hero in Gogol's novel of the same name, do not even act out of the pursuit of profit, but out of ethically mature conviction whitewash dead, and sometimes even dead-making conditions and make the protégé for all the humiliated and insulted from East Germany. Under the headline Schonbohm drills down, Titanic, September 5, also took part in the national outrage on a full page. Schonbohm and Merkel were pictured. He asks her, "Do you also have geraniums on your balcony?" She replies, "I don't have any children. It is worse than disposing of babies in flower pots not to have brought any into the community in the first place in a community seeking social warmth." In an interview about the reasons for the child murders in Brieskow-Finkenherde, Schonbohm responded to the question, "So no explanation possible?" by saying, "Perhaps it is. The rural areas of Eastern Germany are more proletarianized than a more urban state like Saxony, where part of the middle class survived the SED dictatorship. I believe that the proletarianization enforced by the SED is one of the main causes of neglect and violence. The collectivization of agriculture by the SED in the 1950s was accompanied by the loss of responsibility for property, for the creation of values. The free, self-responsible peasantry was driven out. In the GDR, it was also the case that you did well if you didn't take too much interest in your neighbors or other things." End of quote. Schonbohm had based his statements on findings that are available to everyone, namely the data collected in the police crime statistics of the last 6 years by the Federal Criminal Police Office. These statistics confirm that there is a significant crime problem in the northeast of the Republic. In Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, Brandenburg, and Saxony-Anhalt, a strikingly higher number of crimes were registered in relation to the population than the national average. Saxony-Anhalt is the leader in robbery and dangerous and grievous bodily harm, violent crime and crimes against personal freedom. Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania is the leader in street crime and Brandenburg is ahead in arson, forgery of documents and violent crimes with a right-wing extremist background. Juvenile crime is highest in the 3 new federal states mentioned above, accounting for 12% of crimes, despite a population share of only 8.3%, and although the proportion of young people there is below the national average. However, Schonbohm's history caused him greater problems than the crime statistics. He remains the general that he was by profession, where he talks about the GDR and proletarianization and remains silent about reunification and its consequences in order to cover up a trail that was laid long before the founding of the GDR and still runs like a blue thread through German history long after its demise, but is particularly conspicuous in 3 Eastern German states: Brandenburg, Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, and today's Saxony-Anhalt, together with the parts of the country that have since fallen to Poland and Russia, formed the western foothills of the Prussian Empire on ancestral territory, which can be described without polemic as Junkerland. Since the 17th century, an authoritarian state model has developed here, which is similar to the absolutism found throughout Europe. Although it can be subsumed under the absolutism found throughout Europe, at the same time it irrevocably destroyed any potential that might have allowed a liberal alternative to grow up under absolutism. In the Brandenburg and pre-Pomeranian wastelands, the originally paternalistic and personal rule of the landowners over their serfs was not replaced by free competition between commodity owners in the course of primitive accumulation, but was preserved at a higher level with the involvement of a general third party, the authoritarian state. The few towns in the later Junkerland had lost early on what they still had in the late Middle Ages: sovereign town and thus market rights, self-administration, and independent trade relations with the world. They were transformed into garrison and administrative bases, where agricultural and, in rare cases, manufactured products were also handled. The powers of the Junkers had been restricted by the central state to the control of their serfs, a right that was accompanied by the duty to actively participate in the development of the military-industrial complex as a member of the military caste. Alongside the Junkers, and sometimes even against them, the second pillar of the state apparatus was established. The priests, teachers, and Schultheiss, who, as a constantly needy intelligentsia, supported the transfer of the nobility to the Junker, military, and administrative caste, which was not subject to state control. The classic Junker economy, in which the large-scale agrarian economy was gradually supplemented by distilleries, mills, and sawmills, was joined by a new economy, the government business. This sector was under the control of state-privileged entrepreneurs, who had to take care of provisions, uniforms, weapons production, and also the expansion of transport routes, and always produced largely free of the market for the needs of the closed trading state, as Fichte glorified the state economy that strove for self-sufficiency. Prussian economy and society were underpinned by a pietistic ethic that preached a piety of humility and obedience to the state, and which, as Prussian virtues which the retired General Georg Schonbaum, in particular, does not want to be seen as such, should be brought to the fore again today. One of the most influential ideologues of pietism, the pastor and founder of a welfare-holding August Hermann Frank, 1663–1727, demonstrated in Glaucha, then a suburb of Halle, what Eastern pedagogy actually wanted in conjunction with no less Eastern economics. He first concentrated starving and neglected children in an orphanage, which was essentially a workhouse, and had them work, pray, and learn there. This planting school, which gradually grew to include several hundred children and young people, was initially financed by donations, but soon became largely self-sufficient because the predominantly agricultural products of the organized forced labor not only satisfied the worst hunger of the pupils, but also generated profits on the market. Privileged by the king, Frank supplemented his institutions with handicraft businesses, which soon grew into manufactories and, because they were exempt from guild barriers and favored by the military authorities as the most important customers, soon dominated Halle's economy at the expense of the independent tradesmen. Endowed by patrons and state grants, Frank supplemented the planting school for the pauperized with one for the higher classes, where theology and later cameral sciences were studied in order to raise humble subjects for church and state service, the University of Halle, which is still proud of its founding father today. In 1702, Frank formulated the Prussian Credo. It should first be noted that there are three virtues in particular which one must above all seek to instill in children while they are still young if they are to be led to a thorough and constant godliness, namely, love of truth, obedience, and diligence. At the same time, the opposite vices, namely lying, self-will, and idleness, should be avoided with equal seriousness. Through the love of truth, the heart becomes sincere and honest, also free and open towards everyone, and is ashamed to deal with secret and false deceit. Through heartfelt obedience, the dominion of one's own will and arrogance is put down, and the heart is humbled and humbled more and more, and also instructed to an unfeigned modesty and kindness. End of quote. The collectivization of Junkerland by the GDR government certainly did not result in any dead children or the proletarianization of formerly free farmers. It was mainly people who, as free farmers after the first land reform in 1947 FF, had farmed poorly for just a few years because they were undercapitalized on land that was too small, and who, since the beginning of the 1950s, had been economically better off within a short time in the LPG. In the Prussian heartland, there was also no question of a bourgeoisie that would have constituted itself beyond the state sphere, and could therefore possibly have been equipped with autonomous values. One cannot accuse the GDR of trying to organize what it found in Brandenburg, Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, and Saxony-Anhalt differently, better, and, above all, in an anti-Prussian way. The SED regime should not even be blamed for its failure, but rather for its calculated lies. What the GDR only promised but never delivered was a real critique of Prussianism. As sensible as the abolition of Prussia was, which quite consequent included the demolition of the ruins of the city palaces in Berlin and Potsdam, the anti-Prussian gesture remained rhetorical. The nature of Prussianism fitted all too easily into the authoritarian ideas of the initiators of a planned socialism. The proletarianization of agricultural workers and small farmers was, contrary to Schonbaum's belief, not envisaged, unless one wanted to assign a term taken from the sphere of free competition to their transformation into agricultural civil servants, just as little as the promised establishment of a society of free producers. The class of agricultural producers created in the GDR and their associated workers in agricultural product processing companies on former Prussian soil, which was finally made independent of the state, was trained in a different planting school than the one founded by August Hermann Frank. However, in the training institutions of the GDR, the thinking and will of the newly released Prussians were subordinated to a workers' and farmers' power with the same humility and heartfelt obedience as Frank's pupils were to the pietist Prussian community. And if this country, which had the eternal flame for the victims of fascism guarded by soldiers marching in goose-step in the new guardhouse under the linden trees, had not perished, its ideologists would have glorified the Prussian barbarian Frank as a practical humanist and early bourgeois socialist, as a protagonist of the heat flow of history, Ernst Bloch, after canonizing Frederick II, Martin Luther and Otto von Bismarck. If people in the villages and small towns of Saxony-Anhalt, the Mark or Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, had already had a keen eye for possible wit in the neighborhood when they were still Prussian, such seemingly caring coexistence was not only continued in the spirit of socialist neighborliness until the mid-1980s, when the GDR state finally lost its attraction, but was even enforced. It is unlikely that in a system characterized by house, village, and company communities, in which the state and active people's comrades kept each other in check from kindergarten to retirement home, a woman from the middle of this society could have kept a series of pregnancies secret. It will probably never be clear to what extent the mutual concern that Schonbohm so vehemently denies really existed before 1990. However, some doubts about the independence of such attentiveness from the state-imposed behavioral norms seem to be justified, as the spectacular collapse of all sympathy in the months of transition in 1989-90 is well documented. From one day to the next, the members of the housing community terminated the cooperation of the last steadfast SED comrades who wanted to stick to the old practice, and the housing estates began to decay within a very short time. The network of voluntary activities, which were called social, collapsed almost immediately without replacement, and the neglected children, who had simply been abandoned by their parents who had spontaneously left for the West via Hungary in the summer of 1989, were never heard of, let alone seen. Experienced GDR citizens report that the already not overly cordial tone among neighbors turned into an increasingly grumpy, stroppy grumble, which was based on nothing more than the signal, "Don't touch me." Real socialism, at least in the Prussian heartland, had obviously only known how to establish authoritarianism, which would not have come about on its own initiative or conviction. Following its status nature, it took on the bleak legacy of 300 years of Prussia, including 12 National Socialist years, and perpetuated what it wanted to abolish. In 1953 in Buchow, sitting in the middle of the misery, Brecht had precisely described what was Prussian socialist reality until 1989. Habits still. The plates are set down hard, so that the soup spills over. The command sounds in a shrill voice. To eat, the Prussian eagle. He pecks the food into the boys' little mouths. End quote. Brecht didn't have to worry about the fact that if the Prussian eagle didn't show up, more and more youngsters might start chopping the heads of the less robust or less adaptable. Interior Minister Schonbohm, who is still personally concerned about the fate of the victims, is unable to recognize the reasons for the violence for the simple reason that the professional whitewashers of the daily horror are not just people like the PDS politician and self-confessed mother Dagmar Enkelmann, who has made herself a public accuser against him. The same patriots sit next to him in the state government, right up to his direct superior, Minister-President Platzek. They see themselves not only as representatives of the people like the majority of their colleagues in the West, but also as highly committed advocates of the people, whose dignity they are charged with protecting. And even these species would be inconceivable without the unfortunate legacy of 300 years of state management. In Brandenburg, Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, and Saxony-Anhalt, people still live largely off the state after 1990. Some are paid a direct salary as civil servants, bus drivers, or social workers. Others are in the ALG-2 army or in employment office schemes. Trade and industry, where they exist, are also to a considerable extent tied to government business, especially the bloated construction industry. The profiteers among those dependent on the state speak for the little people, i.e. the majority of the population who have mostly fallen through the cracks, with a defiant will to persevere. These tribunes of the people, with the rank of teacher or civil servant, create a sense of unity among the superfluous and completely isolated and, in return for their passive acceptance of the daily dreariness, not only play down the asocial phenomena of subjugation to an evil fate, but even upgrade the everyday violence to the actual social character of the people by stubbornly denying it. The alleged resistance of the region is based on an uncanny alliance. On the one hand, there is a not-so-small minority of everyday perpetrators of violence who are covered up by a local patriotic majority who take no part in what happens in their immediate neighborhood on a daily basis because they don't want to know anything about it. It is to them and their actions, or rather their murderous indifference, that the people's advocates with deputy status lend their voices. It is the outcry of outraged, unjustly suspected bourgeois men, which is directed once again to an indifferent and prejudiced world in the greatest need shortly before the downfall. The administrators, who have never been personally guilty of anything, have no reason to doubt that their fellow citizens' behavioral abnormalities lead to nationwide criminal statistics. Every homemade disgrace only triumphantly confirms their claim to administering the majority and justifies their demanding behavior towards the German public as a whole. The wrested federal funds are used to set up pointless programs against right-wing and other violence, which help anti-fascist activists get jobs, who then join the cast of the people's administrators as quasi-civil servant state Antifa. Tiny villages are connected by wide federal highways on which nothing moves, except when drunken youths decimate themselves on their death drives at night. Strange and completely useless diplomas and degrees are awarded to a failed youth, who, after 10 or more years of schooling, follow-up and further education courses, are preparing to join the bleak lives of their parents, unlike their successful and mostly emigrated peers. The frustrated, who cannot be blamed for not making the leap to Munich and not getting more than a €1 job, are a problem insofar as they become a danger to themselves and their neighbors in poverty and deadening. They become a problem for the whole country through their administrators, who can claim to have practiced the widespread deployment of an army of unemployed on the basis of 3 marks per hour long before Schroeder launched Agenda 2010, and who also scream Zettermordio whenever someone blurts out something about the connection between a collective longing for social warmth and individual crudeness towards the weaker. Schonbohm had obviously at least touched on such a highly taboo subject that the guardians of the dignity of East German losers had no choice but to accuse him of wishing for extermination, culminating in a warning of the imminent physical extermination of all East Germans. 1 month after Schonbohm's interview, the Berliner Zeitung ran the headline "East Germans are the new target of Jew hatred," September 14, 2005, thus correctly summarizing what the respected writer Christoph Hein had said in response to Schonbohm in an essay in the Leipziger Volkszeitung on October 9, 2005. Hein claims to have discovered that all the evil had already begun in 1999 in Sebnitz in eastern Saxony, when a young boy from a not entirely Aryan family background drowned in a swimming pool, and his accidental death was blamed for some time by the public on local neo-Nazis and a disinterested majority of bathers. Hein writes, "An accident was reinterpreted as a pogrom-like murder by a sinister, threatening ethnic group, and a horrific multiple murder of a child is supposed to explain and reveal the psyche and mentality of a very specific, clearly defined section of the population." End of quote. Just like the people of Sebnitz at the time, who did not want to admit that the murder version could claim plausibility because of the neo-Nazi gangs and their numerous sympathizers who were particularly prevalent in Sebnitz and the surrounding area, and who collectively believed themselves to be the victims of a public execution, in the words of their mayor, Christoph Hein came onto the scene 6 years later and angrily hurled at Schonbohm and those who agreed with him on behalf of all allegedly pre-condemned Brandenburgers, the general and his sinister comrades in arms. Their sympathizers and clandestine admirers should know what sources they are feeding on when they seek to stigmatize a section of the population with a child murder or an accident. They should know what fire they are keeping alive. A fire that has shaped German culture for over a millennium and ultimately led to war and genocide. End quote. Merkel became one of the general's gloomy comrades in arms and secret admirers, the original ingredient of Titanic, which thus only expressed what the final spurt of the election campaign was really about. The Chancellor, who declares everything that worries the people to be a top priority, had to become the legitimate spokesman for the real child murderers and those who, by chance, were not in Breskow-Finkenherde, Sebnitz or Gerswald, where the Jew Marinus was dumped in the cesspit after an agonizing death by torture. Christoph Hein is probably not an out-and-out anti-Semite, any more than the mayor of Sebnitz. He was just trying out what it sounds like when the Zonies are crowned the Jews of today for a change because of the scarcity of Muslims in the area. The Partei is probably not anti-Semitic either. Its central organ Titanic is only as anti-Zionist as one might expect from a magazine in which the Cuba-friendly Junge Welt regularly advertises. Nor did it drive a Jewish pig through the village when it started writing about the Merkel piglet in the July issue because of a sweat stain under Angela Merkel's armpit. She only promised to run a level-less and strictly personalized election campaign against Angela Merkel, July 5th, and kept her promise, at a level previously only known from the Eastzonian Eulenspiegel. In the late summer of 2005, General Schonbohm and Merkel, who did not jump into the breach for the humiliated Zonies and does not even have children, surprisingly took credit for at least trying to put up a dividing wall between the fetishists of the German people state and the rest, who are not yet completely stupid, using rather ineffectual arguments. Anyone who has grown up in a slum and has not yet become completely jaded and lethargic wants one thing above all else: to get out and quickly. Those who, with a lot of effort, hard work and luck, manage to pull themselves out of the quagmire of violence, Can Beer and Hartsfour are less likely to leave their traditional neighborhoods because they suddenly develop a sense of status. As a rule, they turn their backs on the place where fate, family, or their wallets have taken them, because no one can stand living there for long. Poverty, misery, and deprivation are particularly attractive to those who never had to look into an empty fridge in their childhood and youth. Year after year, hordes of children of small business owners, civil servants, and dentists with political ambitions are drawn to so-called trendy districts where rents are low, the building fabric is poor, and the fertility rate of old established residents is high. To Berlin-Kreuzberg, Hamburg-Skansenviertel, or Leipzig-Konowitz. Behind this enthusiasm for misery is not only the need for variety. The attraction of the ALG2 districts is probably also based on a desire that can occasionally be seen in the parents of revolutionary middle-class youth. Especially in times of crisis, citizens are urged from time to time to get rid of the things that tie them down in both positive and negative ways: the terraced house, the condominium, or the permanent subscription to the local theater. Moving into a condemned house, dog excrement in the hallway, and the popular containerization, feeding on overstocked products taken from supermarket waste, are the youthful version of this urge to make a clean sweep. With their help, parents can be signaled an escape from the world of the nursery. As the ideas of romance and revolt that underlie this longing date back to the 19th century, prefabricated housing estates such as Berlin-Marsen, Halle-Neustadt, or Leipzig-Grunau are not particularly popular with young dropouts, despite their apparent neglect. To be attractive, the streets have to resemble the set of a Charles Dickens movie. The move to Leipzig's Gießerstrasse or Berlin's Kopie is also easy to recognize as a continuation of the Rock am Ring visit, the secret initiation ritual of the local middle class offspring by other means. Just as the mud and the catastrophic hygienic conditions of the festival are only nice because a clean bed and a warm bathtub await on Sunday evening, the seniors in the Hartsfour neighborhood are fascinating because they are not only voluntary, but also over at some point. In contrast to the old established residents and the comrades, who at some point took things too far when it came to alcohol, drugs, and self-neglect, hardly any of the young social revolutionaries are forced to live permanently between alcoholics' corners, dog excrement, and deprivation. After a few years in the scene and a brief experience with the social welfare office, their time as a dropout usually comes to an end. At some point, they have finished their studies, want to take over their parents' car dealership, or the business idea with which the former scene activities are to be continued on a new level, the vegan restaurant, the martial arts school, or the booking agency, is waiting to be implemented. If the neighborhood has become even more attractive in the meantime, there is no need to relocate. All that remains is the guilty conscience of having contributed to the gentrification of the neighborhood and the exodus of former residents by moving in. If everything has remained the same, the neighborhood has turned its back on, also with a view to the soon-to-be-expected offspring. After all, one's own progenitors should have it better than the children of the neighboring precariat. However, until that time comes, until the end of adolescence, which is often extended to the age of 30, one's own adventure playground must be defended against the things that even the toughest neighborhood fighter learns to appreciate a few years later. The nice bistro, the renovated facade, the upscale restaurant. This neighborhood defense, which has been taking place for several years under the heading of gentrification criticism, has now also arrived in Leipzig, a city whose average rents are significantly lower than those of other major East German cities, such as Potsdam, Jena, Dresden, Halle, and even Magdeburg. Of the 14 large and medium-sized cities in eastern Germany whose prices per square meter were recently compared by Focus, Leipzig was in 12th place. The hero city is only marginally more expensive than Cottbus and Chemnitz. Experts say that the prospects of profit for investors in Leipzig are rather low. At the center of Leipzig's gentrification criticism is the real estate company Hildebrand and Jürgens, which has learned from Comrade Dimitrov that capital is behind fascism, known in scene jargon as HJ. For some time now, the neighborhood militia has also been targeting a youth and cultural center that has contributed more than any other to Leipzig's reputation as a stronghold of the left-wing scene, the Kahn Island in Kobergerstrasse. In recent years, the Kahn Island has made an honest effort to rid itself of its former reputation as an anti-German center, i.e. one that is at least critical of the imperatives of the autonomous scene. By disinviting Justice Wertmuller at the end of 2010, the operators have shown that they are not only prepared to cater to the sensitivities of left-wing Heimatschutzkommandos, but also that these Heimatschutzers have long been at home among them. However, the Kahn Island's concert policy and its outward appearance repeatedly ensure that it is not quite able to fit in with the left-wing consensus. In contrast to clubs such as Leipzig Zorro, for which praise is repeatedly found in the relevant comment columns of the left-wing news portal Indie Media, The Con Island doesn't only allow bands to play here that merely set the Berlin Autonomous Paper interim to music. It also gives bands a chance to play who don't have seen conceit in every announcement, every line of text, every chord, and every item of clothing. Furthermore, there seems to be a consensus in Kobergerstrasse that dirty toilets, gray-green vegan pamps, and the rejection of comfort are not necessarily an expression of an elevated political consciousness. The venue is one of the few left-wing centers where the food is good, the premises are lovingly decorated, and the health department staff wouldn't immediately faint if they were to inspect it. Shortly after the Con Island reopened after a major refurbishment, members of a local neighborhood militia honored the center with an action that had previously been reserved for the properties of the real estate company Hildebrand and Jurgens. They threw paintballs at the front building. After the Con Island news flyer speculated about the motives for the attack, the perpetrators submitted a statement of command at the beginning of November. On a flyer adorned with the identification figure of all rebellious middle-class children, the slightly underprivileged and prepotent Bart Simpson, the cultural center was accused of promoting the gentrification of the district and destroying the neighborhood. Since nobody wanted to spend €21 on the Con Island's fancy-schmancy yuppie parties, dance halls were to be transformed into autonomous centers, as explained in the headline. Quote, "We want uncommercial free spaces and not hip, expensive and apolitical locations for yuppies who feel alternative." End quote. The Con Island statement, in which it was assumed that the nighttime visitors did not want to articulate themselves differently after all, they had left bags of paint and no thesis papers, was an attempt at denunciation, a threat and public hostility. The club had turned from a friend into an enemy, who would be closely watched from now on. Neighborhood struggle is class struggle. Even if the militant opponents of gentrification present themselves as avengers of the destitute, disenfranchised, and disinherited, it is doubtful that the old established residents want to know much about them and their activities. The lower-class youth of Leipzig's Konnewitz, Riednitz, and Plagwitz districts are unlikely to be particularly enthusiastic if the dance halls to which they are drawn weekend after weekend, the relevant large discotheques with happy hour, free drinks for women, and guaranteed towing, were transformed into autonomous centers. On the other hand, Zorro's regular audience wouldn't be particularly happy if the Schnauzbart and Sonnenbank faction from next door collectively turned up at the next Crustcore concert. Nor is it a foregone conclusion that the local proles and subproles would have anything against the beautification of their neighborhood. The underdogs are occasionally smarter than their avant-garde. Their problem is not so much the new pubs and renovated facades. They too would be happy to live in a modernized house without drafty windows and coal heating. Their problem is rather the lack of money. Anyone who demands that the hip and trendy, and that often means better and nicer stores, pubs, and restaurants should disappear instead of a full wallet is falling short of even the ideas of a staid trade union official. He is not interested in improving the situation of Hart's 4 recipients, temporary workers, and other precarious employees, but in cementing the miserable status quo. Everything should stay the same, with the exception of a few hand-picked social revolutionaries who are allowed to move in. The underclass people should keep to themselves. "The neighborhood stays dirty" is the slogan on stickers that have been available to order from the relevant left-wing devotional mail orders for some time now. The militant opponents of gentrification thus have a similarly instrumental relationship to the old established residents as they accuse the so-called hipsters and yuppies of, and not entirely without justification. The hipster faction often approach their counterparts in the relevant kebab shops or internet cafes less like contractual partners who are met in the act of buying from the same to the same, but more like servants who are only there to increase their own well-being. For the social revolutionary youth of the middle classes, on the other hand, the lower classes merely serve as a backdrop against which they can live out their own uprising romanticism. The class struggle of which the militant Leipzig gentrification opponents speak is thus the struggle for the supremacy of one's own gang in the neighborhood. In contrast to traditional tenants associations, which defend themselves against rent increases, landlord arbitrariness, or tyrannical janitors, they do not stand up for their own material interests or the improvement of quality of life, nor do they engage in what is known in English as mutual aid, and can only be inadequately translated with the German term Nachbarschaftshilfe. With their nightly paint bag attacks and their declaration in mafia slang that they intend to keep a close eye on Con Island in the future, they rather show that they are primarily concerned with threats and intimidation. When the authors of the commando statement also describe any opposition as clear provocation, threat, and public hostility, when they resort to intimidation and harassment in the mixture of aggression and larmoyance so typical in this country, and at the same time present themselves as victims of supposed denunciation, it becomes clear that they are preparing the next strike in the style of persecuting innocents. These attempts at intimidation have already had an effect. Authors who previously signed their texts in the Can Island newsflyer with their real names have decided to publish their criticism of left-wing milieu protection in the current issue under pseudonyms for safety's sake. However, the Leipzig neighborhood militia did not only learn from Al Capone. When it declares in the jargon of Nazi jurist Carl Schmitt that the Can Island has long since turned from friend to foe, it is also signaling that it has other role models. Against this backdrop, the reference to their own anti-fascist activities, which of course must not be missing from the command declaration of the opponents of gentrification, seems to serve above all the purpose of confirming their own hunch that they have long been able to work together with the Brown Boys from the record when it comes to friend-enemy rhetoric and original tone hate toward speculators. The stronger this suspicion is, the more vehemently it has to be fended off by the traditional bashing of Nazis. This is probably one of the reasons for the increased anti-fascist militancy reported from some areas of Leipzig. It is to be hoped that the Can Island will not get involved in the form of neighborhood struggle that has been proposed to it by militant milieu protectors. It would just turn into another gang fighting for supremacy in the south of Leipzig. If the Kanowitz neighborhood militias were to put into practice what is inherent in their friendfoe rhetoric and mafia jargon, then less reliance should be placed on their longer street fighting experience or greater martial arts experience. Rather, something should be sought that represents a civilizing achievement, at least in comparison to the law of the bigger fist, the code of the bourgeois state. Anyone who wants to overcome bourgeois manners with revolutionary intent should first be taught them. In view of the fact that Can Island has become more clearly oriented towards left-wing scene codes in recent years, it is questionable whether it will choose this path, i.e. the weapons of enlightenment and criticism. However, it deserves solidarity in its attempts to do so, despite everything. Hardly any uprising movement that is getting on in years can do without referring to mythical events in its history. With the help of anecdotes about the good old days, when the movement was still young and fresh, the old fighters not only want to reactivate the passion, zeal, and dedication of the past. The references to their own fighting days also serve to prove that the storytellers were not always the bores that their grandchildren, friends, and ultimately themselves believe them to be. For example, at senior citizens get-togethers, people talked wistfully for a long time about the march on the Feldherrenhall or the Russian winter. The Strobli generation remembers the Battle of Tegeler Weg, which was fought on the fringes of a court case against Strobli's colleague Horst Mahler, and the punk rock fossil, which has long been too old to die young, comes back to life in memories of the 1984 chaos days in Hanover. The autonomous movement, which also has its heyday long behind it, has several identity-forming battle experiences. In Hamburg, people talk about the defense of the Hafenstrasse, the port, with shining eyes. In Göttingen, people reverently recall the feeling of power that comes from walking along the inner-city ring road with a balaclava, helmet, and police permit in the company of the state environment minister. And in Frankfurt, people still tell each other stories about the hut village, the Sunday walks, and the fights at the construction fence of Runway West. However, the central myth of the movement, the autonomous march on the Feldherrenhall, is May 1, 1987 in Berlin. Hardly any other event is talked about as much at the autonomous regulars table as the rule-free time on the night of May 1 to 2, 1987 in Kreuzberg. No other event has been captured so often on t-shirts, in wall slogans and songs, and no other event has been reenacted year after year in a mixture of crib and terrain play. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Kiesrevolt. The upcoming anniversary was already mentioned in the reports on the last 1st of May, and as is always the case when left-wing cohesion is to be strengthened, a common reference invoked and a commitment for the future derived from the past, the executors of the scene began organizing the anniversary celebrations early on in this case too. It is not least this dedication that makes it clear that May 1, 1987 is not just a harmless historiographical event. Rather, and the various preparatory groups, political circles, and trustees of the movement should also be aware of this, it is one of the original scenes of the autonomous left and its globalization-critical revenants. May Day 1987 not only anticipated later developments and events, its regular invocation also formulated left-wing German hopes and expectations for the future. On the morning of May 1, 1987, the police searched the Autonomous Culture and Communication Center Mehringhof a few hours after the search. The first stones were thrown at officers at a street party. A police car was overturned and the first barricades were erected. The situation escalated. Around 50 barricades were set alight. Construction fences, jackhammers, bottles, and again, stones melted into bumps in the asphalt. as reported in the autonomous self-discovery organ Radical. More than 70 police vehicles were demolished. Late in the evening, the police were finally forced to withdraw from Kreuzberg. The DPA later spoke of one of the worst street battles of the post-war period. The then Senator of the Interior Wilhelm Koenig, CDU, admitted that the police no longer had the situation under control. It was not until the early morning of May 2nd, after they had withdrawn from the district for several hours, that the police returned to Kreuzberg with armored reconnaissance vehicles, water cannons, and barricade-clearing vehicles. As always, when there is a fire somewhere, barricades are erected and masked people attack police vehicles. Large sections of the left are enthusiastic. A few years later, an autonomous chief raved in his family chronicle that on May 1st, there was a joint revolt by autonomists and visitors to a street party, in the course of which large sections of the population from the Kreuzberg neighborhood joined in. What sounds like the mass fantasies of an ideal Total K group actually corresponded to reality. While Interior Senator Koenig attributed the riots shortly after the riots to the autonomous scene and a clique of anti-Berliners who had traveled from West Germany, the Senate had to admit a little later that broad sections of the population were involved in the riots. Of the 47 people arrested that night, not a single one belonged to the autonomous scene. All of them had been living in Berlin for some time. One priest later even described how even members of his senior citizens group had been involved in the looting of supermarkets. The idea of looting pensioners may seem amusing at first glance. However, anyone who has ever witnessed how German pensioners behave at hotel buffets on vacation, who has had to observe the aggression with which they defend their supposed entitlement to special offers or rant at the supermarket checkout that the queue is over at the back, is well aware of the threatening nature of the situation. Not unlike permanently aggressive senior citizens, Kreuzbergers of all classes and ages attacked the public and commercial infrastructure between Cottbusser and Schlesisches Tor on May 1, 1987. Dozens of stores, from the small corner store that the neighborhood is so proud of to the large supermarket, were looted. And on the open street, groups that had just come together tried to steal and rob each other's goods. The well over 100 people injured that evening were therefore not solely the fault of the police. Numerous people were injured by uncontrolled throwing of bottles and stones, looting, or the immediate fights over the distribution of territory. This mass willingness on the part of Kreuzberg residents not only to loot the not very numerous stores at the time, but also to destroy them if possible, was subsequently repeatedly attributed to the social problems in the neighborhood. Geronimo, the aforementioned autonomous chief, explained in his book Führer und Flamme, Fire and Flame, that on May 1, 1987, the social and political contradictions that had been accumulating for years literally exploded. An initiative that produced a documentary about the events calculated that the per capita income in Kreuzberg had been well below the Berlin average. And the alternative list, while condemning the unprecedented level of destruction, explained sympathetically that a high level of dissatisfaction and social tension had accumulated behind the polished facades of the 750th anniversary celebrations that had begun shortly before. As in other cases in which the underdog's misdeeds are excused by their lack of work and prospects, references to the social situation also fall short in the case of May Day 1987. The per capita income in Kreuzberg was and is indeed lower than in Grunewald. The unemployment rate was and is significantly higher than in Charlottenburg. Despite these differences, the pressure on the unemployed and welfare recipients was nowhere near as great in West Germany, and West Berlin in the 1980s Hartz IV had not yet been passed and forced labor measures had not yet been introduced. Especially in trendy neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, quite a few people voluntarily lived on welfare or social assistance and often knew how to supplement their state support. Former activists from the left-wing scene and other more or less voluntary dropouts reported time and again that with the help of the state and small occasional earnings, it was not at all difficult to get by in those days. A minority did not really live in misery at the time, with more young unskilled workers who had failed to leave the then rundown district in the 1970s like the majority of workers and moved to new housing estates. Mass unemployment among the Turkish Kreuzbergers also only gradually set in the late 1980s. In other words, the majority of Kreuzbergers were not able to lead a carefree life in luxury. However, they were also not forced to secure their survival by looting, robbing people on the street, or destroying the livelihood of the greengrocer next door, as was repeatedly suggested in autonomous newspapers. Behind the mass willingness to commit robbery and theft that was observed on May 1, 1987 in the part of the district that became a myth as the Kreuzberg with the postal delivery number 36, there was probably less material need. Just as behind the behavior of the aforementioned senior citizens who, despite a pension increase and a savings account that they will not touch until the end of their lives, want to hit the winter sales for the bargain they have just discovered, and imagine misery may also have been behind the Kreuzberg looting orgies of May 1, 1987. A misery that is based on the belief of always coming up short, always being taken advantage of and only being lied to and cheated by everyone, points to a society that can no longer reproduce its ideological conditions of existence. When normal citizens become criminals on a massive scale and even well-off citizens fight for prey like starving people at a UN aid convoy, it shows once again that the belief in the bourgeois promise of happiness, which was never particularly strong in this country anyway, is in the process of disintegrating. Whereas in the era of the economic miracle, which, as we know, was partly based on the raids of National Socialism, people still believed that with enough hard work, skill, and engagement, you could go from dishwasher to snack chain owner. Today you can only earn scornful laughter at the regulars table with references to honest work, righteousness, and law-abidingness. In an interview for a regional youth study, a certain Mark, a young man from a good home at the start of a promising career, explained in exemplary fashion, "You won't get anywhere with honesty. If you want to make it here, you have to see where you end up. You can't take anyone into consideration. No one takes me into consideration either. You have to be honest sometimes. You just can't let yourself get caught." End of quote. There is another argument against the theory of neediness put forward by voluntary and full-time social workers. Those who are in material need take the food, spirits, etc. they have stolen home, use them themselves or sell them. However, observers repeatedly reported that neighborhood residents beating their looted goods with iron bars, piling them into heaps and finally setting them on fire were far more characteristic of May Day 1987 than the looting for the purpose of enrichment that undoubtedly also took place. Even if the opposite was often claimed in autonomous publications, the Kreuzbergers, above all the politically aware, were not so much trying to spice up their diet or simply improve their financial situation. Rather, they seemed to want to work off the fact that they didn't know what to do with their spoils anyway. The products themselves, as Wolfgang Port noted more than 30 years ago, are deformed by the wrong social relationship of production. The impoverishment and desolation of life is expressed in the inability to really use the objects. The only remaining options are to go to the garbage can or to destroy the cremation with one's own hands, which is less and less able to contribute to the well-being of its owners. Perhaps this is the reason why collective robberies in the Western Hemisphere are so often accompanied by devastation and why looting can hardly be distinguished from orgies of destruction. The reports and eyewitness accounts of May 1, 1987 also suggest that the psychological gain of the looters consists less in the appropriation and subsequent use of other people's property than in the destruction of objects for which they have no use anyway. The second glass container, reported the Taz newspaper, for example, not without a certain fascination, is knocked over, thousands of shards and bottles clatter against the container steel. Then the green monster rolls over the cobblestones towards the barricade, its contents rolling around like an avalanche. The infernal noise of the bursting bottles is a turn-on. Fists fly upwards as the ball of shards arrives with a final roar. The louder, more crashing, more piercing, more shrill the noise, the more joy arises. A sound of destruction, rhythmically underpinned by the monotony of the hammering stones. Crates of beer and bottles of schnapps from one of the looted stores are carried to the burning altar with gleaming eyes. 3 or 4 vaguely recognizable people dance to the beat of the cobblestones. Individual flames shoot up from the scene of the fire and are greeted with cheers. The stones keep the rhythm for hours. A scenario of ecstasy. Intoxicated by their own strength and the spinning bottles, the fighters celebrate a festival of joy, undisturbed by the police, drunk and happy. Taz, May 4, 1987. Contrary to what the autonomous chronicler Geronimo enthusiastically declared, the Kreuzberg described in this Taz report was not a lawless space. On the night of May 1 to 2, 1987, the enforcement of the law of the strongest was announced around Mariannenplatz. The fascinating folk festival-like atmosphere, which the chief raves about in the same place, was the manifestation of mob and gang rule. And indeed, the Taz article quoted above is not only reminiscent of the reports that ethnologists wrote in the 18th century about their often fictitious research trips to Borneo or the Amazon region. It also evokes associations with the archaic rituals described by Martin Scorsese in his film Gangs of New York. However, while Scorsese depicts the history of the assertion of bourgeois society, the Taz report describes its disintegration. In Gangs of New York, the rule of the gangs, which were an accepted part of the urban fabric until the time of the American Civil War, is ended by the invasion of the Union troops and the obligatory massacre. In today's riots, it is usually only brought to an end by the retreat of the state power, which had once emerged from the strongest gang. Similar to the French suburban riots of 2005, which can be seen as anticipating the May riots of 1987 in several respects, the Kreuzberg riots were also initially based on the interaction between migrant youths, who at the time were only at the beginning of gang formation and Islamization, and the left. Similar to the riots in the banlieues, the Kreuzberg neighborhood riots also followed the pattern of land seizure. However, while the French left only offered the suburban gangs idealistic support, in 1987 the Kreuzberg autonomists provided tangible support in the formation of a migrant gang system, which is now being dealt with by neighborhood managers who were there with shining eyes when Kreuzberg was burning. Together with the German and Turkish youth gangs, who are repeatedly cited as the driving force behind the riots, and hordes of drunken partygoers, residents and passers-by, a few hundred autonomous protesters initially drove the police out of the neighborhood, thereby overriding the state's monopoly on the use of force. In doing so, they benefited from the military knowledge they had acquired in the clashes at countless nuclear power plant construction fences, as was proudly explained again and again in the various autonomous therapy papers. Geronimo reported on prudent barricade building by autonomists. Radical reported that more experienced autonomists tried to secure the conquered streets and move barricades further forward, allowing even more supermarkets to be looted. And in one of the dissertations on the autonomists, which have been published en masse since the end of the 1980s, it is explained, while the autonomists, as the only political group involved in the revolt, prevented the police from clearing the streets with barricades, the situation was used by other groups of the population to loot various stores. End quote. Behind the front, which was actually mentioned in various autonomous newspapers, young people who had spontaneously formed gangs, neighborhood residents who proceeded in gangs and small autonomous groups initially worked their way through the symbols and infrastructure of the opponent who had just been expelled. All traffic lights were put out of action, all telephone booths in the area were smashed, even electricity pylons were smashed. The already modest infrastructure of the neighborhood, about whose neglect the autonomists later complained to their Kiesbelevern and migrant kids in front of television crews, was thus almost systematically devastated. Not even the fire department was allowed through. Firefighters who nevertheless tried to do their job were attacked and their cars set on fire. The rioting residents of the neighborhood once again demonstrated the basic pattern of gang rule. Unlike the state, which assures itself of its rule outside the state of emergency through the smooth functioning of the whole, the gang generally pursues no other purpose than the rule of the gang. It demonstrates its rule in an arbitrary act. The state of emergency is the rule in gangland. In this sense, the rioters' attacks were not only directed against representatives of the state, the city's infrastructure, supermarkets, and small stores. The revolting neighborhood residents also arbitrarily destroyed their neighbors' small and medium-sized cars, often destroying their livelihoods in the process, attacked ambulances and, as various observers reported, attracted attention with severe harassment of women or attacks on women. Even residential buildings were set on fire, as reported in Radical. Some residents, according to a report in the TAS, have dragged a ladder up and are trying to wet the wall of the adjacent building with a garden hose. The rivulet splashes senselessly and almost ridiculously against the wall of the house. Do something. Finally do something. A whole block of houses is about to burn down. A resident urges the men from the fire station in Wienerstrasse. We can't do anything. The police have given up on Kreuzberg. The fire chief resigned. TAS, May 4, 1987. Just like their French comrades after the frenzy in the French suburbs, large sections of the autonomists were enthusiastic in the aftermath of the Kreuzberg neighborhood revolt. Some of them were at least aware that the May Day orgy of destruction could hardly be sold as a protest against political aberrations, unemployment, and restructuring of the neighborhood. The attacks on private individuals, ambulances, fire engines, sexual assaults, and the arson of residential buildings did not serve any political purpose. Quote, "The riots at the beginning of May, it was declared from a position of authority, were not a riot with a purpose, unless one declares the fun of it to be the purpose." Radical 133-80. At first, this statement sounds like a welcome rejection of the left-wing guardians of constructive criticism, and 10 years later, when May Day had turned into a harmless off-road game with the police, which was repeatedly criticized by left-wing political commissars for its lack of content and ritual character, it might have been justified. Shortly after the events of May 1, 1987, however, it was a plea for the better uprising, and thus the justification of barbarism. On May 1, 1987, it was demonstrated that there are worse things than the instrumental reason of the bourgeois or even post-fascist state. The war of all against all in the emergency zone, the permanent state of emergency, and the arbitrary rule of gangs, and rackets. The rejection of the creation of meaning for the state, labor, and capital, which speaks from the statement of the autonomous rioters, is in this context the approval of permanent struggle and violence for the sake of violence. The struggle becomes here similar to Ernst Jünger and Georges Sorel, an inner experience. On May 1st, people were basically just incredibly lucky. The fire from the ball market didn't spread to the neighboring building, the burning petrol station didn't blow up, the bullet-like flying oxygen bottles of a burning fire engine didn't injure anyone. The gangs were still too unorganized and, above all, too surprised to let off steam what they were really made of, and only 2 rapes are said to have occurred. This is probably why the autonomous reactions to the revolt were not uniform. At least part of the scene was momentarily shocked by the events in the Kreuzberg state of emergency, for which they were largely responsible. And so radical didn't just come up with riot kitsch and fascist glorification of violence. Some authors described the neighborhood revolt as an uprising of arseholes and repeatedly criticized types and gangs of types and attacks on women. On May Day, they also mockingly declared, politically right-wing Turks drove out the cops together with left-wing Germans. End quote. However, they combined this criticism with a criticism of the supposedly individualistic character of the riots, even though the central characteristic of May Day was precisely the collective frenzy of destruction. Despite all the criticism, however, this faction of autonomists could not deny a certain enthusiasm for the riots. After all, the riots had been supported by their favorite collective subjects, the people, migrants, and the senior citizens of Kreuzberg, to whom the unbearable one-man autonomous small art company Ketzchenpa had repeatedly pandered with songs about resistant Kiezomas. Accordingly, they referred to the inherently justified concerns of the looters and rioters and discussed how they could exert a controlling influence on the events next time. Quote, "Our responsibility as a political force is to be aware of our role in influencing events, attacking positive things and counteracting negative things." End quote. Since the scene neither wanted to break with its enthusiasm for the little people who had joined the revolt, nor was it able to understand ideology as anything other than a clever lie, these negative things had to be attributed to impairing external factors. References to the devil alcohol were particularly popular here. The long-accumulated hatred and the alcohol was explained on a flyer that was pasted up in Kreuzberg on May 3rd, led to some people lashing out blindly after midnight, Taz, May 4, 1987. In keeping with this definition of the enemy, the autonomists regularly intervened in the following years following the example of the Guardian of Virtue. In order to allow the population to come into their own on the following May Day celebrations in a completely authentic, unaffected, and free from disruptive influences, the alcohol reserves in the looted stores were destroyed without further ado. A report from a warm-up for May 1, 1990. 2 supermarkets are destroyed. One is systematically cleared out by hooded men. Coffee pallets and shopping carts filled with food are placed in front of the people outside. When there's hardly anything left to take, they move on to the next supermarket. Masked people smash every bottle of alcohol inside, and the next ones build a barricade of shopping carts and crates outside, which they set alight with methylated spirits from the store. Radical 140-43. 20 years later, little has changed in this constellation within the autonomous or now post-autonomous scene. The scene seems to move in a time loop. The same old debates about militancy, organization, and rape are held in the autonomous kitchens, back rooms, and pub tables every 2 years. Almost identical scenes have also been taking place in the circles preparing for May Day since the 1980s. The Berlin group Fels, which invited people to an initial preparatory meeting for this year's May Day at the end of January, played the role of the doubter this time. It did declare that the 20th anniversary of the Kies uprising was an event worth remembering. However, she feared that a mobilization that focuses on the riots could put off the population, who have participated less and less in the riots in recent years. Anti-Fascist Revolutionary Action Berlin Arab, an association with the mammoth title of Berlin groups organized in the Anti-G8 Alliance for a Revolutionary Perspective, and numerous other old-fashioned autonomous and anti-imperialist groups disagreed. The left, they criticized the Fels concept, should not distance itself from the history of May Day in Kreuzberg. The 20th anniversary of the neighborhood revolt was an important point of reference. In addition, there were discussions about a themed float 20 years of Revolutionary May Day, arguments about different titles and demonstration concepts, the question of dance demo or black bloc, etc. The result of these discussions is as tiresome as it is irrelevant. Despite all the differences, there was agreement that May Day in Berlin should be used as a kickoff event for the protests against the G8 summit in Heiligendamm, where the United Left wants to really show the rulers. While Fels and his followers seem to envision these protests as a fight for a hyper-Keynesian welfare institution without bigwigs, the other faction longs for the atmosphere of the doomsday films of the 1980s, an atmosphere that was recreated on May 1, 1987. Even the political order of the Federal Republic has to be defended against these two already complementary longings. Berlin is not a metropolis. Berlin is the urbanized province. A huge village with far too many inhabitants that combines the stubborn practicality of the big city with the brutal warmth of rural tribal communities. Although everyone here has enough space to run around, you meet the very people you actually want to avoid, whether on TV, in a shared flat, or in the playground. If you are alone in Berlin, you feel depressed and lost instead of liberated from the constraints of the collective. Anyone who mingles with people in Berlin becomes a misanthrope. The bourgeois species that populates this city is only partially individualized. They organize themselves into hordes according to the principle of land appropriation and call their respective settlement area their keys. In Berlin's keys, careless urbanity and autochthonous dullness come together like nowhere else in the world. People from Kreuzberg or Neukölln are more likely to leave the continent than their own district. Here they have their scene, here they have their friends, and here beats their heart, which, unlike their mind, they are reluctant to lose and never leave at the check room. Anyone who reminds them that their apartment could be nicer, their lives happier, and the world a freer place, they think is an agent of gentrification. Removing the broken glass outside their door or the vomit in their hallway is seen as authoritarian interference. As long as they are not roaring moodily at their fellow human beings, hugging them without being asked or nagging them without warning, they send their dogs and children to make physical contact with innocent passersby. Heart with a snout means, we are shameless and proud of it. We do not tolerate any civilized effect within our city limits. If we don't like it, we'll put them away. If we love them, we'll kill them. We are pragmatists. Delicacy is alien to us. The shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, and we are straightforward. Berlin is tolerant. Here we love the punks because they are so beautifully all, the bums because they are so beautifully poor, and the foreign ethnicities because they are so beautifully colorful. Here, everyone can be who they are and no one can be who they want to be. Here, everyone can vegetate as the only specimen of their own species. In their variously segregated milieus, people bum away like the fruit on the kitchen table in their shared flat and are convinced that they will always stay fresh. They separate their garbage as routinely as their circles of friends. They regard strangers as their best buddies and can treat their loved ones like strangers from one day to the next. In summer, the noise of stupidity hovers as a haze over the city, which sweats out fun and frustration like alcohol on a hangover morning. 5-day bearded young men who roam the streets bare-chested and celebrate Father's Day, even though they have no children, are considered likable representatives of their gender. Mothers transport their ecologically correct offspring around like household goods on bicycle trailers. The youth is a collective of prematurely aged people who trim their babies into baby faces and bury grandpa and grandma in the multi-generational house. Their epitaph is, "Berlin remains Berlin." Berlin only changes in order to remain true to its narrow-mindedness. The professional freaks move from Kreuzberg to Friedrichshain and from Friedrichshain to Nordneukölln, where there are hardly any people over 30 on the street. Because you meet everyone at some point and lose everyone at some point, you have long since forgotten how to say goodbye. And they celebrate their own inability to mourn as openness to the world. If you walked through Berlin-Neukölln in 2014, you could be sure that sooner or later you would come across one of the signature collectors campaigning under the logo 100% Tempelhofer Feld, written in yellow on a green circle, for a referendum against the Senate's plans to build on the edge of the former airport site, and were successful with 185,211 valid signatures. Get involved, urged the various brochures and pages on the website of the campaign office based in Schiller Promenade. We must not leave the fate of our city to politicians alone. As if in close contact with Istanbul and Cairo squatters, it was declared to be the fate of the German capital to preserve Tempelhofer Feld as it is. Under the spell of the self-evident, The apologists of the existing were mumbling the rhetorical question everywhere in a lowered voice as to whether they had already signed. Of course they had already signed, hadn't they? The actual state of this place, which the city itself officially glorifies as Tempelhofer Freiheit, is quickly described to outsiders. It is a 300-hectare area between the districts of Neukölln, Kreuzberg, and Tempelhof, a gravel clearing lined by the S-Bahn and highway, completely fenced in, covered with now crumbling asphalt, on which, apart from a protected zone where the ground-nesting skylark breeds between April 1st and July 31st, there would be nothing, but really nothing at all, to discover or do. The sweeping view of the expanse, which is in fact unobstructed by any tree canopy or elevation, falls on architectural ugliness such as the Schönberg gasometer, Spears Airport Building, and the minarets of the Neukölln Sahitlik Mosque. The former runways are used by sports maniacs in a way that is not safe for walkers, who are therefore few and far between. The 100% shade-free meadows are divided into the obligatory zones for dogs, picnickers, and barbecuers. Since the airport was shut down, self-organized guerrilla gardening groups have also been busy setting up flower and vegetable patch settlements, which only differ in appearance from the otherwise hated allotment garden and summer house settlements by the way the flags are hoisted and by the fact that the creative conversion of old shoes into flower pots is declared to be art. In short, Tempelhofer Freiheit is a beautiful steppe landscape where some people flee to the good old world of ecologically correct subsistence mismanagement, while others believe they can immunize themselves against time and their own physical decay on a racing bike or longboard, which seems to create just the right atmosphere for others to eat home-grilled sausages in the midst of such a crowd. The Tempelhofer Feld, as its grassroots democratic defenders would like it to be, thus proves to be the embodiment of what open space policy has always striven for: a flat wasteland, devoid of all urbanity and all memory of still unfrozen nature, with at best only circumscribed reserves for idle walkers and ground-nesting skylarks. It is symptomatic that the field being mobilized to protect is not even a field, i.e. cultivated agricultural nature, as used to be common in Berlin's outer districts, but an airport field, a dead area about 40% asphalted as a result of traffic development in the city. Neither a varied urban space nor a new, as it used to be called, green lung in the middle of the big city is desired, but a wasteland that is literally good for nothing, which henceforth, as an urban landscape that has become a testimony to the bad sublation of the contrast between civilization and wilderness, preserves of both only the inhospitality consumed as lived civil freedom, where skylarks, vegetable patches, and leftover picnic garbage coexist peacefully under the summer barbecue bell. The transition between plant fertilizer, human and animal feces is fluid, and the skater scene turns a weekend outing into an entertainment experience. The big city has been transformed into the kind of civilized steppe that can be found elsewhere in the outlying banlieues, slums, and satellite towns, where urban life has long since become the kind of desert of life that is also growing in this country and which in Berlin, as always, knows how to advertise itself with the charm of colorful precarity. The fact that the democratically elected Berlin Senate simply wants to make use of its right to intervene in urban development, i.e. to shape the city instead of letting it become its own opposite, by planning to build apartments and a central state library on 1/5 of the Tempelhofer Feld at its edges and create a park in the rest, is seen by the citizens' initiative concerned with the fate of our city as a policy without the genuine participation of Berliners. Only direct democracy can help against this. Quote, the Citizens' Initiative 100% Tempelhofer Feld met for the first time in September 2011 at Café Engels. The initiator was the journalist Lothar Koster. The aim was defined as preserving Tempelhofer Feld in its current character in the long term and protecting it from any development. Since there was no broad support for this goal from the House of Representatives, the initiative decided to take the path of direct democracy for a referendum to preserve Tempelhofer Feld. End of quote. A selection of both successful and failed referendums in Berlin in recent years may illustrate the fact that referendums usually express less a rational insight into what is right and what is necessary for its establishment than a desire to be driven by internal and genuine desires. No more secret contracts. We Berliners want our water back. Successful. Daycare children plus education from the start equals a win for Berlin. Accepted by the Senate before the deadline. More democracy in voting. Failed. Save the Berlin S-Bahn. Declared inadmissible. New energy for Berlin. Democratic. Ecological. Social, failed, or Stop K21, an alliance against the reconstruction of Castanianalli in Prenzlauer Berg, which unceremoniously tore itself apart over its stance on new cycle paths and sidewalks, among other things. In the case of Tempelhof, however, the people first had to be painstakingly persuaded of their desire because it was by no means self-imposed here, nor could it have been from the outset. As far as housing construction projects were concerned, a majority of Berliners had recently spoken out in favor of new apartments in the city center. After all, there could not be another opportunity in the foreseeable future to create so many new apartments in such a central location. The one or other Steppenretter was also just at the measly demonstration students for affordable housing in Berlin, which was supposed to be the crowning glory of a week of action, attended by 200 people, which is probably a negative record even by Berlin standards. Spontaneous reflexes against libraries and professionally designed parks could not be relied on by the Berlin population to bring them into line against the hated Senate. This required completely different weapons. As a result, the obvious wasteland, especially in comparison with the almost adjacent Hasenheide, mutated into one of Berlin's green jewels. Unique landscape and natural space, which, there is no way around it, should not be changed simply because of climate change. Asphalted, sealed, and concreted areas heat up during the summer days and store the heat. This leads to heat collapse. An open space like Tempelhofer Feld serves as a kind of refrigerator here. Since Tempelhofer Feld can supposedly only make an enormous contribution to the recreation of Berliners, as it is, it was accordingly cause for sheer enthusiasm when the administrative court stopped the construction of the water basin on Tempelhofer Feld. Quote, "This calls into question the Senate's entire park planning." End quote. In general, conventional parks seem to be as outdated as the Senate's understanding of recreation. As if this were not a contradiction in terms, it is countered with recreation and sport for all. Anyone who writes like this has no memory of what was once called purposeless idleness, which sometimes even included sport, or what it meant to lie contemplatively and disinterestedly by the water. Quote, Tempelhofer Feld offers space for temporary use and development, for cultural events and a direct experience of nature and space in the city, and a climate that Berliners can otherwise only enjoy in the surrounding area. We Berliners want to continue to be able to move freely in the vastness of Tempelhofer Feld. Ride bikes, kite, skate, windsurf, and much more. Let the wind blow through us or simply have a picnic together. It is therefore important that the state of Berlin involves Berliners in the implementation of this law and in the management of the field and develops suitable procedures for this in the sense of genuine participation. End quote. While the city itself and an operating airport once stood for freedom of movement, cosmopolitanism, and openness, here the profane expanse of a disused airport in and against the city has become the epitome of direct experience of nature and temporary, unrestricted development, surrounding countryside and expanse in the middle of the metropolis, which should not only be defended against parks with water basins. Even more so, the open space should not be carelessly built on through peripheral development, which is called land grabbing, since it is apparently not enough to set wilderness and the need to be blown by the wind against a necessarily artificial housing estate that would meet the modern requirements of metropolitan life and offer its residents the chance to escape entrenched, village-like neighborhood structures. The so-called land guzzlers must be demonized. Quote, Nevertheless, digging up and dividing up Tempelhofer Feld into large building plots promises large anonymous builders and real estate developers a quick profit maximization. The Senate administration and the state planning companies involved secure jobs and architects, planners, and the construction industry long-term contracts. The result of this interplay is irreversibly hostile building blocks with the perceived boredom of the periphery, i.e. the exact opposite of lively urbanity, mixed use and cultural and social diversity. What do the economic and administrative elites care? Money in the bag and gone. To their second homes in Tuscany and Sylt. End quote. In view of a Senate that has conspired with anonymous and money-hungry powers against the monoculture of sporty ecos that has been set up as a badge of lively urbanity, mixed use and cultural and social diversity, and is unwilling to share its once conquered territory with everyone, it is not surprising that even the most innocent of the innocent, the children, should have been instrumentalized for the Senate's nasty machinations. Quote, Neukölln children are building up a mountain of debt. Around 100 pupils from Region Bogengrundschule and Rankenaberschule in Neukölln sketched their ideas for a central library out of paper and cardboard. Their works will be on display in the foyer of the Berlin City Library at Breitstrasse 30 to 36 until January 11th. Far removed from any financial considerations, one pupil wants a golden library, another a library in the sky, and so on. The fact that the costs will be high was not discussed in class. Why should it be? Schools educate consumers who are supposed to be eager to spend. As always, the bill is only presented at the end. Would these pupils have wanted a new ZLB if they had known that when they grew up, debts of 62 billion euros would be waiting for them? The daily interest alone could pay for 200 teachers for a year. Or many school toilets could finally be renovated. If the pupils had known this, they might have preferred to build their dream school. No, they didn't know that because the qualified handling of money and the knowledge of the financial situation of their hometown is still the knowledge of those in power. As a result, inexperienced children are easily instrumentalized for political purposes and investor interests. Shouldn't the school senator intervene immediately? Any one-sided political influence on children is forbidden. Isn't it? End of quote. Where in the inexperienced children's projections, far removed from all financial considerations, there may still be an inkling that there is something to experience beyond their own limited horizons that would inspire the imagination, which is otherwise inflationarily invoked by the supposedly experienced adults. More than the renovation of toilets, the utopia of the Friends of Free Spaces does not even tolerate libraries on the edge of organic vegetable patches and cycle paths. The fact that they feel that their Tempelhof open space project is the avant-garde of a new urban planning policy seems all the more absurd given that there is already at least one place in Berlin where what they want for the airfield has long since become a reality. Gorlitzer Park in Kreuzberg, which, as an ensemble of remnants of a former railroad site, a rather meager children's zoo, a former green meadow run down to a year-round step by spontaneous open-air events, garbage, animal and human excrement and guerrilla grilling camps, is the epitome of that beautiful steppe landscape that is only to be created on the airfield with a great deal of destruction. The fact that freedom, as it is lived in such places, cannot even begin to be the real thing. Berliners can see this for themselves now. Before the referendum on the preservation of Tempelhof Field is held on European Election Day, May 25th. In recent weeks, French President Emmanuel Macron, who is undoubtedly no critic of Islam, has taken on the iconoclastic International of Islamism with unequivocal words for the Republic, followed by action. In Austria, the Documentation Center for Political Islam was recently set up to independently and scientifically examine the dangerous ideology of political Islam. Germany has also become active in this area, but in the opposite direction. Since September 2020, there has been the Independent Expert Group on Hostility Towards Muslims, which was set up by Interior Minister Horst Seehofer. In this context, his ministry announced in line with the Central Council of Muslims, anti-Muslim attitudes are not only a threat to Muslims, but to social cohesion as a whole. End of quote. Instead of contributing to enlightenment, the business of the 12 convened experts is to use bumbling methods to reinforce the prevailing neoliberal diversity model, which is pro-Islamic to the hilt. Yasmin El-Menouar from the Bertelsmann Foundation, who can undoubtedly be absolved of any suspicion of positivist value judgment when she pushes headlines like the following into the public eye, is representative of what can be expected from such gatherings in the coming years. There is a social pandemic that is poisoning Europe, hatred of Muslims. End quote. In Germany, racism is particularly prevalent in the form of anti-Muslim prejudice. The in-house survey Religions Monitor 2019 found that more than half of Germans perceive Islam as threatening. Apparently, according to El-Menouar, many people currently see Islam less as a religion than as a political ideology and therefore exclude it from religious tolerance. End quote. As far as the Bertelsmann study is concerned, the checkbox alternative in the 4-point scale of the threat item consisted of classifying Islam as more or less enriching. It remained completely undefined, firstly, what could be meant by a threat, and secondly, what is wrong with understanding Islam as a political ideology. This is not only a sociological bankruptcy judgment, but also a mockery of people who are specifically threatened by Islamic watchdogs and who in future will probably be told by the government and validated by experts that they have a misanthropic anxiety disorder. In the absence of reliable indicators for latent character dispositions, which would be the job of serious social researchers to develop in sometimes lengthy procedures, such amateurish studies, despite their high political reach, will not contribute anything substantial to the question of what makes contemporary authoritarians tick, some of whom also hate Islam. However, the expert program is also not suitable for quantitative empirical social research, which is at least able to shed light on individual phenomena using reflective methodology or, in the best case, can even contribute to counteracting the advancing politicization of science. Rather, Seehofer's circle is characterized by the fact that the contributors are not really good at anything, but are nevertheless in demand as political scouts and commentators, because the dramatization of actual, possible, and imagined discrimination can be used to launch campaigns that benefit the moral reputation of the world champion of enlightenment. The pompous talk of anti-Muslim racist structures is always the best proof of the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever. Disgracing the Islam claqueurs disguised as experts is an unavoidable task of criticism, if only because the great hoax of posture-political university anti-racism contributes far more to the social success of Islamic authoritarianism than any prehistorically costumed backyard preachers. Meanwhile, anyone who thinks little of ideological terms such as anti-Muslim racism or cultural racism, because they obscure more than they enlighten, is, according to the Anne Frank Educational Center, a member of the expert group, unaware of the virulence and dissolution of boundaries of the cultural racist danger, and can therefore only be a callous ignoramus. Quote, in addition, this criticism reveals a limited empathy. Instead of acknowledging injuries, they are minimized and warded off. End quote. If, in the fight against anti-Muslim racism, it is not enough for the CSU Interior Minister to call in an empathic group of experts on the recommendation of the Islam Conference dominated by the Islam Association, whose crude theses 20 years ago would have been taken seriously at most by die-hard anti-racists from esoteric autonomous associations in order to set up media-celebrated programs with the help of its industrious keyword givers, with which entire schools will be covered in the future, may take comfort in the fact that from now on Daitib may sing to the neighborhood in Oerkenschwick in a completely pro-Muslim manner that Allah is the All-Great. On March 11, 2024, the German national soccer player Antonio Rudiger presented himself to his 8.8 million Instagram followers and 1.9 million X-followers on the occasion of Ramadan, squatting on a prayer mat in white Islamic garb with the so-called Tawhid finger of the right hand, which is considered pure in Islam. This immediately sparked a debate about the interpretation of this gesture, which has since been considered merely controversial. In the weekly newspaper Die Zeit, Abdul Hakim Argi and Hamd Abdul Samad, who are considered unsuspicious in their lack of criticism of Islam, were brought up as Islam experts in the usual for and against debate. One gave the all-clear. Not only do many Muslim footballers point their fingers to the sky to celebrate a goal and thank God, some non-Muslim players also do this, claimed Abdul Samad, who should know better. In general, Islamists have instrumentalized the gesture, which symbolizes nothing other than the belief in the unity of God, for propaganda purposes. Also on the occasion of Ramadan, the city of Frankfurt decorated the public space with festive lighting for the first time and financed this action with taxpayers' money. The costs for the annual Christmas lighting, on the other hand, are borne by the local retailers. The initiative came from SPD local politician Omar Shihada, who explained it as follows. When I was in London 2 years ago, I saw this for the first time. I thought to myself, that's a nice sign and also suits an international city like Frankfurt. We are home to over 180 nationalities. Almost 15% of the population are Muslim. It's a nice sign when you integrate Muslim life into the cityscape with a small gesture, because it's simply part of it. Muslim life is also part of Germany. End of quote. Once again, as part of Ramadan, the Muslim University group Göttingen organized a gender-segregated public prayer in the rooms of the university. This was a completely normal event, according to Göttingen constitutional and canon law expert Michael Heinig. Shouts of Allahu Akbar and the separation of women and men are common in Muslim prayer and are therefore completely unproblematic. All three incidents show that during Ramadan, Muslims try to occupy and control the public space even more than usual, and thus do not practice what is always popularly reported about the beautiful Ramadan as a month of inner contemplation, i.e. a retreat from the public sphere. Breaking the fast every evening not only celebrates the sending down of the Quran, but also something that was still being said by Der Spiegel in 2017, for example, but is avoided as much as possible in today's editions. Quote, "Since the beginnings of Islam, Ramadan has also been a month of fighting. According to Muslim tradition, the Prophet Muhammad and his followers defeated the Quraysh, the most powerful tribe in his hometown of Mecca, in the Battle of Badr in 624 during the month of fasting. However, the Battle of Badr marked a turning point in the early history of Islam, the turning point in the struggle for supremacy. This story has repeatedly served as a model and justification for military attacks in the Arab world. In 1973, for example, Egyptian President Anwar as-Sadat called his surprise attack on Israel in the Yom Kippur War, also known as the Ramadan War, Operation Badr." End quote. This is the reason why so many attacks on infidels occur during Ramadan. The countless small attacks on the social lives of one's own apostate brothers and sisters in faith, who are forced into a daily petty war to observe the rules of Ramadan, go unnoticed by the public. Several years ago, in Istanbul, which is widely regarded as secular, men acted as religious guardians when they forced their way into a record store on camera, beating and threatening the people inside. They shouted in typical Islamic jargon, "You bastards! We'll burn you down! You sons of bitches! I'll fuck you, you dishonorable people! How can you drink alcohol in Ramadan?" Abdul Samad reported from London, which the Frankfurt SPD member Omar Shihada took as an example, that during Ramadan, the public appearance of praying Muslims not only repeatedly blocked traffic, but was also used to spread political messages in a way that was effective in the public eye. Public outbursts of anger, demonstrations of power and incitement against Israel are an integral part of public appearances and are part of Ramadan. However, in the same breath, he invalidated his insight by also using peaceful Muslims to lament the skepticism directed against them. Of course, the warning against the right-wing fringe, which is no longer a fringe but a people's party, could not be omitted here either. The increasing seizure of land and control of public space by Islam does not, of course, bother the representatives of the young champions of diversity, feminism, climate protection, and the global South, who believe themselves to be progressive. Instead, they bravely take up the fight against the Christian traditions that hardly affect public life anymore, including the solemn inward-going of Christians on Good Friday. The latest cry of a left-wing confession is to present itself as the avant-garde of self-liquidation and self-submission in, of all places, Islamlit Frankfurt, and to mobilize with a party as an alliance of the youth organizations of the SPD, the Greens and the FDP in Hesse against the ban on dancing on Good Friday. Frankfurt City Councillor Omar Shihada must have liked such engagement against the last public remnants of Christian tradition, which for God's sake should not be called anti-Christian or even Christophobic, if only because Shihada sells his commitment to the occupation of public space by Islam as an advocacy of peaceful coexistence, which is why he accuses all critics of the Frankfurt Ramadan lighting of creating discord and exclusion. In contrast, the people of Frankfurt stand united against right-wing extremism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Muslim racism, says Shihada. The Rudiger case and the events in Frankfurt and Göttingen are not only prominent examples of how Muslims occupy public space in society with the iconography of Islam, but also of how secularized society shies away from their ambitions, even sees them as an expression of cultural enrichment, and pushes aside or trivializes previous findings about political Islam. In 2019, in the case of the Tawhid finger, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution still knew that the single index finger pointing upwards symbolizes the indivisible unity of God, which should also be reflected in this world in the unity of religion and state, and that it is not only used by IS supporters but also by their sympathizers and Salafists. This is the wording in the brochure published by the Office Salafism in Germany, Missionizing and Jihad. In March 2024, the top official of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution (VS) did not use the Rudiger pose to express her concern that a German national player might confess to being a friend of IS and a Salafist and therefore not believe in the separation of state and religion. The Federal Minister of the Interior, Nancy Faeser, gave the all-clear at all levels with a fictitious statement of fact. Quote, "The upwardly extended index finger is a sign that many Muslim believers show, especially at the beginning of the fasting month of Ramadan. For this reason alone, it is something completely different if Islamists misuse this gesture, and Antonio Rudiger should not be accused of such misuse." Fazer's brazen invention that Rudiger's upraised tawhid finger is common Muslim practice all over the country fits in with the deliberate underplaying of Islam that has become standard, which is a mirror image of the endless hyping of a danger from the right. The fearless state anti-fascist fight against the right cannot exist without simultaneously kowtowing to Islam and its inherent character of conquest. This cosmopolitan and tolerant attitude is based on a life lie about Islam, which those in positions of responsibility such as Fazer and the head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Haldenwang, must believe in order to remain ideologically true to themselves. To this end, for example, Ahmad Milad Karimi, an Islamic scholar who likes to pass the word around, takes on the job of giving the lie of life its academic consecration. Quote, Islam is not a political ideology, but Islam can be instrumentalized for this or that political ideology. Ideology always precedes Islam. Muslims are not ideological, but ideologues can also be Muslims. End of quote. That Islam has nothing to do with Islam in case of doubt, and that the horrors associated with its name are only ever based on misunderstanding, abuse, or human error. This lie wants to erase the truth that the only true religion has been based primarily on worldly power through conquest from the very beginning, i.e. since Muhammad's hijrah from Mecca to Medina. Hence the saying Islam will win, which is often heard from Muslims. A saying that is meant as a threat, because many Muslims do not deny the conquering character of their religion. They are even proud of it. In 2024, the large progressive milieu to which Fazer and Haldenwang belong cannot be accused of knowing too little about the special content of this religion. Rather, they do not want to admit that the religion of peace knows no separation between sacred and secular history, between political power and religious faith, and therefore immediately refer to the role of Christianity in the European Middle Ages, even though Christian teaching, just think of Jesus' words, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's, has made a distinction between sacred and secular since Emperor Constantine, which led to considerable conflict between the secular powers and the Church throughout the Middle Ages and was an important factor in the generally Christian-based insurrectionary movements into the early modern period. While Christians constantly debated the words of Christ, "My kingdom is not of this world," and vacillated between the impossible and therefore hypocritical withdrawal from state affairs and the longing for redemption free of domination in this world too, Islam is not familiar with the distinction between faith and violence. Islam is, from its beginnings, a movement of radical this-worldliness and has never understood itself as a manifestation of another world. This results in the urge to regulate people's everyday lives in an all-encompassing totalitarian manner, to liquidate the individual's personal responsibility as an autonomous entity, and to subject them to unquestionable divine command. Doubt, the constant conflict between the evading God and the individual searching for truth, as we know it from Judaism and Christianity, is undesirable and is prevented. Throwing oneself into the dust publicly and collectively, shouting Allahu Akbar, together or presenting the tawhid finger are just as much rituals of submission to a theocracy that rarely brings it to the state, but regularly calls for violence and announces the direction of the battles as the muezzin call, the headscarf, the prescribed beard or other traditional clothing. The visually strong Muslim dominance stands in contrast to the symbolism of Christianity, which was less publicly ritualized from the beginning and at its own peak in the 15th to 17th centuries individualized its own visual language and instead of the icons of the early period presented figures and paintings in the altars that depicted sensuality, beauty, and brooding people. In the course of the secularization of Western European societies, the public presence of Christianity, especially in the form of processions, was first pushed into the church space and then into the private sphere. Since the late Middle Ages, there have been no binding rules for Christian fasting, and it is certainly not harmful to health. Prayer takes place within one's own four walls or together for both sexes in church. The cross is worn discreetly around the neck on a chain, if at all. There are no dress codes that apply to public life. The ringing of bells merely calls the faithful to worship in the churches and contains no message, certainly not one that claims power like the muezzin's call. The public presence of Christian symbolism such as crosses in school and court buildings is now the exception, and even these have been increasingly sanctioned by the highest courts for years. Even a biblical passion story performed with great fanfare in Kassel at the end of March this year as an RTL live music event is by no means a suitable counterexample, but rather an expression of the fact that Christianity has degenerated into the stuff of culture industry spectacles in Western European societies. Those responsible for the major event in Kassel logically announced their portrayal of the Passion of Jesus as follows. Quote, "The last hours in the life of Jesus of Nazareth, told using well-known German pop songs, played and sung live by prominent performers, a large live band supported by the magnificent Passion Choir." End quote. The leading actor Hannes Janek got carried away with the statement, "Our center of population today is RTL, and Kassel should be our Jerusalem." Racist initiatives that target Muslims in particular are the exception in Germany. Michael Sturzenberger, who is still touring German cities today, stands out more for his Lageria-like, endless monologues than for his ability to attract or even mobilize a larger audience. His polemics against Islam display racist traits in their coarseness when they can be applied without further ado to all immigrants from the Arab and African regions or are understood as such by his followers, who often come from the extreme right-wing spectrum. This does not make Sturzenberger anything like a right-wing extremist who wants to establish a leader state, who elevates immediate violence in social disputes to a program and wants to build a party army and declare violence to be the principle of folkish awakening. The Pegida movement, which caused a stir at the end of 2014, effectively disbanded after a few months. The website PI News, which claims to be critical of Islam, also has quite a large and certainly racist fan base, but it is not suitable for campaigning. Although many AfD party supporters, such as the multipliers of the PI website, are conspicuous for their racist statements in the social media and folkish and culturally relativistic ideas are widespread in the AfD, the party as such has not yet stood out for its explicitly Islamophobic program. The AfD's basic program states, "The AfD is unreservedly committed to freedom of faith, conscience, and confession. However, it demands that state laws, human rights, and our values set limits to the practice of religion." The AfD clearly opposes Islamic religious practice that is directed against the free and democratic basic order, our laws, and the Judeo-Christian and humanistic foundations of our culture. Sharia law is incompatible with our legal system and our values. This is also documented by the Cairo Declaration of August 4, 1990, the most important declaration for the Islamic world. An Islam that does not respect or even opposes our legal system and claims to be the only valid religion is incompatible with our legal system and culture. Many Muslims live law-abiding and integrated lives and are accepted and valued members of our society. However, the AfD wants to prevent Islamic parallel societies with Sharia judges from forming and becoming increasingly segregated. It wants to prevent Muslims from becoming religiously radicalized to the point of violent Salafism and terror. The reports of the Offices for the Protection of the Constitution list a number of associations whose activities are directed against the free constitutional state and its laws and which must be banned as extremist. The spectrum of such associations ranges from legalistic Islam, which exploits our laws for its unconstitutional goals, to Salafism. Both the internal security of our state and the integration of Muslims are specifically endangered by such associations. The AfD demands that anti-constitutional associations be banned from building and operating mosques because of the danger they pose. The financing of the construction and operation of mosques by Islamic states or foreign donors or their middlemen should be prohibited. Islamic states want to spread Islam in Germany and increase their power by building and operating mosques. The growing influence of Islamic foreign countries is not compatible with the free constitutional state and the integration of Muslims living here. End quote. Only the malicious can read racism into such lines. The evidence passed around in 2018 that Bjorn Höcke is propagating racist fantasies of omnipotence because he wants to fight Islam beyond the Bosporus disappears into thin air on closer inspection. Höcke, fully committed to ethnopluralism, is of the opinion that the influence of Islam must end at the Bosporus. In one of his few statements on the subject, he said, "A Muslim who lives here peacefully and who abides by the law in public spaces without any ifs and buts must be tolerated. Everyone else has no future and no home here." End of quote. This statement is in line with the AfD's official program. In the spirit of ethnopluralism, Höcke stated that he was no enemy of Islam. Quote, "I am indeed tolerant in religious matters, but I say that Islam is actually incompatible with our values, with our way of life. Islam has a homeland that is the Orient and, for my sake, Black Africa, but its homeland is not Saxony-Anhalt, Germany, and Europe." End of quote. Such words reveal an attitude that does not care about the miserable and repressive conditions of people under Islamic rule. They have nothing in common with determined criticism of Islam. On March 29, 2023, the Federal Ministry of the Interior and for Home Affairs, BMI, announced in a press release after around 3 years of work, the Independent Expert Group on Muslim Hostility, UEM, today presented its final report Muslim Hostility, a German balance sheet, and handed it over to the Federal Ministry of the Interior and for Home Affairs, BMI. The foreword to the final report presented was contributed by the German Minister of the Interior, Nancy Faeser. The report begins with the statement that Muslims are part of our society and are hostile, marginalized, and excluded because of their faith. According to Faeser, the study examines the question of what exactly hostility towards Muslims is and how this phenomenon can be countered. The almost 400-page study, which as of spring 2024 cannot be ordered or accessed due to a temporary injunction obtained by Henrik M. Broder, which will be discussed later, discusses data on the extent of the phenomenon, which is understood to be multilayered, in addition to providing a definition of Muslim hostility, and examines the areas of education, media, politics, and culture in order to determine the extent of Muslim hostility. This is illustrated with case studies from social debates about the headscarf, the construction of mosques, political Islamism, and the caricature debate. This is preceded by a working definition that proves to be a cheap rehash of postmodern anti-racism. Hostility towards Muslims is not just an individual attitude towards Muslims, but a structural issue. Muslims are turned into social others, treated with hostility as backward and dangerous, oppressed because of their religion, and declared to be difficult to integrate. As a result, hostility towards Muslims, also anti-Muslim racism, consists of ascribing general, largely unchangeable, backward and threatening characteristics to Muslims and people perceived as Muslim. Strangeness and hostility are, however, only constructed. The main factors are stereotypes of Islam and hostile images of Islam, which have existed for centuries and are firmly anchored in cultural memory and reproduced via modern media and pop cultural forms of expression. In the section on the term anti-Muslim racism, we learn that this form of racism is a specific form of neo-racism or cultural racism that asserts irreconcilable, supposedly civilizational differences in values and cultural differences, homogenizing groups and separating them from their own through hierarchization, which leads to a culture of dominance. And because the word marking always evokes associations with the yellow star after Auschwitz, it is of course also included here. People are Muslim marked simply because of migration experiences. The report makes no secret of its intention to find overlaps with anti-Semitic attitudes. As if there had been a campaign of extermination and pogroms against Muslims in Europe, as if there were writings launched by secret services about the wise men from Mecca, as if traditional delusions of Muslims as child murderers, desecrators of the host and murderers of God were part of an unbelief. It is important to make the hitherto little-noticed phenomenon of hostility towards Muslims more comprehensible. Quote, "A comparative perspective can also work out that both phenomena actually have less to do with the real objects of rejection than with an idea of them that serves as a projection surface to stabilize one's own collective identity." End quote. As if one had suspected it, this is followed by the remark that the thesis of Islamization is a phantasm that comes close to that of the Jewish world conspiracy. The declared aim of Islam to spread throughout the world is thus declared to be a supposed rumor of a quest for world domination. And all those who take note of this actual claim by Islam are quickly accused by the authors of having a worldview similar to anti-Semitism. So that it is not so easy to catch them in their scam, the authors, in the style of the Center for Research on Anti-Semitism at the Technical University of Berlin, innocently interject that a comparison would ultimately only serve to sharpen the concept of anti-Muslim hostility, even in differentiation from the phenomenon of anti-Semitism. There is nothing to be said against a historical comparison if it remains committed to the subject matter and does not shy away from working on the concept even if the result does not suit you. The authors of the report have not made this effort. The social unease about Islam is not critically analyzed. Instead, this discontent is denounced as a racist tendency, which is also similar to anti-Semitism, for the sake of the predetermined imperative that social tolerance towards a totalitarian ideology called Islam must be enforced. Because the authors know that anti-Semitism is unthinkable without the Holocaust, they construct an ideological bridge to reach their goal. Quote, "The situation of Muslims cannot be compared with the state-organized, systematic disenfranchisement and persecution of European Jews during the Nazi era, which led to industrially organized mass murder." End of quote. Once this has been formulated, the big but can follow, in order to give the delusion of the omnipotence of the Jews and their drive for world domination a rational core. From a historical perspective, the anti-Semitic discourses in the 18th and 19th centuries should be understood as a defensive reflex against Jewish emancipation and should therefore be compared with today's conflicts over the advancing participation of Muslims. End of quote. Some arguments against this hair-raising comparison because it rationalizes anti-Semitism are then put forward, but only to ultimately disavow them as a pretext for the purpose of devaluing Muslims. Thus, a central argument put forward by Monica Schwartzfriesel, among others with reference to critical theory, which opposes the alleged proximity and similarity of anti-Semitism and hostility towards Muslims, is vehemently contradicted. Schwartzfriesel had stated that the hostility towards Jews was completely unfounded. Rather, according to Adorno and Horkheimer, it was a pathological projection. In contrast, today's hostility towards Muslims can also be explained by the perception of violent Islamism and overgeneralizations of certain phenomena common in Islam. End of quote. The following objection is raised. This distinction is empirically unproven and argumentatively very abbreviated. It harbors the danger of legitimizing hostility towards Muslims. End quote. This not only gets rid of critical theory, which is considered notoriously annoying, but also turns Adorno and Horkheimer into masterminds of anti-Muslim racism. In the social debate about the connection between anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel, the 3D test presented by Natan Sharansky has established itself as an auxiliary crutch. On closer inspection, this sometimes useful tool in the political melee turns out to be the result of lazy thinking. The writings of Jean Amy, Leon Poliakov, Moishe Postone, or the elements of anti-Semitism are declared to be too unwieldy and too exhausting, or Joachim Brun and the Bahamas are rejected as too polemical out of the necessity of not being up to theoretical debates and therefore not wanting to engage in them. Sharansky's woodcut-like theses then prove to be a practical, constantly functioning template for convicting critics of Israel of anti-Semitism and separating permissible from impermissible criticism of Israel. The 3D test, which satisfies the deductive need for the simple application of memorandums, makes it possible to circumvent the connection between society and ideology. It not only speaks volumes for the low level of the 3D test, but also for the fact that the study brazenly copied a procedure that is undoubtedly indebted to Israel to determine hostility towards Muslims, which is called the 3P test. This test is intended to help distinguish between criticism of Islam and hostility towards Muslims. The first P, as in generalization, states that criticism of Islam is anti-Muslim if, for example, Muslims are generally accused of being violent and dangerous in the case of violent acts by Islamists. End of quote. Since not even Bjorn Hawk lumps all Muslims together, it is immediately apparent that sentences like this are not only intended to remove Islam from criticism, but also the permanently offended followers of a religion with an affinity for totalitarianism from individual responsibility. Consequently, even the reference to the fact that Islamic acts of violence can very well be derived from the religion of peace fulfills the anti-Muslim offense of generalization. The second P stands for perspectives that should not remain one-dimensional in order to avoid a sexist or homophobic act by a Muslim person being explained solely by their religious affiliation, while social, political, historical, and other problems and explanatory approaches are not taken into account. End of quote. Such a definition of hostility towards Muslims is in line with the very successful practice of anti-racist perpetrator protection that has been going on for years, whose most prominent feature is to always turn to the old left-wing questions about social causes when one deplores an ethnicization of the social in order to defend against criticism of Islam. To understand what a false game is being played here, just imagine the outcry that would ensue if a brochure from the Amadou Antonio Foundation were to call for other problems and explanatory approaches to be taken into consideration when dealing with right-wing perpetrators. The third P stands for pluralism, which should not be left out. If there is no generalization and other explanations for acts of violence are used, but the discourse as a whole is dominated by negative headlines about Islam and Muslims, In this case, the criticism may be legitimate, but the overall context must also be considered. Are the diversity as well as other interpretative practices of Islam taken into account? End of quote. Against such cowardly stammering, it must be emphasized that criticism must be absolutely ruthless, no matter what subject it is devoted to, ruthless both in the sense that criticism is not afraid of its results and just as little of the conflict with the existing powers. At least since 1979, the conviction that Islam does not fit into German society, which is dismissed in the report under the heading Blanket Reservations, has been based on an experience of Islamic violence that is not immediate but indirect through the Iranian Revolution. However, this is older and goes back to the experience of the Islamic threat to the Christian West, to which the entire Levant still belonged in the early Middle Ages, which has repeatedly penetrated the collective consciousness over the centuries. This experience, handed down over long historical phases, could be described as a long degree of skepticism and rejection of Islam. The prejudices against Muslims and the aversion to Islam have their rational core, which has increasingly become the basis of everyday consciousness since 1979. Since then, the Islamophobia of the everyday mind has necessarily had something to do with the concrete Islam experienced. The report, which is intended to help get to the bottom of the concepts of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism, must therefore reinterpret concrete experiences as the results of ignorance and irrational skepticism. In line with postmodern ideology, in which everything is just a question of narratives, discourses, and places of speech over which one must achieve hegemony, every experience is dismissed as racist speech acts of a toxic discourse space, which, to make matters worse, is short-circuited with pogrom-like violence such as that which erupted in Hanau. Anyone who imagines themselves in a jungle, not to say war zone full of speech acts and discourse spaces, where everyone is fighting for power against everyone else, logically demands the creation of hotlines. This is why not only action weeks against anti-Islamic racism are now being organized, but also an EU-funded reporting portal for anti-Islamic racism and Islamophobia and hostility towards Muslims is being operated. This portal is a project of the Alliance Against Islamophobia, or CLAIM for short, which is officially run as an NGO and funded by the German government to the tune of several €100,000. The obvious borrowing of well-known forms of the fight against antisemitism is transparent and infamous, as the initiators of these sites are associations that belong to the environment of legalistic and always anti-Semitic Islamism, Daitib, Miligorus, etc., or the environment of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is also strongly anti-Semitic. Using the example of the reporting portal iReport, just a few clicks are enough to find out that the carrier CLAIM cooperates with the student and academic group Ramsa, the Islamist group Insan, and the latter in turn with the relevant Islamic Relief. To name such connections can only be an expression of anti-Muslim racism, and, to make the madness perfect, a case for iReport. The chapter on the principle of contact guilt, as another form of anti-Muslim hostility, demonstrates how this works. The report complains, the accusations of contact guilt often come from so-called Islam experts who try to inspect Muslim public figures and uncover any problematic attitudes they are accused of having. In doing so, they make sweeping judgments and generate particular attention through media scandalization. Quite a few of them have hardly any well-founded professional expertise. Nevertheless, offices for the protection of the Constitution and other agencies use them as scientific sources. End quote. Sigrid Hermann and Henrik M. Broder, among others, are named in the report as such unqualified persons. Both took legal action against the falsifying and personally defamatory attributions, whereby Henrik Broder was able to obtain a temporary injunction, as a result of which the report had to be removed from the internet and could no longer be distributed. The denunciation of the two critics of Islam makes it clear that the report, commissioned and financed by the Federal Ministry of the Interior, perverts the mandate of a democratic government. Instead of protecting the personal rights of its citizens, they are being presented officially by the state for the purpose of discrediting and ultimately suppressing their well-founded criticism of a totalitarian ideology. It is a novelty in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany that people who oppose a totalitarian ideology with the means of enlightenment are declared enemies of open society by government officials. But that's not all. On closer reading, it becomes clear why the report Muslim Feindlichkeit, Ein Deutsche Beilands would have been better called Handreichung zur Islamisierung der Gesellschaft, As if Islamist propagandists were not already sitting on broadcasting councils or using the religious education curriculum to spread anti-Israel ideology, the report defines criteria for how Muslims and their association representatives can gain visibility and influence in the key social areas of education, media, politics, and culture. The aim is the equal participation of Muslim actors and organizations, especially in the cultural and social sphere, the sustainable promotion of film and theater productions that address the diversity of Muslim life and thus make it visible in the public sphere. End of quote. It is about targeted opening processes with regard to the representation of Islam and Muslim life in order to avoid widespread stereotypes in Islam-related art and cultural exhibitions. End quote. In short, the proclaimed major goal is sustainable development and promotion of equal participation and representation of people with Muslim identity references in all state institutions and structures of action, as well as the equal participation of Muslim actors and organizations in state funding at federal, state, and local level. End of quote. The fact that such a transformation of the Republic cannot be achieved without constitutional intervention is openly acknowledged. The legal system of the Federal Republic of Germany is based on historical developments that have been aligned with the circumstances and expectations of a society that used to be religiously centered on Christianity. There is therefore a need for an intensive review of whether and to what extent religious and ideological heterogeneity, in the sense of equal participation, has actually already been implemented in the present and where there are still deficits in action. End of quote. This plea for the literally fundamental restructuring of the secular order of the Federal Republic of Germany, which is based on religious freedom and freedom from religion in relation to Islam, was written by people such as Sabiner Chima, an anti-racism agitator who likes to present herself as democracy-proof and modern and who is employed at the highly state-subsidized and frank educational institution, among other places. Chima, who always emphasizes that she rejects misanthropic ideologies and does educational work not only against racism, but also against anti-Semitism, reserved the right to succinctly point out that everything that frightens and outrages the majority of citizens about Islam is not even worthy of concern for the Federal Ministry of the Interior. Quote, "The undisputed problems of Islamic religious extremism are not the subject of the mandate." End quote. The whole of Berlin, the whole free world mourns the victims of this cowardly and inhumane attack on our peaceful coexistence. This was announced by Berlin's governing mayor Michael Mahler immediately after the attack on Breitscheidplatz on December 20, 2016, which left some room for interpretation. Was he, of all people, who so openly showed solidarity with a woman wearing a Muslim headscarf on election posters in the summer of 2016 to promote a cosmopolitan Berlin, trying to position the West as a community of values against Islam? Those who do not include the whole world, but explicitly only the free world in the mourning community, exclude Islamic states just as much as communities that courageously stand up for values within the free world, but against it that are so similar to those of the Berlin attacker. Such suspicions had to be dispelled. Berlin will not tolerate such a thing. So it is high time to redefine the issue of freedom. We in Berlin define freedom according to the standards of Partner für Berlin, the capital's official marketing company, which has been hammering home to residents and visitors on large posters since the end of March 2017 under the hashtag Freiheit Berlin logo that freedom is when I am able to look at people with my heart, no matter who I am standing in front of. Mo Azumang, German director, producer, author, presenter, and actress. Or, think what you want, look how you want, love who you want. Michael Michalski, fashion creator and designer. Or, dancing has given me the chance to discover the world. Today I know that dancing means freedom. Michael Roseman, dancer of the 0 hour with the flying steps. In Berlin, you are so free to be happy with what you have and everything that surrounds you. Although it is not known whether Michael Okigbo, who cleans the apartments of middle-class people for the startup exploiter Helpling at the lowest possible price, is a believer in the slogan "cleaning means freedom." As an African, he can proudly proclaim, "Freedom is looking the way you want." He is allowed to do this exclusively in the most fantastic city of all, where he has to share a shithole with 3 other Africans. Together with one of his stingy customers, he is expected to proclaim with conviction. With this initiative, Berlin is committing to its self-image of freedom and thus setting an example for cosmopolitanism and tolerance, as the managing director of Partners for Berlin has decreed. The invocation of Berlin's attitude to life by dance school operators. fashionable model gays and filmmakers who look with their hearts comes across as so consistently silly and harmless that it is almost easy to overlook that the purpose of the exercise lies in authoritarian popular education against the right, and that the sympathizers are obviously ideologues connected to the red-red-green Senate who make a living by ensuring that the many Mikel Okigbos, as staffage of a vaunted diversity, continue to have no voice as pseudo-self-employed cleaning slaves. Take the heartthrob from Castle with the Ghanaian father. Mound die Arier Alien unter Racissen und Neonazis is the title of a book by Mo Ajumang that was published in 2016 and is guaranteed to affect you. The fashion designer presented creations at Berlin Fashion Week 2008 that he labeled with statements such as, "Atomcraft? No thanks," or "No blood for oil." And the engagement of the partly state-subsidized dance teacher Roseman can be summed up in the cynical abbreviation, "Dancing like the ghetto children." As the Berliner Morgenpost titled a feature on September 20, 2010, about the mixture of breakdance and social work he offers for mainly migrant underclass children. Governing Mayor Mahler, whose Berlin kann Freiheit, Berlin can be freedom, is a must in the campaign, defined the enemies of freedom in a landmark open letter to the U.S. President at the end of January 2017, 6 weeks after his blunder on December 20, 2016. Quote, "Today, at the beginning of the 21st century, we must not simply accept it when all our historical experiences are thrown overboard by those to whom we owe our freedom in large part, the Americans." End quote. In this respect, it was only consequent when Christian Arbeit, managing director communications of 1FC Union Berlin, said on a campaign poster, "The only wall we like is the one in front of our goal." End quote. What applies to the USA can easily be extended to the UK. Only those who do not value freedom can question Europe, decided the writer Nicole Jubik, who is a part-time active member of the SPD. In addition to the celebrities, every normal person was also invited to present their own personal freedom slogan to the public. And so they stood side by side in front of the Brandenburg Gate at the photo opportunity in March. Celebrities and strangers, each with their own individual sign. Freedom is education, for example, but obviously united under the motto shown by a lady in a business look. Innovation is the engine, freedom is the fuel. How does something like this work? Nowhere in Germany is a common sense, an indispensable prerequisite for freedom that is not only proclaimed on posters, as weakly developed as in Berlin, where, on the contrary, people are committed to a myth that is obviously a cipher for self-confidently lived asociality. Shooing old and very young people off the sidewalk with loud bells on bicycles, disturbing the peace at night as a mass sport, littering everywhere, public pissing on other people's front doors, stinking chips on the bus, aggressive honking. These not only tourist rude acts find their counterpart in the brutality of the startup existences to be found everywhere. For all of them, the place where they live or visit is not a big city, but a metropolis which in turn represents a post-civilizational jungle, a biotope that cannot be controlled by human reason, in which the ecological rule of eat or be eaten applies. Freedom Berlin therefore means the self-empowerment, supported not least by the state, to intervene in other people's sovereignty at any time, to harass and humiliate them, and to reject any protest scornfully and aggressively as an expression of provincialism and Philistinism. Cosmopolitanism and tolerance have long since become slogans of intimidation, directed at those who nostalgically cling to the big city as a place of anonymity, where everyone can live as they please because they refrain from assaulting others just as much as they expect not to be harassed themselves. In Berlin, encroachment is the predominant characteristic of the lone fighter who only agrees with his milieu that any conventional notion of public order must be self-consciously dismissed as a sign of being left behind, an attitude that automatically places one on the side of power, albeit deregulated power. This anti-fascist battle mission of the ideologues and practitioners of the jungle follows a government that fails at every point, from public safety to the education of migrant children in particular, who are offered breakdancing or martial arts courses, from the housing crisis to ailing public transport, but which falls back on aggressively presented, coercive propaganda for cosmopolitanism and tolerance precisely when 12 people have been murdered by declared enemies of the West. The encouragement "you can do it" is directed at the incorrigible characteristics of the self-confessed metropolitan Berliners as a call to change the world, i.e. to use their own asociality as seed capital for community building against the right. Almost at the same time as the Freedom Campaign, the agency Scholz and Friends appeared as a further partner for Berlin and the whole of Germany and, well funded by the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, plastered the remaining advertising pillars and billboards with the slogan Living Democracy. Spontaneous slogans such as, "This poster won't change anything, but you can," "This poster is just hanging around, but you can do more," or "This is not a pillar of society, but you can be 1 foot," are not intended to mobilize the normal citizen, who is obviously discredited as slack and irresponsible, who wants to rely on law and order and not be forced into voluntary community action, but rather an emergency citizen who is sharply opposed to him and who can do more than simply go his own way politely and cautiously. What is required is a loud commitment to Berlin from those of all people who only manage every small private step in life as survival specialists in the battle with the forces of nature and want to be praised for it. A degenerate state government whose strongest parliamentary group is separated from the AfD by just 7%, and a no less degenerate Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, and with it committed and guaranteed left-wing, even radical left-wing activists, find nothing reprehensible in the fact that the agency Scholz and Friends, acting on behalf of the state, attempted at the end to withdraw the business basis from websites they had labeled as right-wing, including the Axis of Good. Websites that provide content free of charge are financed by advertisements that are placed on the pages, which in turn are mediated by services that select suitable pages for the respective provider. Scholz and Friends had tried to urge such intermediaries to stop entering into contracts with unwanted websites and to terminate existing contracts. The FAZ rightly commented on this as follows: "Anyone who relies on something like this, especially as the strategist of an advertising agency, is positioning economic power against diversity of opinion and freedom of the press." End quote. The two agencies were joined, also in spring 2017 and of course in responsibility for the threatened freedom, by public bodies which, in order to blur their immediate dependence on the state, prefer to call themselves a scientific community rather than a university. On April 22, 2017, they called on the state to create new jobs for them in the name of freedom. "We should invest in and promote research and development in the public sector and create incentives for investment in research and development in the private sector." End quote. In return, the targeted donor was assured of his allegiance with the formula scientists must have an active role in public life and politics. The governing mayor clarifies what this activism should be directed against. Quote, "That is why we are resolutely opposed to those who undermine the freedom of science and elevate untruths to alternative facts. And that is why we are working together for independent science and an open-minded, tolerant, and free society." End of quote. As we know, from the denial of climate change to absurd conspiracy theories, scientifically proven facts are increasingly being denied, or even proven falsehoods are being presented as alternative facts. March for Science Berlin. The signal word climate change has already emancipated itself from a scientific discussion about the causes and consequences of global warming into a call to arms against the United States of America and, beyond that, every European skeptic. Doubts about the assumed catastrophic consequences of climate change, or that humans can intervene at all and measurably in the complex climate process, are already considered an expression of right-wing extremist sentiment that threatens creation. Doubts about the blessings of vaccination, especially for children, on the other hand, are justified within a European and therefore anti-American scientific community, which is why on April 24, 2017, the banners of the numerous anti-vaccination activists could not, with the best will in the world, be cut out of the picture when reporting on the march of scientists against the right. The Senate under Michael Mueller gives high priority to connecting the academic community with an open-minded and tolerant society, e.g. by establishing an Institute for Islamic Theology at Humboldt University. Funding has been secured with €13 million until 2020. On March 27, 2017, Michael Borgolt was appointed as founding commissioner, who immediately announced, "Graduates of the bachelor's and master's degree courses should receive a scientifically sound education that qualifies them to work as imams or religious teachers." End quote. The DITIB, which distributes comics to children that promote martyrdom or calls for Santa Claus to be beaten up on its website, sits on the advisory board that oversees this scientifically sound training. Borgolt has not yet been able to identify any points of conflict with the DTB. There is one DITB representative in this circle of 15 people, in contrast to other universities where the DITIB is much more strongly represented. Deutschlandfunk, March 27, 2017. The freedom to avoid conflicts with Islamists is also part of a cosmopolitan, tolerant, and free society. Another member of the advisory board is the Islamic Federation Berlin, which is closely linked to Milli Goris and whose declared goal is the establishment of an Islamic state. And the third named advisory board is the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, whose influence by the German branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamic Community in Germany, IGD, is also not a problem. The Islamic community of Shiite communities in Germany, which has been deemed by the city of Hamburg, among others, to be in irreconcilable contradiction to the values of the free democratic basic order, is also expected to ensure openness to the world with its presence. We will find a way to include liberal Muslims, assured University President Sabine Kunst. As the liberal Alevi community in Berlin has long since left, its members do not see themselves as Islamic and are pushing for their own religious teachers. The only person left is Seren Atesh, who has already applied with her liberal mosque, which will have no members until it ceases to be liberal. When asked about allying himself with potentially questionable associations, Mayor Muller replied, "You have to look and see how, and not whether, you work together." Muller obviously took a close look when selecting his state secretary Sausen Chebli, who only at first glance appears to have a successful integration behind her. She does not wear a headscarf. Although she considers it a religious duty, she speaks good German, and she is a member of the party that advocates equality and social justice. Chebli has not particularly shown as deputy spokesperson for the Federal Foreign Office. Her awkward and often stammered answers at press conferences show that the qualifications required of a spokesperson, namely eloquence and quick-wittedness, were irrelevant to her appointment. Chebli's innovative understanding of integration, on the other hand, seems to have more than compensated for her objective incompetence for the Islamists in government. She advocates Sharia law and headscarves and has founded the association Juma, Young, Muslim, Active, whose activists have been known to pose with headscarves and machine guns at the Holocaust Memorial. Among the invited speakers at Juma events are friends of IS supporter Dennis Kuspert, such as Abdul Adam Kamis, who openly promote the Salafist Al-Nur Mosque in Neukölln, and Chebli was apparently present at such lectures. Her husband, Nizar Maruf, whom she says she chose herself, apparently a merit worthy of special recognition, is the head of Vivantes International and is responsible for recruiting wealthy Arab patients for the Vivantes Group's clinics. True to the motto "Innovation is the engine, freedom is the fuel," Maruf has brought about the following changes in operating procedures. Anyone arriving at reception via red-carpeted floors will be met by friendly nurses. They received English training and were encouraged by the management to work in a more customer-oriented way. It was Ramadan recently, so food was served between 2 and 3 in the morning. If you want to pray, you get a carpet and Quran in your room. Some people want extra treatments and bring their servants with them, says Sister Karina Westphal. End quote. The higher level of customer orientation probably means that the nurses explain to the servants they bring with them what to do if the Arab customer does not want to be touched by an unbelieving woman. Allegedly, these activities serve to attract more expensive specialists to Berlin, on the condition that they also treat the indigenous patients of the municipally owned Vivantes Empire. Regardless of the fact that not too many people want to be on a ward where Arabic music TV blares through the corridors, it smells of oriental spices and food is served at 2 o'clock in the morning, it is rather pointless to speculate about such things, because we are fully booked at the moment, says Nizar Maruf. What applies to Chebli's youth gang, being Muslim and active, applies even more to the Neuköllner Begegnungszentrum e.V., NBS, whose imam and chairman Mohammed Taha Sabri received the Berlin Order of Merit from Michael Meller in 2016 for his many years of active and valuable work as a bridge builder between cultures and religions. Together, its members are fighting against an increase in hate speech against migrants, Muslims, and refugees, as they reported to the Berlin police at the beginning of March. From the Shabbat Girls Group to the Sisters Women's Meeting, Arabic lessons for children and discussion groups with refugees, the Islamic Counter-Society has everything on offer. Even if you didn't know that this mosque association, which is primarily aimed at people of Arab, especially Palestinian origin, has maintained and probably continues to maintain links with the Muslim Brotherhood, has had hate preachers perform and is therefore still under observation by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. The richly illustrated self-portrayal on the homepage alone indicates that all the women and girls not only wear headscarves covering every hair and the entire neck, but also dedicate themselves together with the men to agitating for the comprehensive development of the city for Sharia morality in the name of self-determination. The bridges that this association builds are one-way streets for the export of Islamic values to the outside world, while at the same time completely sealing themselves off from any penetration of Western values into the community. Only the members of the community meet there, supplemented by seekers of meaning and Arab refugees. The majority of society, represented by its multicultural agents such as Neukölln's SPD Mayor Franziska Giffey, is only welcome as a greeter who leaves behind praise and awards in return for affable assurances. Islam is peace. The right to criticize is reserved solely for the association as the spokesperson for a severely discriminated minority that wants everything without promising anything in return and demands it in a very cosmopolitan manner. So there is no sign of the freedom praised as diversity and tolerance within the Neukölln Meeting Center. Complete conformity and merciless pressure to conform prevail here, and by perpetuating the language of the Quran as the actual home language, everything is done to ensure that hardly anyone beyond the ethnicized small businesses in the vegetable trade, snack bar, halal butchery, and confectionery sectors can get a foot on the ground economically. The rest is taken care of by the Neukölln Job Center next door to the association, whose attempts to get women with children into work and thus off welfare are considered intolerant because they do not value other cultures. Anyone looking at the website of the Neukölln Meeting Center should get the impression that people who come together like this in the middle of the West only come to a depressing end with their mission of salvation when they have made everything equal. Even though the Berlin assassin Anis Amri did not go in and out of the Neukölln Meeting Center, but in the now-closed Fusselay Mosque in the Mobit district, it is surprising that the Neukölln Meeting Center of all places was chosen to initiate and significantly shape the only real memorial event for the victims of the self-confessed Muslim Anis Amri. The fact that she was able to do this is largely due to the governing mayor of Berlin, who not only knows how to enforce Berlin freedom, but also does so with determination. On February 21, 2017, the Berliner Morgenpost reported, 2 months after the attack on Breitscheidplatz in City West, Berlin's governing mayor Michael Müller, SPD, sent letters of condolence to the families of the 12 people who died and the 50 or so injured in the attack. The newspaper Der Tagesspiegel quotes him as saying that he deliberately took his time. 11 of the injured are still in hospital, including 2 seriously injured. Senate spokeswoman Claudia Sunder explained that the letters of condolence were only sent out now because it had been difficult to find the addresses of some of the victims. Mueller had urged that the letters be sent out quickly. However, as they wanted to send out all the letters at the same time, this had led to delays. Mueller writes in the letter that he deliberately allowed some time to pass after the attack. This unbelievably cynical statement did not provoke any opposition. There were no spontaneous demonstrations against the ruling monster and his cheap lies. In Manchester, it took just 3 days after the attack on May 22, 2017 for the names of all those murdered to be known and for pictures of them to be published in all the daily newspapers, along with honorific biographical references. It took 3 days for the Queen to appear at the city's children's hospital for a medical visit. On the same day that the whole country observed a minute's silence and thousands gathered in Manchester to remember their murdered fellow citizens. In Germany, the victims of Islamic terror have no name and no history. They are not honored and their relatives are not comforted. People took their time and prepared the ground for civil society to spit on the graves of the dead in the name of peace and tolerance. In March, the time had come. The event was initiated by the Neukölln Meeting Place, which according to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution has links to the Muslim Brotherhood. They registered the rally with the police under the slogan, "Against an increase in agitation against migrants, Muslims, and refugees." This could not have been allowed to stand, even if Berlin, thirsting for freedom, had meant exactly that and had not needed any extra lessons from the mosque. Because this message could have triggered a counterproductive debate about the mockery of the victims by organized members of the religion of persecuting innocents, the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church quickly stepped in and turned the Islamist mockery of the victims into a general religious mockery. In the joint call for demonstrations by the Mosque Association and the Church, the invitation to the rally was issued under the motto "Religions for an Open-Minded Berlin." It states that a broad alliance of Christians, Muslims, Jews, and representatives of many other religious communities in Berlin will set an example for peace and tolerance. The terrorist attack that left 12 people dead is not mentioned in the appeal. You can do it, The preachers must have shouted to each other and fabricated an appeal text that is no different from those of official advertising agencies. Quote, "As religious people, we are united by the desire inherent in all religions to contribute to peace on earth. In times when acts of terrorism shake the world, misanthropy poisons the hearts of many, and enemies of the Constitution endanger the cohesion of our society, we must raise our voices against violence, hatred, and intolerance, and stand up together for a Berlin of solidarity and openness to the world." End quote. In addition to the Neukölln meeting place, 3 other organizations that are being monitored by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution due to Islamist activities called for the rally: the Intercultural Center for Dialogue and Education, the Islamic Educational and Cultural Center (IKEZ), and the Taiba Cultural Center for the Promotion of Education and Understanding. According to the Constitution Protection Report, they have links to the Muslim Brotherhood, which calls for the comprehensive application of Sharia law and the creation of an Islamic state and makes the Quran the guiding principle for political action. The IKEZ is considered a meeting place for Hamas. Understandably, the rabbi, who was originally invited to the peace rally, did not want to appear in such a society after learning the composition of the speakers. A pastor from the Protestant Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church could not understand all the hype and faithfully blurted out what dialogue with Islam means. Quote, "There are probably individual believers with links to Islamism in all mosque communities. If all these communities were therefore excluded from events, you could forget about Christian-Muslim dialogue." End of quote. This corresponds to the self-image of a metropolis whose mayor called out to the 200 women in headscarves and roughly the same number of elderly churchgoers. We want to counter the centrifugal forces in our society. We are united and will not allow ourselves to be divided. End of quote. In the words of Mohammed Taha Sabri, the imam of the NBS at the same rally, this can only mean, "I refuse to call this terror Islamist or Islamic terror." End quote. This is what happened on Breitscheidplatz, where, then as now, the candles were burning at the site of the attack, directly in front of a homemade sign that once read, "For the victims of Islamist terror." Someone had already made the word Islamist illegible in January. This is why the Union Jack was not projected onto the Brandenburg Gate on May 23 or afterwards, as had been decided with foresight back in March 2017. Everyone should remember the cynical reasoning of Senator for Culture Klaus Lederer, Link, for future election decisions. But every official act of remembrance or every official expression of grief inflates when it is no longer the exception. I now believe that the best way forward would be to dispense with the lighting of the gate altogether in future and make room for other forms of empathy. End quote. National flags will only be placed on the gate after terrorist attacks in Berlin's twin cities. The 2 exceptions to the twin city rule were places with which Berlin has a special relationship. The Senate Chancellery was quoted as saying by Rundfunk Berlin-Brandenburg, RBB, in March. This is the case with Jerusalem and also with Orlando as a rainbow city. Since the federal president honored a pathological murderer of Jews in Ramallah, the Jewish extra sausage is probably over. That leaves the gays, who are ambushed with cruel regularity by Muslim perpetrators in the rainbow city of Berlin and then beaten up. They are welcome to hook up with the mayor and their multicultural tormentors in the spirit of a location community against America. There's no question that #Freiheit Berlin needs politicians, advertising agencies, and willing participants, but the metropolis didn't get the order to fight from a snooty governing loser from Tempelhof, nor from the responsible advertising expert, but from the editor-in-chief of Die Welt, Ulf Postschart, who issued the German marching orders under the rainbow-colored steel helmet of the anti-American Springer Press back in January 2017. Quote, "Our ambition should be awakened. The distribution of global prosperity will be aggressively decided by the USA in its favor in the future. If we don't fight back and become better, braver, more industrious, more innovative, freer, more open, gayer, more lesbian, more multicultural. It's the economy, stupids. If the Germans endure this conflict and even score points, they are also defending the blessings of a liberal, open society. There's a lot at stake. More than ever." End quote. The 12 dead at Breitscheidplatz don't fit in. They were not good, courageous, hardworking, gay, and multicultural enough for this city, but embarrassing, as victims are in difficult times. You can't score points with losers in a place that confidently proclaims, "Innovation is the engine. Freedom is the fuel." In the summer of 1953, Bertolt Brecht wrote the poem, the solution in response to a statement by Kurt Barthel, secretary of the GDR Writers Association, on the protests of the construction workers on June 17, 1953. Barthel had commented on the uprising, which, like the other workers' protests, had been put down with the participation of Soviet troops, in an article for Neues Deutschland, which was also distributed as a flyer with the words, "Repairing destroyed houses is easy. Rebuilding destroyed trust is very, very difficult." Brecht responded to this in the poem, which he did not publish during his lifetime but which was printed in Welt in 1959, 3 years after his death, with the words, "After the uprising of June 17, the secretary of the Writers Association distributed leaflets in Stalin Alley on which it was written that the people had lost the trust of the government and could only win it back by redoubling their work. Wouldn't it be easier if the government dissolved the people and elected another one?" Brecht's admonition that the government was obliged to the people and not the other way around was very much in line with the GDR's self-image, according to which the people were represented by the working class. Nevertheless, the phrase that the government should choose another people has since been used by people who have nothing to do with real socialism. It has become the pathos formula of all those who complain that those at the top have lost all contact with the lives of normal people. In order to spare themselves the accusation made by Brecht, the protagonists of post-democratic technocracy, which has established itself in the course of the greening of bourgeois life, act differently from the apparatchiks of that time. They do not cow the people with the police and military, but create a kind of administrative simulation of a bourgeoisie that, in contrast to the populist rabble, preserves the true values of democracy and to which the population must convert. This is the only way to understand why citizens' councils with no legally defined purpose or political legitimacy have been springing up in the vicinity of civil society organizations and public media in recent months, acting as state agencies. The most prominent of these citizens' councils is the Forum Against Fakes set up by the Bertelsmann Foundation, which supports the German government in the fight against disinformation in cooperation with the Federal Ministry of the Interior and Homeland, BIH, and non-governmental organizations such as the Michael Otto Foundation for Sustainability under the motto Together for a Strong Democracy. With the participation of more than 420,000 citizens, the Participation Project has drawn up a catalog of 15 recommendations with 28 concrete measures to combat disinformation. Among other things, media literacy, including the ability to identify fake news, should be included as a compulsory module in teacher training courses, and a contact point for reporting, checking, and correcting disinformation should be created where citizens can report journalistic content that appears suspicious or is otherwise unacceptable. It remains unclear which citizens were involved in drawing up the proposals. The project coordinators named as contact persons by the Bertelsmann Foundation: Anna Renkamp, Senior Project Manager; Dominic Hirlman, Senior Advisor; and Angela Jane, Senior Project Manager. Represent less the citizenry than a post-citizen administrative apparatus that is now so bloated that it is easy for its members to see themselves as representatives of an imagined universalism. Green Party MP Konstantin von Notz immediately interpreted Bertelsmann's catalog of recommendations as a set of instructions that showed how great the expectations towards politics are. The presentation of a cross-departmental strategy against disinformation is indeed overdue. It must now be implemented as quickly as possible in order to curb disinformation in accordance with the rule of law and increase social resilience." End quote. This shows what characterizes the citizens' councils. They are not associations of private individuals to assert their own interests against the bigotry of politicians, but an attempt by the government, which feels itself to be a general assembly, to impose its particular interest on the population as a general interest. It is not the people who force the government to change its policies by voting, but the government activates outsourced state agencies, which it drives before it with conformist opinions in order to take even more brutal action than before against the sovereign who legitimizes it. In this sense, it must be understood that the Berlin sociologist Stefan Mau, a particularly prominent government whisperer, called for the installation of citizens' councils after the elections in Thuringia, Saxony, and Brandenburg in order to revitalize democracy and, as he told Die Zeit, to counter the accusation that politics is a purely elite event. The fact that the recent elections may have demonstrated a new vitality of democracy, and that the East Germans are proving their resilience to the German government's migration and economic policies without caring help, does not occur to either Mao or von Notz. Because unlike the late GDR leadership clique, who knew full well that they were despised by their own citizens, the members of the new post-democratic priesthood actually believe they have seen the truth and need to enlighten the blinded population. This is probably why government representatives address their own sovereigns as if they were a kindergarten. The citizens' councils in the media, which are rounded up on public broadcasters as a funny acclamation of government action rejected by the majority of the population, also look like a kindergarten. In his democracy spectacle, The 100 What Moves Germany, Ingo Zamperoni stages the Citizens' Council as an involuntary self-parody, in which two journalists present facts as well as pro and contra arguments on the topic of the respective program, and the audience sits on the pro or contra side of the room, which is divided into two depending on their opinion forming as human dressage, which only knows the sovereign as a voting mass that can be pushed back and forth. The fact that citizens' councils were once forums for the expression of civic stubbornness and private interest against an all-powerful state is being forgotten. It was not only the citizens' forums that accelerated the decline of real socialism in the declining GDR, in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1960s and 1970s, in the pre- and early history of the Greens, it was citizens' movements that reminded the administratively rigid state of its local political duties in transport, infrastructure, and housing policy. The Greens have now forgotten the bourgeois liberal elements of their own party history, just as the Social Democrats have forgotten their working-class constituency and the CDU has forgotten the meaning of the C in its name. All of them, and the Greens have always been the avant-garde, no longer see themselves as representatives of a well-understood interest policy, but rather as heralds of a whole, climate justice, health, global governance, to which the individual must be sacrificed. This sacrifice is served by citizens' councils, which betray the citizens to whom they give advice. "Where is Boll?" asked Zeit magazine. The question was not meant to be so simple, as the graffiti-style layout already drew attention to it. Of course, the authors know that the writer has not disappeared without a trace, but has been dead since 1985. The claim that the Germans have forgotten their Nobel Prize winner is also self-defeating when you dedicate an elaborate title to the forgotten man. Finally, the explanation followed. Quote, "At the end of his life, Heinrich Boll was regarded as the conscience of the nation. He was revered as the winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. His topics are topical again: the RAF, environmental protection, the precariat. Why have the Germans forgotten him anyway?" End of quote. Imagining what follows requires no imagination. After all, it would be obvious what Boll would do today. Boll would write to Interior Minister Wolfgang Schäuble today, speculates writer Tanya Duckers, for example, and her colleague Julie Zay adds plaintively, "The politically active writer has become persona non grata in Germany. It is the attitude, not a literary legacy worth reading, that interests them about Boll." The article ends where it must. Quote, "Where would Boll be? He would be sitting in mosques discussing religion and tolerance." End quote. The rebel with the dachshund look, who said of himself in his last interview, "I am an anarchist, one who recognizes no authority above himself. I am committed to the Constitution and pay my taxes," was the embodiment of German ambivalence towards the state. As an authoritarian in disguise, he resolved the contradiction that tore him apart between the desire to indulge in collective regression and the need to be ruled by dividing the state into a good one, the welfare state, and a bad one, the surveillance state. It is therefore no coincidence that today's German writers think of Boll not in terms of a novel, but in terms of his engagement against state control and repression. He is remembered as a ventriloquist of the malaise that always overtook many West Germans when the state acted not as a social worker but as the executor of its monopoly on the use of force. The rhetoric of the lament has been familiar ever since. Quote, "The surveillance mania is spreading. The state and companies are registering, monitoring, and controlling us more and more completely. No matter what we do, who we talk to or phone, where we go or drive, who we are friends with, what we are interested in, which groups we are involved in, the big brother state and the little brothers from business know more and more precisely. Freiheitsstaatangst.de. The drum has been beaten for decades with sentences like this. Generations come and go, but the surveillance state does not come, which, if one takes seriously what has been prophesied since the movement against the emergency laws at the end of the 1960s, should have long since become a reality. This movement, which peaked at the same time as the student movement in 1967-68, is regarded as a prime example of bourgeois anti-fascism in the Federal Republic, but was to be its gravedigger. The motives of the protesters were too contradictory. On the one hand, those who, like Theodore W. Adorno, were cautiously reserved about German sovereignty as such and who saw the emergency laws as confirming the danger of totalitarian tendencies in democracy, an attitude that did not go far enough for Herbert Marcuse, and on the other, World War II veterans like Boll, in whose eyes the emergency laws appeared to be a document of non-authentic sovereignty dictated by the hated American, occupying power. The fact that he, a fervent advocate of German sovereignty, was unable to grasp the extent to which the emergency laws represented one of its prerequisites. Such legislation had been declared as such by the Western Allies with the founding of the Federal Republic, characterizes the ambivalent emotional state stemming from the post-war period between the desire for a strong Germany and the experience of feeling more comfortable in powerlessness, e.g. the status of occupation, because it spares the subject and the state the assumption of responsibility. However, the sentences quoted above do not begin a call for one of the numerous anti-repression campaigns of the 1970s and 1980s, but for a demonstration in Berlin on September 22, 2007. Under the motto, "Freedom instead of fear, stop the surveillance mania," an appeal is once again made to the state paranoia that can be mobilized at any time and is fed by the ambivalence of what is longed for and what is feared. The state is longed for as a good father that is supposed to protect its subjects from globalization and other misfortunes, but the state is fled from in its capacity as sovereign over the life and death of its subjects. As soon as this often repressed quality is exposed and the power of the state is violently executed, the outcry is great. The sovereign, just a moment ago trusted as if it were a part of the self, becomes a stranger and occupier. But there is no good father without an evil father. A sovereign who gives up his sovereignty can no longer protect his subjects as they demand of him. The National Socialist non-state had dissolved this ambivalence. Society, state, and movement had merged into a monstrous machine of destruction. This is why today's German fear of the state is not due to a pronounced mistrust of totalitarian tendencies that seeks to learn lessons from history. Rather, this legend of anti-fascist vigilance has the function of a cover-up memory. In the resistance to the census of the 1980s, elements of the collective boycott of denazification were found again, in which Germans certified to each other that they were not Nazis or only fellow travelers. By perceiving themselves as victims of state intervention and presenting themselves publicly, they appropriated the innocence of the victims of National Socialism for themselves. At the same time, in opposition to the state of the FRG, which was imagined as totalitarian, the organic Volksgemeinschaft was at least emotionally restored, although its National Socialist character was split off and attributed to the supposed oppressor, the Bonn Republic, which was seen as an unsovereign vassal or even a colony of the Western Allies. Furthermore, it was the post-war Germans' fear of being held accountable by the Allies on a larger scale that was echoed in this mistrust of the state. Because there were no consequences, the fear of punishment and the need for atonement could continue to smolder in latency. All good liberals and leftists credit themselves with a critical relationship to the state. The difference between the two, however, is that the liberal sees the state and society in an eternal struggle and has thus developed a thoroughly flexible understanding of the state in which the executive is unchallenged. They want to set limits to state intervention in certain circumstances, but do so in the knowledge that they could be dependent on the sovereign in times of need. The good leftist, on the other hand, has a tactical relationship with freedom. Its state-imposed restriction does not bother him much in Venezuela or Cuba, for example, as long as the people down there have something to eat. As he always says in a chummy way, and even in his own country, his position is anything but clear. He regularly complains about repression and criminalization, as if he were asking the state, which he believes he is fighting, to let him make revolution undisturbed. Instead of rejoicing that at least the police take the ridiculous relics of militancy more seriously than they deserve, and conceding that only state attention can give one the authentic feeling of exclusive opposition, the state is accused of being genuinely mean. However, both leftists and liberals have a common blind spot. By declaring the state to be the antagonist of society and generally assuming that its actions are maliciously intended, society appears to be the object of state interference and encroachment, which is imagined as a negative obstacle to its natural development. Thus, society must be protected from the state, which is also part of the anti-fascist legend. However, German society by no means had to be protected from the National Socialist state. This society put an end to the constitutional state. The political rationalization of the cover-up memory is based on a historical lie, But this is necessary as long as one is unable to speak the truth. The Germans' opposition to the state refers to the democratic state imposed by the Allies, the state that they were and are only reluctantly prepared to recognize as their own. Many elements of the glorification of the Volksgemeinschaft are still inherent in the idea of what a society is, and the freedom they mean is only ever threatened by the state because it prevents them from instigating the next pogrom. German liberals and leftists, on the other hand, have little to say to the victims of this oppression and persecution, which is not state but social. Why are there regular waves of outrage in Germany when a death sentence is carried out in the USA, and hardly anyone cares when people are executed in Iran? Ask Stefan Werner, Weltdebat, May 807. At the end of July 2007, 16 people were hanged in Iran in 1 week, some of them publicly, many of them gays. The public and politicians in Germany remained silent. The conventional rationalization for the discrepancy in the outrage is that the USA, after all, celebrated itself as a haven of civilization, which is why it should be under special observation. According to this, Iran is not so civilized and the public cult of execution is a cultural phenomenon. Cultural relativists express this somewhat more politely. Werner's question should be clarified in terms of where the affinity to the Iranian way of death comes from and what distinguishes it from the American way. The death penalty in Iran is imposed for violations of social morality. This is why the direct participation of the population in stonings or indirectly as a cheering mob is a central element. In Sharia law, draconian punishments are only imposed if central values of Islam are violated. Everything else, including murder and manslaughter, can be settled by compensation payments. There is no independent judiciary with civil law, nor is there a separation of civil and criminal jurisdiction. The judiciary in Iran is subordinate to the direct democracy of the mullahs and has an immediate political function. The executions in Iran are proof of an existing social consensus. Whether they also prove its fragility, i.e. the existence of increasing dissatisfaction, which the regime is countering with stricter repression, is questionable. After all, the executions mobilize thousands of enthusiastic spectators. The German public rationalizes its own indifference in the face of this barbaric tyranny with the argument that too much interference would make the situation in Iran even worse. The apparent equidistance, however, is just a poorly disguised fascination with the externally perceived unity of state and society, which awakens the homely feeling that overcame grandparents on strength-through-joy trips and winter relief evenings. In contrast, the cold killing of the state in U.S. prisons and the forced enforcement of civil rights in the 1960s, moments of extreme presumption of the monopoly on violence, are reminders of the civilizing role of the state, which enforces the rule of law against society and uses its monopoly to remove violence from subjective arbitrariness. In the USA, the state is seen by Hobbes as Leviathan, which sets an absolute limit to the primordial state of society, the behemoth, by establishing a monopoly on the use of force. This unwelcome insight that under capital, only the state can tame the unleashed competition of market subjects by turning them into citizens who must largely refrain from exercising immediate violence, helped its discoverer Hobbes to acquire the image of a merciless apologist for violence in Germany. What this view deliberately overlooks, however, is a different kind of violence, which Hobbes paints in his terrifying vision of a war of all against all and of which the current conditions in Darfur, Iran, the Gaza Strip and Afghanistan must remind any unprejudiced observer. The absence of the rule of law there promotes the catastrophic outbreak of the worst of all possible forms of repression, the tyranny of the immediate strongest, unrestricted by any rule. But it is precisely this lack of rules that recommends this repression to the special indulgence of local civil rights activists. For the nightmare of the good leftist is by no means the rule of anarchic violence, but merely a violence with which he cannot immediately identify because it is abstract, and which he cannot use himself because its exercise is subject to the state monopoly and the constitutional separation of powers. The sudden absence of state violence is therefore not at all problematic for the left, as can regularly be observed on the occasion of racist pogroms. On the contrary, by pointing to the evil state, minorities who demand the state protection that every citizen enjoys are accused of naivety or even collaboration. If the people do organize a pogrom, the state and the Nazis are of course to blame. An action as silly as the recent one after the pogrom in Mujiln, where 200 bawling do-gooders told the people of Mujiln that they should stop the Nazi terror and create alternative free spaces if they had sufficiently complied with the demand "shame on you," Instead of criticizing the lack of action by the state authorities and demanding the prosecution of all perpetrators, even hundreds of them, i.e. the rigorous enforcement of constitutional standards in the case of such a collective multiple murder attempt, only shows that this is about making sure you know where the enemy stands. In Mujoln, the mayor is right for once. There are no Nazis that the Antifas are always looking for in order to exonerate the population. There are plenty of Germans there, and in the end everyone was there, from young to old, from punk to skinhead. According to a witness, Spiegel Online, August 2007. They made the Nazis superfluous the moment they created their alternative free space as a temporary autonomous zone, Hakim Bey, in the pogrom. In such a situation, to turn to a population that is still drunk from its regression and not to the state, which should use its monopoly on the use of force to prevent further injuries and possibly deaths, is evidence of an almost monstrous cynicism towards the victims, whom Antifa is not in a position to protect, but even more so of its unwavering love for the people. Accordingly, the public debate about Schäuble is dominated by a demonizing image of an interior minister whose plans are those of a paranoid madman and lack any objective necessity or justification. For example, the cited call for demonstrations, which was signed by both left-wing and liberal groups, including the Berlin FDP, does not address the justifications Schäuble provides. Stop the surveillance mania. This slogan is clearly the product of a projection, because the civil rights activist with a negative fixation on the state as a restrictive authority is a surveillance maniac. Schäuble wants to protect Germany from Islamic terror, and his concern is not only the situation in the war on terror, but also the sheer claim to power of Islam, which does not think in the rational categories of strategy and tactics. Schäuble's argument that no amount of hand-holding and good talk will prevent the jihadists from striking at some point is countered with the assertion that only the war on terror motivates the Islamists to commit their acts of violence. However, the practice of rule by Islamic regimes and movements since 1979 shows the opposite. It is only because they have been able to operate completely undisturbed and in some cases supported by the political blocs for so long that they have become a global threat. Instead of dealing with this reality, the sincerity of the motives of state action is doubted. This doubt may be objectively justified in many cases, but it is also an expression of paranoia. It does not ask about the proportionality of the means, as a rational critique of surveillance should. The text calling for the demonstration in Berlin asserts in advance. The increasing electronic recording and surveillance of the entire population does not improve protection against crime, costs millions of euros and endangers the privacy of innocent people, thus cutting off any further discussion. It does not ask whether the price we pay for security is reasonable, as the critical citizen who is mature enough to understand their relationship with the state as a contractual relationship in Hobbes' sense would do. In order to weigh things up in this way, however, one must be willing and effectively capable of maintaining a cool, rational relationship to the state. The infantile state subjects of today, who long for a warm, intimate symbiosis, want everything from their state, but not the sober detachment that is conveyed in Schäuble's reflections on the need to legally safeguard the fight against terrorism. Quote, "We should try to clarify such questions as precisely as possible under constitutional law and create a legal basis that offers us the necessary freedoms in the fight against terrorism. I do not believe in invoking a supralegal state of emergency according to the motto necessity knows no commandment." End quote. But it is precisely this state of emergency and its supposed freedom that people long for in order to get rid of the hated threat of castration that state surveillance symbolizes to this subject. When Schäuble says, "I don't want to act in constitutional gray areas," he is proclaiming, at least in ideal terms, an adherence to the law that is in clear contradiction to the image painted by his opponents of a madman who would prefer to abolish the basic law in order to put his fantasies of violence into practice, as the cabaret artist Matthias Richling speculates. This demonization turns out to be a projection. Schäuble can be criticized for the fact that his concrete proposals are of no use in defending freedom and are even counterproductive. To denounce him as an enemy and a threat to freedom reveals more about the person saying this than about Schäuble's possible goals. He should be given credit for not letting the associations dictate the composition of the Islam Conference. Last but not least, this approach shows that Schäuble's actions are not bureaucratic arbitrariness that serves its own ends, but are rationally motivated in the interests of the state. The left-wing screamer does not want to be reminded of the fact that beyond the sphere of state intervention, on which the paranoiac is phantasmagorically fixated, There is a very concrete and by no means fantasized violent oppression, which can certainly be grasped with the terms repression and surveillance. Because in his case, fantasized oppression by the state allows him to fraternize to his heart's content on the internet with the hordes of other paranoiacs without danger or consequences and thus create the pleasurable feeling of being part of a strong people's power. However, the victims of real oppression are not the collective, but always individuals whose voices are only too gladly ignored as isolated ones. When these individuals speak out publicly about their situation despite the threat to life and limb that hangs over them, they do so, unlike the fraternizing screamer, at great risk and in great solitude. Teacher and journalist Robert Rediker, a member of the editorial board of Les Temps Modernes, a magazine founded by Jean-Paul Sartre, has been living underground with his family for almost a year after publishing the article, "What Must the Free World Do in the Face of Islamist Intimidation?" in Le Figaro on September 20, 2006. On the occasion of the Islamic outrage over Benedict XVI's speech, Rediker criticized the ideological surveillance of the West by Islam. He identified a more or less conscious submission to the dictates of Islam, which is expressed in the ban on thongs in Parisian beach resorts on the Seine. The veil is a greater threat to public order. Internet calls for murder followed, including the address, directions, and photo of his house near Toulouse, and Al Jazeera broadcast a barely concealed call for murder by the Islamist Yusuf al-Qaradawi. The security authorities reacted immediately and moved Rediker and his wife from hiding place to hiding place for weeks, protecting them in their own home until a new one was found. However, this isolation only became complete as a result of the widespread lack of solidarity in society. Rediker summed up his situation, quote, "I was already lynched in the teachers' rooms of the grammar schools in notices on the notice board. My ex-colleagues, the philosophy teachers, wrote that I had abused freedom of expression. The teachers' unions, which are exceptionally strong in France, didn't support me either. Practically, the entire profession accused me of what they saw as several unforgivable mistakes for a teacher. I was reactionary, pro-American, pro-Israeli, and Islamophobic. Some left-wing organizations organized panel discussions on the subject of, is there even a Rediker affair, in which I was always the only one in the dock." End quote. You can imagine these wild-eyed old 68 heirs who had been waiting a long time to finally give carte blanche to some oppressed people again. There was also support. Some intellectuals and politicians showed solidarity with Rediker and gave him concrete support. The editors of Temps Modernes organized a protest meeting in Paris. But these gestures only conveyed all the more sharply how little can be done against this repression as long as the left-wing and liberal admonishers focus solely on the state and deny this dimension of oppression, as they did before with Salman Rushdie, Theo Van Gogh, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and the many nameless people. Quote, "The oppression that weighs on me is a new kind of oppression against which the state has hardly any power. An oppression of the third millennium that does not even have a name. An invisible deprivation of freedom. I see neither my jailers nor my potential murderers. But I know they exist, and they effectively prevent me from living like my fellow human beings, as I did before the article in Figaro." End quote. Those leftists who provide the Islamists who put Rediker on their death list with the impeccable justifications for carrying out a murder are fascinated by this oppression because the state has little recourse against them. Just as they see an act of rebellion in every torched car between Montpellier and Kreuzberg, they are thrilled by the possibility of passing a death sentence in public and leaving its execution to the more or less random executioner who makes it his own. This is the popular justice they have always dreamed of. And that is precisely the reason why common ground with these leftists in the necessary opposition to state arbitrariness is out of the question. It would mean legitimizing their fight for the abolition of the rule of law. Conversely, Schaubil's proposals can only be judged by answering the question of the extent to which they can contribute to defending the monopoly on the use of force against Islamic arrogance. For the time being, only the USA remains a reasonably safe haven for the persecuted. The writer's complaint about Bohl's supposed exclusion from the current public debate sheds light on the emotional state of today's mid- and late 30s. The new older ladies of the literary world would rather go back to the good old days and Bohl than show solidarity with those persecuted by Sharia law. They can do nothing with today's defenders of freedom such as Ayaan Hirsi Ali, because they see freedom, which has become so self-evident to them that they no longer have any concept of it, as being threatened at most by the state. So the feature writer who dug up the label Fräulein Wunder for her years ago had a truly brilliant intuition. This generation doesn't want to deal with the present, doesn't want to have conflicts with their parents from 1968, but wants to go back to grandpa and grandma. Nevertheless, it cannot be ruled out that Boll would side with Rediker today. Duckers and Zay have no such doubts. Oliver Rabe, entrepreneur and CSU parliamentary group leader in Buchenbach in the Middle Franconian district of Roth, declared the civil war in the Federal Republic of Germany open on 14.4, 2015 via Facebook. Quote, "Today I would like to describe my wife's day in Roth. My wife and children went to the hairdresser. Afterwards, my wife thought she would take the children to the market square for an ice cream. When she got there, she was amazed at how busy the ice cream parlor was with asylum seekers. When she sat down with 3 children, she kept getting the uneasy feeling that she was being watched. Apparently that was the case. It was good that the ice cream parlor operators and the 3 waitresses took care of my wife and children. Thank you for that." Afterwards, the children wanted to go to the playground at Rothmühlpassagen. This is where all the fun stopped. It's perfectly fine to picnic everywhere here. But the fact that people drink beer and smoke on the playground equipment and everything is full of cigarettes is not okay and acceptable. The fact that 16 and 17-year-olds are getting fat on the playground equipment so that small children like mine can no longer play there is also not acceptable. End of quote. What to do about abusive asylum seekers? Oliver Rabe knew what to do. Quote, "Several women then got together and talked. My wife told me that they had all decided, including her, not to come here anymore because the conditions were no longer suitable and acceptable for children. And the way the men there behave towards our German women is outrageous. Dear party colleague Ralph Edelhauser, now my wife also understands what you said at our reception with Amelia Muller. Our acquaintances from the Balkan countries and also from Arab countries would never behave like this, let alone act like this. As a family, we are appalled at the people who abuse our right of asylum and how they behave here. If our children can no longer go to the playgrounds paid for by our tax money, then I know how far we have come. Like so many others, we will not visit public playgrounds or the ice cream parlor in Roth as long as this situation continues. That is certain for us. What a shame, dear Roth." End of quote. There were already 269 clicks of approval on the day of publication, and there have probably been many more since then. People who already feel threatened by asylum seekers frequenting the ice cream parlor have no interest in asking young men from foreign countries to clear the playground equipment for their children and smoke their cigarettes outside the playground. Mr. Rabe and our German women are not interested in doing that. They don't care about the law or the consensus of Democrats that supposedly guarantees it. They want a state of emergency that can only be lifted once mass deportations have taken place. However, Oliver Rabe, whose post provides the arguments for those who have already solved or will solve the problems of German women in their respective communities by preventively incinerating refugee accommodation, was not really successful. On April 21, 15, he received criticism in the local supplement of the Nürnberger Nachrichten, the Rothhill-Polsteiner Volkszeitung, and he also had to put up with harsh criticism on Facebook. And yet the apparent outsider Rabe has asked precisely the question that has dominated the refugee debate, which is actually an immigration debate, in a much less paranoid tone since the spring. When will we declare Europe a bulwark against the refugees threatening to overrun our culture with an undeclared but soon-to-be tangible civil war? With Oliver Rabe, more and more people know how far we have come. On May 6, 2015, for example, a cross-party cartel of North Rhine-Westphalian mayors and district councillors called on the federal government to ensure that legally rejected asylum seekers were deported quickly, mainly people from Kosovo, without any major opposition. One day later, it was reported that the Kosovar had instigated his fellow Albanian, who does not have to fear the Schengen borders due to a freedom of movement agreement with the EU, to enter Germany. Quote, "But many of them apply for asylum in order to be able to stay in the long term. Although they know that their application will be rejected, word gets around that Germany only deports rejected applicants very slowly and not en masse. Until then, they can work on the black market and receive social benefits." End quote. Officially, a distinction is made between genuine refugees and poor immigrants, who even come from the EU countries Romania and Bulgaria. This distinction can be made if you want to name the reasons for immigration. As soon as a distinction is made between the good ones, who are apostrophized as refugees, and the less good ones, who only come for a better life, which, to make matters worse, they cannot or can only partially support with their own work, one suddenly enters the world of the Rabe family from Buchenbach, which for the time being appears to exist only as a parallel world. In fact, the administrative courts and immigration authorities have been recognizing more and more obstacles to deportation for rejected asylum seekers and other persons obliged to leave the country for years, and the majority of the public is still sympathetic to this growing number of human destinies. In 2015, Germany is finding it more difficult than in the early 1990s to find a restrictive solution to the refugee problem. Even though refugee shelters are on fire again and the mob is stirring, especially in East German communities, unlike 25 years ago, they are not being met head-on. This is remarkable because in Germany and even worse in other EU states, immigration since the early 1960s has often not led to integration into, let alone assimilation into, the majority society. Instead, sometimes spooky, almost entirely Islamic parallel milieus have emerged, in and from the midst of which serious attacks on the civil rights of their members are perpetrated, which are presented to the outside world as a legitimate expression of their own culture. The influx of probably hundreds of thousands from the imploding Arab and often already imploded Islamic African world, supplemented by Bulgarian, Kosovan, and Albanian Muslims, is therefore not an overly rosy prospect, which is why Thomas Schmidt's fears from the Welt of April 23, 2015, which seemed to deal only with Civil War refugees, are entirely justified. Quote, "It sounds inhumane, but it cannot be denied. The more ships cross between Lampedusa and Libya, the more often ships from EU countries rescue refugees from the rotten barges of the trafficking gangs, the more attractive the escape becomes. And at some point, Mare Nostrum would have become a kind of ferry, cab, or shuttle company that would have taken its clientele from the traffickers." End of quote. And yet the all-clear was given in April. Quote, "As much as Seehofer and others warn against foreign infiltration, Europe, the narrow and yet wide continent, could take in many more refugees than before. This could be regulated. It would squeak not just populistically, but it would work. Our well-ordered peninsula still has plenty of capacity to absorb, adapt, and integrate." End of quote. Schmidt attached a condition to his stocktaking for all those willing to be admitted, which is unlikely to be accepted by those who argue most loudly for a blanket right to stay. Quote, "Anyone who wants to end the deaths in the Mediterranean quickly must also say that they are ready and willing to accept a different Europe in a relatively short space of time. A Europe in which it will be more difficult than before for the leading culture of the Republican right-wing state to assert itself. A Europe that will have to do much more than it does today to enforce the binding nature of this culture. A Europe that will have to spend a lot of money to do so. That would be worth the effort. If it succeeded, Europe would have proven itself as a political subject. But this Europe would be different from the one we know and value not only for historical and sentimental reasons." End of quote. The Tagesspiegel summarizes seemingly soberly what the colleague from Die Welt probably understands by constitutional republican guiding culture. Quote, "The manners are civil, the rule of law and international law are respected. Different ways of life are tolerated. Europeans are also proud of their morals. This includes the high status of human rights, the strong will to resolve conflicts through negotiation, and the willingness to help people in need." End quote. The sum of this vague list can be called civilization because it does not refer to the culture of humanity or conflict management and so on, all of which are terms that are used today to remove all grievances from the larger context. So we are not talking about an ultimately arbitrary patchwork of behaviors, but about their underlying totality. The less it can be determined by historical sentimental reasons, the more powerful it is. The Christian West, the achievements of the working class, or the spirit of human rights are far more of a yardstick for the ideological critic than definable and action-guiding guidelines according to which coexistence could be organized. The values that have been constantly mentioned in the excited appeals since the deaths of over 1,000 boat people at the beginning of April 2015 have in reality been consumed by a self-referential set of rules that protect both refugees and locals from attacks far more effectively than the appeals urging plebiscitary intervention for either Christian Occidental contemplation or a culture of welcome, whose advocates are not even prepared to describe the main features of the home they invite others to stay in. Although the oily words after the respective catastrophe are to be distrusted, it would be presumptuous to produce a radicalized version of the press or party statements and to insinuate that the establishment, and with it the majority of the population in Germany or another European country, is only using all the noise to prepare for worse things to come. In view of the plans being discussed in Europe to set up reception camps in Africa, the critical exuberance is understandable. Nevertheless, the search for a unique selling point in the competition for the highest moral stance on the refugee issue resonates unpleasantly. The slogan "No human being is illegal," for example, may well be meant in a friendly way, but it is borne by a trumped-up resentment against conditions that can no longer be improved, but which are not to be abolished in a revolutionary way either, but rather are to be put to an end in the hell of globalized gang warfare. If one were to take the slogan "No human being is illegal" seriously, it would be imperative not to reject the law, but to fight for one's own insight to be enshrined in the law as stemming from common sense in such a way that there are no more deportation regulations, so that the new arrivals are equal to the autochthones in terms of rights. The justification that it is presumptuous and immoral to differentiate between good and bad reasons for immigration refers to the universal claim of a legal system that essentially does not regulate the right of residence, but the limits of personal arbitrariness that are binding for all within its scope. Combining the fight against immigration restrictions with one against the real existing rule of law would suspend the law in favor of a disorder that would then probably be declared a revolutionary necessity, from which the strongest and not freedom would emerge victorious. With a similarly compelling reason to reject any calculation of rejection, contingency, etc., those who have just thrown Christians overboard and thus to certain death because they have begged for the protection of their God would not be rejected, but rather imprisoned for life for murder in a German or other European prison. Anyone who demands equal rights in Europe or other Western countries will have to agree to the submission of the newcomer to the laws of the respective Western host country. In a continent organized strictly according to the rule of law, it is not so much the compulsion to function that lies on the newcomer as on everyone else, but rather the systematic violation of the law under the eyes of the law. When it comes to immigration, the problem is not the general coercion of the law, but the very specific coercion that manifests itself, for example, in a French classroom in which all the girls are genitally mutilated, which was done to them in France or during the summer vacation in their old homeland, without their parents being in prison for it, where they belong according to the standards of general law. However, the fact that Europe is under pressure not to let the boat people drown, and that it gives in to this pressure should not be taken for granted internationally. Every accident with many or even just a few fatalities is therefore a real scandal that calls into question the foundations of its own order. This order, which at least in principle claims to grant us integrity and freedom of movement, is not only the coercive framework in which society functions, which is brutally enforced in case of doubt, but also a much more subtle one, which it would be the only human thing to preserve as long as a world without coercion is not in sight. The free will that is constitutive and a priori set in a society that is not committed to immediate violence is at the same time always one against the freedom of not having to impose constraints on oneself. The assumption inherent in bourgeois law, which is not realized, that the citizen voluntarily renounces complete disinhibition, reveals a state to be striven for in which the individual can sublimate the potential for unbridled violence that always lies dormant in him without sacrificing his personal happiness, because only then would the concrete violence inherent in the competition aimed at exclusion and elimination be suspended. Oliver Rabe's predetermined will to bite off as many immigrants as possible is not only met with reluctance by permanently agitated opponents of globalization. The willingness that still exists to accept shiploads of strangers, whose welcome is not compelled by any real or cultural kinship, is an expression of a freedom that follows the compulsion to want to maintain a morality whose disappearance would give us nightmares. The hope lies in the continued existence and possible reinforcement of an imperative according to which one must not let the defenseless and exposed perish, otherwise one will perish with them, even if one dies in bed at the age of 80 and not in the Sicilian Sea at the age of 20. The hope lies in a concern for one's own salvation that is not only based on Christianity, which can give one a burden on one's soul and then opens up an idea of the infinite torments of hell. The a priori of civil law, and thus also of morality, always transcends the world of commodity exchange, to which both are committed. Free will, based on reason, always recognizes something alien to it in exchange. It is no coincidence that the self-evident acceptance of the principle of exchange in the parable of the vineyard in the New Testament goes hand in hand with the criticism of its premise, equal pay for equal work quotas. What is conceded to the insufficient, who cannot secure his survival by his own efforts? The subsistence minimum as a guarantee of survival cannot stop at the state borders, although it is precisely here that the limit is drawn for bourgeois law. The desire, which is not particularly revolutionary and can basically only be morally legitimized, that no one should be left outside, because otherwise general legislation would regress to particular law, and with it the underlying reason to arbitrariness, will remain just as connected to the urban bourgeois idea of the limits of one's own arbitrariness as the desire to want to find happiness to the exclusion of others. What one must want as general legislation with global intent will, in internal relations, consolidate and at the same time change in order that, for the time being, has its strongest hold in the impersonal process, which, precisely because one does not love it, let alone idolize it, retains a remnant of freedom. The third-hand passion that expresses itself in the resentment against immigrants and in the endowment of immigrants with qualities that make them and us happy points to the absence of a sober common sense, this very mediated we, that expresses itself as the self-confidence of the individual, on which he naturally counts with others without joining with them in a common purpose. Precisely this recourse to general reason, which is always included in bourgeois law and cannot appear explicitly in individual laws, is just as buried in European countries, where the enforcement of the law was preceded by a revolutionary struggle against the arbitrariness of personal rule, as it is in the Federal Republic of Germany, where people are happy with an order imposed by the victorious Western powers, the preconditions of which were used to being loudly discredited from the outset. In his exuberance, the Tagesspiegel commentator included a popular formulation in his list of our values that falls far short of the equally unspectacular and general characteristics of the ideal citizen. He declared the tolerance of different ways of life to be a step forward for humanity. The editor can be credited with thinking about homosexuality and the right to practice it unhindered in view of recent conflicts in Berlin. And yet the phrase about other ways of life that are to be upheld resonates with a deep displeasure at the fact that, by law, there is nothing special that the individual can be proud of in community with others. Homosexuality, for example, is not subsumed in the eyes of the enlightened West as a different way of life, but as an expression of the way of life of those who are equal before the law, which necessarily includes the unhindered living out of one's own sexuality, insofar as it does not coerce others, which is why homophobia is rejected as an effect of overcome bias that contradicts the prosperous coexistence of different individuals. The ideological charge of same-sex love as a different way of life is an example of why coexistence with a significantly increased number of immigrants is likely to fail. Nasser El-Ahmad's family has long since ceased to be a refugee family. They have lived in Berlin for over 40 years and the majority of their members have German citizenship. At the same time, they self-confidently present themselves as the bearers of a different way of life that is to be tolerated, which cannot be positively attributed to their Palestinian origins, but can be negatively attributed to the unconditional rejection of the sexual orientation of their descendant Nasser, who was forced into heterosexuality, a matter that was disputed by German courts. The highly publicized conviction of Nasser's family members by the Tiergarten District Court in February 2015 for deprivation of liberty, abduction, etc., would not be met with the otherwise loose accusation that it was an expression of a culture of exclusion, although the convicts and their friends would see it exactly the same way, even if they would miss the linguistic level of the no less obtuse discourse of inclusion and exclusion with their obtuse. It doesn't work that way here. On April 12, 2015, Nasser Al-Ahmed initiated a demonstration against homophobia through the streets of Neukölln, where most of Nasser's relatives live. It is possible that Nasser was only interested in appearing in public as an avowed gay man in a place where it is better not to show himself without a defensive escort. On May 24, 2015, his cousins promptly beat him up at the racial parade called the Carnival of Cultures, which was entirely dedicated to celebrating other ways of life and began in Neukölln. The fact that he was also necessarily saying, yes, it is particularly difficult to live as a gay man in Neukölln if you come from an Islamic family background was so obvious that the defense of the theorem of exclusion and inclusion immediately dominated the debate, and every participant in the demonstration had to be instructed from the mouth of Nasser, as well as from a left party leaflet distributed there that was consensual in content. Quote, "But it is absolutely unacceptable and grist to the racist's mill to say that Neukölln is particularly unfriendly to gays, lesbians and queer people, and to cite the higher proportion of migrants with a Turkish and Arab background as the reason. The causes of homophobia are neither cultural nor religious. Homophobia, like racism, is a social problem that we can only solve together. We all have a right to live as we are." End of quote. Everyone agrees that Nasser El-Ahmad also has the right to pursue his sexual preferences unhindered. It is known that understanding for his persecuting relatives is forbidden. What we must not take note of is the simple fact that the probability of becoming a victim of a homophobically motivated attack is many times higher in Muslim milieus than in an autochthonous German neighborhood. It is known that the men who belong to these milieus who have admitted to being gay without covering it up are the first victims of these milieus, and it is also known that the majority of nighttime attacks on gay couples in public parks or quiet streets come from migrants of Muslim background, which the Berlin Gay Assault Hotline tried to conceal for many years. So those who drum the loudest for a welcoming culture, they call it refugees welcome, because English sounds somehow more revolutionary, legitimize illegal acts that they personally reject out of a reflex that they themselves apostrophize as anti-state, but which is basically deeply immoral. At the same time, a society that is perhorrist as male, white, heterosexual by its opposition hanging on the state drip, although it does everything it can to appear female, of color and queer, has long since stolen the arguments from its harshest critics. The claim, not only made in the aforementioned flyer, that gays are persecuted, discriminated against, and at best tolerated across the board is as hollow as the outraged claim that the average German wants to see refugees drown. The knowledge that girls' chances of personal independence, including in their choice of sexual partners, are infinitely greater in the wicked majority society than those of their Islamic counterparts has been and continues to be suppressed with similar vehemence. With the nasty consequence that on March 5, 2005, 1 month after Hatton Suruku was slaughtered, a demonstration in Neukölln to mark her murder was again dubbed a demonstration against sexual violence everywhere. The individual Hatton can turn to German authorities, associations, or simply neighbors, and she will be protected. Nasser al-Ahmed is experiencing the same personally. But how a Hatton who wanted to live like a German or an openly gay Nasser can find their way out at all, how they can develop their desire to be free against the moral concepts of a protected and closed collective, is left out when any reference to the terrible truth is forbidden. When principals of problem schools turn to migrant youths with behavioral problems with the same accusation as the homophobic Nasser el-Ahmad family, that their actions would damage the honor of their family. When in problem schools and not only in kindergartens, as is becoming apparent after the headscarf ruling, the hell of Muslim girls becomes inescapable, because the alternative of equal treatment that still exists there, regardless of origin and gender, recoils before the sexist verdict of Islam against the girls. If you experience nothing more than what is already bad at home, then the progression of segregation and the formation of an increasingly aggressive minority culture is just as much a foregone conclusion as the consolidation of the preconceived notions of xenophobes like Oliver Rabe from Buchenbach. In German discourse, especially that which considers itself to be left-wing, the consensual discussion about migrant neighbors based on experience or the fruits of reading breaks off precisely at the point where it is pointed out that such hate crimes are obviously not primarily the result of a culture of exclusion by the majority society, but arise from the isolation of Islamic immigrant milieus in hatred and an increasing willingness to use violence. Experience and statistically proven empiricism would be rendered meaningless if it were to be stated that some evils are reproduced collectively, and that these collectives follow maxims whose a priori remains committed not to individual reason but to the authoritarian community. There is a consensus that touching on this not only means racism, but is also a terrible slap in the face for the culture of welcome. The language rules that, for example, allow words of collective condemnation at any time when dealing with a small town in Saxony-Anhalt, whose particularly German inhabitants infect refugee homes, do not apply to the brutal guardians of morality in the neighboring migrant neighborhood. While the fierce public condemnation of the majority Troglotzers was partly successful because, unlike what one might have thought possible a good 20 years ago, those who do not want to be part of the mob, and who still exist as a relevant minority, see themselves strengthened and may be able to win the battle for minds to a modest extent, in Neukölln there is already no attempt at the necessary scandalization. It is true that no distancing from anti-Muslim racism changed the character of the demonstration through Neukölln initiated by Nasser el-Ahmad, because a procession of gays and avowed homophiles led by a gay Neuköllner with Palestinian roots who was clearly audible and visible on the loudspeaker van speaks for itself, which was also underlined by some hostile reactions on the sidelines. Nevertheless, this undertaking also failed due to the self-staging as a carnival parade under rainbow flags. Certainly, some residents of Neukölln on Sundays who watched the spectacle from the windows and, where available, the balconies of their overcrowded apartments, as they would have watched a performance by the police orchestra with accompanying motorcycle squad performances, also felt sympathy for this interruption to their Sunday boredom, but the majority of them did not realize what it might have been about. No one thought it necessary to express the concerns of the demonstration in Turkish and Arabic in understandable words, i.e., without the horrible gender talk. No one appealed for neighborly understanding on important issues, because people don't talk to each other. Instead, some people who desperately need to stage themselves as party people, supplemented by the cheerleading announcements of a teenager to the demonstrators and not to the residents to please be loud and colorful and, above all, feel comfortable. For the predominantly Turkish, Bulgarian, and Arab spectators, this can only have looked like a performance from a parallel world with which they have nothing in common. In reality, as a trendy Neukölln resident, you completely agree that the fate of the district is already sealed because the Schwuzi has already moved there, and the influx of students, interns, and startup entrepreneurs, who present themselves as counterculture by virtue of their appearance and origin, continues unabated. We have nothing to say to those who have been left behind, if only because their fate will take place in far-flung, desolate outlying districts, where they will be condemned to be completely among themselves. Reason enough to make fun of them, dancing and joking as they leave. The material content of the slogan "Tolerate different ways of life" is the repression of the inefficient. The more one's own efficiency is recognized in belonging to a culturally polished community, the less it depends on the individual, not only in fact but also in self-image, the more unbreakable the circumstances appear to be, not changeable by reason, but set for eternity by God or a godlike scene. Where Oliver Rabe is desperately searching for his scene, although he can count on the fact that a majority will already agree with him in his rigorous willingness to deport, a scene finds it much easier. Where criticism is replaced by identity, i.e., by no means only in the gay movement, community building as a way of life takes place in sometimes derisive, sometimes openly aggressive hostility towards any form of society. What remains is the confession, which knows only the confessor himself as the addressee. Beyond us there is only the enemy, which appears either as the state, capitalism, or Germany. Concern for refugees and, increasingly rarely, for immigrants from Eastern Europe, for example, who have not fled at all, is purely a stage for separating one's own perfection and the supposedly boundless inhumanity of the situation. Even this verbally radical distinction is a lie and only underlines how important it is to be endured by a state that sponsors projects declared to be emancipatory, to discover a capitalism for itself that assigns at least 10 underpaid subcontractors and just as many free interns to a cool startup entrepreneur, and thus to serve a Germany that adorns itself with the coolest and, above all, the coolest advertised capital in the world. We all have the right to live as we are, the local branch of the Left Party in Neukölln scrawled on April 12th, and none of the 1,500 demonstrators who read the leaflet noticed anything. And yet, we definitely don't have this right and should immediately fall into the arms of anyone who demands it. We have a much greater duty to live in such a way that we never fall for the stupid idea of being satisfied with ourselves. Nothing is more foolish than to glorify your own sexual inclination, which you can only live out or suppress, as an unmistakable personal characteristic for which you demand respect. Nothing is more annoying than reinterpreting solidarity with others in the struggle for a reasonable individual goal as a culture of resistance and celebrating the setting aside of highly private desires in the respective struggle as an expression of a new attitude to life in the community. Instead, we should take the liberty of always keeping an eye on what circumstances are doing to us and what we are doing to ourselves, and in the interest of maximizing happiness and reducing shame, to fight for a higher state of the human species in both practical and theoretical terms throughout our lives. In the boastful, we have a right to live as we are. The resistor meets the slightly melancholic advocate of a dominant culture, which still cannot be defined by listing a few fundamental rights that can even be considered enforced, which is why everything else falls into the domain of Oliver Rabe and our German women. The advocate of a guiding culture will always fall back on sorting people according to the useful and the less useful, because he cannot help but hold out for a socialization. Through the exchange of goods, which had to serve as a poor, but at times relatively successful substitute for any human justification for peaceful coexistence. The curse that integration into a relatively free society only works by means of work, that in reality all civilizational achievements are still based on it, cannot be eradicated for lack of an alternative, and the revolution is not won for the time being. And yet this society has long been a little different from what the laws of usefulness or superfluousness suggest. The fundamental willingness of probably hundreds of thousands of people to join us in the coming years is not based on the confidence that the majority of them could be absorbed by the labor market. It is based on the only morally justifiable opposition to a border regime which, if rigorously imposed, would not only result in a few thousand falling victims, as happened last year. As the editor Schmidt of Die Welt rightly said, taking in these people will be expensive, and it will trigger a discussion about how this will be compatible with the social, legal, and moral status quo. We can build on this by naming what we don't want. There is Old Neukölln, which is disappearing, and Duisburg-Marxloh, which is unshakable and where no students want to move, i.e. parallel societies shaped by Islam. Their emergence, at least in Germany, is linked to the last great wave of mechanization, which in the 1980s and early 1990s almost caused the industrial sector based on unskilled labor to disappear. Only since then has Islam reconquered its power, because only since then has the fairly normal, upwardly mobile society been transformed into a collective based on family, national, and cultural constraints, which economically relies on a mixture of social assistance and precarious small-scale entrepreneurship. What we already know from the countries of origin, a moral economy of scarcity in which the most brutal who makes his own slave for himself rules unchallenged, is reproduced in the immigrant milieus of the West on the basis of undeclared work disguised as a mini-job. The one who drives his black Daimler in front of the admiring eyes of the community becomes a role model for the next generation, for whom being allowed to drive along is the highest happiness attainable. The fact that only the toughest get through and that he therefore has every right to wealth and power over others is not only immediately obvious to little Ahmed from Sonnen Alley. On April 21, 2015, Brendan O'Neill, editor of the pro-Israel online magazine Spikes, managed to glorify the boat people as tough entrepreneurial natures bent on unconditional success, whom our effeminate middle-class offspring should follow. Quote, "We should not demonize or infantilize these emigrants. We should celebrate them for exercising their autonomy under very difficult conditions by making a conscious decision to take a very risky journey to Europe. They are so desperate to get to this continent that they are willing to trek through deserts and sail across vast seas. And how do we repay them for their burning desire to join us? By criminalizing or condescending to them, by denying their yearning for citizenship in a new world, by treating them as either demons or children in need of punishment or paternalism. Enough is enough. We should not pity these immigrants. We should admire them for using cunning, grit, and perseverance to get here. They are exactly the kind of people that sluggish Europe needs more of, an antidote to our students who can't even clap without having a mental breakdown and our new generation who think it's abuse to be told, get on your bike and look for a job. Let's make the borders porous and let them in so they can try their luck in our countries and we can see how far they get. If we do that, we'll put a stop to the people trying to escape, end the dying in the Mediterranean, and, more importantly, do our bit to fulfill the expectations of people who have committed no other crime than wanting to realize their potential in our communities and cities alongside us." End quote. Against the libertarian brutalities of a Brendan O'Neill, which resembles the practice of a self-celebrating left-wing scene community in which everyone tries to outdo the other, integration programs for immigrants should be presented that are oriented towards the model of wage labor, i.e. an exit program from the moral economy, which at the same time essentially does justice to the entry into the shrinking labor market. The socialist and communist movements of a long time ago were still aware that not everything that makes a wage laborer is reduced to his or her professional skills. The wage laborer, that always dependent and panic-driven bundle of functions, was always also connected to a more general sphere that excluded, for example, gay gossip. Where Marx saw the victorious wage laborer emerging in a reconciled society, as the realizer of even older and never fulfilled promises, all that remains in an almost hopelessly anti-revolutionary time is the defensive, in which wage labor must be insisted upon for the very reason that it alone guarantees the general law. One could demand of a concerned majority society that it should make exactly what it imposes on its old established citizens part of the contract with immigrants as well. This would then really become a different society, because both sides would be required to do something that is alien to them. Some would be required to actively carry out their latent desire to leave the moral economy with considerable consequences. The other, autochthonous ones, would have to check whether their wish that people should not only not drown, but also not be sent back into misery, goes hand in hand with an idea in which we merely means. Everyone should be able to participate in the opportunities, no one, least of all the Oliver Rabes, should be allowed to undermine laboriously achieved and by no means undisputed civilizational standards. Such seemingly pragmatic demands go beyond the law, which must nevertheless be insisted upon. Someone like O'Neill also has the law on his side, namely that moralizing law whose advocates want nothing to do with the abstraction between public and private and pragmatically demand the holistic citizen, who is always equipped for the struggle for survival, which they only define differently, but always in a particularistic way. The private person and the functionary have long since actually coincided. The idea of the boundlessness of reason, i.e. of universalism, which still appears in all its contradictions in bourgeois law, cannot be absorbed into it. It will therefore be impossible to avoid thinking of reason beyond law and capital, namely against its reification in revolutionary pseudo-thinking as well as against a dominant culture whose essentials also include warning against a desexualized regulatory mechanism present in the law and its enforcement. On the other hand, the primacy of the processual in the course of society should be insisted on, even when talking about a reconciled society, against any thinking of immediacy, because liberation is inconceivable without abstraction and desealing. Oliver Rabe, who seems to be so wildly committed to the fetish of immediacy as an entrepreneur, family man and local politician, attempted his salvation in an all-German all-round attack on borderlessness, perhaps only posted his hate speech about untenable conditions in Roth online a little prematurely. A month later, a liberal journalist who is respected beyond his newspaper took over his part and ended his article published in Die Welt on May 18, 2015, which is entirely dedicated to fortifying Europe as a bulwark, with the subheading "Without control, chaos ensues." If Europe continues to allow more and more immigrants to settle in refugee slums, we will end up with conditions like those in Milan, where the train station is currently being transformed into an African tent camp during the Expo of all things. Illegal and uncontrolled immigration is not a human right, but inevitably leads to an undeclared civil war, as in Athens, where fascist gangs have long been fighting nightly street battles with African drug dealers and Arab homeless people under the watchful eyes of the police. The lesson from such situations: a Europe as a game without borders is leading the continent into chaos. End quote. The bitterly poor Greece, Italy, which is overburdened as a transit country, and Germany, which has neither of these problems. No matter. The threat of undeclared civil war is largely just a cipher for the refusal to trace the journey from Libya to southern Europe back to its origins in the misery of a growing number of countries, not just African ones. Quote, anyone who thinks this European fortress policy is cynical only has to look at the situation on the coast of Libya, where hundreds of thousands are stranded in a country ravaged by civil war, where women are raped and people's lives are being paid for in protection money because it is here on the shores of Europe that people are hoping for a potentially fatal crossing. It is only because disorderly migration via Lampedusa and Sicily has been tolerated here for years and organized by criminals that people have made their way to this hell in the first place. End quote. There is no reason to simply attribute the post-colonial misery in so many countries to the cynical West, as the anti-racist side so obnoxiously does. Worse than this view of the world, however, is a cynicism that ultimately blames the inhabitants of so many countries and scrupulously plundered by their rulers, who are as autochthonous as they are post-colonial and anti-colonial, and declares their native hell to be their fate, in which they should vegetate until their early death. No advocate of any kind of welcoming culture who reflects his moral perfection should feel vindicated by this, because such madness is only possible because a Dirk Schumer can rely on the fact that those who demand open borders would never entertain the idea that their words and actions should form the basis of general legislation. Where Schumer consigns the idea of society to a paranoid isolationist collective, they shamelessly declare themselves to be members of a different way of life, who, like Oliver Rabe or the Nasser El-Ahmad family, just want to live as they are. For months, Heinersdorf, a suburb in the north of East Berlin, has been in the spotlight because a mosque planned for construction there has met with fierce resistance from the local population. The usual anti-racist and anti-fascist initiatives are mobilizing against this civil discontent, and in doing so are giving a very dubious Muslim sect a clean bill of health in order to continue defending their dubious worldview against reality. They simply know that a Muslim can never be a Nazi, whereas they always and everywhere present the CDU as the parliamentary arm of neo-Nazism. But one thing at a time, the Muslim community planning to build the mosque calls itself Ahmadiyya. It is one of the few Muslim groups that did not succeed in bringing charges against critics using Section 166 of the German Criminal Code, StGB, even before a German regional court. In the reasons given for dropping the case against Dr. Hiltrud Schroeder, it is admitted. The defendant, who works as a pedagogical employee at the University of Frankfurt am Main, also deals with the complainant and the religious content he advocates in her academic work and has also published various writings in this context. The subject of the criminal complaint is once again the content of a thesis paper, Ahmadiyya Movement of Islam, distributed on the occasion of a lecture, as well as the book of the same name published on March 15, 2002. In the book, the defendant takes a scholarly look at the content of the religious community and, after quoting relevant passages, draws parallels to National Socialist ideas and mafia structures, among other things. As is readily apparent in the texts, the accused is concerned with a debate on the matter. End of quote. The fact that, contrary to the usual practice, an organ of the state considers it legitimate to call a Nazi organization by this name for the sake of a debate on the matter should make professional researchers in the brown zone prick up their ears. But strangely enough, even in the central organ for professional anti-fascist voyeurism, the Antifascistische Infoblatt AIB, which normally does not miss a single right-wing anecdote, not a word can be read about the character of an association about which Schroeder can report, among other things. The writings of the Ahmadiyya contain anti-Jewish stereotypes and enemy images, including the anti-Semitic construct of the Jewish race. Furthermore, derived from their own prophetic teachings, a specific devaluation of the Jew as spiritually underdeveloped. End quote. The AIB comrades also did their own research and presented the following findings. The Ahmadiyya community is considered by Islamic experts to be strictly Quranic, but peaceful and non-Islamic. It has repeatedly stated in announcements that its religious work is based on the motto love for all, hate for none. Nevertheless, the Ahmadiyya's involvement in social life in Germany also has its critics. Social scientist Hiltrud Seroder sees it as a sect that wants to impose a social order based on the Sharia model and does not provide for a separation of religion and state. However, Schroeder is also highly controversial among other social scientists. According to many of her critics, she uses no scientific elements in her writings. End of quote. It is quite remarkable that the anti-fascists on duty do not even mention one of the core statements of Schroeder's investigation, namely that the Ahmadiyya showed parallels to National Socialist ideas. What the sleuths deliberately conceal from their readers can be found directly on the Ahmadiyya community's homepage, even without consulting Hiltrud Schroeder's study. There you can read about the content with which it participates in social life in Germany. Quote, "In the eyes of God, the Jews are disobedient. They have refused or are refusing, for whatever reason, to recognize Jesus as their Messiah, and in doing so they are depriving themselves of the blessings of Allah, which He grants to those who accept His guidance. The rejection of Jesus and the Holy Prophet Muhammad undoubtedly means that they have refused or are refusing to enter another stage of religious evolution." End quote. These affectionate lines against hatred were penned by the spokesman of the Ahmadiyya in Germany, the German convert Hadiyatullah Hubish, and have fascinatingly been formulated for the purpose of refuting the accusations of anti-Semitism made against the community by Hiltrud Schroeder. When the editors of an anti-fascist information sheet suppress facts against their better judgment in the case of one party to the dispute and reinterpret and falsify them in the case of the other, which will be discussed later, in such a way that the desired picture emerges at the end, then the suspicion arises that it is no longer a question of assessing a dispute according to objective criteria, but of highly ideological measures to secure one's own anti-racist identity. As far as the AIB is concerned, one can at least be sure that every German Nazi publication is studied almost manically and archived for posterity. It can therefore be ruled out that the AIB editors have no knowledge that Hadiyatullah Hubish cooperates with neo-Nazis in his function as Ahmadiyya spokesman. This is particularly explosive because it was precisely AIB circles that established a sympathetic public exclusion criterion years ago. Anyone who cooperates with avowed Nazis or is even one himself has forfeited his right to recognize participation in social life in the FRG. Until recently, at least, one could still be sure that Antifa would make a categorical judgment in this sense in the case of open connections and cooperation with the NPD and its environment. It can therefore be no coincidence that it is neither scandalized that Hadiyatullah Hubish writes for Junge Freiheit, nor that he publishes for Leopold Stocker Verlag, which is regarded as right-wing extremist. Not a word of outrage was heard that he gave interviews to the NPD newspaper Deutsche Stimme and Hier and Jetzt, the magazine of the Young National Democrats, JN, in which the extensive agreement between a Muslim functionary, who is considered peaceful and non-Islamist, and a militant German Nazi group can be read in black and white. For example, Hubish, who is introduced as a writer and religious scholar, answers the JN newspaper's question as to how Islamic communities around the world view the Germans. Germany is loved because the values that characterize its people are loved, and for many, Hitler is still a great leader. Germans are appreciated for their proverbial virtues: reliability, punctuality, cleanliness, and willingness to make sacrifices. End of quote. Elsewhere, the Nazi newspaper expresses admiration for the upholding of Muslim honor and respect in Germany and therefore asks with concern. Many young Muslims come from patriarchal structures in which values such as willingness to make sacrifices and a sense of community are highly valued, and here they encounter the thoroughly atomized and individualistic society of the West. Aren't conflicts inevitable? End of quote. Hubish responds, the fact that, despite all the signs of moral decay and so on, family ties still have a high status among Muslims is a positive challenge for many in our country. End of quote. In view of such lines, one wonders why those who claim a monopoly on serious anti-fascist research want to cover up the fact that avowed Muslims and avowed Nazis openly declare their mutual closeness and sympathy time and time again. For example, when the editors of the JN Postil explain the motivation for the interview with Hubish as follows: how do we deal with a culture whose struggle for self-assertion is also partly our struggle? End of quote. V.S. Naipaul wrote about the Ahmadiyya's struggle for self-assertion after he had traveled to Pakistan, the country of their origin. Some were so filled with zeal for faith that they were driven out of the ranks of the faithful. This was the case with the Ahmadis. The Ahmadis considered themselves to be the purest of all Muslims. Their reverence for the Prophet had been grafted onto their reverence for Ahmad, a promised Messiah who had appeared in India in the 19th century. Ahmad's followers, the Ahmadis, claimed that their Messiah had appeared to renew a corrupt faith. In the eyes of other Muslims, this worship of the promised Messiah detracted from the finality of Muhammad's mission and therefore constituted the darkest blasphemy. Ahmad's followers had repeatedly suffered persecution, and under Bhutto's government, Pakistan's prime minister in the early 1970s, they were stripped of their Muslim status. The Ahmadis themselves understandably isolated themselves, and Muslims who did not belong to the sect did not want to know anything about it. They either pretended not to understand what I was talking about or they went into a rage. End quote. The fact that the Ahmadiyya is confronted with the most serious of all accusations in Islam, that of apostasy, does indeed make its followers into persecuted people, persecutors of Islam. This means that they have to avoid being around other Muslims, but not because they have developed in the direction of civilization in contrast to them. No, apart from their bizarre peculiarities, the Ahmadiyya are average, devout Muslims whose creeds say more about the repulsiveness of Islam in general than about the Ahmadiyya in particular. In the words of the Islam expert Peter Heine, who is considered unsuspicious in Germany, in their ritual and religious practice, the followers of the Ahmadiyya largely agree with majority Islam. End of quote. But the anti-racists see things quite differently. For example, when Wikipedia, the loudspeaker of common sense, states, the Ahmadis sharply distinguish themselves from militant fundamentalist currents of Islam and emphasize its peaceful and tolerant elements, or when Stefan Rossini, presented by the ARD program Contrast as an Islamic scholar, Free University of Berlin, explains, we are by no means dealing with a violent group here. The Ahmadiyya is described in the literature more as a peaceful group that interprets Islam as a peaceful religion, broadcast on April 13, 2006. Or when the head of the Berlin Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Claudia Schmid, explains, we do not consider the Ahmadiyya Muslim community to be extremist or violent. Berliner Morgenpost, April 23, 2006. In addition, the community, which has been based in Berlin since 1988, has never attracted attention through aggressive propaganda. The extensive internet publications of the Ahmadiyya speak a different language. Even the answer to the question, what is Islam? Found there clearly shows how much this religion, with its simultaneous appropriation of and fight against Judaism and Christianity, claims to be a veritable master race religion. Quote, just as we believe in all prophets, we believe that all religions had their origin in the truth. In the course of time, the truth was either forgotten or it was overlaid with human inventions. Moreover, some of these teachings were local or temporary in nature, but were later given a general character. We believe that the Holy Quran preserves and includes all these teachings of a permanent nature. End quote. These lines could simply be understood to mean that Islam considers both the Old and New Testaments to be falsified and therefore open to question, because since Spinoza at the latest, the followers of the other book religions have gradually come to realize that the Holy Scriptures were written by humans. In contrast, almost every Muslim is convinced that Muhammad is nothing more than the vessel, Anne-Marie Schimmel, for God's word, and that all truth is therefore directly identical with religious revelation. The fact that there is no room for autonomy and thus individuation between this and human beings is what makes this religion so particularly repugnant. One could therefore know that this claim to omnipotence, which is derived from the Quran as the ultimate absolute truth, only permits one form of tolerance: the subjugation of Jews and Christians, who, as owners of the scriptures, are at most granted the status of protected subjects. Although every Muslim assertion of tolerance of other religions is still based on this central commandment of submission, it is only reluctantly expressed openly in the European dialogue of religions. Hidayatullah Hubish is clearer on this point. Quote, "In Christianity today, we are dealing more with the teachings of Paul than with what Jesus taught and practiced. All the prominent features of Christianity today, such as the belief in the divinity of Jesus, the belief in the Trinity, the belief in original sin and the redemption from sin through the alleged sacrificial death of Jesus on the cross, have their origin not in the teachings of Jesus but in what Paul made of them. Basically, however, it can be said that Islam, by the grace of Allah, has cleared up all the spiritual diseases that had flowed into the teachings of Jesus. The most important element in refuting the belief that God has any partner or son to assist him in his rule. Islam, on the other hand, teaches that Jesus announced the Holy Prophet Muhammad and through him the work of religion was completed." End quote. All those who do not feel called to be Islamic scholars, constitutional protectors, Wikipedia or AIB authors could easily infer from these lines that here, as befits a good Muslim, someone is declaring war on the whole of Christianity, which is all the more true with regard to Judaism and its relationship to Jesus, as can be read above. The relationship to Judaism and Christianity alone illustrates how arbitrary and therefore questionable the generally accepted distinction between true and unadulterated, ergo tolerant and peaceful Islam on the one hand and intolerant Islamism calling for holy war on the other is. Based on the current definitions of Islamism, the supposedly non-Islamist Ahmadiyya would have to agree with normal Islam that it does not propagate a return to the ideal Muslim state modeled on the first decades after Muhammad's seizure of power in Medina or Mecca. Ahmadiyya and normal Islam actually agree on this issue, but in a different way than the majority of Islamic scholars and the VS would like. For the glorification of the past Muslim state is the rule and not the exception in the Muslim creed, no matter who prays it, and is therefore also part of the standard repertoire of the Ahmadiyya. Quote, "Ahmadiyyat is the revival of Islam promised by God. It presents the essence of Islam, freed from all the incrustations with which the body of Islam has been covered over the centuries, which have made it misshapen and unimpressive and which have destroyed the Muslim social order. Ahmadiyyat does not in the least abandon the fundamentals and statements of Islam, nor does it add an eye point to the principles and teachings of Islam. Ahmadiyyat only explains what has been contained in Islam from the beginning, the wisdom and beauty that has been superimposed in the past centuries or whose necessity has not yet become clear. Islam is the distilled essence of all truths. There is not a single fundamental truth that is not contained in the Holy Quran. Everyone who makes Muhammad the law of his life and behaves according to it down to the smallest detail is already experiencing God in his life here on earth." End of quote. The fact that to this day hardly anyone is prepared to seriously discuss whether Ayaan Hirsi Ali is not right to point out that Ibn Laden can refer to the Quran and Hadith with greater justification than the few at least well-intentioned Islamic reformers, throws a significant light on the level of an argument in which an Ahmadiyya can easily pass as non-Islamist. Although even when applying the usual definition in view of such lines in praise of the Sharia state, considerable doubts about its non-Islamist character would be appropriate. The role that Islam, and thus the Ahmadiyya, continues to assign to women to this day is scandalously not considered extremist or anti-constitutional in Germany, not even among Germany's anti-fascists and anti-racists, who otherwise always make a mockery of the allegedly still subordinate role of women in West German society. Quote, "The home is the normal main area of activity for women in their capacity as spouses and mothers. Due to the physical weakness and delicacy of women and their vulnerability, men have been appointed as their protectors. If the wife is constantly unruly, so that the peace and harmony of the family are threatened, the husband should admonish her. If the admonition proves ineffective, he may temporarily withdraw from the marriage bed. As a last resort, he may resort to a light chastisement. End of quote. Unfortunately, it is not only in Germany that such Ahmadiyya lines are not regarded as a criminally relevant call for domestic violence, but rather as an expression of that special Muslim peacefulness and tolerance that has brought about a very special form of liberation of women from the evil of sexism. Quite a few, including decidedly left-wing and feminist Germans, would also read this liberal content from the answer to the question, why does the Muslim woman wear a headscarf? By covering her beauty, which also lies in her hair, she wants to make it known that she does not want to flirt. She also does not want to be harassed. Covering her hair and other feminine charms usually acts as a signal to strange men, saying, here is a woman who does not want to be seduced, who refuses to give up her chastity. Her behavior usually acts like a brake on men, stopping their eyes from wandering wildly in search of sexual thrills. It often has a salutary effect when a woman covers herself, because it admonishes men who lack moral maturity to restrain themselves. The commandment of the Holy Quran to cover the hair is therefore a self-protection for the Muslim woman. It makes it clear that she does not want to be an object of desire for the man on the street and that he cannot dispose of her. End of quote. Islam and an anti-sexism that is no longer consensual even in left-wing circles meet in the certainty of recognizing the unrestrained sex offender and rapist in the man per se. In Muslim circles, the more the headscarf becomes socially acceptable, the more popular the practice of seeing women without headscarves, who are nevertheless considered Muslim, as nothing more than objects of male libido. So you would know that even in an Ahmadiyya, the female collateral damage of multicultural tolerance has names like Hatun Suruku and is up to nothing other than the introduction of Sharia law. Anyone should actually be able to interpret the absurdity of the words of Hadiyatullah Hubish, who replied to Hiltrud Schroeder's accusation that his community was a caliphate movement committed to Sharia law. As far as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat is concerned, it advocates a strict separation of religion and state. For example, the Fourth Caliphate has always emphasized that religion should not interfere in politics and politics should not interfere in religion. He repeatedly said that Sharia law should not be applied to non-Muslims. End of quote. First of all, it should be said for the benefit of all Republicans and members of civil society. Anyone who calls for Sharia law for Muslims in this country is an enemy of universal and equal law and is thus declaring civil war on all citizens of the Federal Republic, as he is calling for extraterritorial territories, for Sharia enclaves, and is thus automatically calling for a competing and very marginally fascist judiciary which automatically calls for the organs of a corresponding executive to enforce it, which is already known in its germinal form, the youth gangs. The Ahmadiyyist demand for a strict separation of religion and state also has nothing to do with a willingness to subordinate all religious matters to a secular legal system. Rather, it refers to the subordination of secular to religious authorities, i.e. the selection of believers, wards and unbelievers, an autocratic tripartite division of the world into rulers, Muslims, wards of the law, members of the other scriptural religions, and free birds, unbelievers. Against this background, one cannot blame the Interessengemeinschaft Pankow-Heinersdorfer Bürger e.V., IFAB, for raising the following questions. It would be important for us to know what the Ahmadiyyist position is on the following questions. Should Sharia replace our democratic legislation in the future? What is the Ahmadiyya community's position on party pluralism, the exercise of religious freedom, and the possibility of leaving their community? Is the equality of men and women in society as self-evident for the Ahmadiyya as it is for each of us? What is the Ahmadiyyist position on same-sex partnerships? End of quote. But those who seem to be asking such reasonable questions come from a northern corner of East Berlin, which should always give pause for thought. It would be their duty, especially in connection with a planned meeting place for unsympathetic, albeit predominantly foreign people, to dispel the suspicion that they are avowed Zonies. However, this suspicion is confirmed when one reads about Heinersdorf, which is formally just as much a part of the Pankow district as Prenzlauer Berg, in the Taz of July 28, 2006. A village wind blows in the north. Here lies Heinersdorf with its 6,000 inhabitants, where there seem to be more used car dealers than immigrants. Heinersdorf has remained a village despite the noisy arterial roads, discount stores, and used car dealers. You belong to Berlin somehow. Heinersdorf feels like a neglected district, says Kahler, the local pastor. Hence the cohesion. It has something to do with the GDR past, he says, trying to explain. East Berliners no longer want to have anything imposed on them from above. Those days are over. End of quote. For this reason, a citizens' initiative has been set up specifically to prevent the planned Ahmadiyya mosque, which explains its self-image as follows. We distance ourselves in the strongest possible terms from all right-wing extremist parties, associations, and organizations. In particular, we distance ourselves very clearly from the NPD. We are middle class, and there is no room for right-wing extremists or any other extremists in our ranks. We will not tolerate the right-wingers trying to sneak into our ranks with their campaigns. No, we are resolutely opposed to them, and we have come together precisely for this reason, so as not to leave the field to the NPD. We do not question religious freedom at all. We are in favor of immigration and integration. Nevertheless, we would like to ask why a special building in the form of a mosque should be built in Heinersdorf when there is no community of Islamic faith here, and not a single member of the Ahmadiyya community lives here? Shouldn't a house of prayer always be the center of a community? Democracy always comes from the people. End quote. This is how the deputy chairwoman of IFAB, Karen Reinke, explained her association at a special meeting of the Pankow District Council, BVV, at the beginning of May. Whenever there is a call for direct democracy in Germany, be it from the left, the right, or from a self-proclaimed middle-class center, one should be suspicious, because the intention is usually to eliminate the sovereign through collective will. In this case, however, everything points to the fact that a community of interests, the majority of which has been trained in democratic centralism and socialized by the dictatorship of the proletariat, is at work. Quote, if democracy means that, under the guise of religious freedom, the interests of 180 sect members, the official number of members of the Berlin Ahmadiyya community, are valued more highly than the will and sensitivities of over 6,000 local and therefore directly affected citizens, voters, and taxpayers, then we all have a problem together. The problem is that citizens are losing faith in democracy. IFAB press release. Where the commitment to democracy takes the form of a popular belief that is in danger of being shaken by 180 sect members, there is no reason to assume that there is a strong will to give the individual priority over the collective in order to protect the latter if necessary. While the defense of this priority would be the only correct justification for the protest against the mosque construction, the people of Heinersdorf invoke the familiar dull "we are we" mentality. It is also hardly surprising that IFAB is calling for the Ahmadiyya authorities to be persuaded to look for a building site at their current location in Reinickendorf, which is accepted by the local population. If one follows the logic of this Claude model, then IFAB, like the neighborhood wardens and neighborhood managers elsewhere, is solely concerned with the preservation of established social spaces, as they are loosely called in the jargon of Bordeaux. Accordingly, the first protest declaration states, we demand that everything be done to preserve the established social structures in the area, to ward off potential disruptions, to protect the current status of the area, and to maintain the quality of life in the surrounding residential area. End of quote. Furthermore, it is scandalized. In Pankow-Heinersdorf, not a single one of the approximately 200 Berlin Muslims who belong to the Ahmadiyya is resident, with which the Schollen Collective obviously wants to make it clear that they would welcome a green comradeship if its members were resident locally. If IFAB, instead of continuing to wish a Sharia community on the people of Reinickendorf, were to make it a scandal that the center of a Muslim community, for which racism, hatred of Jews, and the propagation of violence against women are central elements of its own self-image, has been able to exist there undisturbed for years, one could seriously consider whether they were not potential allies. Obviously, however, IFAB statements relating to the character of Islam in general and the Ahmadiyya community in particular are not much more than a means to an end, which is primarily not criticism of Islam but protection of the homeland. Hardly anything else can be said about the political lobby of IFAB, the Pankow CDU, although one could also come to the conclusion that the local group statements are far closer to anti-fascism than a relevant info sheet. For example, when a press release from the beginning of April states, the public discussion about the content of the Ahmadiyya and the references on their own website cast considerable doubt on the attitude of tolerance and acceptance towards other ways of life and religious beliefs. The Christian Democratic Union cannot ignore this. End quote. Perhaps the Pankow Christian Democrats could remind their party friends in Reinickendorf that the Christian Democratic Union can no longer ignore the years of toleration of the Ahmadiyya. Their such proximity to anti-fascism is certainly not to be expected from them. And so it is hardly surprising that only the Pankow HEIMAT speaks from the same press release. Quote, "A place of worship is the center of the respective community. Due to the lack of parishioners in the immediate and wider area, Heinersdorf seems to be an unsuitable location for the construction of a mosque, which is why the Christian Democrats are certain. The CDU Pankow stands united on the side of the Heinersdorf citizens, who have legitimate concerns and worries about the planned mosque construction." End quote. As is well known, the Brown comrades had sensed their big chance in view of the Heinersdorf protests, and they managed to achieve a respectable success. Numerous Nazis also attended a citizens' meeting organized by BW Pankow on the subject of mosque construction on March 30th, which was attended by a total of 1,700 people. As the organizers were completely overwhelmed by the crowd, the comrades succeeded in heating up the atmosphere so that the representatives of the Ahmadiyya community in particular were only able to leave under massive police protection. Just 2 days later, however, when the NPD called for a demonstration against the mosque construction, they were disillusioned. Apart from one outsider, nobody joined the 100 or so upright members of their own clientele. This outsider was, after all, the CDU district councillor and treasurer of the Pankow Nord local group, Bernhard Lisinski, but he was rewarded for his participation with a prompt expulsion from the party, which he forestalled by resigning himself. The words of CDU top candidate Frederik Glas that anyone who cooperates or demonstrates with the NPD has no place in the CDU, Berliner Morgenpost, May 5, 06, were obviously followed by action. It was correspondingly difficult for the anti-racist and anti-fascist side, from the autonomous to the left party, to maintain their favorite enemy image: a racist-fascist coalition of citizen mob, CDU, and organized neo-Nazis. How little the claim of such a coalition corresponds to reality can be seen, for example, in the lines of the raging NPD State Association on June 30th. Quote, "The Pankow-Heinersdorf Citizens Interest Group, IFAB, which is trying to lead the protests against the planned mosque construction, has now degenerated into a plaything of the CDU. In terms of content, the demonstrations against the mosque offer nothing except distancing themselves from national parties and groups." End quote. Because obviously not enough incriminating material against the CDU could be found, the Antifascistische Infoblatt was forced to vehemently accuse the CDU. Quote, "The Pankow District Association has been part of the right wing of the Berlin CDU for years. A few days before the elections, Stadtquitz, the local chairman, made headlines because of an interview he gave to the extreme right-wing weekly Junge Freiheit. A few days after the interview, the Republicans recommended that Stadtquitz join their party. Prior to this, there had been cautious criticism of the JF interview within his party, with CDU top candidate Frederik Glas calling the interview a mistake. However, the Pankow CDU's connections to the extreme right-wing camp are far more extensive. It had already become known in April that the Pankow CDU treasurer Bernhard Lisinski had joined an NPD march against the mosque. He avoided expulsion from the CDU by resigning. However, Lisinski later explained that he had only done what the party wanted him to do. At a meeting of the local parliament, Pankow CDU functionary Ulrich Eichler explained in response to a journalist's question that a synagogue would also have no place in Heinersdorf and would also meet with resistance from his district association. Finally, at an extraordinary BVV meeting on August 21, 2006, the deputy CDU parliamentary group leader Dieter Michael called a dark-skinned woman a nigger on an anti-racism poster. Of course, there is no reason to give an interview to Junge Freiheit. Of course, it cannot be that even a single CDU functionary has the idea of marching with the NPD and then presenting himself as a guilty party soldier. And actually, the comparison of a synagogue with a mosque alone should be a scandal. But the point of the accusation is extensive links between the Pankow CDU and the extreme right-wing camp. And in this respect, unlike in the Ahmadiyya case, it can only be stated that there is simply not enough material for an indictment in the name of anti-fascism. One should know that it is not least authors from the AIB environment who have for years acted as cues for those who have tried to turn the left-wing rumor of the natural proximity of the CDU and Nazis into party political profit. One of these is Stefan Liebich, who, in his function as parliamentary group leader of the Left Party in the House of Representatives, once really wanted to drive the Nazi Sow through Heinersdorf when he spread the following lies about the CDU in mid-April. The CDU is marching side by side with the NPD in opposition to the construction of a mosque by the Ahmadiyya community in Pankow-Heinersdorf. It has become clear that the CDU and its top candidate Pfluger do not shy away from the proximity of right-wing radicals and neo-Nazis, since they called for public pressure, and against the law to prevent the construction of the mosque. Now the CDU and NPD are taking to the streets together to oppose it. End of quote. You know the game, because CDU members are actually nothing more than NPD members to be anyway. If they speak out against a green Nazi center, you have to color them all the more brown. This also has the beneficial effect that the Liebiches do not even have to ask themselves how it can be that in Heinersdorf Constituency 127, where the site for the planned mosque is also located, i.e. the epicenter of resistance, the PDS was able to achieve a clear victory in the 2001 parliamentary elections with 35.2% of first votes, 41.8% of second votes, and 34.6% in the BVV elections. In other words, the Liebiches don't want to ask themselves any questions, but prefer to be elected by people who will almost certainly be the same contemporaries in 2006 as they were in 2001. One can be sure that a Liebich could at any time underwrite the analytical conclusion drawn in the AIB. The racist protest movement against the mosque in Heinersdorf is not a product of the extreme right, but comes from the center of society. End quote. It might be known that with such election statistics, this center is hardly conceivable without a particularly strong part of the PDS milieu. And so the question arises as to whether a sentence from Liebich's lie about the relationship between the CDU and the NPD should not simply be reformulated somewhat in order to get to the truth. The fact that the Heinersdorf PDS milieu does not shy away from the proximity of right-wing radicals and the CDU has become clear since calls were made from these ranks to prevent the construction of the mosque. A comparison with the election results of 2006 can prove that this thesis would be at least much more conclusive than Liebich's assertion. Of course, nobody on the left of the PDS would seriously reproach the party for its electoral clientele, which it has been cultivating for years. On the contrary, there is always open applause for the preservation of an East-zonal social character when people vote strongly left in elections. But because this is not the case for the people of Heinersdorf in 2006, it is not surprising that Antifa and Antira calls for the mosque to be built are more concerned about the image of the Ahmadiyya. Quote, racist ideas about Muslims and Islam create the image of a foreign and backward Islamic culture whose values are supposed to be incompatible with those of Western democracy. Stop the agitation against the mosque construction in Pankow for a liberated society based on solidarity. End of quote. In the worldview of anti-racists, there are simply no backward cultures. Therefore, their incompatibility with Western democracy cannot be established at all, as the terms for this are just as lacking as the will to adhere to the idea of social progress necessary for the corresponding conceptualization. Anyone who uses the term backward only ironically and therefore in quotation marks will also disapprove of any concept of progress only as progress. Incidentally, the Antiras and Antifas imagine a liberated solidar society in much the same way as the Heinersdorf allotment garden owner. Either the village clod or the autonomous scene neighborhood should be liberated from the intervention of the sovereign. In both cases, the main aim is to remain undisturbed in one's cloudy tribal consciousness. However, the anti-racist authors are unlikely to succeed in making it plausible to an IFAB member that this utopia must be fought for not against but with the Ahmadiyya, which, incidentally, speaks in favor of the Heinersdorf interest group. To see potential allies in Nazis, this accusation does not apply to IFAB or the CDU. It applies above all to those who certainly could not applaud loudly enough when they read the following in the Tagesspiegel, August 1806, in a letter from the Alt-Pankow branch of the CDU. Parallels are drawn between the Ahmadiyya community and right-wing extremist organizations. The head of the Pankow District Council, Jens Holger Kirchner, Alliance 90/Greens, commissioned the district's legal office on Thursday to check the comparison to see whether it constituted a criminal offense of incitement to hatred. End quote. If it wasn't documented in black and white, it would be hard to believe the creative actions organized by an anti-fascist united front to protect green Nazis. Another one is reported by the TASS. The SPD, PDS and Greens do not want to elect a Christian Democrat to the district office if he supports the intolerable protests against the mosque. Because, according to the justified argument of the Red Greens, the CDU has left the democratic consensus with its anti-Muslim propaganda. End of quote. In Pankow, as elsewhere in Germany, defaming the blacks as anti-democrats and turning the Green comrades into model Democrats is the most urgent concern of a predominantly left-wing cartel of functionaries who, in the interests of the smoothest possible administration of social misery, strive to nip any conflict in the bud. What an alliance of the BVV, the district office, the Protestant church community, and a network against racism, anti-Semitism, and right-wing violence, announced on the occasion of a call against an NPD demonstration is evidence of a form of political correctness that has long since left the boundary between excessive naivety and deliberate collaboration behind. Quote, especially in a situation in which society is controversially discussing the right paths to integration, it is important to create a visible meeting center for Muslims who are committed to the basic values of our Constitution. Here, Berliners of Muslim and non-Muslim faiths can come together and exchange ideas. Resentments, fears, and reservations can be overcome through immediate encounters. As in many other German cities and Berlin districts, a Muslim community in Pankow should be given the right to a religious and urban identification point through the construction of a new mosque, as is self-evident for Christians and Jews, for example. End of quote. It should be indisputable that an initiative to prevent a Green Nazi Center is neither in the right hands with a Heinersdorf interest group nor with the CDU. However, despite the lack of sympathy, both should be defended against those who, in their anti-racist alliance with a free Muslim comradeship, do not even want to have noticed that their Green-Red Alliance pro-mosque has long since become a Brown-Red Alliance. Quote, the greatest obstacle to integration is Islam, which is why one can only wish many Oriental squatters a lot of Quran resistance until the day they are repatriated. Islam binds the foreigners together into a cultural collective that completely absorbs its members and emphasizes the irrevocable cultural difference to the host country. In this way, the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad bring about a positive self-ghettoization of the believers in Europe and a renunciation of mixed marriages with unbelievers. In this way, Islam makes an important contribution to the ethno-biological preservation of the Germans. As long as the foreigners cannot be expelled because of the political situation, their Islamic identity and religious community must remain intact so that there is no cultural uniformity and mixing of peoples. End of quote. The mosque advocate who is speaking out here is Jürgen W. Gonsell, chief theoretician of the NPD, in whose party organ Deutsche Stimme, in which Hadiatullah Hubish also likes to express himself, these lines were published. To speak out against any mosque construction, whether in Heiners or Reinickendorf, whether in Kreuzberg or Duisburg-Marxloh, would therefore mean not playing the useful idiot for either the Gansells or the Hubisches. It would mean deciding against the ethno-biological preservation of the Germans and in favor of an irreversible mixing of peoples. In other words, if Ayaan Hirsi Ali knows about the supporters of the Belgian Vlaamsblok that they are no better than the radical Muslims, then word should have slowly but surely spread the other way round that Muslims who are considered peace-loving and non-Islamist in this country are generally no better than the NPD. In the immediate run-up to the NSU trial, the managing director of the Turkish daily newspaper Sabah filed a complaint with the Federal Constitutional Court against the court's decision to allocate the 50 press seats in the auditorium according to the order of the applications. He obtained an interim injunction ordering that an appropriate number of seats be allocated to representatives of foreign media with a particular connection to the victims of the alleged crimes. Manfred Gotzel, presiding judge of the State Security Senate at the Munich Higher Regional Court, had correctly identified the problem when he explained why he did not want to allocate access quotas for the coveted spectator seats. Quote, this resulted in such a multitude of different reference points and criteria for the distribution of media seats and a determination of certain media quotas that I did not feel able to make appropriate distinctions. That is why I decided to treat all media equally. End quote. In contrast, Turkish media representatives in particular, and subsequently their German supporters from the media and politics, demanded that the Turkish press should be given preferential treatment. In the course of the dispute over the allocation of space, Turkish newspapers of all stripes and in particular Turkish politicians expressed their willingness to be measured according to the Turkish LFAZ. This includes the official offense taken by all Western countries when their own wishes are not fulfilled. Milliyet spoke of an embargo, March 27, 2013, and Hurriyet ran the headline Turkish press not welcome, March 27, 2013. Such feelings of offense are followed by the sweeping accusation that the Germans, from the Nazi to the judge, have agreed to terrorize their compatriots. The newspaper Today's Zaman, for example, claimed that the court's actions showed a protective attitude towards racists and right-wing extremist groups. The cries of warning are overshadowed by the defiant unity of all those who have been humiliated and insulted. In the Sabah, the Turkish Minister for EU Affairs, Ejman Bagi, assured all press organs, Turkey stands behind you. At the same time, the offended and professionally alarmed Turkish community had the support of the German media, which took a decidedly anti-fascist and anti-racist stand, in other words, the majority. The TAZ headline was shriller than others, but the message was consensual. Press Tribune remains a Turk-free zone. TAZ. March 27, 13. The press officer of the Alliance Against Nazi Terror and Racism attributed qualities to newspapers like HEIMAT, of all things, that had not previously been seen from this and some even less scrupulous tabloids of the obligatory Turkish national chauvinism. Quote, "The court's seating arrangement is evidence of tremendous insensitivity. Apparently, the political, social, and international dimensions of the trial are being completely ignored. One would expect critical reporting from the Turkish and Greek press, which could be particularly sensitive to racist structures within the investigation." End of quote. How he came to the conclusion that critical reporting could be expected from the Turkish press, of all places, which is decidedly racist towards Armenians, Kurds, the Christian minorities, and the few Jews still living in Turkey, i.e., which assumes the superiority of a Turkish race, remains his secret, as does the assertion that this press could be sensitized to racist structures. The succinct reference to the victim's Turkish descent was enough to end up favoring the Turkish media. In this way, not only were all German Turks denied the ability to speak German and to follow the NSU proceedings in German if they were interested. Even worse, the representatives of official Turkishness, supplemented by its German offshoots such as Kenan Khalid's Turkish community, were declared to be the representatives of German Turks by virtue of their origin. As if Sarrazin was right with his insinuations that German Turks in toto refused to learn German, no one among the journalists with Turkish names who were brought in for such cases rejected the claim that they could not speak German, and that it was true of the majority of German Turks. Nor did they point out that the majority of Turkish media representatives, who are posted from the newspaper stronghold of Istanbul as correspondents, often only have a rudimentary knowledge of German and are often only posted for a short time. Instead, the blog from the TAZ about the TAZ reported that they were thinking about bringing the truth from the Munich court to the masses who do not speak German, in their autochthonous national language. Quote, "It is still unclear whether Turkish language media can report reliably on this important trial, even though 8 of the 10 murder victims of the NSU had Turkish roots. The TAZ has therefore decided to report on the court proceedings not only in German, but also in Turkish. Our texts will be translated as quickly as possible and then appear on taz.de. End of quote. One does not want to imagine what happens when journalists of Turkish background, who live in the 3rd or 4th generation in Germany and speak better German than Turkish, but in the end do not know either language properly, want to teach some Turks of a certain background religious certainties in fake Turkish. But do those employees of TAZ, who always show their Turkish ID card when the multicultural need for representation is to be served by quota, even have to know Turkish to pass as quota Turks? And who will have to do this thankless job and write in Turkish for an audience that no longer knows Turkish? The anti-German editor Deniz Yücel? The headscarf-wearing brat and self-confessed Muslim feminist Kubra Gümüşay? The whining Turkish woman Çiğdem Ekyol? Or perhaps the cunningly skeptical Mili Kiak? Whether TAZ will be able to report on the NSU trial in Turkish as reliably as Sabah, for example, cannot be conclusively determined at this point in time. However, one thing is already clear: Turkish language media will certainly not report reliably, that is, with a commitment to providing information, because their self-image of providing flanking protection for Turkishness in Germany has been proven time and again in the past. Noisy scaremongering, the denunciation of assimilated German Turks, denial of the Armenian genocide, these are the credentials that the editors of Hurriyet's European desk, for example, have had to offer on the intercultural labor market since March 1, 2013. The management closed its European editorial office in Morfelden-Waldorf near Frankfurt am Main at the end of February. For years, sales figures had been falling. Some of its readers were lost to competing newspapers, and it was not particularly popular with the younger generation of German Turks, although it tried to score points with this target group as the Turkish-language daily newspaper with the highest circulation by offering regular sports reports in German. That means that younger German Turks no longer read Turkish-language media. Those days are definitely over. Regular surveys on the media behavior of people in Germany who are or claim to be Turkish-speaking show that, especially in recent years, fewer than 4% of German Turks use exclusively Turkish media. These are mostly first-generation immigrants and imported brides who have little or no knowledge of German. The vast majority of German Turks use the familiar German language media and trust them more than the Turkish language media when it comes to daily news. Behind this is a twofold problem of understanding. Fewer and fewer are able to speak Turkish sufficiently, and fewer are willing to be used by the abstruse propaganda of the media of an imposed homeland, whose everyday culture only alienates them. The trade union Verdi, which had proclaimed the rescue of HEIMAT in a press release, sees all this quite differently. Quote, "There is a great need, especially among younger readers with a Turkish background, for reporting from a German-Turkish perspective. This can only be achieved by an editorial team in Germany." End quote. Sevda Badaroglu, on the other hand, managing director of Dogan Media International GmbH, which publishes HEIMAT, had to reject Verdi's anti-racist fairy tale because she was on the other side of a labor dispute, and for once she told the truth to the FAZ. Quote, "More than other newspapers, Turkish newspapers in Germany are affected by Turkish youths because of the language barrier and because they are more interested in Germany than in Turkey." Unquote. The guardians of Turkishness are well informed about these language barriers, but they are not allowed to admit it and have to emphasize at every opportunity how attached the diaspora Turk is to his language. This is reminiscent of public campaigns for the Turkification of the population in the young republic, which propagated the unity of language and nation under the slogan, "Compatriots, speak Turkish." The founding of the Republic of Turkey in 1923 was followed by a comprehensive cultural revolution within a few years. In addition to the abolition of the caliphate, the closure of the madrasas, the banning of Sharia law, and the introduction of secular law, it was above all the introduction of the Latin script, called New Turkish Letters in official documents, on November 1, 1928, that led to a turning away from the Ottoman past. In just a few years, not only was a broad literacy of the population achieved in the specially established Millet Mektepleri, but also the implementation of the doctrine of the nationalization of language and writing, as Kemal Ataturk proclaimed in 1924, ostensibly against Islamic tradition. Gentlemen, there are more than 300 million Muslims on earth, and these are educated by fathers, mothers, and hachas and adopt the morals of these people. But it is unfortunately true that this mass of millions of people are in captivity of the oppressive chains of these and those. The education and morals that are imparted to them have not enabled them and continue to do so to break these chains, because the goal of their education is not a national one. If national education is the primary objective, then the necessity of nationalizing their language, their style, indeed their entire means of expression, is self-evident. End of quote. The introduction of the Latin script was therefore about much more than just turning away from the Ottoman Islamic past. Admittedly, the Kemalist nationalism differs from the Young Turks' Tyrannism in that it rejected pan-Turkic chauvinism and presented itself as anti-imperialist on the basis of the Ottoman defeat and the victory in the War of Independence. However, a concession to pan-Turkism can already be seen from the fact that the introduction of the Latin script in Turkey was also a reaction to the Turkologists Congress in the spring of 1926 in Baku, Azerbaijan, where the community of Turkic languages had decided on the unified Turkish alphabet after several other Turkic peoples had already begun the Latinization of their scripts in 1924. Since then, the Turkish language has been used to pursue political goals, to unify the nation internally and to assert zones of interest externally. Since the language reform, strict Kemalist nationalists have been aware of the unity of language and nation. Turkish is the language of the Turks. No other language comes into question, and any other language spoken in the Turkish Republic or by Turks can only be an expression of separatism and a turning away from Turkishness. This explains why German Turks are ridiculed in Turkey as Almanseiler, Germanic people, because of their broken Turkish. It also explains why the ban on the Kurdish language has only been relaxed since 1991. The current vociferous demands by the Turkish government and its lobbyists for Turkish high schools in Germany and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's exhortations to German Turks not to unlearn the Turkish language make it clear that Turkish media and politicians were and are not concerned with reliable reporting, but with the authoritarian foundation of a Volksgemeinschaft. When the first generation of so-called guest workers came to Germany in the 1960s, German and Turkish officials assumed that they would return within a few years. The guest workers themselves also wanted to earn money quickly, put it aside, and return to Turkey. The misery of today's integration policy began in those years. Turkish society had experience of migration, and no one could claim not to know what effects it could have. To this day, Internal migration to Istanbul and other major cities in the west of the country is still in full swing in Turkey. Even today, the rural exodus and the unequal development of urban and rural areas still expose internal migrants to the notorious culture shock. It was the Turkish writer Reşat Nuri Güntekin who, as early as 1939, highlighted the experience of the rural exodus to Istanbul and the conflict between Anatolian tradition and Western modernity in his novel Yaprak Dökümü, using the example of a middle-class family. Max Frisch, still ashamed and at pains, stated, "We called for workers and people came. For those individual people who arrived in Germany, migration initially meant the conscientious control of the workforce by German doctors. The examinations of the workers did not include the determination of German language skills, because not sufficient knowledge of German but efficiency and physical robustness were required. These experiences, which were not infrequently humiliating, were joined by the often heavy physical labor and sometimes hazardous work. The labor migration led not necessarily, but understandably, to the identification of exhausting and often dull wage labor with Germany and the Germans. The unpleasant experiences with anti-Turkish sentiment increased the uncertainty of the first generation as to whether Germany could actually become a new home. The recruitment stop in 1973 under the government of Helmut Schmidt, SPD, was intended to stop the increase in guest workers, but they were still allowed to bring their families who had been left behind to join them. 10 years later, on November 28, 1983, the Bundestag passed the law to promote the willingness of foreigners to return, in order to increase the willingness to return through financial incentives. But only a few took advantage of the return money. The guest workers had long since become immigrants and began to settle into their new home in Germany. It would take another 20 years before this reality of an immigration society was acknowledged, despite better knowledge. The lost time enabled the Turkish club system to secure its long-standing monopoly because the German state was reluctant to take care of the concerns of immigrants. The external support was even convenient for it. The Turkish Islamic Union for Religious Affairs, DİTİB, founded in 1984, created the first structures for the preservation of Turkishness. Mosques, tea houses, and Turkish cultural centers provided the few social venues for the immigrant Turks. At the same time, the host society offered little. The immigrant Turks and their families had reasons to remain Turkish that went beyond the strengthening Turkish identity. The Germans felt the same way, and the parallel society emerged almost completely unobserved. Ideologues of the profession can be recognized by the fact that they only draw from the pool of their prefabricated phrases and always sell their well-known opinions as new ones in the tone of personal consternation. Their political judgment is always particularistic, never universal. Their jargon of ideological accusation is hypocritical, never sincere, and their gestures of consternation instrumentalize the suffering of those people for whose advocates they claim to be. Their program is the self-ethnicized authenticity with which they peddle in politics and the media. This applies to migrant self-organization as well as to the foreign offices of the media of the old homeland, but also to the state-subsidized anti-racist initiatives in the New Germany. For example, the Turkish Association of Berlin-Brandenburg offers an anti-discrimination network. A good thing, it would seem. However, this organized Turkishness is only on the scene when injustice is being done to Turks, and never when its own clientele is the cause of injustice. After all, the goal is higher. The construction of a community of victims takes precedence. Vigilant Turkishness, therefore, never misses an opportunity to stir up fear and panic among German Turks. For example, the Turkish media have been conducting a smear campaign for several months now, which is extremely concerned about the fate of German Turkish foster children. For 1,000 foster children are threatened with cultural assimilation if they remain in the care of homosexual couples or Christian families and are thus alienated from Turkish culture. Ayhan Sefer Ustin, chairman of the Human Rights Commission of the Turkish Parliament, argues as follows: "We do not condemn this culture, but the child was given to a foreign culture, to a lesbian family. Even if a child were taken away for the right reasons, he or she should be placed in a family that is closer to their own culture." End quote. The fact that the German state also intervenes on behalf of its citizens with a Turkish migration background, when it takes children affected by violence and neglect out of their families, thus standing up for their rights, has sent the hitherto pampered Turkish community into a panic, because this endangers its otherwise unchallenged monopoly. In this context, Scandalizations have long since become routine. The strategy of maximum outrage and indignation has always been successful in getting German anti-racists with a guilty conscience to make concessions and win them as allies. After all, who is left cold when people die of smoke inhalation or lose their loved ones in a fire that starts at night while they are sleeping in their home, which they believe to be safe? Every year, more than 600 people die in over 200,000 house fires in Germany. Sometimes these are also homes occupied by German Turks. In spring 2013, for example, 2 apartments in Backnang and Cologne were occupied by people with Turkish backgrounds. Committed professional Turks like Kenan Khalid know from the outset who is solely responsible for such fires. When asked by the Kölner Stadtanzeiger, KSTA, whether the Turkish community is not overreacting, Khalid triumphantly replies, "What does overreacting mean? We have had to accept so many racist murders since 1990. The whole of society should be concerned. I think this reaction is completely normal. It has nothing to do with oversensitivity." Many now remember the words of the then Federal Minister of the Interior, Otto Schiele, after the attack in Cologne's Kupstrasse. He said right away that it was not a racist attack. These are experiences that people take with them. It was covered up for years. There is no longer any trust in the German security authorities in the Turkish community. KSTA asks, "What do you expect?" Khalid answers, "So far, the security authorities have excluded a right-wing radical background to such events right from the start. We should do as they do in England. There, they automatically assume a racist attack and then see if something else is behind it. With us, it's the other way around. We first play it down." KSTA asks, "But there is also a fundamental problem beyond the attacks." Khalid answers, "Right, this has increased dramatically in recent years. This is the result of the populism of some book authors. We have not recognized the problem of racism. We have not even mentioned the word. Politicians would therefore be well advised to show some positive gestures. For example, I wrote to the Chancellor and suggested, let's go together to Backnang, where a woman of Turkish origin and her 7 children were killed, and talk to the families there. She refused. It would have been a good sign from a human perspective, even if it wasn't a racist attack. This must come from the highest level. Politicians still have not understood that." End of quote. As if it were not bad enough when a person experiences racism or xenophobia, the professional ethno-warrior has to go back and make individual acts into a fundamental problem for all German Turks, which he then presents as his community. The Turkish ambassador Hüseyin Avni Karslioglu also takes this line in an interview with Spiegel magazine. Spiegel asks, "The cause of the fire has not yet been determined, but fears were immediately expressed in the Turkish press that it could be an attack like the one in Solingen. Where does this mistrust come from?" Karslioglu answers, "From past experiences. From hundreds of everyday discriminatory experiences, xenophobic remarks, property damage. I know from conversations that after the arson attacks in Malm and Solingen, and especially after the series of murders by the racist terrorist group NSU, a collective trauma arose among people of Turkish origin in Germany, a perceived sense of insecurity." Quote, "From the perceived insecurity, a rather pathological and mostly caused by targeted agitation state, which must have nothing to do with the real security situation, it is not far to the collective trauma. That is the key word, with the psychotherapist Ali Kemal gun pedals. Although he has at least an idea that traumas are tied to specific experiences of individuals, but this context disappears completely with him." Quote, Spiegel Online asks, "What do the experiences with the actions of the NSU mean for migrants in Germany?" Gunn answers, "Consciously or unconsciously, a psychologic could solidify among migrants, such as, the target of these attacks and murders were people from Turkey. I also come from Turkey, the same could happen to me. I am not safe in Germany. This makes the people concerned feel insecure and instills fear and mistrust. Under certain circumstances, this can lead to emotional dullness, irritability, and indifference towards the majority society. Of course, one could describe the reactions of the Turkish side as oversensitive, but these are precisely a sign of a collective trauma, not in the pathological sense, but due to experiences in the past." End quote. The dissolution of the individual in the collective and the insinuation that migrants tend towards the psychologic cited above is, of course, a blatant lie. Just as there is no such thing as a collective memory or a collective unconscious, there is no such thing as a collective trauma. Collectives can neither think nor repress and certainly cannot experience trauma. The emphasis on such categories only contributes to a sense of community and reveals a completely false understanding of the individual. The categories of memory, unconscious, and trauma are entirely those of the subject and cannot be applied to collectives. Freud always understood mass psychology as the psychology of the individual in the mass and not as the psychology of the mass. Therefore, the need for identification with the collective requires explanation, not its absence. But that is not what ideologues are concerned with. They want to obscure the fact that, for example, the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire since 1913 by no means felt, but had to take note of the fact through more and more frightening atrocities, that they were to be collectively disenfranchised, expropriated, and murdered. The majority of survivors were traumatized, each for themselves and mostly very alone with it. The differences between the laicist Kemalist and the Islamic Kemalist elite in Turkey are also reflected in the Turkish associations in Germany. While the Ditib is embroiled in an internal power struggle between supporters of Islamist isolation and advocates of partial integration, the Turkish community in Germany, TGD, is wholly committed to secular Kemalism and therefore does not serve as an unofficial spokesperson for the AKP in Germany. Although when it comes to Turkishness, the two are not that far apart. Officially, the Union of European Turkish Democrats, UETD, which has also organized Erdogan's previous major events in Germany, represents Ankara's interests in Germany. The UETD is supported by the 300-strong Yurtdasai Tukler ve Akraba Topluluklar Baskanligi, Office for Turks Abroad, which is based in Ankara and was founded in 2010. The stated goal of this office is to preserve the identity of the Turks worldwide. In the words of Bozdag, it sounds like this: "Our goal is to be there where there is a fellow citizen, a relative, and a person of our race. We want to take care of their concerns and work day and night to find a solution." End of quote. Organized Turkishness is rightly concerned about the future of German Turks. In the past 5 years, the daily efforts for integration in kindergartens, schools, associations, and integration courses have been quite successful. This opens up the chance for more and more ambitious young people to achieve more than their parents' generation. The line between integration and assimilation is more blurred than anti-racist cultural protectors and guardians of Turkishness can admit. For them, saving every cultural identity is more important than emancipation and thus the self-liberation of each individual from particularism. While Sevda Badaroglu vaguely acknowledges the assimilation, which cannot be blamed on them, of a great many young German Turks as different behavior patterns, professional Turks speak openly and always angrily of assimilation as the loss of Turkish identity. Hasan Ozdogan is one of these staunchly nationalist professional Turks. He shared his concerns with the Turkish language Daily Sabah. Turkish youths in Germany are growing up in the midst of German culture. Only their families offer them the chance to get to know Turkish culture. We have conveyed our wish for more cultural initiatives to the Prime Minister. He has responded positively to our request. End quote. Although integration policy still often leads to a working world consisting of ethnic enclaves, more and more German Turks are entering the primary labor market to pursue careers far removed from ethnic enclaves. For them, this also means avoiding the market for cultural mediation and intercultural activities. This results in the adoption of new cultural and social techniques and thus a distancing from Turkishness. More and more young German Turks see Germany as the center of their lives. The Turkish-German propaganda offensive hinders this development, but cannot stop it. Contact with the earth, with living things, causes a comprehensive rooting process. This is the case, on the one hand, for those who have lost everything, but also for all other people who suffer from the dismemberment and alienation of urban life, write the organizers of the so-called intercultural gardens, which were created in 2004 in the courtyard of the Oberstdefensenzentrum Handel at Rangelstrasse 98 in Berlin-Kreuzberg. According to the homepage of the Interculture Foundation, such gardens are fruitful projects of intercultural practice and make a significant contribution to the integration of migrants, who are known to be particularly affected by the problem of uprootedness. The reasons for the great success in integration, that the Kreuzberg and other intercultural gardens can allegedly demonstrate are, in the opinion of the intercultural founders, primarily to be found in their specific positioning in a space that connects the society of origin and the host society and guarantees biographical continuity. The gardens, some of which are self-initiated and self-managed, in many respects form a, by no means to be confused with a one-way street passage or a transition that is formed through their own practice between the social practice in the country of origin and in the host country. End of quote. Sem Ozdemir, the Greens, Maria Boehmer, CDU, and the many other supporters of the gardens see it exactly the same way. Those who get involved on the ground are people who want to shed their consumerism and actively and independently stand up for their own interests and opportunities, and for whom the empowerment of the individual is entirely in the name of the common good. The gardens are an interface between art, culture, and social issues, because on the one hand, processes of preservation and demarcation of their own cultural identity can be observed among the actors involved. And on the other hand, this goes hand in hand with a reflective localization of this own cultural position in an intercultural map. The fact that they are allowed to preserve their own history and their own dignity, without having to claim it in a defensive pose, gives immigrants the opportunity to make an active contribution to society and to formulate and implement their own life and success goals. End of quote. The intercultural gardens are also recognized by the Berlin Senate as a contribution to integration, because they offer migrant women in particular the opportunity to retain their dignity through hard physical labor that already aged their grandmothers early. Biographical continuity, that's what it is. It is not surprising that this ecologically oriented occupational therapy for unemployed immigrants yields no further benefits for the immigrants apart from garden produce and the German course. In any case, working on the garden project does not make it any easier for them to enter the labor market, unless they are interested in jobs in agriculture. Those who recommend such a project do not understand integration as equal opportunity, and do not aim at building an independent existence beyond the immediate state dependency for migrants. The Senate's recently published integration concept, Promoting Diversity, Strengthening Cohesion, does indeed view employment in the primary labor market as a central element of integration. However, anyone who takes a closer look at the 100-page document will quickly see that here, too, the focus is on nothing other than rooting for free. In projects aimed at immigrants, the goal is not to integrate participants into the primary labor market, as can be seen from the model project Professional Qualification for Immigrants under the responsibility of the Berlin Senator for Labor and Social Affairs, Heidi Nakewerner. The left, although 80% of the participants stated working as the most important goal of the measure, the project only brought 5 of 59 participants into work. The TAS praised this almost completely failed project as not so bad, because after all, integration into the primary labor market was not the primary goal of the project, but something else. In this context, the target group of migrants in labor market policy concepts is to be considered, which aim to prevent low-skilled migrants from slipping into irregular employment, occupational therapy instead of illegal employment and organized crime. In this context, it makes sense that the Senate's concept recommends that those who have no prospect of obtaining a professional qualification despite remedial courses should work as language mediators, €1 interpreters, or integration pilots, €1 social workers, in addition to weeding in intercultural gardens. As such employees, they share the lack of prospects of the clientele they are supposed to take care of, and at best they can later use the skills acquired in this way on a voluntary basis as multipliers within their communities. But not even for €1 an hour. But what does the integration concept offer to the young people, most of whom were born here, who can no longer be treated the way their grandparents were, but who, given the existing labor market regulations, only have access to the parental diner? Access to a quickly invented additional labor market, in which jobs are offered exclusively by or for migrants, and for which their supposed special intercultural competence qualifies them. In this employment niche, which is to be opened up for immigrants in the future, a few hundred positions will be offered in public service, in the social, labor, or residence registration office, positions in which the employed immigrants, with their culturally sensitive skills, will mediate between the authorities and the applicants, thus helping to prevent the ethnicization of social conflicts. For the somewhat more creative people with a university degree, who, as is well known, make up only a small number of the socially conspicuous part of the migrant population, the Senate would also like to promote employment in the publicly subsidized cultural sector in order to accelerate the transfer of migrant cultures into the public urban society. Those who are not talented at selling themselves as representatives of their culture, that is, the majority of Turkish or Arab secondary modern school graduates, are advised by Berlin's Integration Commissioner, Gunter Pining, to enter the ethnic economy. Not only can the low-skilled learn more about their culture, e.g. by selling doner kebabs or African prepaid cards, or by blow-drying hair in gender-segregated barbershops, above all, the state saves the money for vocational training and also does not need to question the parallel social consensus. Those who cannot find a job in the three areas mentioned can no longer be helped in the first labor market anyway, and nor can they be helped in the second, the one that reintegrates. For these unemployed people, only the third or an honest second labor market remains, which manages without the claim that those affected are employable, as the DGB puts it, in line with the Black-Red Coalition and the Greens. Public studies and program reports show that the employment rate of migrants has been steadily declining for decades, and that this development is not exactly beneficial for integration. However, the postmodern glorification of the parallel societies of immigrants, together with their completely disconnected economies, as hybrid markets is directed against those who still have the most potential to escape their plight, some female descendants of migrant families. Quote, "On the one hand, a generation of self-confident women is emerging who perceive the different cultural contexts in which they operate as enriching and openly embrace them. Many of these young women are more successful in school and training than young male migrants. They often come from stable and intact family backgrounds and want to work themselves. Despite this positive development in recent years, for many women, on the other hand, close family ties mean considerable restriction. More than a few experience oppression and violence at home." End of quote. According to its concept, promoting diversity, strengthening cohesion, the Berlin Senate sees a need for action in this area of tension between educational success and new self-confidence on the one hand and the obstruction of the right to self-determination and experiences of violence by female migrants on the other. The fact that a family in which oppression and violence are used to resolve conflicts can hardly be described as stable and intact is not mentioned out of respect for the poet. It is all too easy to avoid the criticism that integration policy is increasingly promoting tradition, culture, and religion, and thus segregation. At a conference of the Green Party, the Cologne psychologist Mark Turkesidis, who for years provided the ideological support for multiculturalism, parried the accusation of segregation by blaming the failure of integration, as usual, on the alleged eternal racist from the Christian Democratic Union, CDU, and complained in a pseudo-critical manner, "The economy has never played a role in multiculturalism, because the representatives of the 1980s simply assumed that the labor market was colorblind." Taz, June 26, 07. In fact, for the trade unions, for example, foreign workers were considered colleagues who were included in collective bargaining and subject to the same laws, despite competitive pressure. Despite latent xenophobia in their own ranks, the issue of foreigners was discussed as part of a colorblind social issue. Books such as Gunter Wallraffsgan's Unten, i.e. Way Down, which denounces the humiliation and exploitation of Ali as a quasi-slave rather than the loss of his identity, bear witness to this perception. Yet the former guest workers and often also new German citizens often became unemployed or slid into the black economy, thus falling away from the trade unions as their clientele over the last 20 years. When a political movement was needed to demand the reintegration of former colleagues and buddies into the labor market, the trade unions wisely remained silent and handed over the potential wage suppressors to those multicultural-oriented church representatives, social workers, integration officers, and postmodern ideologues like Turkesidis, who had managed to secure a position for themselves in the bloated education and social sector that had emerged from the education reforms of the 1960s and 1970s. It is precisely these self-proclaimed migration experts who personally benefit from the displacement of migrants from the primary labor market. The first multiculturalists, whose best-known representatives are CDU and ATTAC member Heiner Geisler, and the then Green Party leader of the Frankfurt Office for Multicultural Affairs and current member of the European Parliament Daniel Cohn-Bendit, did not hesitate to refute the claim that foreigners were taking jobs away from Germans by saying that they were not in competition with them at all. Quote, "No German loses a single job to any gypsy, and no German earns a single mark less because a few thousand gypsies from Romania are now with us." Geisler in Münster Zeitung, September 20, 1990. Instead, they too contribute to the maintenance of the good old welfare state by paying their contributions. Bizarrely enough, Geisler and Cohn-Bendit were often enough berated not only from the left, but also from the right as capitalists and friends of entrepreneurs precisely because of this position. Although both referred to the United States as the motherland of all immigration countries, it was always clear to them that American conditions in Germany must be prevented. Under pressure to justify the 1992 race riots in Los Angeles, it was said that the idea of the welfare state obliged them to dispel the suspicion that German society wanted to Americanize. Quote, "Even the image of the melting pot has something crude about it. People are, according to the image, melted together into a new mass. It is not civil for a society to allow its newcomers only the path of assimilation. But the melting pot is not just a somewhat democratic model. Above all, it doesn't work. This is precisely what the history of the United States proves, right up to the immediate present. The riots in Los Angeles in the early summer of 1992 were a clear and certainly not the last sign. A society shaped by immigration undermines its foundations if it allows immigrant cultures and ethnic groups to live side by side. That is, if it renounces integration and the development of a canon of values that is binding on all." End of quote. So said Daniel Cohn-Bendit. His comrade-in-arms Heiner Geisler defines the consensus for ethnic difference and against assimilation as follows. The riots had much more to do with social than with racial or ethnic discrimination. They were social explosions. At least legally, minorities in the United States are much better off than in Germany as a result of quota regulations for the allocation of jobs and university places through the so-called affirmative action, anti-discrimination laws. The real problem in Los Angeles and other American metropolises is the lack of state initiative for the residents of ghettos in social, economic, and educational terms. End of quote. Although the nation of culture is no longer characterized by a commitment to Germanness, but rather by the tolerance of the many, the cultural border already marks the different claim to the universal law. Geisler postulates that a multicultural society is necessary because it subordinates the national, the religious, the folkish to the universal claim of the protection of human dignity, and thus to the fundamental values of freedom, solidarity, and justice. And when asked about the suspicion that Islam is fundamentally incompatible with the idea and practice of human rights, he replies, "The main difference to our view of humanity is that, as a rule, individual rights are not absolute in Islam, but are related to God, God's creation, and man's fellow creatures. For, according to Islamic belief, it is not man who is at the center of things, but God, who is the measure of all things. The invocation of responsibility before God, in the basic law of the Federal Republic of Germany, can be a bridge to the content of Muslim declarations of human rights." Geisler would never affirm this cultural difference as a ticket to social declassification, but it takes only a few mental steps to recognize it as exactly that, as a weapon in defense of one's own social privileges. The same Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who just called for a consensus of values against the rawness of the market, asserts elsewhere, "The Federal Republic is known to struggle in all areas where there is a lot to do, but the principle of collectively agreed employment would lead to extremely high costs. Just one example. The care sector. Especially here, a lot could be solved with foreigners." End of quote. It is hardly surprising, then, to hear how Barbara John CDU, the former Berlin Commissioner for Foreign Residents, who was highly praised from all sides, and who, incidentally, signed Turkesidis' inflammatory letter against Nekla Kalek, commented as early as 1992 on the rapidly increasing number of unemployed Easterners and the increase in unemployment among foreigners from 11 to 20% in 2 years. Quote, "Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, there has been a fierce competition for survival, in which older, less skilled foreign workers have fallen victim. She sees no chance of solving the problem with these first-generation foreigners," said Ms. John. "They are therefore increasingly taking advantage of the possibility created by the Senate of a bridging allowance of between 5,000 and 8,000 German marks to return home before the 6-month waiting period for the repayment of their pension contributions in Germany has expired." End quote. It is not misguided Bavarian provincials, but Turkesidis' friends in the Christian Democrats, such as John and Geisler, who are selling religion as a ticket to integration. The promotion of the ethnic economy is now revealed for what it is: a permanent state that has emerged under the laws of the market and perpetuates it, a state that represents the flip side of the consensus, which once only included the left but now encompasses the center of society, that Germany must be a country of immigration. The inclusion of immigrants in the ethnic labor market is the anti-racist answer to the well-known demand of conservatives for repatriation. The irrational mistrust of the colorblind market is what binds cultural conservatives and anti-racists together. Consequently, it is the latter cartel in particular that has led them to side with France, the country of selective regulation, where republicanism, in its emphasis on equality, has become the epitome of social injustice. Perhaps the subculture windbag Turkecidus also suspects that the French model is doomed and that it cannot function without the market. He praises the multiculturalism of the 1980s as a progressive discrimination of cultures in the divided market, as well as the contradictory mixture of state regulation, anti-discrimination law, and community affiliation as a positive qualification. However, he no longer recommends France as a role model, but Great Britain, of all countries, the country in which, according to a survey, most Europeans appreciate the Muslim next door as an honorable person, while in the same country there are the largest number of Muslims who do not return the sympathy of the islanders, but simply consider Western society and thus their neighbors to be contemptible. It is strange that Turkecidus is surprised about how conservatives also recognize that the overregulated market needs the difference of cultures or religions, because otherwise neither the welfare state for the autochthonies could be saved nor any employment provided for the excluded immigrants. If a folkish dominant culture, whose truly insurmountable border is not that of the territory but that of the welfare state, had indicated the expulsion of immigrants as the solution to the problem, then the democratic dominant culture promises intercultural tolerance, in exchange for the abandonment of social standards for the culturally different while maintaining social privileges for the majority of the state's own people. This is the ethnicization of social conflicts, which people are less willing to talk about the more people talk about it. The 2005 OECD study, The Labor Market Integration of Immigrants in Germany, provides an indication of how the social democratic green cartel could be put out of business. Although the study found that in Germany even temporary work is not suitable for integrating the unemployed into the primary labor market, since hardly any temporary work is converted into regular work after 6 months, only 5% of participants in a temporary work project and only 2% of the immigrants among them had received a regular employment contract. While in Sweden more immigrants than locals find a job through such a project, the OECD recommended that more immigrants be placed through temporary employment agencies in Germany as well. The reason for this difference, which the OECD unfortunately does not mention, is that the use of temporary employment agencies in Germany does not primarily serve to lower wages, as the left-wing populism would have it, but rather that temporary workers are used whenever a company only needs additional personnel on a temporary basis. Personnel who, in the case of regular employment, would become unemployable after 2 years. The German version of job protection is therefore the reason why temporary work is not very suitable as a means of integration into the primary labor market. While in Australia there is practically no legal protection against dismissal, in Sweden an agreement has been reached on a graduated system of job protection based on age. The German restriction, however, which only allows dismissals for operational reasons or for reasons for which the employee is responsible, the former of which requires discussion by the Works Council, does not exist there. Anyone in Germany who relies on temporary employment agencies based on good experiences in other countries is comparing apples and oranges, and is ignoring the fact that all of Germany, led by the left-wing avant-garde, guards dismissal protection like the apple of its eye, to the detriment of all those who are excluded from the labor market. In order to avoid hollowing it out, temporary employment agencies are being promoted, as Wolfgang Clement, now a former member of the board of the DIS AG Temporary Employment Agency and now chairman of the Adecco Institute, did during his time as economics minister. But the abolition of protection against dismissal is being rejected with all one's might, so that a rotation from regular employment to temporary work and back becomes virtually impossible. And when even in times of economic upturn large parts of the required labor force are obtained through temporary employment agencies, while larger companies lay off permanent staff or transfer them to subsidiaries without a collective agreement, this is no reason for the trade unions to demand the abolition or relaxation of dismissal protection. By advocating its retention, they are only defending the privileges of their own clientele and thus preventing, for example, the former foreign buddies from getting back into the boat. On top of that, their own desire for segregation is reflexively blamed on the alleged American situation. A leftist of the old Europe is incapable of considering what these flexible conditions could mean for those who are made aware of their own superfluousness in this country every day. The postmodern ideologues have always presented the connection between capitalism and racism as follows. Racism against foreigners is a continuation of colonial domination under the guise of the nation-state. Unregulated market creates racism, period. Because the socialization of value is at the same time a crisis context, archaic, i.e. based on external characteristics such as gender or skin color, privilege seeks to repeatedly displace the value form of labor as a colorblind instance. Nevertheless, collective and institutionalized racism has clearly remained the problem of the socially oriented people's states, which seek to protect the native population from foreign competition. And on the other hand, it is rather market-oriented states, especially the USA after the abolition of racial laws, that seek to prevent economic segregation. The same applies to the discussion about reducing non-wage labor costs. Anti-capitalist reflexes, taking the employer to task for having to pay almost half of the wage to Social Security insurance and at the same time criticizing him for preferring to hire a student on a €400 basis instead of creating a low-paid full-time position, prevent a discussion of whether it might not make sense to finance benefits for the sick, unemployed, and pensioners in Germany, as they are in Scandinavia, for example, by taxing the end consumer, i.e. VAT. Against this background, communitarianism of core European provenance means the welfare state-sanctioned advance allocation of risk and risk premiums to the respective social groups. Job security, Me Incorporated, labor market 1 through 3, job creation schemes, €1 jobs, and ethnic economics are the vocabulary of an anti-capitalist community in which, more than in any other European country, social background and level of education, wealth accumulation, and inheritance status are interrelated. The American dream of the dishwasher has attracted many immigrants to the United States for many decades, not because they don't know that it usually remains just a dream or because they are unaware that white America still exists, but because they know that in California or Florida you are asked what you do and what you can do and nothing more. They are not bothered there with existential monologues about how their multi-hybrid identities should be treated with respect and, on equal terms, only to be subsequently shooed through Chinatown as integration guides. While anti-discrimination laws in the United States are aimed at largely eliminating gender or skin color as risk factors, and the limitation of social assistance to a maximum of 5 years is intended to force young women, in particular, to decide on training and a career instead of preparing for a life as a mom, housewife, and permanent welfare case, the German version of the welfare state makes origin and skin color absolute, and uses these criteria to assign these people to the second and third labor markets. That is why German labor market policy is tailor-made for that group of immigrants who, in their childlessness and individualistic advancement, very rightly sense the undermining of their religion and naturally take advantage of the welfare state in order to issue a demographic challenge to the same society of unbelievers and pig-eaters by way of a welfare state-financed abundance of children. The authoritarian turning to the state, asking it to please level out inequality with local voting rights and dual citizenship. The inequality that one oneself first creates by replacing the free play of forces with the state is a prerequisite for the bad conscience of the do-gooder who would like to guarantee Ali and ICE a right to culture by constitutional mandate. Hatred of all societies that offer better opportunities, especially the United States, continues to this day to hold together Christian socialists, postmodernists, leftists, and the majority of male Muslims next door. A sample can be found in the book Argumenti am Stammtisch, 2006, published by the Federal Center, which recommends replying to the foreigners are taking our jobs away, with the following. Who is meant? The U.S.-American manager who renovates a company and thus actually takes away jobs as a foreigner? The Brazilian soccer star in a Bundesliga club who is paid millions? Or the Polish worker in the slaughterhouse who works where no German wants to go anymore? Or is it the Turkish kebab shop owner who has 2 employees? Which foreigners are it that are taking away jobs from Germans? The seamstresses in Romania who tailor for €150 to €200 gross per month? And who decides that the companies produce there? It is certainly not the Italian pizza baker next door. In this context, the question arises for the slogan maker to what extent he himself is involved in the reduction of jobs, for example, through his bargain shopping at Chibo, Aldi, and Lidl, or by acquiring plastic toys at McDonald's. End of quote. Not to imagine what happened would the protégés of those professional anti-racists at a demonstration for their equality carry the flag of the country, in which it attracts far more of those who hope for themselves and their children, to be able to lead a better life and in which a black woman who grew up under the racial laws could become foreign minister. When they see the Star-Spangled Banner, the professional anti-racists only think, as the Welt columnists Maxiner and Mearsh aptly put it, of a hellhole without a collective bargaining agreement. A little Q&A session from the allochthonous editor to the autochthonous readers. Quote, have you ever wondered why footballers who come from the youth of SV Waneikel prefer to play for the Turkish rather than the German national team? Turkish immigrants attach so much importance to keeping their old passport when naturalizing. German Turks choose their partners almost as strictly according to the principle of equal but separate as in Hollywood films. End quote. Nobody called out to the author in a letter to the editor. Yes, I have asked myself these questions and have long since found answers to them, because the behavior described is not that puzzling. And nobody let him know that he had long since seen through the authoritarian gesture in the rumbling tone, in which truths are announced that are so profound that they simply cannot be formulated by ordinary autochthonies. Instead, the editor has been empowered by the power of reverent silence to provide the only profound information on questions that have long since been answered because he claims to know about the attitude to life of the first generation of immigrant children to grow up here, to which he himself once belonged, as his name attests. Readers should torment themselves guiltily with questions such as, where would we be today if Solingen and Malm had not happened? Or if politicians had known how to react differently? And, deeply affected, accept a complete ban on criticism imposed on them by contemporary witnesses, victims of adverse circumstances. Perhaps we would have a little more normality. A normality that is also needed to talk about jihadism, violent young offenders, or honor killings. End quote. The man who decreed this silence about the reasons for Hatton Suruku's death, who not only stood up to headscarves and forced marriages, but had also broken the racial and religious principle in her choice of partner, and was therefore also unable to find protection from the murder she was threatened with, because hardly any autochthonous Germans in multicultural Berlin wanted to interfere on her and her kind's behalf against the laws of the normal Turkish domestic world in Kreuzberg, has thus sealed his membership of the collective of shitty Germans, for whom he has been working as an alibi Turk for an openly anti-racist newspaper since the summer of 2007. By no means all of Hatton's brothers watch outside the school gates to ensure that their adolescent sisters are not led astray from German normality on their way home. Others, and these are the much more dangerous ones, talk up the self-imposed apartheid of young Muslim men as the self-protective measures of an existentially threatened species, an exercise that is regularly carried out in consternation German, which sounds most beautiful in the first-person singular. The personal confession against criticism of specifically Turkish behavioral abnormalities is so easy for the Ali Turk from the Taz to write down because he only had to recycle an older text that had been lying dormant unpublished in his personal file. The Trauma of Malm, the confessional essay by former Jungle World editor Denise Yücel, published in the Taz on November 2, 2008, is the seemingly cheeky and defiant, in reality submissive application letter for recognition in a milieu notorious for its neat classification of foreigners into their respective ethnic communities. From now on, with his autobiography, Yücel also stands up for the caring forced administration of all German Turks by the multicultural cartel as a contemporary witness and accomplice, and has himself to blame for the disappointed questions of his editorial colleagues about Kasich, K and arabesque music at his birthday party. Quote, Malm and Solingen taught us that we were under threat, that we weren't wanted here, that there was an us at all. For an Abi Turk like me, to quote Feridun Zaimoglu, that was by no means a matter of course. We may not have seen ourselves as Germans, but we didn't see ourselves as Turks either, and certainly not as foreigners. Suddenly it didn't matter, because they saw us as Turks. End quote. Whoever these they were, the majority of West Germans were not in 1992. Yücel himself denies it. In Rüsselsheim, it was initially the Opel management that recognized the danger. Together with the Works Council, they placed notices of mourning and held a minute's silence during working hours. End of quote. For a leftist like Yücel, this was of course just hypocrisy on the part of dark figures who were only interested in German exports. In contrast, the Germans from the immediate neighborhood were much more sincere than the famously cynical big business and the works councils they had bought. Quote, less than 24 hours after the attack, neighbors who had never exchanged more than a few trivial words with my parents in the stairwell were standing in our apartment with flowers. Bild readers and CDU voters who were certainly in favor of abolishing the right of asylum, but who were also not concerned about German exports. Their shame was genuine, and they wanted to ask my parents for forgiveness. End quote. Many citizens of Turkish origin had similar experiences in the weeks following the arson attacks in Maln and later Zolingen. Some of them were annoyed by the solidarity expressed by neighbors or sometimes by complete strangers on the commuter train, as they wanted a normality that Opel's management was more committed to than the completely inappropriate shame and pointless requests for forgiveness from people for something they neither did nor wanted, a behavior that is ultimately coercive and obliges the Turks to be grateful to Germans who are affected in this way, and who can become very unpleasant if the foreigner does not want to pay due tribute to their flower-garnished phrases. In the spring of 2008, despite the alarmist reports in the Turkish press, which even presented two excited little girls who claimed to have seen an arsonist who did not exist, the majority of Turks living in Germany did not feel collectively endangered after the fire in Ludwigshafen, but preferred to rely on the investigations of the fire experts and, in the worst case of proven arson, which was not the case, on those of the Criminal Investigation Department rather than on rumors. The insane insinuations of the Turkish media and active Turks in Ludwigshafen that the fire department had deliberately arrived too late and had not done anything to save human lives only caught on with a minority who have known from the outset since 1992, with reference to Maln and Zolingen, that the shitty Germans, Bach or Pieselmanler, as a whole want to see the Turks burn. The confirmation of such knowledge is by no means the specialty of the professional agitators of the Turkish media, but also of the alibi Turks in the German press and politics. During his probationary period as a freelancer for the TAZ newspaper, Deniz Yücel, for example, elevated a related shameful rumor to the realm of the probable against his better judgment in 2005. Nevertheless, it is common knowledge among Turks, even the Hurriyet occasionally blurts it out, that it is usually so easy for ruins like the burnt-down house in Ludwigshafen to catch fire because their owners, including many Turks, as in Ludwigshafen, do not fulfill their maintenance obligations. But Maln and Ludwigshafen are everywhere. The Hurriyet and the German quota migrants hammer this insight into their readership at all times, before and after the crime, with or without arsonists, even if it is with reminiscences of an unpleasant time that has long since passed. When I applied for a residence permit at 16, the immigration authorities demanded a medical certificate, including a fecal sample. Apparently, I didn't simply have the right to live where I had spent my whole life. Rather, this right depended on the nature of shit. End quote. Although that seems to be reason enough for him to declare preemptive war on the feces-testing Germans, Yücel doubly reassured himself. His battle cry rang out after the Maln arson, and his key witness was a Holocaust survivor. Quote, I remember how I rejected the appeals for tolerance at the assembly convened by a helpless school administration and, quoting Ralph Giordano, called for armed self-protection. Not all immigrants approved of this idea, but hardly anyone thought it was absurd in those days. Because Maln was everywhere. End of quote. With or without Giordano as a keyword, the analogy that has been widespread since the early 1990s, yesterday the Jews, today the Turks, was already wrong then and should be the subject of self-critical reflection today, even if it takes away some of the immediacy of the first-person account. After their heroic performances in the Assembly Hall at the beginning of the 1990s, the most strident young ideologues, all of them West German, had enough leisure to devote themselves to exam preparation between the so-called pogroms of the time. Quote, When I graduated from high school the year after Zolingen, this was no longer so unusual for a Turkish working-class child. Around the same time, the young Cem Özdemir decided to go into politics. End quote. If he had any self-respect at all, he would have spared his parents, the workers, whose child he was encouraged to be by socio-biographical tricks, instead of resorting to respect and, for that reason alone, discretion. If he had had the right idea that there are indeed many Germans who only see him as a Turk, mobilized against a milieu that constantly expects anecdotes from a foreign and dazzling world from someone called Yücel, then he would have refused to provide any information about his supposedly so special origins and, as he himself states, not so unusual career. Instead of making his way into an unfriendly German world under far more adverse circumstances like his parents, which they had largely paved for him, and instead of standing his ground in a respectable but higher-paid field of work because of his school-leaving certificate and university, he chose a disreputable profession and a surname beginning with a Y and an U, have turned the pride of his working-class parents into a moderately paid opinion salesman who now believes himself to be able to provide profound information about the attitude to life of all Yildiz, Selik, Osterk, or Penarbasi, whether with or without a school-leaving certificate by virtue of his origins. Like the no longer so young Cem Özdemir in the field of politics, the mature Deniz Yücel is making a career out of the fact that word must have gotten around to the Ministry of Culture at some point that some Greeks and Turks can write reasonably error-free dictation. If, instead of introducing himself as a Turkish brat and the Frankfurt Greek brat Chrysanthus, the godfather of Café Morgenland, as a vulnerable fighter for migrant human rights. He had become a specialist editor for alternative energies at the TAS newspaper, for example, and if Özdemir, whom he admires, had become the Greens' economic policy spokesperson, at least if they hadn't made their way as journalists and politicians as expelled Turks, there really would have been a bit more of the normality that is also needed to critically address the ugly sides of the Turkish community. But someone who fulfills the Turkish quota at the TAS or the Greens can't want that. It could cost him his ideological niche and thus his job. 6 weeks before Roland Koch lost an election in Hesse, and 4 weeks before a house burned down in Ludwigshafen without a fire extinguisher and 7 Turks were killed, the atrocity committed by a Turkish and a Greek thug in Munich raised so many eyebrows that some shouted "criminal foreigners out," and others seriously allied themselves with the perpetrators against their victim. On December 20, 2007, 76-year-old retired school principal Bruno N. refused to put up with 20-year-old Serkin and 17-year-old Spiros blowing their cigarette smoke into his face at close range in the Munich subway. When he forbade this, he was first insulted by the two as a shitty German, followed as he left the train and then kicked so brutally that he suffered 2 skull fractures. The attempts by Bild and other tabloid media, together with Roland Koch, to foment an ugly campaign against foreigners, probably not just criminals, with reference to the Munich attack, collapsed with Koch's election defeat. Even before the election in Hesse, the spokespersons for the political competition were also talking about a completely different image of the enemy, one that was to prevail in the media at any rate, that of the notoriously racist German blockhead who envied others their little bit of freedom and nonconformity. 3 anti-German accounts published around the same time in January 2008, tailored to seemingly very different and yet perfectly communicating German milieux, spread a victim discourse that only the death of the seriously injured Bruno N. could have prevented. On the website of the one-person club Café Morgenland, which would never get its own hands dirty, a guide to action for subsequent perpetrators appeared in the seemingly skin-off, calling not so much on foreigners, who do not read such things, but on heaps of better Germans with and without a migration background to hate retired school principals. As with Denise Yücel, the text Serkin has no chance, draws its persuasive power from the allegedly lingering trauma of Malm, but maintains an authentic tone right from the start, which makes it far more affecting than an Abi Turk can with his excrement samples. When the grandmother and 2 little daughters of the Turkish Arslan family were burned to death in Malm by 2 young Germans, Michael Peters and Lars Christensen, at the end of November 1992, Serkin was just 5 years old. End of quote. From this, it can only follow that Serkin, who is not related to the Arslan family and never lived in Malm, hardly noticed any of this. And yet, like all other Turks living in Germany, he was a victim of Malm. Somehow Michael Peters and Lars Christensen must have continued to set things on fire from prison. He grew up in broken circumstances. His father was an alcoholic. His mother and the children were beaten until his mother separated from his father. At some point, the German state deported his father to Turkey and Serkin stayed at home. Where else could he go? He was born and grew up here, if it can be called growing up at all, being called a Kummelturk, teased at school, bullied on the street, and above all the eternal hateful looks that were hurled at him in a belittling manner. Alone among Germans, he ended up in a reformatory at the age of 11. The education lasted just 1 year. He was back on the streets. Sometimes he broke into cars, sometimes he stole something so that he could at least determine his own descent. And it went on like that. The Turkish brood, the Kanaki, who doesn't behave in our country, where there used to be no such thing. He was treated like a piece of dirt, like vermin, until he was ready. A bug that you can crush between your fingers at any time without batting an eyelid. They left him nothing. He still managed to retain some dignity, like a saving straw to keep breathing. He set boundaries that the others were not allowed to cross with their mania for annihilation, boundaries within which he came alive, and when they were violated, he fought back as proof that he still existed. This was also the case on December 20th in the Munich subway. End quote. In the 1950s, Frantz Fanon and his popularizer Jean-Paul Sartre tried to lend humanist dignity to their anti-colonial program of indiscriminate terror against all white people by claiming that the colonized thing becomes human. In 2008, Café Morgenland and, with it, a considerable part of the German intelligentsia, professed the consequence already laid down by the 2 classics and empirically confirmed after 60 years of liberation work carried out worldwide. For them, the dehumanized act of Serkin the man, of whose sympathetic sides and thus his chance of rehabilitation they want to know nothing at all, is the reason for the triumphalist conclusion that the colonized thing becomes inhuman. Café Morgenland. Sirkin and his friend Spiros felt like having a cigarette after enjoying a beer together. A 76-year-old man then tried to discipline them by telling them to put out their cigarettes. This retired teacher, even a former principal from the H generation with J at the end, was not only furious at the failure to comply with German order and the violation of the rules of public hygiene, but also felt completely in the right in view of the new achievements of the German people's and merchants' soul. Just the kind of people you can't hurt except with a knife. End of quote. The lofty goal of respecting Sirkin's dignity is also an excuse in the middle of society for an undoubtedly inexcusable act. About Bruno N., who was only saved from being a nursing case for the rest of his life by his robust health and generalizing about his generation, was the subject of musings by the head of the feuilleton in his internet video column on 13.108. Jens Jessen, head of the feuilleton section of Die Zeit, mused, "One wonders whether this pensioner, who forbade himself to smoke in the Munich subway and thus triggered an undoubtedly inexcusable act, can surely only be seen in the chain of an infinite mass of coercion, stupid admonitions and harassment that foreigners, especially young people, have to suffer here all the time." End of quote. Bruno N. The perpetrator says, "On the other hand, I would actually like to ask whether there aren't too many know-it-all German pensioners who make life hell for foreigners here and many other Germans too. In other words, I don't think German society has such a problem with foreign criminality, but with domestic intolerance." End of quote. Bruno N. The social character says, "Ultimately, the German Philistine, to use the bad word, shows his horrible face everywhere." End quote. Couldn't we say that a little more clearly and instead of an inexcusable act, talk about a regrettable derailment? You can, and someone whose parents are neither workers nor foreigners took the plunge in the paper, whose alibi Turk knows that he and his kind are not wanted here, which is why anyone who is not of foreign blood should keep quiet about jihadism, juvenile delinquency and honor killings. Up and down the country, the educated middle-class feuilleton, not to mention bourgeois politics and the right-wing populist tabloids, are getting worked up about two smoking thugs with an immigrant background who insulted a retired principal as a shitty German. I can't really think of a more apt description for such a Bavarian person of respect. And the fact that they beat him up is an unfortunate lapse, but firstly, they've kicked all smokers out of their souls, who are now constantly being pissed off by self-appointed smoking ban watchdogs. And secondly, conversely, foreign-looking young people are constantly being insulted by core Germans as shitty foreigners, even beaten up, set on fire, put up against the wall by post-fascist police officers or treated badly in other ways. End of quote. This anti-German confession, which, as will be shown, turned out to be quintessentially German, by the last Kreuzberg Bohemian and Kosur, Helmut Hoge, appeared in the Normalzeit section of the Taz of January 18, 08 and bore a motto that Bruno N. must have been particularly pleased about. At the right time, blows dealt/create trust, fear and love, old German motto. Nobody knows anything about Bruno N. but they think they know him. Everyone knows quite well that young men are growing up in the parallel societies shaped by Islam, more and more of whom are going on hostilities against shitty Germans for pleasure, as Frank Schirmacher rightly noted in the Faz of January 15, directed against Jessen. But the Jessens and Hoges, unimpressed, see only those humiliated and insulted by German Philistines acting in self-defense. In doing so, they cast themselves in the role of the courageous and nonconformist who spoke uncomfortable truths, knowing from the outset that those who mock the Philistines with strong words will always find themselves on the safe side in Germany. In Germany, members of the aristocratic caste originally derided the citizens of the free imperial cities as Philistines, who, armed only with a spear, more effective weapons were reserved for the nobility, looked after their own and public safety at night, but otherwise pursued a respectable breadwinning profession. From the 17th century onwards, the accusation of earning one's living from one's own trade and not being a burden on society was taken up by students belonging to the bourgeoisie, quite a few of whom tried to do the same as the officers by playing pranks on the Philistines, ranging from nightly serenades, i.e. cat music with abusive songs, to damage to property, which was of course meant to be very funny, to extremely questionable seductions of bourgeois daughters, who were, of course, abandoned in the event of pregnancy. In the second half of the 18th century, students and writers forged a political and poetic program out of the declaration of hostility towards the Philistine bourgeoisie in a mixture of a strong man's craving for grandeur, the cult of genius and the understandable disappointment at the deep-seated cowardice and the miserable wimpy existence of the bourgeoisie, the Sturm und Drang. As far as it expressed itself in literature, little of importance remained apart from the early work of Goethe, who very quickly left this phase behind him, and the complete works of Jacob Michael Reinhold Lenz, who failed to do so and perished as a result. Politically, the Drang was diffuse and the Sturm was little more than a narcissistically ostentatious youth cult. It did not become a movement against aristocratic impositions and bourgeois pusillanimity to establish a cosmopolitanism that was also German. Sturm und Drang was basically a harbinger of the final alliance of bourgeois children with the increasingly Prussian-dominated aristocratic state power, which, glossed over as a romantic movement, has lost little of its fascination to this day. It was the walk into the open countryside of the Sturm und Dranger, romantics and later simply youth movements, their freshly pious and free gymnastics and singing, their seemingly aimless longing for the real thing, which always led them from murmuring springs through rustling oak forests to the Kyffhäuser, where the mythical Emperor Barbarossa slept his deep sleep until the German revival, that made the German youth movement so offensive and at the same time capable of winning over the majority. The little that the German citizens could once have brought to bear as shapers of their and the country's destiny, this underdeveloped self-confidence, for the strengthening of which Lessing and Kant always fought in solitude against the enthusiasts of all kinds, they finally gave up as a claim to themselves after the German wars of freedom and faithfully joined the united front against the Philistines. Youth movement followed youth movement. From around 1890, it was the naturalists who were apparently socially critical and socialist, in reality anti-bourgeois and quite open-minded towards the Wilhelmine state, and who, for example, held the then poet laureate Paul Heyse (1830–1914) harmless, apparently because of his largely unconvincing production, in reality because of his envied fame and Jewish origins. From 1910 onwards, it was expressionism, this outcry of the sensitive soul against the big city, alienation and the Philistine, whose penetrating "oh man" attitude proved just as effective in steel storms as it did as a pacifist indictment from 1918 onwards. The citizen's hat flies off his pointed head, begins the unsettling poem, well tend, by the unfortunate Jacob van Haddes, who ended up as a victim of euthanasia. And yet it leads to the bard of conviction Constantin Wecker, who, in the attitude of the life-saturated bon vivant, enough is not enough, enough can never be enough, reduced Brexball, who destroyed others and ultimately himself, to an ordinary bohemian of the Liberté toujours brand, thus proving that it is also difficult to sin against German expressionism as a post-born epigone. If there is one country that has been completely bourgeois-free for over 100 years, then it is Germany, which means the other way round. If Germany reveals anything about itself, it is in a collective outcry against the bourgeois. In Unturten 1914, Heinrich Mann still had an inkling that the Wilhelmine pillars of society, in conjunction with an anti-bourgeois state power, were disregarding the constitutional principles of civilized coexistence with a thoroughly anti-bourgeois intention. Long before 1914, an inexorably growing coterie of corps students and veterans of the 1870s war went on a campaign against liberals of the 1848 tradition, Jews and workers, i.e. those who could have stood up for a better Germany, and was far from defeated after the defeat of 1918. The intellectual generation after 1945, barely home from captivity, was offended by a society that wanted to know nothing and therefore went about its business so fanatically. There would have been many good reasons for such criticism, but the 1945 generation only had bad ones. They lacked admiration and gratitude for their heroic deeds and the suffering they had endured for the wrong cause, a mistake for which they blamed the misuse of the most beautiful human resources, namely blind fanaticism, youthful adventurism and boundless willingness to make sacrifices by the leaders of the Wehrmacht and big business. Figures of thought that are strangely similar to those of Adolf Hitler, who took revenge on the junk caste from July 20th, 44 onwards, whose arrogance he hated simply because he recognized in it a residual reservation against his popular movement of boundless proportions. When Günter Grass, in connection with his most recent SS revelations, characterized the 1950s under Konrad Adenauer as more leaden and fatal than the Nazi years of his youth, then the bourgeois-free Germany enterprise revived unbroken against the colonial oppression of all Germans on both sides. Seconded by hundreds of thousands of people who, in the APO, fell for an agitation whose Marxist jargon only poorly concealed the fact that, in the midst of the Cold War, they were concerned with a neutral, reunified Germany of anti-capitalist masses with a thoroughly anti-Western intention, which was to take up arms in a worldwide struggle against reason and morality. What was meant, as the majority of ideologues from the extreme camps right through to the middle classes confirm, was a national struggle entirely pacifist without weapons. For this reason, the unifying hostility of the West German left from the SPD to the KPD since 1950, the beacon was the resignation of the bourgeois politician Gustav Heinemann from the Adenauer government because of his betrayal of reunification, was directed against the Westbinding for the same reason as the extreme right. And this was precisely because they knew that they would only be free of all considerations once this yoke had been overcome. This pacifist declaration was all the more rancorous because it could not be denied that the Westbinding had only brought advantages to the West Germans, that Adenauer and not Kurt Schumacher was the only possible leader to implement it, and that more and more Germans, especially workers, were reconciling themselves with the FRG for their own benefit. Because Rhenish capitalism was a very Catholic enterprise, despite all the suffering it brought upon young people striving for a little freedom and happiness, which Bohl, a Rhenish Catholic caught up in self-doubt, knew how to report on far more impressively than the Catholic Prussian and Catholic hater from Gdansk, Günter Grass, and a unifying shield against the still powerful Prussian Protestant variant of rule that was able to temporarily lead the West Germans into halfway civilized privacy. He had to be put under the spell of the so-called progressive intelligentsia just as much as of the old and up-and-coming Nazis. The strange and questionable thing about the Federal Republic of Germany, which was largely initiated by Konrad Adenauer, was the relatively successful integration of the National Socialist Albert Speer generation, born 1900 to 1910, and the Günter Grass generation, 1910 to 1929, into a program that was always essentially alien to them. As obdurate as it was, West German society gradually had to face up to its past. Initially, it was shocked by the educational walks and burial work that several thousand Germans had to complete in 1945 in some of the newly liberated camps at the behest of the Americans and British, and soon afterwards by the main war crimes trials, which at least made it clear to them in a lasting way that an unbroken link to the past could have unpleasant consequences, including the gallows. Later, occasional experiences on vacation abroad, discussions with international business partners, and the privileged activities of an intellectual minority of anti-fascist prosecutors and intellectuals returning from emigration did the rest. This at least led to the result that a certain amount of knowledge about the collective crimes of the past was admitted and later even demanded. If this Germany, represented by the old Federal Republic, even then, when the worst that was to be feared after 1945 occurred, the reunification with the Eastern Zone feared by the Prussian enemy Adenauer just for a short time after all, and for which, however, names like Mölln and Solingen stand, came close to the folkish awakening, then the all-clear has not been sounded since then, but a remarkable perseverance of the West German majority against the xenophobic as well as the anti-racist agitators can be noted. But the resentment urging self-liberation against colonization has survived the old FRG and reunification, even if there were never enough activists for the hoped-for implementation. Long before 1989, quite a few ideologues of German liberation in the West recognized the foreigner as a substitute rebel for their own inability to smash everything to smithereens. This did not refer to the real foreigners of the 1960s to 1980s, who were soon criticized for not wanting to play their intended role, but instead threatened to become bourgeois, nor did it refer to the hostile assimilated foreigners of 2008, who struggle with green alternative teachers, who, for the noblest of motives, want to block their children's path to grammar school, but the fortunately minority, Morgenland foreigners, those anti-bourgeois and very masculine self-helpers who liberated themselves to the extent that they indiscriminately punch the fucking Germans in the mouth. Werewolves for cultural autonomy. Even if, as an anti-racist and anti-imperialist, the German is prepared to cover up almost every outrage committed in the name of the ideology of anti-colonialism, which pushes towards crime, and the anti-racism that has emerged from it, he realizes with a shudder a lack of spontaneity in himself that permanently prevents him, except as an enthusiastic consumer, from really participating in the struggles for liberation. Unhappy with his own inhibitions, the result of an upbringing after 1945 that he did not choose, as he likes to assert, he has so far rattled in vain at the bars of an invisible prison established by the Western Allies, in which his desires for self-liberation are still locked up. Increasingly, he recognizes his discomfort with himself in a majority society whose school-age members do not loudly threaten to fuck the mothers of their classmates, if only because the offended lacks the natural sense of honor that is a prerequisite for lashing out. At the end of January 8th, it seemed to be confirmed once again that Germans like Bruno N. and the members of the Ludwigshafen Fire Department were always and indiscriminately trying to kill foreigners, and that Mölln is simply everywhere. In the Koch district of Cologne, as Islamic and German anti-racists knew immediately, a 20-year-old German had stabbed one of Sirkin's brothers, the 17-year-old Moroccan Salih, to death for no reason at all and had been released shortly after the crime. Reason enough for Islamic brothers. The sisters had to stay at home as usual to occupy Kocher Hauptstrasse several evenings in a row and hold morning rallies there, which, in addition to public prayer exercises with the well-known peaceful cry Allah is the greatest, resulted in scenes such as the following. Quote, "Last week, I was at the Cock Vigil for the murdered Sali and was attacked by other participants despite having a poster that was clearly recognizable as anti-racist. Some young people insulted me for no apparent reason as fucking German, pig eater, and Nazi pig, and punched me in the face. If some older migrant men had not intervened to moderate the situation, there would probably have been even more violence. Other participants with an apparently German background were also mobbed." End of quote. This was posted on Indie Media by the prevented fellow traveler Hartwig Prusk on January 27, 2008. Somehow the affair with Sali was a little different from what a German anti-racist, who would have been punched in the mouth by his brothers one way or another, imagines. The German perpetrator wasn't really German, he was just a so-called Russian German, and Sali only wanted to steal his cell phone. The fact that he first knocked off the glasses of the very short-sighted man to facilitate this plan, Kalnish Runshaw, February 2, 2008, was part of the deal. It was unforeseen for Sali that, as a young German from Koch, you already know who goes out at night looking for prey, and this time the robber, who had already been the victim of Sali several times unarmed, was waving a knife around with which he fatally wounded Sali in the neck because his vision was blurred. Hartwig Prusk, who was a member of the Krefeld Prevention Council Against Racism and Violence, continued his text as follows, impressed by his personal experience but unimpressed by the course of the crime and the consequences to be drawn from it. At this point, practical solidarity becomes difficult because it is not even desired by a large proportion of the addressees, with which he referred to the position of the Cologne police, who had sharply targeted the vigils and made German anti-racists aware that they could not guarantee their health if they mingled with Sali's brothers. But Hartwig Prusk's fight was ultimately directed against such sober recognition of the danger. His account of his experience continues. But this is exactly why this form of solidarity by German anti-racists is more important today than ever. I spent the whole Saturday thinking about my experiences and see a huge danger in the ethnicization of the protests in Koch. It must be made clear that the anger and indignation over the unpunished murder of a migrant youth and the social and racist discrimination against migrants in general are also shared and supported by Germans. End quote. Thus spoke a pig-eater who would still have a head like a bucket today if he had gone to the vigil again as the flour sack that he is considered to be in certain migrant circles. That's why his "this is why" went unheard by die-hard Cologne readers of the Taz and SC. Quote, "All leftists, all humanists and people in general who are interested in peaceful coexistence between all people are hereby called upon to come in large numbers to the vigils in Cologne Koch, Joseph Skirchplatz, to express our solidarity and sympathy with me and hopefully many other people." End of quote. Meanwhile, the assimilists denounced as collaborators with the Germans know how to make their way by deliberately avoiding two dangers. They avoid places where Sali and his brothers meet, which is not always easy, because many a young Turk's career begins in Koch or Neukölln. But their fight also takes place where all the volunteers from German prevention councils against racism and violence want to go sledging with them. German grammar schools and universities, for example, where the Prusks work full-time, often treat their graduating Turks quite strangely. They encourage them to constantly remember their identity as German Turks and at the same time offer them courses in which they can score intercultural points with their innate identity knowledge, which only needs to be perfected academically, with the result that more and more Zeimiglis, Yücels and Özdemirs are entering the ideological market. But the majority of students of Turkish origin successfully evade such offers, which is why they are not talked about. They choose subjects such as medicine, computer science, engineering or law and avoid Turkish studies or social and societal sciences for the not at all disrespectful reason of wanting to earn good money in a secure position later on. The members of this academic majority from a Turkish background combine the virtues of social climbers. They conquer their place in the majority society through diligence and tenacity, fall away from the Turkish faith in all its religious, national chauvinistic and parallel society manifestations, and open up the pleasant aspects of a society from which their parents were excluded. The Turkish brat in the marketing department of Volkswagen and the Turkish angel who develops new software at Siemens usually do not come forward for the discourse. They have enough to do with themselves and, above all, are not willing to serve as a template for prejudices to any opinion mongers who they know do not mean well by them and who, in canic speak, can all be reduced to the accusation that they have degenerated into assimilate Turks, i.e. migrant bourgeois. They know how to shrug off the regular sideswipes from urban sociologists and other ideologues at those native Neuköllners whose names contain an above-average number of us and epsilons, but who have nevertheless made it big and therefore live in the affluent Berlin district of Halensee among their autochthonous German neighbors because they appreciate the fact that their children can grow up peacefully in good schools and among nice neighbors. They do not see it as their task to persevere in a precarious part of town under the dictates of customs that make them uncomfortable and often threatening, in order to ensure social mixing, which, as allochthonous newcomers, would be the first to cause them to be mixed up. In the assertion that assimilation is a crime against humanity, which the Turkish Prime Minister made during his tour of Germany in February 2008, the Alibi Turks of the Taz and the Greens are unable to recognize a call for hostilities against cultural deviance. On the other hand, anyone who, as a son and above all as a daughter of Turkish parents, has just worked their way out of the Neukölln situation knows that the next Bruno N. could soon be called Oscar U. or Susan Y.